Chapter 1. The Initial Fusion of Spirits. Gohan, my dear Gohan. Oh whoa. Mother will never allow you to suffer again. Who has brought you to this state? Oh my Gohan. In the murky shadows, the anguished cries stir a deep sense of empathy. Mother, that voice is Mother. Where am I? Right. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, they all. Science. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Uncle Piccolo, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't. It hurts so much. At that moment, within a spacecraft, a 5-year-old boy with black hair suddenly emitted a cry of agony as a tide of unknown memories surged into his mind, the excruciating pain threatening to tear him apart. Gohan. The expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. A graceful and composed woman instantly panicked, carefully placing Gohan down, tears streaming down her face. A bald elder with sunglasses and a beard changed his demeanor, sensing that Gohan was in distress. This is bad. Bulma, we must hurry. I understand. Bulma, the woman called, hastily accelerated, piloting the spacecraft towards West City. Gohan, I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, a man named Goku lay on a stretcher, his voice hoarse, almost exhausting all his strength. Watching his 5-year-old child in such pain filled him with profound sorrow and worry. Kaioshin, sometimes I truly despise my own helplessness, the elder said to a white cat beside him, clenching his fists in frustration. Within the spacecraft, each individual was engulfed in a pall of despair, devoid of hope. Bulma, with her long blue hair, had red, swollen eyes, her expression reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, evoking sympathy. Bulma recalled her first encounter with Goku at the Mountain of Buns, their adventure to find the Dragon Balls, encountering Yamcha, and subsequently befriending Krillin. Goku single-handedly dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, triumphing at the World Martial Arts Tournament alongside Tien and Kaiotsu, only to see peace disrupted a year ago by the arrival of the Scionced. Goku's Scion brother, Raditz, shattered everything. Goku and Raditz perished together. Now, a year later, an even more formidable Scion, Vegeta, and his companion Nappa, were poised to strike. In the ensuing battles against the Scionced, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiotsu, and a reformed Piccolo, no longer shrouded in darkness, sacrificed themselves. Goku was gravely injured, while Krillin and Gohan also suffered significant wounds. In the depths of a darkened soul, Gohan curled up, clutching his head, a primal roar escaping him as his body swelled, transforming into a giant ape with black fur, emitting a feral scream filled with rage and madness, embodying the destructive instinct of the Scionced. In the realm of reality, Gohan felt his pain dissipate, the tidal wave of memories gradually assimilating within him. Though he appeared to be in a coma, Gohan's innate consciousness began to awaken. However, the fatigue and limits of his body prevented him from fully emerging, akin to someone experiencing sleep paralysis, conscious yet immobile. Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, traversing this. At this moment, the 5-year-old Gohan struggled to comprehend the meaning of these memories. Yet the images belonging to Dragon Ball Z were vividly familiar to him. Science, tales he had lived through. How wondrous, Dragon Ball. Is this a story centered around my father? From the moment he met Aunt Bulma until now, Gohan could only discern that the memories of this traveler aligned perfectly with the beginning of Dragon Ball Z and his experiences. Up to the present. The future. Could it be that these things record our future? Despite his tender age of 5, Gohan was not foolish. He grasped the significance of these memories, foreseeing Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and the mysterious and powerful angels, gods of destruction, and Xeno, culminating in the Tournament of Power. If this is true, there are still many formidable foes waiting for us in the future. Father is so incredible. The innocent Gohan held deep admiration for his father, Goku, but as he reflected on his future self, the smile gradually faded from his face. He had realized his dream of becoming a scholar, yet for reasons unknown, thoughts of his perpetually battling father filled him with sorrow. Within the traveler's memories of Dragon Ball Super, there was also an enemy named Moro awaiting them. Is that my future self? Father, mother, Uncle Piccolo. The 5-year-old Gohan was enveloped in struggle and confusion. In the traveler's memories, during the era of Dragon Ball Super, he remained behind, abandoning martial arts training to embrace peace, dedicating himself entirely to scholarly pursuits. No, Why must I choose between being a scholar and a martial artist? He yearned to be a great scholar, yet he also wished for his beloved father, Goku, to endure less hardship. At 5 years old, Gohan's thoughts were straightforward. His dream was to be a scholar, but he realized that the paths of scholar and martial artist need not be mutually exclusive. Having come to this realization, Gohan's consciousness returned to the present, and he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a hospital bed. Bulma had made preparations in advance. Goku was unable to move, gravely injured. Gohan, you're awake. That's wonderful. Mother is here. Do not fear. Everything is all right, my poor Gohan. His mother, Chi-Chi, embraced Gohan tightly, her heart racing at the sight of him. Goku, lying nearby, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing his child awaken unscathed. Mother, I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you. Gohan smiled, his cherubic face resembling Chi-Chi's. Krillin, now in a hospital gown, was present alongside Bulma, Goku, and Master Roshi, having refrained from speaking earlier due to Gohan's condition. Well, actually, it's possible. Bulma, Goku, Gohan, Master Roshi. There might be a way to revive those who were killed by the Saiyans. What? Bulma and the others turned to Krillin in unison, while Gohan, already aware, maintained a composed expression. Goku, though gravely injured, appeared slightly better, yet his voice remained hoarse. Krillin, you told me the same thing before. What is going on? Krillin cautiously replied. The possibility might be slim, even absurd. The Saiyans are likely aware of the Earth's Dragon Balls, perhaps from Raditz communicator. They know that the Dragon Balls can grant wishes, but when they saw Piccolo, they referred to him as a Namekian. Gohan leaned against the hospital bed, adding, exactly, they called Uncle Piccolo that. Uncle Krillin, are you suggesting that there are also 7 Dragon Balls on Namek? I heard that too. Klin, with a serious expression, remarked, indeed, Gohan, if what those Saiyans have stated is true, we may journey to the realm known as Namek. There, we might discover the Dragon Balls, and in doing so, those who have perished at the hands of the Saiyans may be resurrected once more. Chapter 2. Gohan's decision. The mention of Namek by Krillin rekindled the flickering flames of hope within the hearts of those burdened by sorrow and despair. Master Roshi exclaimed with excitement, indeed, if Piccolo is revived, then the Kami will also return. With the Kami restored, the Dragon Balls will be restored as well. This is truly marvelous. Perhaps this plan is feasible after all. However, as the crowd erupted in cheers, Bulma's voice cut through the jubilant atmosphere like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their newfound hope. I envy you naive outsiders who know nothing. How could one possibly reach outer space? It's truly disappointing. She continued, and Krillin, do you even know where this Namek is located? Krillin sighed deeply, his disappointment palpable. Wait a moment, there's no need to worry, Bulma. Let me inquire with Lord King Kai. Lord King Kai, do you know the location of Namek? Goku closed his eyes and conversed with King Kai, who was attentively monitoring the situation on Earth from his realm. King Kai's voice resonated in the ears of those present. Replying, Goku, of course, I know where Namek is. After all, I am known as the King of the Kais. Gohan recalled the memories of King Kai from the perspective of a time traveler, picturing the somewhat comical figure who had a penchant for poorly timed jokes. Let me think. In terms familiar to you Earthlings, the coordinates are SU-83 in the azimuth and 9045 XY. King Kai shared the cosmic coordinates of Namek with everyone. 9045 XY coordinates. Bulma felt overwhelmed. As an inventor, she understood the implications far better than the likes of Goku and Krillin. Krillin inquired, Bulma, do you know where that is? Bulma remained silent, calculating the distance. Meanwhile, King Kai investigated the status of Namek, revealing that the planet had undergone severe climatic changes leading to a catastrophe. It was during this time that the Kami had traveled from Namek to Earth aboard a spaceship. King Kai discovered that there were currently fewer than 100 Namekians left, although their numbers were gradually increasing. The Namekians, like the Kami, were a gentle race, and Piccolo was a byproduct of the Kami being influenced by the malevolence of Earthlings. Thus, when Piccolo perished, the Kami also met his end. Are you joking? According to my calculations, even with my father's state-of-the-art engine installed, it would take over 4,339 years and more than 3 months to reach Namek, Bulma stated, leaving Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others momentarily speechless. Gohan softly interjected, Aunt Bulma, we might be able to use the spaceship left by Vegeta and the other Saiyans. Or perhaps, when the Kami came to Earth. He also arrived in a spacecraft. Indeed, Gohan, your intellect shines brilliantly, bringing forth a glimmer of hope. Ha ha ha, how splendid it is. The words of son Gohan elicited an uncontainable smile from Bulma, while the other occupants of the hospital room radiated joyous expressions. The sorrow and anguish brought by the seance gradually dissipated, yet only Gohan, through the memories of the traveler, was acutely aware of the horrors that awaited on Namek. With urgency, Bulma hastened to attend to matters concerning the Scion spacecraft. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, seated beside Gohan, unfolded a stack of materials, urging him to catch up on the academic progress he had missed during this time. Gohan felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind. The knowledge within the books appeared vividly accessible. What once seemed intricate and cumbersome was now effortlessly comprehensible. Any information he earnestly wished to retain lodged itself within his memory. Although it was not perfect recall, it was indeed remarkably close. Could this be attributed to my fusion with the traveler? Gohan pondered quietly, reflecting on how he had ultimately vanquished the traveler's soul in their spiritual clash, absorbing all that he was. As for the absence of substantial knowledge from the traveler's memories, Gohan sensed that there was not much distinction from his own understanding. Characters such as the eternally peripheral Kei Akato, the enigmatic Kurumi Tokisaki, and the paper angel, Kusanagi, alongside the ever-cherished Shinobu Kocho, remained somewhat elusive to the 5-year-old Gohan, who struggled to comprehend the traveler's fascination with these figures. Perhaps, he mused, such understanding would come with maturity. Gohan was also aware that he would eventually be with a girl named Videl and would have a daughter, yet for this young boy, these concepts felt distant and nebulous. The future, altered by his actions, left him pondering whether events would still unfold along their original trajectory. Discovering this newfound talent ignited a playful spirit within Gohan as he flipped through the pages with increasing speed. Knowledge that he chose to commit to memory was effortlessly retained. Chi-Chi, observing the rapidity with which Gohan was turning the pages, felt a flicker of doubt, questioning whether he was merely playing. Yet she inquired, Gohan, have you truly absorbed all that you are reading? Indeed, mother. After training with Uncle Piccolo, I find that reading has become considerably easier for me. You can test my knowledge shortly. Gohan's assertion caused Chi-Chi to harbor a sense of skepticism. A martial artist herself, she had once reached the top 8 in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, facing off against Son Goku, where their bond had blossomed. After their marriage, she devoted herself to nurturing their family. While she may not possess the prowess of Goku or Tien, she was certainly no weakling. Boom. Closing the book, Gohan's youthful face radiated determination as he earnestly declared, Mom, I want to go to Namek with Uncle Krillin. Beside him, Goku, swathed like a mummy, also exhibited a hint of seriousness, while Krillin, the Ox King, and others turned their gazes towards Gohan, who lay upon the hospital bed. Bulma, having inadvertently activated the self-destruct mechanism of the Scion spaceship, was now accompanied by Boppo, who had come from the Supreme Kai's temple to help her locate the spacecraft that the Supreme Kai once brought to Earth. Currently, it was being modified in her home. Thus, Bulma was not present at this moment. As it stood, Gohan and Krillin needed to remain in the hospital for 3 days to recuperate, whereas Goku required 3 months. Fortunately, the Senzu beans from Kirin would mature in a month, allowing Goku to be discharged by then. Even with the knowledge of the impending challenges on Namek, Gohan felt no fear or hesitation. He was determined to exert himself and make a difference. Chapter 3. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. No, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with you, Gohan. You mustn't be joking about this. Such things are within anyone's reach, and there is no need for you to involve yourself. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her expression tinged with anxiety. She hoped Gohan's words were mere frivolity. I am not joking. I am serious. I want to help Uncle Piccolo revive. And I wish to share the burden with you, Dad and Mom, Gohan replied. Goku smiled with pride, while said Gohan. At this point, Goku remained unaware of the perilous adventure that awaited him on Namek. He shared a perspective akin to Bulma and Krillin, viewing it merely as a cosmic excursion, unaware of the dangers that Gohan alone comprehended. From a young age, Gohan had exhibited remarkable potential, and Goku desired for him to train alongside him. However, Chi-Chi disapproved, and Gohan himself aspired to become a scholar. Even as a father, Goku respected Gohan's wishes and refrained from imposing any training upon him. Master Roshi gently nudged Krillin, whispering, "Let us step outside for a moment." Krillin nodded in agreement and followed Roshi out. As they opened the door, they found Bulma and Bopo standing at the threshold. Having just heard Chi-Chi's exclamations, thus refraining from entering, Krillin cautiously closed the door behind them, leaving the room for Goku, Chi-Chi, and Gohan. What on earth are you two thinking? Gohan's body has yet to recover. He is merely a 5-year-old child. Piccolo's fate has nothing to do with you. Chi-Chi's voice rose slightly, filled with agitation. Enough with the incessant chatter, Gohan shouted, startling Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and others outside the door. My Gohan actually raised his voice at me. Chi-Chi remarked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Gohan, her expression slightly pained. She could hardly believe that Gohan had just shouted at her. It was the first time she had witnessed such a side of him. Gohan gritted his teeth. His head slightly bowed as he spoke. Mother, I apologize, but now is not the time for such words. Everyone is fighting for the earth, sacrificing their lives. I will not abandon my studies, yet I shall also not forsake my training. I aspire to battle like father, to protect you and safeguard our home. That scion named Vegeta has fled. His objective is the Dragon Balls. Perhaps we shall encounter him during our journey to Namek. Mother, I am no longer the weeping child I once was. I hope you can understand. Chi-Chi sat weakly in her chair, Gohan's words evoking a bittersweet blend of happiness and sorrow within her. She was elated to see Gohan's maturity, yet saddened that such wisdom should not burden a 5-year-old. Her hopes rested on Gohan growing up safely, not engaging in combat against ruthless foes with his small limbs. Go, Gohan. I can no longer protect you, only support you. But you must promise to return safely, okay? Tears glistened in Chi-Chi's eyes as she gazed at her son. Absolutely, we shall all return. Gohan beamed at his mother, his face alight with joy at her agreement. By the way, father, remember when we fished near the Buns Mountain? You told me of a place in the other world called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, where you trained for a month. Did I ever mention that? Goku, bewildered, replied. Did I say that? I don't recall. You certainly did. You explained that time flows differently there, with unpredictable weather and significant temperature variations between day and night. I seek more time to train. I am aware of my numerous shortcomings. Father, I implore you. Gohan addressed Goku earnestly. Goku had only trained for a month in the chamber due to its harsh conditions and his insufficient strength. Any further training would yield results far beyond what he could achieve now. Gohan, I'm sorry, but in my current state, I cannot accompany you in training. Goku managed a strained smile as he spoke. At that moment, Bulma, Krillin, and others entered after having overheard the conversation among Goku, Chi-Chi, and Gohan. A robust, dark-skinned man entered calmly, adorned with golden hoop earrings. It was Bubbles, residing in the Heavenly Temple. Bubbles remarked, Gohan, as you mentioned, the environment there is indeed harsh. Even Goku could only endure for a month before succumbing. A weak will and lack of focus can lead to hallucinations. Mr. Bubbles, I understand, but I wish to grow stronger. I know I am lacking, especially in battling the Scions. Gohan responded earnestly. Son Gohan slowly unraveled the bandages from his body and spoke. Master Roshi's sunglasses gleamed with a hint of brilliance as he kindly remarked, since that is the case, let this old man accompany Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber. What? Master Roshi? Son Wukong was taken aback, hesitatingly responding. Master Roshi explained, Mr. Popo needs my assistance to translate the Namekian language for Bulma. Although my strength is insufficient, do not forget that I was once your teacher. Son Wukong smiled and said, in that case, I entrust you with this task, Master Roshi. The individuals heading to Namek would be Son Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma, and in a month, once the Super Saiyan beings matured, Son Wukong would also recover. Bulma needed to input the Namekian language into the translation device, a process that required 10 days, so she decided that everyone would meet at Kame House after 10 days. After his recovery, under Popo's guidance, Son Gohan brought both himself and Master Roshi to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. After advising Son Gohan and Master Roshi on several precautions, Popo opened the grand door, allowing the two to enter the internal space of the chamber. Inside, the chamber was a vast expanse of pristine white, seemingly endless. Son Gohan and Master Roshi couldn't help but feel a weighty sensation. The gravity inside the chamber was over 10 times that of the outside world, equipped with all necessary facilities at the entrance. Master Roshi's previously frail and withered body had now swelled robustly, and the shell on his back was long discarded. Observing the surroundings of the hyperbolic time chamber, he couldn't help but exclaim, it's so heavy. The environment here is even harsher than I imagined. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Although he had only understood the hyperbolic time chamber through the memories of a traveler, experiencing it for himself was a first. He now comprehended why his father, Sun Wukong, could only endure a month within. Gohan, you have trained with Piccolo, so much of it I needn't teach you. But the Kame style encompasses far more than that. Both Wukong and Krillin are now on the verge of forgetting what they learned from me. Come at me with all your might, Gohan. Dressed in martial arts attire, Master Roshi and Son Gohan assumed their combat stances. At that moment, Son Gohan wore the orange Kame-style uniform, the very one once donned by Son Wukong, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Master Roshi as he momentarily glimpsed the past Son Wukong. Yes, Master Roshi, be careful. With a fierce shout, Son Gohan tightened his fists and dashed towards Master Roshi. Chapter 4. What does it mean to be strong? Swish, swish. Each of Son Gohan's forceful attacks was deftly evaded by Master Roshi. After approximately an hour, Son Gohan was left panting, drenched in sweat. The environment of the hyperbolic time chamber also took its toll on Master Roshi, beads of sweat forming on his brow as the two began to rest. Gohan, what does strength mean to you? After wiping the sweat from his brow with a warm towel, Master Roshi inquired, are you powerful? In response to Master Roshi's question, Gohan's mind conjured images of Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan 4. However, he could not disclose these thoughts to Master Roshi. The memories of the traveler were not to be shared. He recalled that aside from the god of destruction, there existed beings of unimaginable power, such as angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni King. If Master Roshi were to discover the memories that resided in Gohan's mind, it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Although he was still young, he possessed a keen intellect. Master Roshi, is it the power of Ki? Gohan pondered for a moment, using the vocabulary he could muster to replace his uncertainties. Master Roshi gently shook his head and replied, the strength of power indeed requires the intensity of one's ki. Merely training the body without a corresponding spirit may lead to a backlash from that very power. Gohan, slightly confused, struggled to grasp the meaning behind Master Roshi's words. However, reflecting on their recent sparring session, where he had not laid a finger on Master Roshi despite his significantly greater strength, he began to consider that this might relate to the concept of spirit that Master Roshi mentioned, though he found it difficult to comprehend at present. Noticing Gohan's demeanor, Master Roshi sighed and said, alas, the environment of the hyperbolic time chamber is not suited for such discussions. Gohan, as you mentioned, there is a possibility of encountering that fleeing Saiyan on Namek. What I am about to teach you are techniques and highly practical moves. I understand, Master Roshi. Please instruct me. Gohan replied, respectfully clasping his hands in a gesture of reverence. Meanwhile, outside, Por had organized all the necessary information regarding the Namekian language, leaving the rest to Bulma, who would input the Namekian text into the translation device. Thus, they returned to the temple. The sound of footsteps emanating from the hyperbolic time chamber startled Por. Could it be that they had emerged so soon? The door to the chamber opened, and Gohan stepped out, carrying the unconscious Master Roshi on his back. They had spent a mere 13 days inside, less than half a month. Although Gohan could have continued, Master Roshi could not endure any longer, as the environment within the chamber was quite grueling. Master Roshi, we are out, Gohan exclaimed, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. The gravity inside the chamber was 10 times that of the outside world, coupled with a disorienting sensation of dimensional distortion that left both Gohan and Master Roshi feeling somewhat uneasy. As Master Roshi descended from Gohan's back, he remarked, indeed, I am still too weak. I have fallen far behind you. Gohan, you possess unimaginable potential. When Goku was your age, he was not as formidable as you. If you continue to train earnestly, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass our wildest expectations. Master Roshi, I will not forget to train. Gohan vowed. Son Gohan recalled the memories belonging to a time traveler, resolutely vowing that he would no longer allow his father, Son Goku, to bear the burden of protecting Earth alone. At that moment, Bubbles approached, exuding an aura of tranquility that instilled a sense of peace, and said, Gohan, if you do not mind, allow me to guide your training over the next few days. Really? Is that true, Mr. Bubbles? I have heard my father speak of you. You are truly willing to assist me in my training? Son Gohan gazed at him with eager anticipation, his youthful face and slender frame belying a remarkable strength. Indeed, Gohan, while my own abilities may not be exceptional, I am more than willing to accompany you in your training, Mr. Bubbles replied in a calm and unruffled manner, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. That's wonderful. By the way, Mr. Bubbles, I apologize, but could you please wait a moment? After I escort Master Rashi back, I need to visit Aunt Bulma in West City. I have something I need to ask her father, Dr. Brief, for assistance with. Son Gohan sheepishly scratched his head and smiled as he inquired. Not a problem. Bubbles replied nonchalantly. Master Rashi, curious, asked, Gohan, what is it you need? Son Gohan turned to glance at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber and chuckled. Hee, I just had a sudden thought. The gravity inside the time chamber is 10 times that of Earth, and I can clearly feel myself growing significantly stronger. I was wondering, if I could train under 20 or 30 times the gravity, might I not become even more formidable? Hence, I pondered the possibility of creating a training room that could control gravity. Upon hearing Son Gohan's idea, even Bubbles' typically placid face revealed a hint of surprise. Gohan's reasoning was quite sound, and his perspective was perfectly reasonable. Gohan, you truly possess a creative mind. However, while training is essential, one must also remember to balance hard work with rest. Master Rashi expressed his concern for Son Gohan's well-being, fearing that excessive training might lead to hidden injuries accumulating within his body. Rest assured, Master Rashi, I shall not neglect your guidance, Son Gohan replied, feeling a sense of relief. It felt somewhat disingenuous for a 5-year-old to fabricate such a story, yet fortunately, neither Bubbles nor Master Rashi seemed to detect anything amiss. After all, he had not conceived the idea of a gravity room from the time chamber. What he lacked was time. Krillin and Bulma regarded this journey to Namek as an extraterrestrial exchange, completely unaware of the dangers that lurked and oblivious to the fact that beyond Vegeta, an even more terrifying foe awaited in Frieza. After escorting Master Rashi back, Son Gohan proceeded to Bulma's home in West City, where he explained his request to Dr. Brief, asking him to install the gravity room aboard the accompanying spaceship. Once everything was organized, he returned to the Heavenly Temple to commence his training alongside Bubbles. Bobo imparted upon Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, the teachings derived from the trials that his father had once endured. In moments of defense, one must embody the serene stillness of the sky. In offense, one should strike with swiftness exceeding that of lightning. Time flowed gently, and soon the day arrived for their journey to Namek. On the eve of their departure, Gohan concluded his training and gathered with his mother, Chi-Chi, and father, Son Goku, to share tales of his training experiences, seeking to unwind both body and spirit, preparing himself to face the forthcoming challenges. Gohan had also trimmed his hair, shedding the mushroom cut for a more refined look, with dark strands standing slightly erect and a slanted fringe cascading down, reminiscent of the hairstyle associated with his future self. The Enigmatic Gohan. Chapter 5. Journeying towards Namek at the Kame House. Bulma donned a specially tailored spacesuit, her stylish short hair enhancing her air of competence. The spacecraft resembled a peculiar white insect with distinctive protrusions, supported by 4 legs that served as landing gear, a modification of the ship once utilized by the Supreme Kai. Curiosity etched on his face, Krillin gazed up at the spacecraft, inquiring if this was indeed their vessel for the expedition to Namek. Bulma, stifling a yawn and appearing fatigued, remarked, I am truly exhausted. We could have completed this much earlier, but Gohan insisted on incorporating a gravity chamber, and it was only yesterday that it was finished, leaving me to conduct late-night tests on the ship. Apologies, Aunt Bulma, Gohan said, lowering his head in slight embarrassment. Clad in a purple martial arts uniform gifted by Piccolo, his belongings were minimal. Aside from a change of clothes and toiletries, he brought little else. As for his studies, he politely declined to bring them along. Chi-Chi, having recognized Gohan's maturity, had loosened her protective grip over him, allowing him more freedom. She was particularly delighted to see Gohan taking an interest in his hairstyle. Though at just 5 years old, he did not yet fully comprehend that the hairstyle he adopted was based on the memories of a traveler who deemed it quite handsome. Under the watchful eyes of Ox King, Chi-Chi, Master Rashi, and Turtle, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma entered the cabin, fastening their seatbelts. As the ship powered up, it swiftly ascended beyond the atmosphere, exiting the solar system in mere moments, speeding towards their destination. Once clear of Earth's atmosphere, the spacecraft stabilized, and Bulma set the coordinates for Namek, switching to autopilot before releasing her seatbelt. Filled with wonder, Gohan approached the window, gazing through the glass at the vastness of the cosmos, feeling the insignificance of even the solar system itself. Gohan, Master Roshi had remarked. You have spent this time training alongside Mr. Bobo. Krillin approached the side of Gohan, who, at merely 5 years of age, stood tall enough to reach Krillin's shoulder. It must be said that Krillin's height was indeed a significant drawback. Gohan nodded and smiled, saying, Indeed, Mr. Popo has been my guide in training. He is truly an enigmatic individual, possessing a wealth of knowledge. I can distinctly feel that I have grown considerably stronger. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Bulma, who had changed into a light gray, cropped nightgown, daringly exposing her midriff, paired with snug-fitting shorts. She appeared bold and carefree, holding a remote control in her hand. Gohan, do you remember the gravity chamber? Bulma asked. I almost forgot, Aunt Bulma. What happened to the gravity chamber, and where is it? Gohan inquired eagerly, having momentarily lost his focus on it while admiring the cosmic scenery. Follow me, Gohan. Bulma beckoned, leading him and Krillin up a ladder to the upper level. Upon reaching the top, she opened a transparent glass door and ushered them inside. Krillin had heard Master Roshi speak of the gravity chamber and had learned about the conditions within the hyperbolic time chamber as well. At the center of the gravity chamber was a gravity control device, equipped with an external remote control to adjust the internal gravity settings safely. Oh dear. A delicate lady like me does not wish to linger in such a place. I shall take my leave, Bulma declared upon seeing the eager expressions on Gohan and Krillin's faces. She quickly exited, closing the door behind her and peering through the glass to observe what transpired inside. Gohan approached the control panel, while Krillin had already donned an orange martial arts uniform, grinning as he remarked, Gohan, Master Roshi has told me about the gravity chamber. But what is it really like? Uncle Krillin, just a moment, let me see. I'll set it to 10 times gravity, Gohan replied. Adjusting the gravity setting to 10 times, a feat he had long since acclimatized to within the hyperbolic time chamber. Krillin nearly stumbled under the pressure. While 10 times gravity was not excessively overwhelming for them, it still required some time to adjust. This is incredible. This gravity chamber is fantastic. Gohan, I can't believe you thought of such a remarkable invention, Krillin exclaimed with delight. All thanks to Aunt Bulma and Dr. Brief's assistance, Gohan responded, waving happily to Bulma outside the door. Bulma smiled and nodded, her eyes reflecting a nostalgic fondness as she saw Gohan, reminiscent of the youthful Goku from yesteryears. It seemed to evoke memories of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, where a grown-up Goku returned, even more handsome, now with a child of his own. I must have made the wrong choice, Bulma sighed as she returned below, gazing at the empty cabin, feeling desolate and lonely. In the vastness of space, a spherical spacecraft descended onto a certain base, where a figure clad in a blue combat suit appeared disheveled and in distress, sporting a tuft of upright black hair. Vegeta, an extraterrestrial soldier clad in the same battle attire as the Saiyan Prince, was taken aback by the pitiful state of Vegeta and promptly transported him to the healing chamber. Kakarot, Vegeta, filled with hatred and resentment, murmured in his final breaths as he was enveloped in the healing liquid. Time passed, and after a while, Vegeta emerged from the chamber, his injuries sustained during the battle on Earth fully healed. He gazed at his hands, reflecting on the fruitful experience of his journey to Earth, where he had mastered a method to control his combat power. However, many things could not be grasped merely by a fleeting glance. Vegeta, how utterly disgraceful. I've heard you were utterly defeated, mocked a blue-skinned humanoid alien, adorned with spots, who did not shy away from ridiculing Vegeta. Raditz, that fool, perished. Who possesses such formidable power to bring a warrior of the Saiyan race to such ruin? The emphasis on the words warrior race was palpable. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged as he brushed past the alien. Get lost, Chui-Ai. I have no time for you. Chui-Ai's hand clutched Vegeta's shoulder firmly. A mocking smile plastered on his face. Listen, Vegeta, Lord Frieza is extremely displeased with your unauthorized venture to Earth. Remove your filthy hands. Vegeta retorted, his voice chilling. Chui-Ai felt an uncontainable fury welling within him and, with a forced smile, replied, However, Lord Frieza has graciously forgiven you, for you have uncovered something of value. What? Vegeta exclaimed, panic washing over him as he shook off Chui-Ai's grip. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, Frieza is now aware of the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, how would he have learned of their existence? All credit goes to you. Chui-Ai reveled in Vegeta's distress, continuing his taunts. Chapter 6, Arrival at Namek, what did you say? You scoundrel? Vegeta stormed out in fury, snatching a scouter from an alien warrior as he passed by and boarding a spaceship. Frieza was heading to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, and Vegeta could hardly believe it. If Frieza obtained the Dragon Balls and wished for eternal life, he would be forever subjugated under Frieza's command. Damn it, the Dragon Balls belong to me. I shall not allow you to prevail, Frieza? With eyes blazing with determination, Vegeta piloted the ship towards Namek. In the vastness of space, a solitary spaceship traveled silently. Outside the gravity chamber, Krillin lay despondently on his fixed bed. Over 20 days had passed, and as training progressed, Gohan's innate talent and potential began to reveal themselves. 100 times the gravity. Can such a small child truly handle it? Bulma expressed her concerns, her controller displaying a gravity level of 100 times. For the past 20 days, aside from sleep and brief rests, Gohan had devoted the majority of his time to training in the gravity chamber. There's no problem at all. Gohan possesses extraordinary potential, far surpassing my own. After a moment of despondency, Krillin quickly reconciled with the situation. The gravity training was not particularly suited for him, or rather, for Earthlings in general. Over the past month, he had only managed to endure 40 times the gravity. It was evident that Gohan's Saiyan heritage played a significant role in this. Suddenly, Bulma noticed the gravity reading on the controller drop to 0. Gohan emerged from the chamber, his clothes drenched in sweat. I'll take a shower and then balance work with rest, he thought, considering that they had no sins of beans at their disposal. Krillin then entered the gravity chamber to commence his training, determined to challenge himself to 50 times gravity and adapt before their arrival on Namek. After changing into his pajamas, Gohan emerged from the bathroom, feeling undeniably stronger, though uncertain of just how much. Even with Bulma's battle power detector on board the spaceship, he knew it would be impossible to unleash his full potential without risking damage to the vessel. You've truly been diligent, Gohan. Able to move freely under 100 times gravity. You truly are Goku's child, Bulma remarked, engrossed in a novel titled Galaxy Patrol Jack, which she brought along to alleviate boredom during the journey. Gohan, feeling somewhat fatigued, yawned and lay down on his bed, asking, Aunt Bulma, how much longer until we reach Namek? Without lifting her gaze, Bulma turned a page and replied, we should arrive in about 2 days. 2 days, huh? Gohan initially planned to continue acclimating to 110 times gravity, but time was limited. Each increase in gravity required more time to adjust, and 100 times was already his current limit. More importantly, with the turmoil on Namek, he decided to rest well for the next 2 days to ensure his body and mind were in optimal condition. Bulma, feeling somewhat disinterested, closed her book and inquired, Gohan, compared to that Saiyan named Vegeta, who is stronger? Gohan pondered for a moment. He could now move comfortably under 100 times gravity, yet within the spaceship. He lacked a clear understanding of his battle power. However, he sensed that he was significantly stronger than Krillin. Additionally, at only 5 years old, he had no combat experience compared to the wealth of knowledge possessed by Vegeta and Krillin. If their battle powers were on the same level, he was certain he would be at a disadvantage. I'm not quite sure. Only when we meet can I know for certain. But I do feel that I've surpassed Uncle Krillin by a fair margin, Gohan replied with a smile, closing his eyes. Is Krillin really that strong? Indeed. Bulma appeared rather languid, stretching her figure and showcasing her graceful silhouette. On the 34th day since departing from Earth, Gohan and his companions finally arrived at Namek. From a cosmic perspective, Namek resembled a planet entirely cloaked in verdant hues, orbited by 3 suns, ensuring that it was perpetually bathed in daylight. The planet experienced only 130 days in a year, and its gravity and atmosphere bore striking similarities to those of Earth. Gohan and Krillin promptly secured themselves and fastened their seatbelts as they traversed through Namek's atmosphere. After enduring a tumultuous journey, they began their descent at a suitable destination. Let me assess the atmospheric conditions of Namek. I also prepared oxygen. Bulma was about to continue when she noticed Gohan and Krillin had already ventured outside the spacecraft, leaving her utterly astonished. Gohan murmured, indeed, it resembles Uncle Piccolo's training grounds. Krillin remarked, yes, it feels reminiscent of the place where we battled the Saiyans. Piccolo might find some comfort in a location so akin to his homeland. Hey, you two lack any common sense. How could you so recklessly dash out? Bulma exclaimed, her frustration evident, startling Gohan and Krillin. I apologize, Aunt Bulma. Let us quickly search for the Dragon Balls. Gohan hastily responded. Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar, revealing the clear signals of 7 Dragon Balls. 4 of them were clustered in the same location, while the remaining 3 were scattered in different directions. Indeed, the radar has detected them. This is splendid, Bulma exclaimed, joyfully clasping hands with Krillin. Uncle Krillin, Gohan furrowed his brow, sensing a multitude of energy signatures, one of which emanated an overwhelming sense of dread. Krillin too composed himself, feeling a sudden chill wash over him. There are many powerful energies. What could this mean? Is it the energy of the Namekians? Gohan shook his head vigorously. No. One of the presences is extraordinarily formidable. I feel as though I can scarcely breathe in its presence. Suddenly, a thunderous sound pierced the sky as a spherical spacecraft streaked through the air, leaving a blue contrail behind, prompting Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin to turn around. That spaceship, Bulma gasped, her face draining of color, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes. It's a Scion spacecraft. Gohan, we must conceal our energy, otherwise we will be discovered. Krillin nearly shouted, a cold sweat breaking out across his body, equally alarmed. Upon reaching Namek, Son Gohan had already mastered the control of his energy. His expression tranquil as he stated, indeed, it is he. The energy emanating from that spaceship belongs to Vegeta. Upon hearing Gohan's response, Bulma collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, I knew it. Gohan, do you think you can defeat that Scion? I sense that Vegeta's energy is significantly weaker than mine. Yet what troubles me more is that ominously potent aura, Gohan replied, clenching his fists in frustration. Although he had gleaned much from the memories of the traveler, feeling Frieza's energy firsthand was still daunting. The traveler's memories indicated that Frieza possessed 3 more transformations. Chapter 7. The chaotic Namek, even more terrifying than the Scions. Those beings are undoubtedly here for the Dragon Balls. What should we do? This is dire. We should return to Earth. Bulma's makeup was beginning to smudge, and she was sweating profusely. Her boyfriend Yamcha, along with Tien, Chaozu, and Piccolo, had all fallen victim to the Scions. They had exerted immense effort to defeat Vegeta, and now learning of an even more terrifying foe, she was beginning to reconsider. Krillin remarked, if he obtains the Dragon Balls, it will be disastrous. Bulma, relay the situation back to Earth, leave the Dragon Ball radar, and return home. Gohan and I will stay behind to gather the Dragon Balls. What do you think, Gohan? After a brief hesitation, Gohan resolutely gazed at Krillin and Bulma, declaring, Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, you should go back. I will take responsibility for collecting the Dragon Balls. Oh, Gohan, Krillin exclaimed, astonished by Gohan's determination. Bulma added, once you return, I will bring Goku here. It will take about 2 months, over 60 days, Gohan. I understand, Aunt Bulma. Uncle Krillin, you should head back. I will remain here. Gohan's youthful face bore no trace of doubt. He was entirely earnest. Bulma would only be a source of anxiety by staying, and Krillin might meet a fate similar to that depicted in the traveler's memories. Death is not something to be taken lightly. Who wishes to embrace it? Moreover, Krillin was a dear friend of his father, a comrade in battle. Those who easily thrust friends and loved ones toward death are devoid of empathy. One must keep their distance from such beasts, for they may lead you to your own demise. Krillin and Bulma exchanged glances, astonished by Gohan's resolve. Krillin was adamant about not leaving. Bulma, you should return first. This matter will be entrusted to Gohan and me. Bulma looked at Krillin and Gohan, somewhat displeased, and said, do not underestimate a lady. Remember, your arrival on Namek was made possible because of me. Otherwise, how could 2 brutes traverse millions of light years to get here? And Gohan, stop pretending to be a tragic hero at such a young age. I apologize. I did not mean to come across as boastful. Son Gohan lowered his head. His face flushed from Bulma's remarks. Bulma smiled gently, transforming the spaceship into a versatile capsule for storage, carefully stowing it away. Once we locate the Dragon Balls, let us return together. Without this genius's assistance, how could the 2 of you possibly make it back? The versatile capsule, a high-tech product developed by Bulma's family enterprise, could encapsulate desired objects within a tiny capsule, facilitating ease of transport. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura approached, prompting the trio to turn their heads. A spherical spaceship, identical to Vegeta's, streaked across the sky, trailing a brilliant light. Son Gohan remarked, another unfamiliar presence has arrived. We are unaware of the situation. Let us find a place to conceal ourselves. Krillin, Aunt Bulma. All right, let us hurry. Krillin and Son Gohan grasped Bulma's arms, suppressing their energy as they flew to a secluded valley, where Bulma promptly established contact with Earth. Meanwhile, at the Kame house on Earth, Master Roshi received Bulma's communication. Upon hearing the circumstances on Namek, he was significantly alarmed. The ability to connect across millions of light years from Earth to Namek was attributed to a special cosmic wave, invented based on the original detector. So there was no need to dwell on how such a long-distance communication was possible. After hanging up, Master Roshi quickly contacted Goku. A month had passed, and the Senzu beans cultivated by Kirin had matured. After consuming one, Goku fully recovered. At Bulma's residence, Dr. Brief was modifying the spaceship that Goku had arrived in during his childhood on Earth. He expanded its original spherical design exponentially, creating ample space for mobility. Furthermore, its propulsion capabilities surpassed those of the former deity's spaceship, allowing it to reach Namek from Earth in just under a week. Additionally, a gravity chamber was installed, something Goku had long wished to try after hearing about it from Son Gohan, although it was not yet entirely complete and required further refinement. On Namek, Vegeta emerged from his spacecraft, firmly gripping a detector. That scoundrel Frieza dares to seek the Dragon Balls before me. The Dragon Balls are mine. I can handle the others. But if I confront Frieza directly, I stand no chance. I must devise alternative means to obtain the Dragon Balls. Immortality and eternal life are destined to be mine, Vegetas. Upon donning the detector, Vegeta observed his battle power, along with directions and targets. These two, humph, they've brought Zarbin and Dodoria as well. Suddenly, a spherical spaceship pierced the sky, heading in his direction, causing Vegeta to frown. It's Chilled, truly a fool who knows no bounds. In a village on the planet Namek, a figure languidly reclined upon a floating technological throne, possessing blood-red eyes, deep purple lips, and two crimson streaks resembling blood tears adorning the edges of its face. Clad in protective armor, a tail languidly draped over the levitating seat. Beside this ominous presence stood two extraterrestrials. One, a short and stout pink creature, was Dodoria, while the other, exuding an air of refinement, was Zarbin, both loyal subordinates of Frieza. Upon the ground lay a multitude of Namekians with green skin, their forms drained of life, leaving behind a chilling tableau of corpses, a grim testament to the indifference of the perpetrator, who, having orchestrated this loss of life, remained unaffected by the devastation wrought. A soldier, cradling a golden sphere the size of a basketball, glimmered with transparency, the emblem of 3 red stars within it marking the sought-after Dragon Ball. We have found it, Lord Frieza. Though fierce and brutal, the soldier was diminutive, reverently presenting the Namekian 3-star Dragon Ball. Frieza, seated upon his floating chair, expressed satisfaction, stating, "Excellent, that leaves us only 3 Dragon Balls." Zarbin and Dodoria, positioned behind Frieza, each held identical Dragon Balls, one bearing the 7-star insignia, the other the 2-star and 5-star emblems. The Dragon Radar indicated the presence of 4 Dragon Balls in this very location. Turmoil continued to unfold on Namek, as Gohan, through the memories of a traveler, became aware of the events transpiring here. He remained dedicated to his training, and the butterfly effect triggered by the traveler's memories had begun to manifest distinct constants and variables on Namek. Chapter 8. Battle Power Levels. The soldier entrusted the Dragon Ball to Dodoria for safekeeping, bringing Frieza's collection to 4. Frieza issued a stern reminder, "Ensure you safeguard it well." Mr. Dodoria, Vegeta is also eager to acquire the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Zarbin, who appeared strikingly handsome, suddenly detected an energy signal with his scouter, announcing, "Lord Frieza. Chue has tracked Vegeta to this planet." There was a surge of formidable energy earlier, but it vanished upon Vegeta's arrival. Gohan, having controlled his energy before arriving on Namek, eluded detection by Zarbin's scouter. Moreover, an agreement had been reached among the group to remain on Namek to gather the Dragon Balls, thus preventing the disunity that had previously plagued Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan, and ensuring the safety of their ship. "We shall investigate the area where the signal was recently detected. I am confident we will soon uncover the identity of this individual," Frieza declared. "My primary concern is how to deal with the rebellious Vegeta." Zarbin responded respectfully, "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, Chue has been dispatched to handle him. The two are evenly matched, and given their long-standing animosity, there should be no issues." A resounding roar echoed through the air, as under Vegeta's gaze, Chue leisurely emerged from the spherical spacecraft. He, Vegeta, you cannot escape. I have found you, and now, with the command of King Frieza, I can boldly eliminate you. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, a cold smirk adorning his face. You think a scoundrel like you can kill me? Chue, spare me your delusions. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, have your eyes deceived you? Check your scouter, my combat power far exceeds yours. Until now, I lacked a reason to strike, but today, I can finally dispose of you at will. Standing face to face. Chue's mocking laughter filled the air as he observed the readings on Vegeta's scouter. With a swift motion, Chue unleashed a torrent of flames from his palm, scorching towards Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta leaped gracefully into the air, landing softly as the flames erupted behind him in a fiery explosion, tousling his hair dramatically. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, arms still crossed. It seems your strength has diminished significantly. You stand no chance against me now. Chue flashed a cruel grin. You claim I have no chance. Very well, allow me to show you something interesting, Chue. During my recent visit to Earth, I learned a rather fascinating technique. Oh, is it a skill for swift escape? Quite fitting for you, isn't it, Vegeta? Chue taunted. Vegeta retorted with a cold laugh. Wrong. It's a method to control my combat power. Allow me to demonstrate. Observe the readings on your scouter closely. With that, Vegeta unleashed his energy, revealing his true combat strength to Chue's scouter. Chue's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively took a step back, trembling at the fluctuating numbers displayed. See, control my combat power? It's impossible. Your strength should be on par with mine. You fool, Vegeta scoffed. I have been diligently accumulating battle experience. My near-death encounter on Earth has sharpened my skills, while you, languishing beside Frieza, have grown complacent. You are no longer my equal. Vegeta's combat power continued to rise, surpassing Chue's limits. Chue stuttered, drenched in cold sweat. 19,000, 21,000, 22,000. Suddenly, Chue's scouter exploded. And at that very moment, the distant observer, Zabo, experienced a similar fate. What happened, Zabo? Dodoria inquired, puzzled. Zabo replied, it seems there was a malfunction. The scouter just indicated that Vegeta's combat power has exceeded 22,000. 22,000, ha ha ha. It truly seems to be a malfunction of the machine. Your detector is an outdated model and certainly in need of an upgrade. Although Doria uttered this, he felt a twinge of uncertainty within. He activated his own detector, a newer model that provided readings far superior to the old version. No, it cannot be. Is my new model also malfunctioning? The reading has already reached 24,000. Sabo was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. What? 24,000? Are you suggesting that Vegeta's battle power has surpassed ours? Doria, with a hint of confusion, retorted. His battle power should have been a maximum of only 18,000. Frieza, with a calm demeanor, interjected. It is of no consequence. Vegeta has been fighting on the front lines, likely acquiring new techniques on Earth or elsewhere. 24,000 is merely a number. If the two of you join forces, you can surely defeat him. Sabo hesitated before asking, Lord Frieza, should we summon the Ginyu Force? There is no need. The Ginyu Force is preparing to strike at planet Ardetra, a location of significant importance. Vegeta seeks the Dragon Balls, perhaps wishing for immortality like myself. Truly, it is an act of utter folly. Vegeta has never held me in high regard, recklessly venturing to Earth without my command, and now he dares to openly defy me. How foolish of him. Meanwhile, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma had concealed themselves as a few minions scoured the area for their whereabouts. While they could easily handle these foes, their priority was to mask their presence and remain hidden, biding their time like a fisherman waiting for the right moment. Is this Vegeta's energy? It feels so weak. Gohan gazed at his own hands, realizing that the intensity of Vegeta's full power allowed him to gauge his own combat abilities. Gohan, you have adapted to 100 times Earth's gravity. You have surpassed us by a significant margin. Indeed, Vegeta is no longer your opponent. It is astonishing. Krillin reflected on Gohan's remarkable progress, feeling a pang of envy. The training in the gravity chamber does not suit Earthlings, even at 40 times gravity. He still had not fully acclimated, falling far behind Gohan. Bulma, filled with delight, gazed at Gohan with sparkling eyes. Really, is it true? Gohan, you are now stronger than that scion, Vegeta, aren't you? This is wonderful. Gohan, you must be sure to protect me, a lady of distinction. Gohan gently shook his head, his slender frame now radiating determination. I am sorry, Bulma, but I must go collect the Dragon Balls. Aside from that formidable foe, I fear no one else. Uncle Krillin, please stay behind and ensure Bulma's safety. What? Gohan, you're leaving? Bulma gasped, her countenance drained of color. In the midst of this chaos, the thought of Gohan departing left her feeling utterly insecure. Ah, Aunt Bulma, if those fellows obtain all the Dragon Balls, we shall have no chance. I merely need to avoid that dreadful individual, and all will be well. Son Gohan took the Dragon Radar from Bulma, bidding farewell to her and Krillin. Suddenly, he launched a surprise attack, dispatching a nearby patrolling minion with a ki blast before soaring toward a location marked by the Dragon Radar. Though still quite youthful, Gohan was not lacking in cleverness. Drawing upon the memories of his journey, he devised a plan to acquire the Dragon Balls. However, he realized he needed to leverage Vegeta's strength. Everything had changed now. Chapter 9. The thoughts of all parties. The surge of battle power emanating from Vegeta caused Kaiotsu's scouter to emit frantic reports, instilling a profound sense of survival instinct within him. Wait a moment, Vegeta. I have a splendid idea. Allow me to join you, please. I can assist you. I have long held a disdain for Lord Frieza and his ilk. Kaiotsu trembled in fear at the intense murderous intent radiating from Vegeta and hastily added, my proposal is quite sound. With my battle power combined with yours, we could easily vanquish Saibaman and Dodoria. Humph, you're spouting lies. You hardly believe yourself. The more I see of you, the more I despise you. Perish. Vegeta's fury manifested as veins throbbed upon his forehead. Kaiotsu let out a final, desperate roar, attempting to resist, but the gap in strength was insurmountable. In mere moments, he was reduced to mere pulp by Vegeta, creating a grotesque display of fireworks in the air. Dodoria's scouter detected the absence of Kaiotsu's energy, and, faced with Vegeta's formidable battle power of 24,000, he broke into a cold sweat. It's true. Vegeta's 24,000 battle power has eliminated Kaiotsu. Frieza remained calm and composed, indifferent to the loss of an inconsequential minion. Now let us seek the fifth Dragon Ball. Dodoria, Saibaman. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria and Saibaman replied respectfully. A minion continued to scan the surroundings with the scouter, pointing in a direction. Lord Frieza, there are 10 Namekian signatures over there. Frieza responded, I see. I hope the fifth Dragon Ball lies in their possession. Everyone, exercise caution. New competitors have emerged. Apart from Vegeta, Dodoria remarked, the soldiers dispatched to search that area have vanished. The enemies there must be extraordinary. They can suddenly increase their battle power, eliminating my scouts before concealing their energy. The scouter only registers a power level of 2,000. Only 2,000, so it poses no significant concern. However, should their demeanor prove unsatisfactory, eliminate them on sight. A power level of 2,000 means nothing to Frieza. To him, they are merely insects easily squashed. Even less significant than Dodoria and Saibaman by his side. At this moment, Vegeta began to analyze the current situation and the circumstances that favored him, thus determining his course of action. Due to the presence of the detector, his movements had become fully known to them. Even if he managed to approach them and defeat both Zarbon and Dodoria, he would still be unable to vanquish that wretched Frieza. Through the conversations he overheard via the detector, Vegeta learned that the Dragon Balls would have no effect unless all 7 were gathered. With this in mind, he resolved to locate one Dragon Ball first, allowing Frieza and his cohorts to find the other 6. When the time was right, he would seize the opportunity to snatch them all at once. If he succeeded in acquiring all 7 Dragon Balls, he would attain eternal life. And defeating Frieza would no longer remain a distant dream. A cold smile crept across Vegeta's face as he used the detector to pinpoint the location of the Namekian response, deliberately avoiding Frieza and concealing his energy as he soared toward his target. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan harbored similar intentions. Once Vegeta obtained the Dragon Balls from Frieza, he planned to reclaim them from him. His confidence stemmed entirely from the strength he currently possessed. The earlier defeat of Chui had showcased Vegeta's full power, which did not instill any sense of threat in Gohan. To him, Vegeta felt weak, lacking the menacing aura that Frieza exuded. Understanding the impending events that would unfold on Namek from the memories of a traveler, Gohan had been diligently training. He had even visited the hyperbolic time chamber. But his current strength was insufficient to endure the extended time there as he had in the past. He had learned numerous techniques from Master Roshi and Popo, mastering the art of controlling his power. During the month-long journey to Namek, he had enlisted the help of Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, to construct a gravity chamber. Within that month, He had acclimated to 100 times Earth's gravity. Every effort he had made was for this moment. It could be said that Gohan had utilized all that was available to him. Likewise, his thoughts had become more intricate than before. Although only 5 years old, he had begun to learn how to think strategically. When he previously killed those scout soldiers, it was a deliberate display of his energy. Although he had mastered the ability to eliminate foes without revealing his energy through training with Popo, doing so would attract Frisia's attention, putting Krillin and Bulma in peril. He sensed that the location he was headed toward aligned with Frisia's target. Now moving at high speed, Gohan flew toward the Namekian village, skillfully concealing his energy while maintaining his flight, a skill imparted to him by Popo. Soon, guided by the Dragon Radar, Gohan reached his destination, flying with all his might and arriving at a small village inhabited by Namekians before Frieza and his group. Meanwhile, Krillin, hidden in a canyon, suddenly felt a surge of immense energy approaching, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. This is not good. Some suspicious energy is approaching from another direction. Bulma, stay silent, he urged, as anxiety gripped him. Bulma swiftly stowed away the special communication radar used for Earth exploration and pressed herself closely beside Krillin within a transparent cavern. Their hearts raced, and they dared not utter a sound. In a hushed tone, Bulma inquired of Krillin, "Have our movements been exposed?" Krillin, gritting his teeth, replied, "I do not know. Stay quiet." Bulma, in a state of anxiety, shut her eyes tightly, while Krillin pressed himself firmly against the cave wall. Their hearts pounded ever faster, their nerves taut with tension. Suddenly, a group led by Frieza soared overhead, gliding past Bulma and Krillin, the sounds of their passage fading into the distance. Once they realized they were safe, Bulma collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. "Thank goodness. It appears they are not after us," she managed a strained smile. However, Krillin continued to tremble uncontrollably. The aura of Frieza had filled him with sheer terror, pushing him to the brink of panic. Among that group, he stammered, "I sensed the presence of the one Gohan spoke of. The moment I caught sight of him, I was frozen in fear." "Oh no, this is bad. That direction is where Gohan just left," Krillin exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Indeed, they are after the Dragon Balls. Bulma, Gohan is in danger. That terrifying foe is beyond our capability to defeat." Panic-stricken, he reacted swiftly. Bulma mechanically approached the cave entrance, raising her gaze towards the sky of Namek. The crystalline green scenery chilled her heart, and she yearned to leave this place. Yet, the image of Gohan's slender, determined figure, reminiscent of the young Goku, filled her with hope. "Do not worry, Krillin. Gohan is Goku's son. He will be fine. I will contact Earth immediately. Once my father completes the spaceship, Goku will reach Namek in about a week, and we will all be saved." Filled with confidence in Goku, Bulma felt reassured, believing that as long as he was present, everything would be all right. "Yes," Krillin nodded gravely, though he felt a pang of discontent. They were too weak and deeply concerned for Gohan's safety. Chapter 10. Acquiring a Dragon Ball on Earth. In Bulma's home, Goku appeared somewhat anxious, clutching a bag filled with senzu beans. Ever since Master Roshi informed him about the situation on Namek, he had been plagued with worry. More importantly, upon learning of an enemy even stronger than Vegeta, a surge of fervor ignited within him. While battling formidable foes was a thrill inherent to his Saiyan heritage, his heart remained steadfast in the quest to save everyone. At this moment, Mrs. Brief held a tray adorned with freshly brewed hot coffee, her eyes crinkling into a smile, her natural golden curls framing her fashionable attire. "Wow, Goku, have you completely recovered?" she exclaimed. "Oh, it's Bulma's mother." Goku responded with excitement. "By the way, is the spaceship I requested already modified?" He had been quite anxious during his stay in the hospital. Mrs. Brief replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to still be under repairs. It's been over a month already, and it's still not ready? This is troubling." Goku scratched the back of his head, pondering what to do next. "I'm in the courtyard. Please come over, Goku." Mrs. Brief linked arms with him, her warmth making him feel slightly out of place. She had always shown such affection towards Goku, whether in his childhood or now, yet she treated Bulma's current boyfriend, Yamcha, with marked indifference. The disparity was striking. Who would have thought that little Goku has grown into an adult? "How about we plan a date next time?" Mrs. Brief said with a playful squint and a voice that was both delicate and mature. "But I must head to Namek now," Goku replied with a somewhat forced smile. "You truly are a busy person," she remarked. "By the way, I discovered a delightful cake shop a few days ago. All thanks to you, Goku. If Earth were to perish, I wouldn't be able to enjoy it anymore. Is that so? Goku chuckled as they arrived at the courtyard, where Dr. Brief was still working on the spaceship. The vessel resembled a massive sphere, adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo, far more impressive than the ship piloted by Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin. Dr. Brief opened the spaceship's hatch and, upon seeing Goku, exclaimed, "Ah, it's Goku." Goku quickly inquired, "So, is the spaceship not ready yet? I heard it's just a bit away." Dr. Brief took a gentle puff from his pipe and replied, "It's just a little bit more. Come in and take a look." Seeing this, Mrs. Brief smiled and waved her hand, saying, "I'll go fetch your favorite drink." "Thank you." Goku replied gratefully as he stepped inside the spaceship. Dr. Brief had transformed Goku's childhood ship into a grand vessel, complete with a gravity chamber, bathroom, kitchen, and sleeping quarters on the lower level. However, amidst such abundance, Goku curiously asked, "What else is yet to be completed?" Dr. Brief explained, "It's just the positioning of the surround sound speakers. I've been having some trouble." "What? Is that all that remains?" Goku asked in astonishment. Dr. Brief, a man who relished perfection, continued, "To achieve the most exquisite sound quality, one must also consider issues of sound reflection." In a state of urgency, Sun Wukong stomped his feet, exclaiming, "The position of the horn is irrelevant. I must depart immediately for Namek." He had just received communication from Bulma, and it was imperative that he reach Namek without delay. "Quickly, tell me how to operate the spaceship." Dr. Brief raised his gaze to Sun Wukong and inquired, "Very well. But do you truly not care about the horn's placement? The data has already been input into the computer. Merely press a button, and in 6 days, you will arrive at Namek." "Wonderful. I must set off at once," Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, on Earth, Sun Wukong had departed for Namek, while at the same moment, Son Gohan had arrived at a village on Namek before Frieza and his cohorts. The leader of the Namekians appeared to be of middle age, and the shape of the houses resembled that of the spaceships. Raising his hands, Son Gohan addressed the Namekian, who glared at him, saying, "I am Son Gohan. Please do not misunderstand. I am not like those villains." A Namekian of similar age to Son Gohan clutched the leader's pant leg tightly, retorting, "What difference does it make? It's all for the Dragon Balls." The leader, known as Muley, appeared more mature and pondered the situation carefully. "Young one, you are Son Gohan, correct? Is your purpose also the Dragon Balls?" Son Gohan nodded affirmatively, his fists clenched in sorrow and determination. "Yes, I hail from Earth. On Earth, my uncle Piccolo, like you, is a Namekian and possesses Dragon Balls akin to yours." "What? Earth has other kin?" Elder Muley asked in astonishment. "Indeed." But Son Gohan clenched his fists tighter, tears welling in his eyes. "The Scions invaded our Earth, killing Uncle Piccolo and many of my companions. Our purpose in coming to Namek is to resurrect our friends. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of those villains. Time is of the essence. They will soon arrive here. Please, believe me." The other Namekians turned to Elder Muley, awaiting his decision. Sighing, Elder Muley addressed Son Gohan, "I hope your words ring true. Show us the Dragon Balls." "What?" The other Namekians looked at Elder Muley in astonishment. Elder Muley replied solemnly, "Give them to him. We stand no chance against these invaders." "Ah, splendid. Rest assured, once I resurrect Uncle Piccolo, the Dragon Balls from Earth will also be restored. At that time, we will surely revive everyone," Son Gohan exclaimed. Leaping with unrestrained joy, Elder Muley, momentarily taken aback, eventually revealed a relieved smile and turned to a Namekian child clad in a lavender outfit, saying, "Dandy, Karu, you too shall accompany him to meet the Grand Elder." "What? Very well, I understand." Dandy, the irate Namekian, was accompanied by another young Namekian named Karu, who donned a crimson attire. Soon after, an elder Namekian, appearing somewhat advanced in age, presented a Dragon Ball, roughly the size of a basketball, glimmering with 6 red stars. Placing it in Gohan's hands, while retrieving a pre-prepared bag, Gohan exclaimed joyfully, "Splendid. As long as we acquire one, those fiends will never gather the Dragon Balls. This is our opportunity. Thank you, Dandy and Karu. Let us take our leave. Farewell, Elder." Dandy and Karu waved goodbye to Elder Muley and the other 3, guiding Gohan towards the Grand Elder's location. Chapter 11. Diverting disaster. The 6-star Dragon Ball, which should have fallen into Frieza's hands, had been snatched by Gohan ahead of time. And he had also befriended another Namekian, Karu, aside from Dandy. Suddenly, while soaring through the skies, Gohan recalled something and was taken aback, promptly asking, Dandi, Karoo, can you conceal your energy completely like I can? I'm afraid we cannot, Karoo replied apologetically. The ages of Dandi, Karoo, and Gohan were similar, and they quickly became acquainted. Oh no, they possess devices capable of detecting your energy. Karoo, Dandi, we cannot head directly to the Grand Elder, otherwise we might lead the enemy to him, Gohan declared, descending towards a patch of land, with Karoo and Dandi following closely behind. Dandi, anxious, inquired, Gohan, what shall we do? After pondering for a moment, Gohan suddenly had a stroke of brilliance and smiled. I have a plan. Dandi, Karoo, we shall divert the disaster. Dandi and Karoo gazed at Gohan in astonishment. Meanwhile, on another front, Vegeta, wielding a detector, soared ahead. Ha ha ha, with immense power, numbering around 20, it must be them. Humph. Frieza, the Dragon Balls will only be effective when all 7 are gathered. As long as I conceal it, you will be powerless, he thought. In a flash, Vegeta accelerated to a Namekian village, landing swiftly. The villagers had yet to be approached by Frieza and his men, allowing Vegeta to seize the opportunity. Upon noticing Vegeta's descent, the Namekians sensed his menacing presence. Where is your elder? I have come for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta proclaimed with a cruel and savage grin, discarding the detector at a distance to prevent Frieza's henchmen from eavesdropping. What did you say? A young Namekian gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Vegeta. An elder, wielding a wooden staff, emerged and asked, I am the elder. Tell me, why do you seek the Dragon Balls? At this moment, Vegeta was filled with impatience, exclaiming, the reasons no longer matter. Hand it over to me at once, or you may leave. I would never relinquish it to you. For there is an aura of malevolence about you, the elder retorted without hesitation, even under the immense pressure Vegeta exerted. Then you shall meet your demise. Vegeta replied with a mocking tone, casually deciding the fate of his adversaries and engaging in battle with the Namekians. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist shattered the skull of the last Namekian, brain matter splattering forth, and the creature's eyes bulging outward. Such a stubborn lot. Vegeta mused as he searched the nearby dwellings, ultimately discovering the chamber where the Dragon Balls were kept. There, he beheld the golden, translucent sphere embedded with 4 crimson stars, the 4-star Dragon Ball. I had intended to search diligently, yet it was right here all along. Vegeta scoffed, seizing the 4-star Dragon Ball and casting it into the lake outside. Now, with the Dragon Ball submerged in water, it shall remain hidden, known only to me, he chuckled. Vegeta then picked up a nearby scouter, donned it, and left with a sense of triumph. Presently, Vegeta remained an adversary to Gohan and the others, entirely oblivious to their arrival on Namek, nor was he aware of the existence of the Dragon Radar. There was a significant information gap between them, with only Gohan, due to the memories of a time traveler, possessing extensive knowledge, resulting in subtle shifts in the situation on Namek. Meanwhile, Frieza and his entourage arrived at the village, with Dodoria and Zarbon flanking him, while the remaining henchmen encircled Elder Mori and his 2 companions, their laughter brimming with arrogance and delight. Dandi and Karoo, the 2 young Namekians, had long departed with Gohan, leaving only Elder Mori and the 2 elderly Namekians. Elder Mori fixated intently on the 4 Dragon Balls held by Zarbon and Dodoria, fully comprehending the situation, which solidified his belief in Gohan's words. I am Frieza, he declared. You see, I am in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Where have the others gone? According to our investigation, there should be 10 of you. Elder Mori resolutely replied. The younger ones have gone to tend to the fields. Only we elders remain, and I shall not surrender the Dragon Balls to you. Frieza let out his signature laugh, unfazed by Elder Mori's words, as he had learned how fiercely the Namekians resisted during previous Dragon Ball collections. Mr. Dodoria, do you recall an intriguing remark made by a Namekian we previously dispatched? Frieza inquired. Indeed, Lord Frieza, the Dragon Balls can only be entrusted to those deemed worthy, Dodoria said, his eyes glinting with mockery as he regarded Elder Mori and the others, akin to a butcher eyeing his next slaughter. Frieza remarked, So, we killed a Namekian and informed him. Can you guess what happened after we took a life? Elder Muley and the others felt a cold sweat trickle down their spines. Death was an unbearable concept. Even though they knew that Son Gohan would revive them later, the sheer terror of facing death was overwhelming. Frieza's words continuously heightened the tension among Elder Muley and the others. He revealed many critical details, explaining that the creator of the Dragon Balls was the Grand Elder. There were a total of 7 Dragon Balls, preserved by 7 elders. To obtain the Dragon Balls, one must surpass the elders in wisdom and strength, or articulate a wish that a courageous warrior could have acknowledged. However, that elder demanded that I adhere to his rules, refusing to hand over the Dragon Balls even at the cost of my life. In an unfortunate mishap, I ended up killing him. Thus, we spent considerable time searching for the first Dragon Ball, but the subsequent 3 were much easier to acquire. Suddenly, 5 young Namekians returned, glaring angrily at Frieza and his entourage. You fiends. Frieza observed the returning Namekians and sensed something amiss. 2 out of 8 were missing. Dodoria employed his scouter to scan the area, discovering their whereabouts. He pointed in a specific direction and reported, "Lord Frieza, I have detected 2 weaker power levels. In addition, there is one with a power level of 2,000. 2,000. Frieza's tone turned slightly frigid. Is this the unknown individual who dealt with our previously dispatched soldiers? A startled gasp escaped from Sabo. Frieza continued with an icy demeanor. Who is this insignificant insect that dares to thwart my endeavors? This is indeed intriguing, Dodoria. I trust you will bring me some satisfactory news. Fear not, Lord Frieza. I shall handle it personally. However, it's merely a bug with a power level of 2,000. I will bring him to you, Dodoria stated, handing over 2 Dragon Balls to a subordinate, his plump face breaking into a cruel smile as he swiftly took off towards the detected location. Elder Muley was momentarily taken aback, contemplating countermeasures. More importantly, he noted that the direction deviated significantly from where Son Gohan, Dandy, and Karlu had departed. Were they using those scouters to locate us? Did Gohan intentionally mislead them by deviating far from the Grand Elder's location? Elder Muley's gaze slowly shifted to Sabo and the other soldiers adorned with scouters. He recognized that escape was futile, but if he were to perish, he wished to be of help. He had come to fully trust Son Gohan's earlier words, seeing Gohan and his companions as the hope for rescuing their Namekian kin. Chapter 12. The solar flare approaches Son Gohan, sensed 2 energy signatures approaching him from different directions. Neither particularly strong, roughly on par with Vegeta. It was indeed a trap. Another energy signature belonged to Vegeta. The plan had succeeded. Dandy, Karlu. Son Wukong carefully stored the bag containing the Dragon Balls within the universal capsule, placing the Dragon Radar in the pocket of his attire. With a nod, Dandy and Karlu followed him into the air, their speed slightly diminished as they feigned retreat. Meanwhile, Elder Muley engaged in battle, with the youthful Namekians rushing forth. Frieza's minions proved no match for the Namekians, yet against Zabu, they were utterly inadequate. Now is the time to strike. Elder Muley's energy surged dramatically as he soared into the sky, his combat power escalating unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Zabu was bombarded by a relentless barrage of energy blasts, which obliterated the detectors affixed to the fallen minions. This unforeseen assault incited fury in Frieza, who remained seated upon his hovering chair. Ha ha. Now you shall be unable to pursue us further. The Namekians shall never face extinction. Elder Muley, despite his aging appearance, laughed maniacally, emboldened by the arrival of Son Wukong. Looks like I must intervene. King Frieza, Zabu's handsome visage twisted in rage as he set down the Dragon Ball, his murderous intent directed at Elder Muley, the one responsible for their recent setback. Zabu, wait. Eliminate the young Namekians first. We still have use for this elder. Frieza's command snapped Zabu back to lucidity amidst his wrath. With a furious roar, he charged towards the remaining young Namekians. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. The Namekians stood no chance against Zabu. Purple blood splattered the ground as they succumbed, their voices fading away into silence. You fiends. Elder Muley clenched his fists, seething with rage as he glared at Frieza and Zabu from above. At this point, you must realize that resistance and escape are futile. You have destroyed our vital detectors. Now surrender the Dragon Balls as recompense. Frieza taunted Elder Muley. You shall never obtain the Dragon Balls, not now nor ever. Elder Muley's energy swelled, his form expanding. With Dandy and Karlu having accompanied Son Wukong away, he resolved to self-destruct, intending to take Frieza down with him. Suddenly, Frieza fired 2 beams of red light directly at Elder Muley. Ah! The elder cried out in agony as his body was seared, collapsing before Frieza, silenced. The air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh that sent chills down spines. Yet Frieza and his minions remained unfazed. As Zabu wiped the purple blood from his hands and commanded the remaining soldiers, Search the surrounding area for the Dragon Balls and report immediately upon discovery. Frieza gazed in the direction where Dodoria had departed, remarking, if the Dragon Balls are not here, it is highly probable that they have been taken by that unknown individual. Zarbon respectfully responded, Lord Frieza, the opponent's combat power is merely 2,000. Dodoria will surely catch up with them. Swish, swish. At that moment, Gohan, accompanied by Dandy and Karoo, soared through the skies at an accelerated pace. Don't even think about escaping. Dodoria bellowed like a wild beast, hot on their heels. Gohan, he's coming after us, Dandy exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Indeed, the timing is perfect. Vegeta is also on his way. Dandy, Karoo, whatever you do not look back, Gohan replied with a satisfied smile, turning to confront Dodoria, whose pink physique resembled that of a robust figure. Dodoria paused, his attention captured as he observed Gohan, who placed both palms upon his forehead. The youthful visage bore no trace of the panic or fear he had anticipated. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if burying everything in its brilliance. My eyes. Ah, my eyes. Dodoria cried out in agony, shielding his eyes from the searing, relentless pain. Gohan swiftly descended with Dandy and Karoo, taking refuge behind a nearby mountain peak while suppressing his energy. As Dodoria's vision returned, he found himself tear-streaked and trembling with fury. Cursed, cunning insect. Suddenly, a ki blast hurtled towards him, and Dodoria narrowly evaded it. Drenched in cold sweat. What is this? Dodoria mechanically turned his gaze, noticing a violent spike on his scouter indicating a significant combat power level. However, it was too late. Vegeta's fist struck Dodoria's back with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. The earth was rent as a massive crater formed beneath him. Dodoria, unsteadily rising, coughed up blood as he stood, trembling. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance in the direction where Gohan, Dandy, and Karoo were concealed. Although Gohan had masked his energy, Vegeta still sensed the presence of the two Namekians and the readings from his scouter. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, this was Gohan's deliberate ploy. Both sides were engaged in a subtle battle of wits. Curse you, Vegeta, it's you, Dodoria exclaimed, though he appeared outwardly defiant. His inner turmoil betrayed his anxiety. Oh, it has been quite some time, Mr. Dodoria. To think you would be so thoroughly bested by a few insects is rather amusing. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms in contempt. Dodoria's heart raced. Vegeta's combat power of 24,000 instilled a desire to flee, as he recognized he was no match for him. Vegeta, you coward. Attacking when I least expect it. What choice do I have? You and Zarbon are always by Frieza's side. I have been patiently waiting for you to act alone. Vegeta removed the scouter he was wearing and crushed it beneath his foot, his gaze fixed on the scouter worn by Dodoria. With Frieza absent, I can easily eliminate you. The scouter only broadcasts your pitiful howls. It seems Frieza's device has been destroyed by that Namekian. Dodoria clenched his fists in anger. What did you say? A mere scion dares to speak such grandiose words? Vegeta gathered energy into a ki blast and obliterated Dodoria's scouter. Such audacity caught Dodoria completely off guard. His scouter was destroyed before he could react. Fortune favors me. Retrieving a scouter from Frieza's planet will take some time, and during this interval, even if I approach you, you shall remain oblivious. Instinctively, Dodoria took a few steps back, realizing the gap between himself and Vegeta. What are you doing? Destroying my scouter. Without it, you won't even know where Frieza is on Namek. Vegeta smirked. After battling those Earthlings, I have learned some of their combat techniques. Even without a scouter, I can discern the locations of the Namekians and Frieza. I no longer require such devices, and the scion I fought on Earth possesses similar skills. If he can do it, so can I. As Vegeta spoke of the scions, a change flickered in his eyes. Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, the one who would forever remain etched in his memory. Chapter 13. The Truth of Destruction. With a roar, Dodoria unleashed a formidable ki blast towards Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly leaped aside, evading the attack, and delivered a powerful punch to Dodoria's abdomen. The immense force caused Dodoria to bleed from his orifices, leaving him in a pitiful state as he clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. Once mastered, this technique is rather simple. You, like Frieza, only see the value of combat power. You wouldn't understand, even though I was once the same. Dodoria, trembling, pointed a shaky finger at Vegeta, recalling the earlier encounter with Gohan's solar flare. I see now. That little brat I was pursuing was also an Earthling. An Earthling? Vegeta paused, a strange smile crossing his face. So that's it. The one with a power level of 2000 was indeed an Earthling. I never anticipated that Earthlings would arrive on Namek. I wonder if Kakarot has come as well. Dodoria struggled to rise, his demeanor shaky. You've allied with Earthlings? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance in the direction where Gohan, Dende, and Krillin were hiding. After I dispose of you, I will eliminate those Earthlings as well, Dodoria, though you shall not witness it. In the palm of his hand, a sphere of energy coalesced as Vegeta's face contorted with a wild, murderous intent. We Scions are a race that grows stronger with every battle. The mightier the foe, the more formidable I become. Having nearly perished on Earth, my power has surged dramatically. This is the essence of our warrior race. Someone like you, overly arrogant and neglectful of training, with a mind as rusty as a relic, is utterly feeble. Wait a moment, Vegeta. If you spare me, I will divulge a secret. One about your Scion home planet. Dodoria's eyes bulged with fear. What? Vegeta's energy sphere remained intact as he interrogated, what secret does planet Vegeta hold? If you let me go, I will tell you. Dodoria, still reeling from Vegeta's previous blow, sought to buy time to recover and escape. Vegeta dissipated the energy sphere, crossing his arms over his chest, sneering at Dodoria. That depends on whether your secret is worth my time. Alright, listen closely, Vegeta. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteor, as King Frieza claimed. What did you say? Vegeta was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Dodoria. Dodoria continued, a race as powerful as yours could never be so easily subdued. King Frieza, realizing this, made the decision to annihilate planet Vegeta and eliminate all Scions himself. However, Vegeta, you should be grateful to King Frieza for recognizing your potential as a Scion prince, which is why he chose to strike when you were absent from your home. Vegeta's expression darkened further. This revelation shook him to his core. Biting his lip, anger surged within him as he realized they had been operating under Frieza's dominion all along. Dodoria floated slowly in the air, laughing. It seems this news has hit you hard. I must return to report to King Frieza. You seem to misunderstand, Dodoria. I care not for planet Vegeta, my father, or the lives of my comrades. However, I will never forgive you for exploiting me. His fury intensified, and his energy flared with rage. Suddenly, a youthful yet somewhat inexperienced voice cried out, Masenko. Gohan appeared behind Dodoria in an instant, and before Vegeta's astonished gaze. A golden energy wave obliterated half of Dodoria's body. With a resounding crash, there was no scream. His innards and the remnants of his lower body fell to the ground, purple blood splattering across the earth. Upon vanquishing Dodoria, Son Gohan felt no discomfort as he descended gracefully to the ground, confronting Vegeta face to face. His gaze sharpened, accentuated by the gentle breeze that tousled his fringe. How audacious of you to reveal yourself. I never anticipated it would be you, this little brat. You have even snatched my prey. Kakarot's son, you possess the blood of our Scion lineage as well. It seems after our last encounter, your strength has indeed augmented significantly. Son Gohan regarded Vegeta with a frigid expression, asserting, you ought to have retained your scouter to assess my current battle power. With Gohan as the epicenter. A formidable aura erupted, its intensity causing Vegeta's eyes to widen in astonishment. Gritting his teeth, he shielded his head with his arms. Dende and Krillin clung desperately to the grass, nearly swept away by Gohan's unleashed energy. Meanwhile, Krillin, who had been concealed alongside Bulma, sensed Gohan's sudden surge of power. His face a mask of disbelief. Rushing out of the room prepared by Bulma's multifunctional capsules, he murmured, incredible. Has Gohan surpassed me by such a margin? And that presence, it's Vegeta. Splendid. I never imagined Gohan would grow so strong after adapting to 100 times Earth's gravity. Vegeta, drenched in sweat, felt a twinge of retreat. He was not averse to death, but he did not wish to perish without purpose. Impossible. How could your power have escalated so drastically in such a brief span? Though I lack a scouter, I have learned the combat techniques of Earth. While I am not adept, I can distinctly sense that Gohan's energy now surpasses mine by a considerable extent, at least a whole tier. Fists clenched in fury. Son Gohan declared, Piccolo and the others perished at your hands. Regardless of what lies ahead, my animosity towards you is profound. To seek the Dragon Balls that could resurrect Piccolo and the others, I have relentlessly trained, striving to grow stronger. Vegeta erupted into raucous laughter, reveling in Gohan's newfound power. This is the essence of a Saiyan. We are endowed with boundless potential. Kakarot's son, Frieza fears our unfathomable might. How splendid it is to discover that you, this little brat, possess such power. You truly embody the legacy of our hybrid Saiyan bloodline. I am an Earthling. My father and mother are both Earthlings. We share no connection with you Saiyan brutes, son Gohan retorted defiantly, asserting his identity as an Earth inhabitant raised on this planet. Vegeta lowered his arms, devoid of resistance. His strength had diminished considerably, rendering any combat experience futile. There was no escape for him now. Regardless of whether it is you or Kakarot, no matter how much you resist, you cannot deny the Saiyan blood coursing through your veins. Kakarot's son, no, is it son Gohan? What will you do with me? Will you slay this adversary? Chapter 14, The 4-Star Dragon Ball. At this moment, Vegeta lay on the ground, his eyes and nostrils streaming with crimson blood, appearing on the brink of death as he gazed at son Gohan. He chuckled, "You won't kill me? Just as foolish as that Kakarot." In his final moments of consciousness, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness. Back on Earth, it was Goku who had prevented Krillin from delivering a final blow, allowing him to escape in a spherical spaceship, thus preserving his own life. Dondi, Karu, let us depart. We are now safe. Son Gohan produced the Dragon Radar, observing the Dragon Ball symbols upon it. Gohan, you are incredible. You have defeated these vile foes. Are we to head to the Elder now? Dondi and Karu gazed at son Gohan in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Son Gohan gently shook his head, pointing in another direction indicated by the Dragon Radar. There is another Dragon Ball symbol over there, in the direction where Vegeta was previously. After we acquire that Dragon Ball, we shall rendezvous with Uncle Krillin and proceed to the Elder together. We just heard Vegeta conversing with that pink creature, stating that Elder Mori and the others have destroyed their detectors. Now, we can travel at full speed without fear of being detected. Elder Mori, Dondi and Karu spoke sorrowfully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son Gohan could no longer contain his energy, and along with Dondi and Karu, they sped forward, soon reaching a village inhabited by Namekians. The sight before them was harrowing, as over 20 Namekians lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies strewn about, a gruesome tableau that sent shivers down one's spine, purple blood soaking the earth. Dondi and Karu fell to their knees, tears streaming from their eyes. Was this all the work of Vegeta? Son Gohan pondered darkly, witnessing the severed limbs and mangled flesh. Vegeta's cruelty and coldness led son Gohan to question how the future Vegeta could ever change. Is the Dragon Ball here? Dondi, Karu, be cautious. I will dive into the water to search for it. Son Gohan noticed a lake ahead. Fortunately, the Dragon Radar in his hand was waterproof. He leaped into the water and ultimately discovered the Dragon Ball, the 4-Star Dragon Ball, hidden at the lake's bottom. Now, son Gohan possessed the 6-Star Dragon Ball and 2 4-Star Dragon Balls, while Frieza held 5 Dragon Balls. Without the luxury of lingering sadness, son Gohan swiftly moved with Dondi and Karu, heading toward Krillin's location. Zarbin, along with a group of henchmen, was tirelessly searching along the path taken by Dodoria. Soon, they stumbled upon the unconscious Vegeta, clinging to life, alongside the remnants of Dodoria's body. This is Dodoria's corpse. Impossible. And Vegeta? What on earth has happened? Sabo furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for the detector, only to be reminded that their devices had all been destroyed. What shall we do, Lord Sabo? Inquired a soldier at that moment. A thorough search of the vicinity had yielded no signs of life. The remaining soldiers returned, reporting to Sabo. Puzzled, Sabo remarked, Vegeta, with a combat power of 24,000, should surely be no match for Dodoria. Yet even he has sustained injuries. Could it be that this individual, with a mere 2,000 combat power, possesses the ability to manipulate his strength like these Namekians? The thought of this unknown entity, whose power might surpass even that of the current Vegeta, sent a shiver down Sabo's spine. You too, take Vegeta and return to Lord Frieza with me. The rest of you, meticulously search the Namekian village. Yes, Lord Sabo. The soldiers responded in unison. Vegeta, though unconscious, was not dead. He was privy to much information and, coupled with Frieza's overwhelming strength, this was why Sabo decided to bring him back. Gohan, accompanied by Dondi and Karu, returned to their concealed location. As he sensed Gohan's energy drawing nearer, Krillin dashed out to greet him. Gohan, I'm so relieved to see you're safe. I just witnessed a large group heading your way, and I was worried sick. Gohan scratched the back of his head and smiled. I felt their presence too. They were using detectors like Vegetas, which made their movements rather cumbersome. But it's all fine now. I have already located 2 Dragon Balls. Without all 7, they are rendered useless. Is that true? That's marvelous. Krillin noticed Dandy and Karoo were also Namekians. After Gohan briefly introduced Dandy and Karoo, Krillin led the trio to the capsule house, where Gohan recounted everything that had transpired to Krillin and Bulma, outlining their next objective. While the events were not exceedingly perilous, they were indeed tightly woven. Especially since Gohan had obtained the 6-star Dragon Ball before Frieza's arrival, as well as the 4-star Dragon Ball hidden by Vegeta. Wait, Gohan. Why did you spare that Saiyan Vegeta after defeating him? Why not just eliminate him? Bulma asked incredulously. Gohan explained. The situation on Namek is tumultuous. We need the Dragon Balls, and so does Frieza, as well as Vegeta. Frieza currently possesses 4 Dragon Balls. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the more advantageous it is for us. Elder Muley sacrificed himself to destroy Frieza's detectors. This is a prime opportunity. Let's hurry to the Grand Elder. Indeed. Krillin and Bulma nodded in agreement. As Bulma was tidying up and preparing to depart, a sudden thought struck her, and with a look of delight, she exclaimed to Gohan, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Gohan, I just communicated with my father, and he shared some wonderful news. He said that Goku will soon arrive on Namek, probably within 6 days. Really? Is Dad coming too? That's fantastic." Despite having gleaned everything from the memories of the traveler, Gohan felt an overwhelming joy at this news. He was currently weak, and the depths of Frieza's power loomed over him like an insurmountable wall, leaving him nearly devoid of hope. Although he had grown somewhat stronger and could now easily defeat Dodoria and Vegeta, the Namek he envisioned from the traveler's memories overwhelmed him with a sense of suffocation. Bulma continued. My father mentioned he has modified the spaceship Goku used when he was a child on Earth, and Goku is currently aboard, undergoing the same gravity training as you all. He will undoubtedly be much stronger when he arrives. Dandy and Karoo exchanged bewildered glances, filled with curiosity and intrigue. They were eager to learn what kind of person Goku was, and why Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin were so ecstatic. Chapter 15. The Grand Elder of Namek. Gohan and Krillin assisted Bulma, Dandy, and Karoo as they made their way to the residence of the Grand Elder. In the past, during the meteorological anomalies on Namek, the Grand Elder was the sole survivor. He had uniquely spawned all the Namekians through a process of oral reproduction, and the Namekians themselves were devoid of male or female distinctions. At this moment, Goku was aboard his spaceship en route to Namek. Having acclimatized to 20 times the normal gravity, he was now challenging himself with 30 times the gravity. Goku, can you hear me? Goku? Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence, leaving Goku momentarily stunned. Is that you, King Kai? From King Kai's planet, North Kai responded. Indeed, it's me, Goku. Are you in space right now? What is your purpose? Goku explained his reasons for traveling to Namek. North Kai was previously unaware of the events occurring there, but upon hearing Goku's account, he began to take notice, still oblivious to Frieza's presence on Namek. The sole reason North Kai contacted Goku was to inform him that, despite having perished, Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha retained their physical forms and continued to train. The 4 of them, adorned with halos of death, were currently on the cramped confines of King Kai's planet. Upon learning that his friends were all training under North Kai, Goku felt an immense wave of joy and excitement, practically leaping with enthusiasm. After receiving North Kai's consent, Yamcha placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke directly to Goku. Goku, how is everyone doing? Yamcha, it's really you. This is incredible, Goku exclaimed with delight. We encountered the deceased celestial deity in the underworld. It was he who summoned us here, and we all heard him. Were you, perhaps, on a quest to revive us, specifically venturing to the homeland of Piccolo in search of the Dragon Balls? Yamcha remarked with a hint of complexity. At the mention of Piccolo's homeland, he stood with his back to the group, arms crossed over his chest, and his gaze subtly shifted. Goku spoke just now. King Kai mentioned there are 4 individuals. The others must be Tien, the deity, and Piccolo, correct? His voice resonated clearly through King Kai's senses, reaching everyone's ears. Yamcha clarified. No, it is Kaiatsu. Although he was obliterated, the deity has already revived him. Wow, that's incredible. Truly wonderful, Kaiatsu. It's fantastic to have everyone with me. My courage has multiplied 100-fold, Goku exclaimed, still unaware of the devastation that had transpired on planet Namek. where scarcely a handful of Namekians remained, all mercilessly slain by Frieza and his cohorts, including Vegeta. Yamcha chuckled, "We won't fall behind, Goku." However, the gravity on King Kai's planet is somewhat intolerable. It's exhausting, and even running is a challenge. Goku responded, "I understand. Although I am currently aboard the spaceship heading to Namek, I am still training. I have begun to acclimate to much greater gravity. By the way, I heard from Bulma that Gohan can now withstand 100 times the normal gravity. 100 times. That's astonishing," Yamcha exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing about Gohan's newfound strength, Piccolo nodded approvingly. Yet, Goku's expression remained grave as he stated, "Only 5 days remain. If we do not grow stronger swiftly, we are doomed." Yamcha's smile faded, and he inquired, "What's wrong? Has something occurred?" Goku explained at that time, "I was already injured, so Gohan went ahead with Krillin and Bulma to search for the Dragon Balls on Namek. However, that scion, Vegeta, has also raced to Namek for the Dragon Balls, and it is said that there exists an entity far more terrifying than Vegeta." What? King Kai, Yamcha, and the others were left astounded by Goku's words. Cold sweat beaded on King Kai's forehead as he said, "A being hundreds of times more powerful? It can't be. Could it be Frieza? If that malevolent creature is also on Namek, we are in dire straits." Gohan and Piccolo exchanged worried glances. Goku replied, "I haven't heard that. But if you know, King Kai, please inform me." He immediately began to investigate the current location of Namek, exploring the traces above on King Kai's planet, ultimately confirming Frieza's presence. On Namek, Gohan and his companions, after a lengthy journey, finally arrived at their destination, the dwelling of the Grand Elder. The abode of the Grand Elder appeared remarkably secluded, perched atop a tower-like rock formation. Without specific guidance, it would be nearly impossible to discover. Atop the mountain, there stood a structure, the dwelling of the Namekians. Dandy exclaimed in delight, "This is the place. Everyone, we have arrived. The Grand Elder awaits us." As the group descended slowly, the house creaked open, revealing a young Namekian with a distant expression resembling Piccolo, which left Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin momentarily stunned. "Brother Naru." Dandy and Karu cried out in excitement. Krillin, too, was taken aback, silently noting the striking resemblance to Piccolo. Naru's voice was steady as he addressed them. "You have finally arrived. Dandy, Karu, the Grand Elder is already aware of the situation." Karu lifted his gaze and inquired, "The Grand Elder knows about it? But has he foreseen this? Why has he not left this place?" Naru shook his head and cast a deliberate glance at Gohan, stating, "The Grand Elder is quite advanced in age and finds it difficult to move. He has long sensed the approach of his demise. We cannot persuade him to leave, so we can only quietly protect him from the side. Please, accompany me. The Grand Elder awaits you," Dandy remarked. "I had heard that the Grand Elder's time was drawing near, but I did not expect it to be so soon." The group followed Naru into the room, which was furnished similarly to the spaceship of Gohan and his companions. As Krillin and Gohan assisted Bulma, they slowly ascended to the upper level, finally meeting the Grand Elder. Bulma, astonished, looked up and thought to herself, "How magnificent! Is this truly the Grand Elder of Namek?" The Grand Elder exuded an aura of frailty, his breath faint. And seated upon a stone chair was a Dragon Ball, roughly the size of a basketball. "Welcome, Earthlings. I must first express my gratitude to you. Thank you for saving my children, Dandy and Karu." He spoke to Gohan, his voice resonating with a profound sense of age and wisdom. Chapter 16. The Mental Barrier. It is nothing of consequence, Grand Elder. We seek the Dragon Balls of Namek to rescue our comrades, who have been slain by the Saiyans. Gohan declared directly to the Grand Elder, revealing the purpose of their journey to Namek. The Grand Elder kept his eyes closed, embodying a visage of exhaustion, as if his life were nearing its end. "This wish is noble. You are unlike those others." The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekian people. Who could have anticipated that such a symbol of hope would attract such calamity? "My children have nearly all been slaughtered by those villains. It is truly disheartening." The Grand Elder's voice carried a weary tone, as he faced the grim reality of Namek's impending doom once more. "How did you come to know of the Dragon Balls?" the Grand Elder inquired, gazing at Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma with curiosity. Bulma remarked, "There are Dragon Balls on Earth as well, Elder." "What did you say?" the Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin nodded, stating, "Long ago, during a crisis on your planet, a Namekian fled to Earth, and it was he who created the Dragon Balls." The Elder responded, "Ah, I see. I remember now. That was the child of Katus." I never imagined he would arrive safely on Earth. How splendid. That child was a genius, capable of crafting Dragon Balls at such a tender age. Krillin added, he, along with our companions, was killed by a scion named Vegeta. The elder pondered for a moment, saying, although scions are formidable, given his talent, it should have been impossible for him to be slain. Could it be that this scion was a super scion? What is a super scion? Bulma and Krillin asked, bewildered. The elder turned to Gohan, saying, child, could you come here for a moment? Gohan nodded vigorously and approached the elder. The elder grasped Gohan's head gently, saying, I apologize, but may I glimpse your past? Gohan hesitated, as he harbored memories of the traveler, fearing exposure. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that the elder was different from others and possessed a broader perspective, perhaps offering him invaluable counsel. At merely 5 years old, with an immature mind, he was striving to navigate his memories of the traveler. Elder, that is fine. But there are many matters I hope you can comprehend, he said, leaving Krillin, Bulma, Dandy, Karoo, and Nelu utterly perplexed. The elder, too, was somewhat confused. But after observing Gohan's past, he soon grasped its meaning. Time passed, and after a considerable while, the elder exclaimed, what is happening? To become a deity, one must harbor no trace of malevolence? To think it has resulted in the creation of two beings. This is the reason for the emergence of the evil Piccolo. However, this division has the original potential and innate genius. If he could be restored to his former self, he would not have fallen to the scions. Gohan gently exhaled a breath of frustration. The elder had undoubtedly glimpsed the memories of the traveler. Child, I understand your thoughts and have seen your resolve. Your aspirations are not for malevolent purposes. I admire your courage in journeying here, so let me assist you. The elder retrieved the one-star Dragon Ball from behind him and handed it to Krillin. They had now acquired 3 Dragon Balls, yet the elder's hand remained unyielding. Suddenly, a transparent aura enveloped Gohan. His eyes widened in astonishment as he felt his physical power gradually ascend, while a new ability manifested in his mind. Abruptly, the elder's voice resonated directly within Gohan's consciousness. This is telepathy, my child. You are called Gohan, are you not? I apologize. I have also witnessed those memories. This technique, the mental barrier, is a gift from me to you. With this, you can conceal that memory deep within, forming a protective barrier around it. Gohan responded with delight, expressing his gratitude. The mental barrier, thank you so much, elder. Moreover, this technique can also withstand illusions and mental assaults. The elder continued through telepathy. Next, I shall endeavor to unearth the latent powers that remain dormant within you. I understand your thoughts. You have done remarkably well, Gohan. Despite knowing the imminent dangers and recognizing your own inadequacies, you still summoned the courage to come forth. That scion named Vegeta has lost his spirit and weeps due to Frieza's overwhelming power. But I am too weak. If only my strength were greater. I could remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for a longer duration, perhaps even ascend to Super Saiyan. Alas, such is not the case now, Gohan lamented. You have accomplished much already. At your age, achieving this level of strength is commendable. Even the most seasoned adults may not measure up to you, the elder affirmed, validating everything Gohan had done upon arriving on Namek. This acknowledgement nearly brought Gohan to tears. Initially, upon discovering the memories of the traveler, he felt lost and overwhelmed. He wished fervently to alter the course of events he wished to remain ignorant of, not wanting his father, Goku, to bear the burden alone. What is happening? What are they doing? As the elder delved into Gohan's potential through telepathy, Bulma appeared curious, observing the elder as he held Gohan's head, with a faint aura surrounding them. Nail elucidated. The elder is assisting Gohan in unlocking his untapped potential. Krillin queried, bewildered, untapped power? Nail nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the elder. A look of concern etched across his face. Under the strain of 100-fold gravity, Gohan's combat prowess had soared, effortlessly surpassing Vegeta, and his strength continued to ascend, as if he were undergoing a profound transformation. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted around Gohan. The elder withdrew his hand, stating, "You possess extraordinary potential. The future is unfathomable, Gohan. This is the extent of my current ability to assist you in uncovering a fragment of that potential. Thank you, elder." Gohan fervently attempted to harness his newfound strength, gradually stabilizing his aura. Remarkable. Gohan has grown even stronger. Perhaps that individual named Frieza Krillin began, But Gohan interrupted him. Uncle Krillin, I apologize, but I am still far from Frieza's level. I can sense he harbors an even more terrifying power. No way, Gohan. You are already so strong. How could you be so far from Frieza? Krillin managed a strained smile, bewildered. Come here, the Earthling named Krillin. Suddenly, the elder spoke, causing Krillin to feel a mix of surprise and joy. I have undergone extensive training, and I fear that the potential within me has long been exhausted. Elder, could this diminish your lifespan? Krillin inquired with concern. The elder replied, this is merely a means of channeling energy and has no bearing on my longevity. With this reassurance, Krillin set aside his worries and approached the elder, eager for him to uncover the untapped potential within. Chapter 17, The Battle for the Dragon Balls on Namek. Where night never fell, Gohan had almost lost track of time, unaware of how long had passed. During a patrol, a soldier stumbled upon a village destroyed by Vegeta. One Namekian, barely clinging to life, had regained a hint of strength, though his presence was as faint as the flora surrounding him, thus going unnoticed by Gohan and the others. The Namekian trembled as he reached out, grasping the soldier's ankle. Damn you! It was indeed Vegeta. The soldier, aiming his palm at the Namekian, unleashed a ki blast, delivering a fatal blow before smugly soaring towards the spaceship. Frieza's spacecraft resembled a colossal disk, housing vast spaces in a circular corridor, fully equipped for industrial purposes. In the main lounge, Frieza gazed through a massive window at the external environment, awaiting reports from his subordinates. The 4 collected Dragon Balls were also displayed there. Lord Frieza, I have returned. Enter. Frieza turned as the door swung open, revealing Zarbon and 2 soldiers carrying Vegeta. Is this Vegeta? Zarbon, have you located the Namekian village? Frieza, now more invested in the Dragon Balls, inquired. Zarbon shook his head. I regret to inform you, Lord Frieza, that we have found no trace thus far. However, Dodoria is dead, and Vegeta is severely injured. It appears that mysterious individual possesses formidable strength, which is why I brought Vegeta back. I believe he may provide insight into the whereabouts of that enigmatic figure. Well done, Mr. Zarbon. The village where we failed to find the Dragon Balls must have been raided by those individuals. It is infuriating that we do not even know what they look like, Frieza exclaimed, nearly shouting in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan and the others lurked in the shadows, and this sense of lack of control gnawed at Frieza, akin to a lump in his throat. Zarbon instructed the 2 soldiers to take Vegeta away, given his grave injuries. Vegeta was at risk of death and was placed in the medical chamber, where they hoped to extract information from him. Suddenly, a soldier searching for the Namekian village returned with excitement, respectfully announcing at the entrance, Lord Frieza, I have discovered a Namekian village. What? Exclaimed Sorbet, somewhat astonished. The soldier continued, however, the village has already been attacked. I suspect it was the work of Vegeta. Additionally, I found a villager who was barely clinging to life, but I dealt with him immediately. Frieza's gaze grew even colder. Despite his impassive demeanor, Sorbet, who often accompanied him, knew that Frieza was furious. You killed the only witness, did you? Ah, yes. The soldier replied nervously, failing to comprehend his grave mistake. With a swift motion, Frieza unleashed a pair of laser beams from his eyes, striking the soldier, who let out a horrific scream as his body was incinerated to a charred husk. Blood splattering everywhere, silencing him at last. I detest imbeciles who act without thought. Sorbet, contact Planet Frieza and instruct them to dispatch the Ginyu Force here, ensuring they bring a scouter. They should arrive in about 5 days. Sorbet nodded hastily, replying, understood. The 2 sides were now locked in a tense standoff. Krillin had also unlocked his potential, significantly enhancing his strength. To Gohan, Krillin now felt more powerful than the pudgy fighter, though still somewhat weaker than Vegeta. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the 7 Dragon Balls were divided between the 2 factions. Frieza had 4, while they possessed 3. The previously chaotic struggle for the Dragon Balls had transformed into a confrontation. Bulma, looking despondent, lamented, what should we do? It's been so long. If we don't act soon, those villains will retrieve the scouter, and our position will be exposed. Cold sweat beaded on Gohan's forehead as he fixed his gaze on the Dragon Ball radar, waiting. Only the elder knew his thoughts, but for a 5-year-old like Gohan, this was already impressive. The elder communicated telepathically with Gohan. Gohan, relax your body and spirit, and prepare yourself to face the challenge in the best possible state. Yes, elder. Gohan responded, feeling quite dejected. The prolonged waiting had begun to shake his confidence. Science, Super Science, Gohan, you are still too young. You have a long road ahead, and many more challenges await you. Remain calm. The Elder's comforting words gradually helped Gohan regain his composure. Gohan turned to everyone and declared, "We cannot continue waiting indefinitely. I will scout the situation on Frisia's spaceship. Wait for my return." Krillin, looking anxious, said, "But Gohan, what if Frisia discovers you? That would be troublesome." "It's all right. I'm merely going to gather information. I've been training with Mr. Popo on controlling my energy, even right under their noses. Their scouters won't be able to detect me," Gohan replied with a smile. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke. "Everyone should leave this place. Do not linger with this old body of mine. Take the Dragon Balls with you. It is not safe here. As soon as Frisia and his cohorts retrieve the scanner, they will swiftly locate us." "Ah, Grand Elder!" Dandy and Karu exclaimed in unison. Son Gohan and the Grand Elder exchanged glances, understanding one another without words. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, Dandy, Karu, find a place to hide. I will scout ahead. Grand Elder, I shall take my leave. Without indulging in excessive sorrow, Son Gohan picked up the Dragon Ball radar and flew toward Frisia's current spaceship. In less than a minute, he reached his destination, spotting Frisia's circular spacecraft. Carefully stowing the Dragon Ball radar, Son Gohan concealed himself, calculating that he was perilously close to Frisia, perhaps less than 10,000 meters away. Vegeta's energy was indeed returning, gradually recovering. With that, a plan formed in Son Gohan's mind. "Vegeta, you must be as formidable as the memories of the traveler suggest." He exhaled a deep breath, waiting for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, inside the spaceship, a soldier observed the recuperating Vegeta, musing to himself, "With such severe injuries, the healing process will take considerable time. I must rely on you, Vegeta. If you do not regain consciousness, King Frieza will surely blame me. However, even if you awaken, I fear King Frieza will send you straight to oblivion again. Please do not cause me further trouble." Suddenly, the soldier's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Vegeta open his eyes within the healing chamber. A blinding light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar that caused the entire spaceship to tremble violently. In the lounge, Sabo, who was reporting on operations, exclaimed in astonishment, "What was that explosion? Could it be Vegeta?" Frieza and Sabo hurriedly left the lounge, racing down the corridor toward the treatment room. Inside, Vegeta shattered the healing pod, his foot resting atop the very soldier who had just been observing, still damp from the healing liquid. "Ha ha ha. You underestimated my recovery abilities." Vegeta laughed, sensing Frieza and Sabo approaching. He aimed his palm at the damaged healing pod. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the ship, nearly causing Sabo and Frieza to lose their footing. Indeed, it came from the treatment room. Sabo shouted angrily. When they arrived, the treatment room had been blasted open, revealing a massive gaping hole that showcased the scenery of Namek, dark smoke lingering in the air. "This is disastrous. He has escaped." Sabo stared at the enormous opening, gazing at the landscape of Namek beyond. Frieza, with a voice steeped in disbelief, exclaimed, "What did you say? Quickly pursue him, Mr. Sabo. We must capture him at all costs. Vegeta cannot have escaped far." However, unbeknownst to them, Vegeta remained concealed within the confines of the spacecraft. The recently blasted opening had misled Sabo and Frieza into thinking he had fled. Upon seeing Frieza, Sabo fell victim to the ruse, while Vegeta wore a triumphant grin, reveling in the folly of his adversaries. How delightful it was to have Frieza present. They truly were fools to be so easily deceived. Though Vegeta had turned against Frieza, he had once served under him and was well acquainted with the internal structure of the ship. He swiftly made his way to Frieza's lounge, where 4 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, shimmered enticingly. "Dragon Balls. Splendid. They are all mine. Frieza, your reign is about to come to a definitive end," he chuckled, confident in his victory. Vegeta recalled a Dragon Ball he had previously hidden in a lake outside a Namekian village, bringing his total to 5. Meanwhile, Sabo scoured the vicinity in search of Vegeta, prompting a mocking smile to play upon Vegeta's lips. "Search away, take your time. Not only have you healed my wounds, but you've also unwittingly delivered 4 Dragon Balls to me. However, taking them all at once will leave you unable to evade pursuit, and time is of the essence." Drawing a deep breath, Vegeta prepared himself, unleashing a ki blast that shattered the viewing glass before forcefully tossing the Dragon Balls out of the ship. In mere seconds, all 4 Dragon Balls had been cast forth, followed by a ki wave that obliterated the ship's internal systems before he made his escape. At last, The Dragon Balls have arrived. Gohan, filled with astonishment and joy, finally witnessed the moment he had awaited. With a cloth bag in hand, he collected the Dragon Balls, 1, 2, 3, 4, swiftly stowing them away before they transformed back into a universal capsule. He concealed his energy signature to avoid detection by Vegeta. Although not particularly fearful, he preferred to prolong the situation. Initially, he had planned to wait for Vegeta to escape with the Dragon Balls before intervening as an opportunistic third party during the ensuing conflict with Sabo. However, after a prolonged silence, Gohan grew anxious, questioning whether something had gone awry on Vegeta's end. It was only after being prompted by the Elder that he decided to adapt his strategy. Should Vegeta manage to escape independently, Gohan reasoned that he could seize the Dragon Balls amidst the chaos that ensued. His youthful naivety had once clouded his judgment, but now Gohan had learned to be more adaptable. Just as Gohan stealthily gathered the Dragon Balls Vegeta had discarded, the latter emerged from the spacecraft, witnessing Sabo's impotent fury. Cursed wretch, where could that fool have hidden now? Frieza, do you suppose he has returned to the ship? Sabo urged. We must hurry and find him. Vegeta gradually immersed himself in the serene waters of the lake. He understood that if he attempted to flee directly, he would soon be overtaken by Frieza and his minions. No matter how swiftly he flew, he was acutely aware of the disparity between his power and Frieza's. The recent encounter had been perilous, and danger lurked at every turn. A single misstep could lead to his discovery and demise at Frieza's hands. While navigating stealthily beneath the water, Vegeta not only healed his wounds and significantly enhanced his strength, but also managed to seize 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza. That little scion brat, he vowed. This time I shall make you regret not finishing me off. Clenching his fists in exhilaration, he recalled the moment when Gohan had wounded him, the stark difference in their powers rendering him utterly defenseless. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the very spoils he had fought so hard to acquire had been snatched away by a cunning little cat with a third-person perspective, including the Dragon Balls he had previously concealed, which Gohan had located using his Dragon Radar. Aboard the spaceship, Frieza was in a furious rage, while Sabo knelt silently before him, accepting the reprimand without a word. You incompetent fool! You've allowed Vegeta to escape and let him steal 4 Dragon Balls. Frieza seethed. He cannot possibly carry all 4 Dragon Balls and escape alone. I will search the interior of the spaceship. You scour the exterior thoroughly. Yes, Lord Frieza. Sabo responded promptly. Frieza warned, you had better come to your senses, Mr. Sabo. If you fail to bring back Vegeta, you know the consequences. Yes, I shall go at once, Lord Frieza. Sabo exclaimed, swiftly exiting through the opening Vegeta had created, determined to track down the Scion. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still submerged in the lake, moving with remarkable speed. Once he felt a safe distance from Frieza, he emerged and crawled onto the shore, gasping for air. After shaking off the water, he searched the vicinity for a considerable time, but found nothing. Puzzled, he muttered, with the force I exerted, the Dragon Balls should be nearby. Why can't I find them? After pondering for a while and surveying the nearby lakes, he wondered aloud, could it be that I accidentally dropped them into the water? It is also possible that, being unfamiliar with Namex terrain, the Dragon Balls ended up submerged. Alas, I must dive back in and search again. Chapter 19. The death of Sabo. Just as Vegeta submerged himself to search for the Dragon Balls, Sabo was scouring the area for Vegeta. Where on earth could that wretched Vegeta be hiding? If only I had a detector, I wouldn't have to search so painstakingly. Suddenly, Sabo recalled the direction in which Vegeta had discarded the Dragon Balls. Following that path, he continued his search, pausing to examine any concealed mountains or valleys before resuming his flight. At this moment, Vegeta had been searching the lake's depths for quite some time and was beginning to lose patience. There is nothing peculiar in this vicinity, nor could anything have possibly consumed the Dragon Balls I had discarded. What on earth has transpired? The 4 Dragon Balls I cast away have mysteriously vanished. However, before Vegeta could ponder further, he sensed an overwhelming power approaching his direction. Is it you, Sabo? Vegeta's gaze turned increasingly frigid as he emerged from the waters, suspecting that Sabo had pilfered the Dragon Balls. Little did he realize that Son Gohan, possessing a third perspective, had intercepted the 4 Dragon Balls he had thrown. Upon reaching the shore, Vegeta did not retreat. Instead, he soared towards Sabo, quickly spotting him as he searched frantically. Sabo was taken aback upon seeing Vegeta. Recalling the previously detected battle power of Vegeta, the once handsome visage had transformed into an unsettling sight, resembling that of a lizard, with his body grotesquely swollen. If only I could avoid this form, for it is utterly discordant with my aesthetic ideals. Sabo's smile appeared more menacing and horrific as he bared his jagged teeth. Vegeta, momentarily stunned, maintained a relatively composed demeanor. I never imagined you possessed such a transformation. However, it seems rather insignificant. Truly hideous. Sabo retorted coldly. You, Vegeta, have truly provoked my ire. But fret not. King Frieza desires your capture. If you confess the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, perhaps King Frieza might spare you. Sabo, you are woefully naive. In my previous state, I may have been no match for you, but the resurrected me is not the same as before. Sabo's words momentarily stunned Vegeta. This implied that Sabo had not located the Dragon Balls. But where could they have gone? Suddenly, Vegeta recalled the time when Son Gohan had severely wounded him, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness during their encounter on Earth. To think that in just over a month, he had grown so formidable. Could it be that the Dragon Balls were seized by that little brat, Son Gohan? Did he intentionally let me go? No, that cannot be. That boy is as infuriating as Kakarot. Surely it is mere coincidence. During my time of unconsciousness, they must have acted. Initially, Vegeta questioned whether Son Gohan had deliberately spared him, but upon reflection, he associated Son Gohan with Goku, considering both father and son to be of a similar ilk. Nevertheless, Vegeta's suspicion that Son Gohan had taken the Dragon Balls was indeed accurate. Yet Sabo was not inclined to grant him any further contemplation. With a sudden exclamation, "Ah!" Sabo unleashed a powerful energy attack towards Vegeta. Vegeta countered the energy blasts with swift precision, redirecting them to the distant ground, and propelled himself towards Sabo, igniting the fury of their battle, a clash that did not go unnoticed by Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others. After accumulating a certain degree of experience, the Saiyans, upon resurrecting from the brink of death, emerge even stronger, their latent potential blossoming forth. The more they battle, the mightier they become. Thus, the moniker of a warrior race is bestowed upon them. Previously, Vegeta suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Gohan, yet after being healed, his power saw a further ascent. Even in his transformed state, Sabo could not match Vegeta's prowess and soon found himself on the back foot, gradually yielding the advantage to Vegeta. Faced with such a dire outcome, Sabo, filled with resentment, let out a final desperate cry, only to be obliterated by a single energy wave from Vegeta, reducing him to ashes. The Dragon Balls have vanished, seemingly taken by that little brat Gohan. However, I am no longer the same as before. I shall make you all aware of what it truly means to be the Prince of Saiyans. Moreover, Kakarot's killing of Sabo has greatly bolstered Vegeta's confidence, igniting a desire for retribution. He is indeed the Prince of Saiyans, and it gnaws at him that a lowly warrior can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The Saiyan Prince, alongside Goku. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Frieza lounged in the lounge, while his minions scoured the vessel in vain for any sign of Vegeta. Trembling as they stood behind him, Frieza gently swirled the wine in his glass, growing impatient. What could Sabo be doing? Given that he has yet to return, he has either fled or met his demise. Had I known it would come to this, I should have summoned the Ginyu Force from the outset. They would be far more competent than you fools. The minion promptly replied, "Yes, Lord Frieza." The report from Frieza Planet indicated that the Ginyu Force has long since departed and will arrive shortly. Frieza took a sip of his red wine, his concerns shifting from Vegeta to the identity of the unknown adversary. After such a protracted period, we have yet to ascertain who they are. We shall investigate immediately. Lord Frieza. The minions, sensing Frieza's growing ire, were filled with trepidation and hastily departed, dispatching a portion of their ranks in search. Frieza, gazing at the landscape of Namek with frustration, clenched his fingers, conjuring an energy blast that ravaged the surface of the planet. Gohan, attuned to his energy, piloted towards Krillin's location while monitoring the Dragon radar. Suddenly, a crimson energy blast from Frieza hurtled towards him, prompting Gohan to halt abruptly as it soared past, crashing into the distance. Boom! Namek trembled violently, and Gohan, drenched in cold sweat, mechanically turned around, detecting numerous assaults resonating across the planet, the tremors relentless. Vegeta, too, was momentarily taken aback. Upon sensing danger, he descended hastily, as another red energy blast whizzed overhead, landing not far from him. Frieza appeared quite flustered. After all, the propulsion engine of his spacecraft has been destroyed and is now immobile. Upon witnessing Frisia's demeanor, Vegeta felt a flicker of pride, yet he swiftly regained his composure. The current predicament was decidedly unfavorable for him. The only recourse was to harness the Dragon Balls to attain eternal life, thus granting him the opportunity to vanquish Frieza. Presently, it seemed the Dragon Balls may have already fallen into the hands of that little brat. What to do? Simultaneously, Goku was preparing to engage in training under a gravity of 100 times that of Earth, a level that Gohan could withstand. In just a few days, he had escalated from 20 times to a full 100. Given Gohan's tender age of 5, his body had yet to fully develop, necessitating a gradual acclimatization that took a month to master the intense gravity. Chapter 20. The Ginyu Force. Goku continued his rigorous training within the confines of the spaceship, subjecting himself to the 100-fold gravity. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, tremors shook the ground incessantly due to the theft of 4 Dragon Balls, plunging the atmosphere into a state of despair as energy blasts rained down upon the planet's surface. At that moment, Gohan was drenched in cold sweat, narrowly evading Frieza's relentless onslaught. What a close call. In the fervor of obtaining all the Dragon Balls, he had nearly forgotten about Frieza's looming threat. Gohan's martial arts uniform clung to his body, soaked in perspiration. Suddenly, Gohan sensed something and looked up, only to behold 5 spherical spaceships slicing through Namek's atmosphere. Is it the Ginyu Force already? Regaining his focus, Gohan glanced at the Dragon radar, relinquished control of his energy, and surged towards the locations of Krillin and Bulma. After Gohan departed, Krillin, Dende, Goku, and Bulma had left the Grand Elder's abode with the Dragon Balls, seeking refuge in a secluded valley. Unfortunately, they were soon discovered by Frieza's patrolling minions. However, with Krillin present, these minions proved to be no match, swiftly defeated and dispatched. Dende, wearing a worried expression, remarked, "Gohan has been gone for quite some time. Is he truly all right?" Krillin shook his head reassuringly. "There's no need for concern. Gohan's strength has surpassed ours by a significant margin. As long as he avoids a direct confrontation with Frieza, he will be just fine. Even if he encounters Vegeta, he need not fear." Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed through the sky, akin to an aircraft cutting through the air. Karoo pointed towards the 5 spherical spaceships. Fear etched across his face. "What are those?" Bulma, pale with fright, exclaimed, "Those ships resemble the Scion vessels. Has Frieza summoned reinforcements?" The overwhelming power emanating from them was far superior to Vegeta, with one energy signature nearly matching Gohan's. Where could Gohan be? She could sense nothing of his presence. Krillin clenched his fists in frustration, voicing his discontent. Karoo reassured him, "If we cannot sense them, it also implies that Frieza and his ilk cannot detect us either." Suddenly, Gohan's energy surged towards them, causing Krillin to freeze in astonishment. He sensed it. This was Gohan's energy, and he was approaching their location. Dende and Karoo joyfully clasped hands with Bulma, leaping with exuberance at the news that Gohan was unharmed. In the distance, Vegeta sensed Gohan's energy. Yet his true focus lay on the approaching Ginyu Force, sending a chill of dread coursing through him. 5 members, unmistakably the Ginyu Force. Frieza had summoned them. This was dire news. "I currently possess not a single Dragon Ball, and soon I shall become a target of Frieza's wrath." Infuriating, Vegeta let out a furious roar. His long-held desire for immortality now a mere illusion, completely out of reach. To make matters worse, the Ginyu Force had brought the latest model of scouters, ensuring that even the most concealed energy signatures would be exposed. Damn it, how infuriating. That wretched little brat. Vegeta pursued Gohan with all his might. In this precarious situation, he had but one course of action: to ally with Gohan against the Ginyu Force. Though reluctant, his hope for the Dragon Balls had withered. He held little confidence against the notorious Ginyu Force, compounded by the looming threat of Frieza, which filled him with despair. Gohan too sensed Vegeta trailing behind him, and entertained the notion of collaboration, for the Ginyu Force and the even more formidable Frieza loomed ominously ahead, boasting a terrifying battle power exceeding 100 million through successive transformations. Previously, he had flown stealthily to mask his energy, now, however, abandoning all pretense. Gohan soared at full speed, swiftly reaching his destination where he found Krillin, Dende, Karoo, and Bulma, alongside 3 Dragon Balls the size of basketballs. "Wonderful. Gohan, you're safe," Bulma exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, I also retrieved the 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza." Gohan nodded, forgoing further pleasantries. He returned the Dragon Radar to Bulma and opened a multifunctional capsule, revealing a black bag containing the 4 Dragon Balls. Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls filled Bulma, Krillin, and the others with astonishment and joy. They had not anticipated that Gohan, despite his prolonged absence, had managed to seize Frieza's 4 Dragon Balls. Vegeta, he's coming, Krillin exclaimed, startled. At that moment, Frieza had arrived outside his spaceship, seated upon his hovering chair as 5 spherical spacecraft descended from the sky, crashing to the ground before him with a resounding roar. Finally, the Ginyu Force has arrived. I have awaited your presence for far too long, Frieza expressed with palpable excitement. As the dust settled, each spherical vessel left a massive crater in their wake. The doors of the crafts gradually opened, and 5 men clad in battle attire ascended, aligning themselves neatly before Frieza. At last, the Ginyu Force has arrived. Frieza beamed with exhilaration. The Ginyu Force consisted of 5 members, the captain, Ginyu, followed by his team members, Jeice, Berta, Guldo, and Recoome. In reverse order, they performed a series of artistic gestures before Frieza, ultimately culminating in a specific combination of movements. However, the absence of any auditory backdrop rendered the atmosphere exceedingly awkward, as if time itself had come to a standstill, leaving Frieza momentarily stunned. It was only when a chilling breeze swept through, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his brow, that he was startled. Despite having witnessed such displays countless times before, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, he remarked. Clearly, Frieza, the sovereign of the universe, had not achieved his status merely through strength and fearsome tactics. Guldo, with his light purple physique and 2 black horns adorned with the latest model of a scouter, respectfully inquired, I am profoundly grateful for your reception, Lord Frieza. Might I ask what this mission entails? We have received orders to cancel our journey to planet Yardrat. Frieza replied, that ungrateful traitor, Vegeta, has absconded with my Dragon Balls. Guldo, perplexed, questioned, Vegeta? Meanwhile, the team member, Riku, a robust man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, scoffed. Which scion is this? I hear he fancies himself a master, but in truth, he possesses no real power. Amidst this, the diminutive and infantile Guldo, with green skin and 2 eyes protruding from the sides of his head, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Frieza's words. Has that Vegeta truly betrayed Lord Frieza? Chapter 21. An alliance with Vegeta for reasons unknown. Vegeta's combat prowess seemed to escalate. Moreover, Frieza continued, there is another individual on this planet who is also vying for the Dragon Balls. Frieza's voice grew increasingly irate as he lamented the interference of this third party, which had exacerbated the chaos of the situation. Guldo pressed the button on his scouter, announcing, our device has detected Vegeta's location. He is currently moving at high speed, albeit from a considerable distance. Furthermore, there is another with a power level of 32,000, alongside several others with mere hundreds, and one whose power barely exceeds 5. He added, is Vegeta planning to rendezvous with them? Berta, a tall team member with a blue physique, burst into laughter. Ha! Have they formed an alliance? Guldo inquired. What shall we do with them, Lord Frieza? With an emotionless demeanor, Frieza commanded, eliminate them. Excellent, splendid. We can hardly wait to tear them apart. Riku proclaimed with pride. Frieza cautioned Guldo, do exercise utmost caution. Those individuals possess means to manipulate their combat power. I understand. We shall ensure they have a most entertaining encounter, Guldo reassured. Unlike the others, he alone bore the weight of past grievances with Vegeta. Jeice, a man with crimson skin and flowing white hair, approached, cradling a packaged box in his hands, which he presented to Frieza. King Frieza, here is the detector you requested. It has indeed been a laborious task. After Frieza received the detector, the Ginyu Force, poised for action, prepared a dramatic display before him, filled with an exuberance that only heightened the perspiration on Frieza's brow. With a swift motion, the Ginyu Force launched towards their target, propelling themselves at high speed toward the location of Son Gohan and his companions. Simultaneously, Son Goku, aboard his modified spacecraft, was a mere 20 minutes away from planet Namek. As the final day approached, Goku concluded his training and took a moment to rest. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the dire circumstances unfolding on Namek. Awakened by an alarm, he washed up and organized his belongings, preparing for landing. Vegeta, having reunited with Son Gohan, gazed upon the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. It was evident that Gohan had intercepted the 4 Dragon Balls Vegeta had previously discarded. Gohan, you must have sensed the presence of the Ginyu Force approaching, correct? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Yes, I have. I captured a soldier of Frisia's, and from him, I gleaned intelligence about the Ginyu Force. I was fortunate enough to learn about Ginyu and a peculiar ability of a short, stout individual, Gohan replied. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure and smirked. How intriguing. It is no wonder we possess the blood of the warrior race, the Saiyans. I am a human from Earth, Gohan retorted. Vegeta, unwilling to engage in this debate, pressed on. I sensed your recently exposed energy, which should not be so feeble. Have you managed to conceal it again? Gohan nodded gravely. That Ginyu possesses a rather troublesome ability. Furthermore, that short individual has a unique power that must be dealt with promptly. Otherwise, if they unite their forces, we will be at a significant disadvantage. The short individual, known as Guldo, may be weak in physical strength, but he wields a highly unusual superpower, the ability to manipulate time. The duration of his breath dictates how long he can halt time. In addition, he possesses a technique that immobilizes foes, rendering them unable to move. Jinyu's ultimate technique allows for body exchange, and his power level exceeds 100,000, growing ever more exhilarated when battling formidable opponents. This was why Gohan had been cautious about revealing his own power level. He attributed his knowledge of his extraordinary circumstances to an unnamed Frisia soldier, crafting a rationale so sound that it left no room for doubt. Now, aside from the Grand Elder of Namek, no one else was privy to his secret. Ah, you speak of Guldo, do you? You seem well informed. However, Gohan, do not forget that beyond the Ginyu Force, Frisia remains. You must have sensed the terror that he embodies, Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms and lowering his gaze upon Gohan. Casting a glance at the 7 glimmering Dragon Balls, Bulma boldly interjected. So what do you intend to do? The Dragon Balls will absolutely not be given to you. Dandy and Karoo gained confidence with Gohan by their side. Although fear lingered, Dandy boldly exclaimed, That's right. Don't even think about exploiting the Dragon Balls again. What do you intend to do, Vegeta? Gohan inquired with a serious tone. Vegeta smirked wickedly and replied, To defeat Frisia, one must wish for immortality through the Dragon Balls. Though it is disheartening, you possess astonishing potential. Even if you lack experience now, immortality would compensate for that deficiency entirely. Gohan was taken aback, momentarily stunned, while Bulma, Krillin, Dandy, and Karoo widened their eyes in disbelief, shocked by Gohan's reaction. Recovering from his astonishment, Gohan rolled his eyes, losing his initial composure. He realized Vegeta was earnest, yet he felt too young to fully comprehend. Krillin, regaining his senses, remarked, I see now. Gohan is Goku's son, and like Goku, he is a Saiyan. Gohan steadied himself, shaking his head as he said, That's impossible, Vegeta. You still don't understand. The wishes of the Dragon Balls cannot surpass those of their creator. Even if a wish for immortality were granted, it wouldn't manifest as you envision. Strength is ultimately what determines everything. Gohan gently touched the small vial hidden within his chest pocket, silently assuring himself that even if true immortality were achieved, there exists means to counter it. He had already prepared for such eventualities. What did you say? Vegeta, less familiar with the intricacies of the Dragon Balls than Gohan and the others, momentarily faltered at Gohan's words. Could it be that his wish for immortality could not be realized? Uncle Krillin, once we summon the Eternal Dragon, we must immediately revive Uncle Piccolo. As soon as Piccolo is brought back, the Supreme Kai will follow, and the Dragon Balls of Earth will restore as well. We will handle it from here. Gohan and Vegeta turned their gazes forward, noticing that the Ginyu Force was approaching swiftly. I understand, Gohan. Be careful. Once we finish here, we will come to assist you. After placing the Dragon Balls into a pouch, Krillin departed with Bulma, Karoo, and Dandy, leaving the battlefield to Gohan and Vegeta. Chapter 22. Gohan's battle power. After Krillin and the others had left, the Ginyu Force arrived, landing before Gohan and Vegeta, their laughter echoing ominously. So they've come. Gohan and Vegeta stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the 5 before them. Ah, some pesky flies dare to flee, Rikum sneered with a sinister grin. If you wish to harm others, you must first get past me. Gohan suddenly appeared in the Ginyu Force's line of sight, his cherubic face resolute. The power level displayed on the scouter caught their attention, and Ginyu chuckled. So, the one with a power level over 30,000 is this little brat. Hey kid, are you still on the bottle? Ha ha ha, little brat. You lot, looking like defective products, seem as if you've undergone genetic mutations, Son Gohan retorted without holding back. How dare you speak to us like that? Do you even know who we are? The captain exclaimed. Kill this little brat. The exclamations from Son Gohan infuriated the Jinyu force, pushing them to the brink of rage. With the ongoing battle, their temperaments had shifted from what they once were. The Son Gohan of the past would never have uttered such insults. Indeed, a bunch of genetically mutated misfits. Vegeta laughed heartily, finding Son Gohan increasingly to his liking. He recalled their first encounter when they were enemies. Back then, Son Gohan had been timid, cowardly, and reluctant to fight. He was now a completely different person. Eliminate this brat swiftly. If the Dragon Balls are not here, they must have been taken by those other individuals. Do not linger, Vegeta. Lord Frieza requires him alive for capture, Jinyu said with a sinister grin directed at his team. Understood, Captain. The other members of the team cast malicious glances at Son Gohan, revealing cruel smiles. Son Gohan, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded. Who told you the Dragon Balls were taken by them? What? Jinyu quickly raised his hand to halt his team. Oh, they aren't with them? Could it be they are with you? Hand over the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I may spare your life. Patience. Those who wait shall receive good things. Son Gohan reached into his collar and produced a small vial, placing it before him amidst the bewildered expressions of the Jinyu force and Vegeta. A small vial? What can that possibly do? Vegeta queried, filled with skepticism. However, given Son Gohan's prior actions, which had not been in vain, he stood aside, vigilantly watching the Jinyu force. Particularly that troublesome member, Guldo. Jinyu's veins bulged as he fumed. You little brat. Are you trying to deceive me? I am not deceiving you. I did not lie. And indeed, I have a fine gift for the Jinyu force. Son Gohan's gaze sharpened as he exhaled a breath of frustration. The current state of the Jinyu force could not be handled like the memories of old. Dealing with Guldo would require some finesse. Vegeta interjected, Hey, Gohan. I'll ask you again. Has that cockroach fellow really not arrived on this planet? Son Gohan shook his head, replying, Not yet. Considering the time, he should arrive soon. Vegeta remarked, he better hurry up. Although he is bothersome, having him join the fight would be beneficial. How does your strength compare to Jinyu's? Son Gohan stated. His strength surpasses mine, but the others are manageable. Step aside, I must first deal with the biggest threat. Vegeta and Gohan maintained a distance. Their eyes filled with lethal intent as they gazed at Guldo, contemplating his time-stopping abilities and the formidable Captain Jinyu. Curiosity lingered in the air regarding Gohan's potential techniques to turn the tide. Magic Seal Wave. A youthful voice resonated through the skies, sudden and swift. A green whirlwind of energy surged forth, enveloping Guldo before even Jinyu could react. Ugh! As the world spun around him, Guldo instinctively held his breath, pausing time itself. With a resounding crash, he plummeted to the ground. The pain was excruciating, yet he continued to hold his breath, trembling under the green vortex above him. At that moment, Vegeta, Jinyu, and all others were rendered immobile by the cessation of time. Damn it, you bastard! Guldo cursed vehemently in his mind, his gaze fixated on Gohan, who stood firmly with his legs apart and arms raised high. As he approached Gohan, he could no longer suppress himself, inhaling deeply, just as time resumed its normal flow, delivering a heavy punch to Gohan's abdomen. Buzz! Yet, the anticipated sensation of striking flesh was absent. Gohan's figure dissipated like an illusion. It was merely an afterimage. Thud! That was Guldo's final thought as Gohan executed a horizontal kick, striking Guldo's diminutive, rotund form with tremendous force, shattering him. Guldo's lifeless head was crushed beneath Gohan's feet, his purple blood staining the ground below. From the moment Gohan unleashed the Magic Seal Wave until now, excluding the time Guldo halted, only 2 seconds had elapsed. By the time Jinyu, Vegeta, and the others regained their senses, Guldo had already become a specter beneath Gohan's feet. This is the afterimage technique taught to me by Master Roshi. Gohan exhaled a breath of relief, having finally dealt with the troublesome Guldo. After executing an incomplete Magic Seal Wave, he had swiftly employed the afterimage technique to deceive Guldo. The Magic Seal Wave was highly depleting of energy. Even in its incomplete form, Gohan felt a significant drain on his stamina. However, there was no alternative, unlike the one-on-one battles he recalled. The Jinyu force was prepared to confront him collectively. Thus, employing some of his strength to eliminate the troublesome Guldo was a necessity. No, it can't be. That little brat's battle power is 100,000. Jeez staggered back in astonishment, Having witnessed Gohan unleash his full power to swiftly dispatch Gudo, no longer concealing his strength. 100,000 battle power is impossible. This child possesses a battle power of 100,000. Vegeta gazed at Gohan in disbelief. Through rigorous training under 100-fold gravity, Gohan's strength had evolved from feebleness to effortlessly overpowering Vegeta, Zarbon, and Dodoria. Yet, the exact extent of his power remained unclear. After further enhancement from the Grand Elder, Gohan's strength had indeed reached a staggering 100,000. Regarding why, despite both experiencing a gravity of 100 times, Gohan's prowess lags significantly behind Goku's, only reaching a power level of 100,000 after the Elder's encouragement. It is essential to understand the nuances of adaptation. Gohan gradually acclimatized to this immense gravity over the span of a month, whereas Goku, through relentless training, endured severe injuries multiple times, recovering from near-fatal states with the aid of Senzu beans. In contrast, Gohan lacked such resources and could not engage in self-destructive training methods. Thus, despite both adapting to a gravity of 100 times, Gohan's strength remains inferior to Goku's. Chapter 23. The Dragon soars in the spaceship after the Ginyu Force's departure. Frieza donned the latest model of the detector, surveying the surroundings. The device indicated the presence of 2 Namekians in a particular location. Could it be the Elder of Namek? Frieza shifted his focus, contemplating the power level of 100,000. Whose strength is this emanating from? It appears that Ginyu and his team are facing some challenges. Come here, Frieza beckoned a soldier aboard the spacecraft, who, trembling with fear, listened intently. I am stepping out for a while. Ensure the spaceship remains secure. If you cannot manage such a trivial task, you have no right to live. Yes, Lord Frieza, the soldier replied, straightening up promptly. With a swift motion, Frieza soared toward the Elder's location, his speed remarkable, while only Nail remained by the Elder's side, guarding him in this perilous situation. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as Gohan engaged in battle with Ginyu, Geese, and Berta, while the pineapple-headed Rikuum faced off against Vegeta. The sound of fists slicing through the air echoed continuously. Gohan soon revealed vulnerabilities. Contending with Ginyu alone proved troublesome, let alone against 2 opponents working in tandem. Suddenly, Ginyu landed a powerful punch to Gohan's abdomen, eliciting a cry of anguish from him as the world spun around him. Rikuum executed a flying kick, striking Vegeta's chin, momentarily disorienting him, but he quickly regained his composure and retaliated. The exchange of blows continued, Rikuum's robust frame moving with surprising agility, leaving both Vegeta and Gohan unable to defend themselves effectively. Gohan coughed up crimson blood, crashing to the ground and creating a significant crater, gasping for breath as despair washed over him. It hurts. Every cell in my body aches. Am I angry? I detest these individuals. Yet why can I not unleash the fury I once felt in my memories? Is it because reason has taken hold of me? Gohan pondered, reflecting on how his newfound rationality restrained him from accessing the unbridled power of his past. Krillin, where are you? As Son Gohan grasped his arm, trembling, he managed to rise to his feet, a crimson streak of blood trailing down his cheek, defiantly staring at Ginyu, Geese, and Buddha. Meanwhile, on Earth, Chi-Chi had been staying at Bulma's residence, anxiously awaiting the latest news. Suddenly, a tightness gripped her heart. Gohan, please be safe. She hurriedly picked up her cup, her anxiety escalating, rendering her utterly restless. All she could do was pray for Gohan's safety. Chi-Chi, do not worry. Goku has arrived, and everything will be fine. Master Roshi reassured her. Mrs. Brief, holding a teacup, offered a gentle smile. Mrs. Goku, would you care for a cup of coffee? Thank you, Chi-Chi politely accepted, though her appetite had vanished. The recent surge of unease weighed heavily on her, as if she were on the verge of losing something precious. Meanwhile, Krillin, Dend, and Karo, accompanied by Bulma, had brought the Dragon Balls to a nearby clearing. Gohan, Vegeta has already engaged them in battle. Hurry, or Gohan's efforts will be in vain. Arise, Shenron. Krillin called out to the 7 Dragon Balls at his feet. However, contrary to his expectations, darkness fell, and the majestic emergence of Shenron did not occur. Our Namekian Dragon Balls require the Namekian language, Karo promptly stated. Ah, then hurry. Gohan may not last much longer, Krillin urged Dend and Karo. Dend raised his hands towards the Dragon Balls, invoking the Namekian incantation, as the 7 orbs, each the size of a basketball, shimmered with a golden glow. Suddenly, A thunderous roar echoed as the skies over Namek darkened, and a colossal figure materialized, soaring into the heavens. The Namekian Shenron, resembling a colossal lizard and far larger than the Earth's Shenron, finally emerged after a series of trials. With a resounding crash, Son Gohan and Vegeta were unceremoniously tossed together, while Jinyu, Berta, Buddha, and Riku mocked them with maniacal laughter. This is not over yet. Gohan, unsteadily rising, his purple attire soaked in blood, appeared battered yet fierce, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could defeat others, but Jinyu remained an insurmountable challenge, especially with Geese and Buddha at his side. Suddenly, the world darkened. The previously clear skies of Namek transformed into a pitch-black shroud. It worked. Wonderful. Shenron has finally appeared. Gohan exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as he gazed at the towering Shenron in the distance, his heart swelling with joy. Shenron, does this relate to the Dragon Balls? Vegeta pondered, his expression contemplative. His knowledge of the Dragon Balls was limited. He was unaware that the summoning would darken the skies or of any incantations required. What is that? Jinyu and his cohorts stared in awe at Shenron. Not good. Bardock, move swiftly. Jinyu exclaimed urgently. Understood. Bardock vanished in an instant, accelerating towards Krillin's location. Gohan unleashed a powerful burst of energy, propelling it into the distance. What? No. Bardock cried out in anguish, realizing he was alone. He had previously been coordinating with Jinyu to ambush Gohan. Boom. In a heartbeat, Bardock's form was obliterated by a golden energy wave. Ha ha, another one bites the dust. Gohan fell weakly to the ground, the recent attack having drained all his strength, leaving him unable to even raise his arm. Truly a testament to our Saiyan heritage. Well done. Even in death, you fought to the last breath. Vegeta laughed upon witnessing Bardock's demise. I am a human, Gohan retorted weakly. Jinyu, now furious, was incensed by the deaths of both Good and Bardock. You little brat, I will tear you to shreds. Jinyu's aura swelled with rage. At that very moment, Frieza, who had arrived at the Grand Elder's location on Namek, noticed the sudden darkness enveloping the planet. Why has it become so dark? Frieza mused, puzzled. The Grand Elder was far removed from Gohan and the others, akin to the distance between the northern and southern hemispheres, and thus had not witnessed the Dragon Wave's eruption. Could it be that this sudden cosmic anomaly was linked to the Dragon Balls? Frieza's thoughts turned to them as he unleashed an energy wave, blasting a hole through the Grand Elder's dwelling, revealing Nail and the weakened Grand Elder. Ah, you must be the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Chapter 24. The arrival of Goku. At that very moment, a massive spherical spaceship descended from the heavens, unnoticed by Jinyu and the others due to the Dragon Wave's distraction. The hatch slowly opened, and Goku gazed out at the pitch-black sky and the distant Dragon Wave piercing the atmosphere, momentarily lost in thought. Is that the Dragon of Namek? Have Gohan and Krillin succeeded? How wonderful. However, Goku's smile gradually faded. Such powerful energy. Gohan, wasting no time. Sensing Gohan's energy was extremely faint amidst many formidable auras nearby, Goku accelerated towards him. I'm on my way, Gohan. Hold on. Now you shall witness the fruits of my training. Jinyu, Rikuum, and Berta unleashed their energy waves towards Gohan and Vegeta. The two closed their eyes, awaiting their imminent demise. Having reached their limit, utterly unable to evade Jinyu and his comrades' assault. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth, enveloping Sun Wukong in a crimson haze. He activated the Kaioken technique at double its usual strength, positioning himself protectively in front of Son Gohan and Vegeta, effortlessly deflecting their energy blasts. The imagined demise of his father, Kakarot, had not drawn near. Son Gohan and Vegeta opened their eyes to behold a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform, emblazoned with the character for Wukong on his back, standing before them, intercepting the final, fatal blow. Gohan, I have arrived. My apologies. Quickly, consume the Senzu Bean. Son Wukong said with a familiar smile, gently placing a Senzu Bean in Son Gohan's mouth. As he chewed, the wounds on Son Gohan's body healed instantaneously, restoring him to his peak condition as he sprang to his feet in a remarkable display of vigor. What? Vegeta and the others, including Jinyu, were left utterly astonished. Hey, wasn't that little brat on the brink of defeat? Bess inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Jinyu and Raikum exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Son Wukong then turned to the stoic Vegeta and, with a smile, asked Son Gohan. How did Vegeta sustain his injuries? He was wounded by that pineapple-headed fighter. Despite my relentless training and the Elder's assistance in unlocking my potential, I could not overcome that purple-skinned brute. Moreover, Jinyu teamed up with 2 others to attack me. I simply could not withstand their combined assault. After managing to eliminate one, I found myself utterly exhausted. Thankfully, you arrived just in time, Father, Son Gohan replied, his eyes sparkling as the shadows of despair dissipated and the tension within him eased. Indeed, Father shall not let these fiends go unpunished, Sun Wukong said, adjusting Son Gohan's collar with care. He then glanced at Vegeta, his expression reflecting curiosity. By the way, Gohan, how is it that Vegeta also suffered injuries? Weren't they supposed to be allies? Much has transpired. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we have temporarily united forces, Son Gohan began to explain, but was gently interrupted as Sun Wukong placed a hand on his head. Gohan, there is no need for further explanation. I will discern the truth myself. Through a connection to Son Gohan's thoughts, Sun Wukong grasped the entirety of the situation. However, the mental barriers protecting the memories of the traveler remained undetected. So that is how it is, Gohan. Well done. Bulma and Krillin are safe, and we must also address the matter of Frieza, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Be cautious, Father. Their abilities. Son Gohan began, but was promptly silenced by Sun Wukong. I am already aware, Gohan. You acquired this intelligence from a soldier. Did you not? Sun Wukong said with understanding. Son Gohan nodded gently, feeling a tinge of guilt as he turned his gaze away, clearly aware that his father had noticed several inconsistencies. Though your memories may be fragmented and some details obscured, I trust you, Gohan. Do not burden yourself with pressure. Sun Wukong reassured him. Son Gohan elucidated. In truth, Father could learn of it as well. Upon our return, I shall reveal the truth to you. Indeed, Gohan, you have grown remarkably powerful, Son Goku proclaimed, as he retrieved a mystical bean and handed it to Vegeta. Vegeta, consume it swiftly. Upon witnessing the recently revived Son Gohan, Vegeta comprehended the situation and promptly ingested the bean. My body Vegeta gazed in disbelief at his own hands, marveling at his restored physique. There is still one bean remaining. Son Goku passed the pouch to Son Gohan, casting a steely gaze upon Jinyu, Rikuum, and Berta. Father, allow me to confront that white-haired scoundrel. He has been ambushing me all along. Son Gohan tucked the pouch within his attire, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he stared at Berta. As for the one named Jinyu, leave him to me. I shall be wary of his techniques. Son Goku directed his attention towards Jinyu, recognizing that the once near-dead Son Gohan now surpassed Jinyu's strength. Yet, Berta and the one who had previously slain him were even more detestable and infuriating. Vegeta's gaze fixated on Son Goku, a tempest of emotions raging within him. Impossible, such a thing cannot be. Kakarot and Son Gohan. How can their powers be so formidable? Could it be that Kakarot has achieved the legendary Super Saiyan status? Vegeta recalled a legend among the Saiyans, that a Super Saiyan was a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, a pinnacle no other warrior could transcend. If the legend holds truth, I should be the one destined to become a Super Saiyan. Why must it be that lowly warrior Kakarot and that insufferable hybrid Gohan? Vegeta lamented, his heart filled with resentment. However, his current focus was on Rikuum. Having returned from the brink of death, his strength had surged significantly, and this pineapple-headed Rikuum was no longer his adversary. The dragon soared through the skies, and Krillin eagerly made the first wish. However, upon learning that only one wish could resurrect a single individual, he chose to fulfill Son Gohan's prior wish, bringing back Piccolo. Then, speaking in the Namekian tongue, conveyed the first wish to the eternal dragon Porunga. The onlookers from King Kai's planet were intently monitoring the situation on Namek. The halo above Piccolo's head had vanished, signaling his revival. Piccolo, you have returned. Krillin and the others succeeded, exclaimed Yamcha and the others in astonishment. Gohan, I am somewhat concerned, Piccolo remarked, placing his palm on North Kai's back as he surveyed the events unfolding on Namek. On Earth, the Grand Elder also revived due to Piccolo's resurrection, eliciting great excitement from Bubbles. Everything seemed to be heading toward a brighter future. Yet, unbeknownst to Son Gohan and his companions on Namek, a far graver crisis loomed ahead. For the absence of the Dragon Balls had incited the wrathful and frenzied Frieza. Thus, the ripple effect initiated by Son Gohan, like that of a butterfly, began to escalate in magnitude. Chapter 25. The final showdown approaches at this moment. Frisia gazed at the Grand Elder and Nail, slowly articulating. Why is it that Namek has no night? What could be the cause of this phenomenon? The Grand Elder replied. It is because someone has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Your plans have come to naught. Frisia's fists clenched tightly, his rage and fury causing purple blood to seep from his knuckles. Cursed, cursed. With a resounding crash, Frisia's overwhelming aura erupted from his core, enveloping everything in its ferocious embrace. The immense pressure struck Nail with a cold sweat. The Grand Elder, communicating telepathically with Dondi, urged, Dondi, quickly make the second wish. Inform Porunga to extract the latent powers of Goku and Gohan that cannot be manifested at this moment on Namek. Piccolo, while establishing a connection with King Kai, intended to journey to Namek for battle, but was momentarily stunned upon hearing the Grand Elder's telepathic message. King Kai, realizing the significance, chuckled, I see. The Grand Elder wishes for Goku and Gohan to be able to resist Frisia. Is that correct? However, will such a wish not jeopardize their foundational strength? Piccolo voiced the concerns that many shared. King Kai elucidated. It pertains to the powers that cannot currently be utilized. This wish is akin to allowing the Grand Elder to draw forth their latent abilities without inflicting harm upon themselves. Previously, when the Grand Elder sought to unveil Gohan's potential, he could only access a fraction of it. But now, both Goku and Gohan, having undergone extensive training and experience, would fully unleash their might. King Kai had been discreetly observing all events transpiring on Namek. Understanding the Grand Elder's intentions meant essentially granting the Eternal Dragon the power of the Grand Elder to unearth Goku and Gohan's strengths. Understood, Grand Elder. Dondi promptly invoked the Eternal Dragon, Porunga, in the Namekian tongue to articulate the second wish. At this juncture, Gohan, Vegeta, and Goku confronted the formidable foes, Jinyu, Berta, and Rikum. You scoundrel, perish. Vegeta unleashed a fierce golden energy wave from his palms, obliterating Rikum, leaving not even a trace of his remains. With the Kaioken technique amplified, Goku exceeded Jinyu's power. Combined with the knowledge of Jinyu's techniques gleaned from Gohan, he offered no opportunity for retaliation, ultimately vanquishing Jinyu with a Kamehameha wave. The circumstances had shifted dramatically, with time being of the essence and Frisia looming as a formidable adversary. Thus, Goku held nothing back, harboring no intentions of mercy or allowing his opponents to execute their body swap technique. In his bout against Berta, Gohan found his opponent to be no match for him. Especially now, had Berta not hidden behind Jinyu for a surprise attack, the outcome would have mirrored that of Bardock's. With a fierce shout, Gohan unleashed a single energy wave, reducing Berta to mere ashes. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan stood united, having triumphed over the Jinyu force. Now, only Frisia and his minions remained. As Sun Wukong's fist produced a resounding crack, a sudden surge of energy emanated from both him and Son Gohan, startling Vegeta, who stood nearby. What is happening? Vegeta exclaimed, his astonishment growing as he observed the escalating powers of Son Gohan and Sun Wukong, which had far surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, on Namek, Frisia, who had just vented his fury, finally regained his composure. Never mind, there exists a place called Earth, where one can also summon the Dragon Balls. He mused with a sinister chuckle. Just then, Frisia's scouter detected an alarming spike in 2 energy signatures. The latest model of the scouter allowed him to clearly see the rising combat power of Sun Wukong and Son Gohan until the device reached its limits and ultimately exploded. What? How could 2 individuals with such immense power suddenly appear, exceeding even the limits of my advanced scouter? Frisia's gaze shifted to the Grand Elder, realization dawning upon him as he smirked darkly. Ah, so it is the Dragon Balls that are responsible. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, the Grand Elder, along with Nail, was obliterated by Frisia, his fiery demise scattering debris and sending shockwaves through the air. The once pitch-black sky reverted to daylight. Yet the light felt as cold as ice. Emerging from the smoke, Frisia landed gracefully on the ground. If their power exceeds 1 million, this situation is rather precarious. It has been a while since I embraced my final form. Perhaps I shall entertain these fools in my original state. Unforgivable, he declared, clenching his fists as his aura began to fluctuate, the armor peeling away as his strength surged. Debris and dust slowly lifted into the air around him. With the Grand Elder's demise, the Dragon Balls dissipated, transforming into mere white stones. Bulma, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is happening? We haven't even made our third wish yet. How could the dragon Shenron vanish?" Dende and Krillin knelt helplessly, tears welling in their eyes. "The Grand Elder he gone," Dende lamented. Krillin, his expression grave, responded, "No. Nail's energy has vanished too. Frieza must have known we summoned the dragon and killed the Grand Elder and Nail." Suddenly, the planet Namek trembled violently, causing Bulma to lose her footing and fall to the ground. "What is going on? I despise being on this planet," she cried, rubbing her aching backside while feeling utterly defeated. "Frieza's power is still rising. How can this be?" He was already overwhelmingly strong, Krillin thought, clutching his head in fear, feeling utterly useless during their time on Namek. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta sensed Frieza's escalating energy, sending a chill of dread down their spines. How could this be possible? It is indeed true. Frieza possesses a transformation that enhances his power, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Is this a one-time elevation to his ultimate form? Gohan pondered silently, shifting his gaze toward his father, Goku. Although his own strength had surged significantly, his father's power had ascended even more, at least doubling his combat capability. Yet, it is understandable. He is merely 5 years old and vastly inferior to Goku in experience and training. The climactic battle against Frieza was upon them, and if they could endure this harrowing moment, a brighter future awaited. Gohan gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His martial arts uniform was somewhat tattered, as was Vegeta's battle attire, while Goku's outfit remained intact. Chapter 26. Frieza's ultimate form. The tremors on Namek subsided as Frieza transformed into his final form, adorned with fewer embellishments, presenting a more restrained appearance. His head, shoulders, chest, wrists, and ankles were marked by patches of purple skin, creating a more streamlined visage, yet his power was incomparably greater than before. Those scoundrels! Frieza propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, causing the very earth to quake and the oceans to churn. Recalling the earlier readings of 2 Namekians detected in a specific direction, he sped onward with all his might. "Not good, Dad. Frieza is heading towards Uncle Krillin," Gohan exclaimed as he swiftly moved toward Krillin's location. Goku followed closely behind, hastening toward his friend's position, shouting, "Let us hurry, Gohan." As he watched Goku and Gohan depart, Vegeta felt a momentary lapse in focus, his emotions tumultuous, particularly in light of the overwhelming power of Frieza's ultimate form, which extinguished any thoughts of confrontation. Why had Kakarot and his child's strengths surged so drastically? "Oh, I see. It must be due to the Dragon Balls." Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. "How infuriating that Kakarot has surpassed me so greatly. Yet, against Frieza, I would surely be defeated. What am I to do?" Vegeta sensed Frieza's unfathomable aura, compounded by the memories of having previously served under him, stripping away any courage to engage in battle. Moreover, Gohan's memories of a past life revealed the anguish of being utterly overwhelmed by Frieza. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Vegeta's mind. Yes, Gohan mentioned reviving Piccolo, the Namekian on Earth. This implies that the Dragon Balls on Earth have been restored. He chuckled darkly. "Kakarot, you shall be torn asunder by Frieza right here. I shall make my way to Earth. Even if the Dragon Balls cannot grant me immortality, they will certainly empower me to vanquish Frieza. I refuse to remain here and await my demise at his hands." Vegeta beheld Goku's spacecraft approaching Namek at high speed, racing towards its destination. Frieza had always been his greatest source of anxiety, followed closely by Kakarot. The overwhelming power that Frieza now unleashed left Vegeta believing that victory was entirely unattainable. With Gohan and Goku rushing towards Krillin to confront Frieza, the chance for escape was swiftly evaporating. At that moment, Krillin sensed Frieza hurtling towards them with astonishing velocity, a power that surpassed all conceivable limits. Frieza is coming our way." Krillin trembled all over. Suddenly, Goku and Gohan arrived, standing resolutely before the group. "Goku, it's wonderful to see you. You truly came," Bulma exclaimed, leaping onto Goku's back, tears streaming down her face. Goku offered a gentle smile and replied, "Bulma, I'm sorry for causing you worry. A fierce battle awaits us. Gohan, Krillin, take Bulma and the others and leave this place at once. I have another spacecraft here. I will handle things from this point onward." Boom. Before Gohan and Krillin could utter a word, A voice resonated from the sky as the spherical ship Goku had brought ascended, departing from Namek. Gohan's jaw dropped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What happened to the Scion Prince's honor? Who is this person stealing our ship?" Bulma quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Vegeta is nothing but a ship thief, a rogue." Krillin interjected, "But we still have the ship we came in, right, Bulma?" "Oh yes. I almost forgot." Bulma nodded vigorously, retrieving a universal capsule and producing a craft resembling a beetle, which landed on the ground. Krillin, Bulma, Karo, and Dandy boarded the ship one after another. Yet Gohan remained steadfast, standing shoulder to shoulder with Goku. "Father, I know my strength pales in comparison to yours, but yours is also insufficient against Frieza. I must stay behind. You are the most important person to me and Mom. I want to be a burden." Gohan's grimy little face radiated determination. His purple martial arts uniform, akin to Piccolo's, tattered from previous battles. "Very well, Gohan." After a moment's contemplation, Goku smiled and called out to Krillin, "You all must leave now." Gohan, Dandy, and Karo murmured softly, their gazes fixed on Gohan. "All right, be careful, Goku and Gohan," Krillin urged as the four entered the ship. Bulma hurriedly took her place at the controls, and with her commands, the vessel ascended slowly into the sky. "Do not even think about escaping, you lot." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the horizon. Frieza, with his fingers aglow in a menacing purple light, furiously directed his energy towards Goku, Gohan, and the recently launched spaceship, cleaving the air with a crescent of violet brilliance. "Danger! Quickly evade." Sensing the imminent threat, Goku and Gohan swiftly darted aside. However, Frieza's earth-splitting strike severed the spaceship in twain. Karu, caught directly in the path of the luminous crescent, was engulfed in a cascade of purple blood as the vessel split apart. The abruptness of it all rendered them incapable of reaction or sorrow. With a thunderous roar, the purple aura split Namek in two, causing torrents of water from the lakes to cascade through the fissure. The divided spaceship plummeted to the ground, unleashing a tremendous crash. Goku and Gohan, astonished, stood in speechless horror, cold sweat drenching their bodies, mechanically turning to behold Frieza descending leisurely to the ground. "Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that you fools would provoke my wrath. I could not have dreamt that events would unfold in such a manner. Unforgivable. I shall not relent until I have extinguished each of you, one by one. So you may grasp the terror of Frieza?" Clenching his fists, Frieza roared at Goku and Gohan, his murderous intent sending a chill down Gohan's spine. Meanwhile, Krillin and Bulma emerged from the wreckage, the spaceship utterly obliterated. "What on earth just transpired?" Bulma exclaimed, feeling as though her very insides had been tossed about. "Had I not fastened my seatbelt, the consequences would have been dire." Dandy wept bitterly for Karu, who lay split in two, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend the tragedy that befell him at Frieza's hands. "I'm sorry, Dandy, but this is no time for grief. If we linger here, we will only hinder Goku. We must leave at once," Krillin urged. "Right." Dandy wiped his tears, glaring furiously at Frieza. "I cannot believe there remains a Namekian child alive. Yet where is Vegeta? Why is he not here? Could it be that the Scion Prince has fled?" Frieza mused, unaware of Vegeta's whereabouts. Chapter 27. Goku and Frieza. "So, you are Frieza. You appear somewhat different from what I imagined, almost diminutive." Goku regarded him with a cold demeanor, positioning himself protectively in front of Gohan and the others. Frieza's attention shifted to Goku, surprise flickering across his features. "You seem vaguely familiar." "Ah yes, you are the one, the Scion who dared to resist me on planet Vegeta." Resembling him perfectly, Frieza recalled the last Scion to defy him, Bardock, who was also Goku's father. Goku exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan, who silently retreated to join Krillin. "Bulma and Dandy, is that Frieza?" Bulma trembled uncontrollably, her delicate form quivering in terror, unable to stand upright. It was frightful. Gohan clasped Bulma at her waist with one hand and passed the black bag to Krillin with the other, urging, "Hurry and leave this place, Uncle Krillin. Dandy, take the other Dragon Balls as well. I will leave this to my father." Immediately, Krillin and Dandy began placing the petrified Dragon Balls into the bag before departing alongside Gohan, leaving the battlefield to Goku and Frieza. Having destroyed their spaceship, Frieza allowed them to go, relishing the prospect of torturing them slowly. He gazed at Goku, chuckling. "Ah, Scion, you ought to have left like Vegeta, but it won't be long before you can escape. Besides Namek, Earth also possessed Dragon Balls. before I fulfill my desire for immortality. Let these scion monkeys witness the terror of me, Frieza. Boom, boom. Frieza and Goku's feet stomped, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise as the skies, earth, and sea shattered. The waves surged, and a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated through the air. The speed of their clash becoming so swift that it was beyond the naked eye to perceive. The primordial creatures on Namek sensed the instinctual danger and began to flee in all directions. As an ordinary human, Bulma could not witness the battle between Frieza and Goku. Having endured so much together, she now felt like a burden clutched at Gohan's waist. The spaceship has been destroyed by Frieza, and Goku's ship was seized by Vegeta. What shall we do? She lamented, once Gohan set her down on level ground. There is still a way, Gohan exclaimed. Uncle Piccolo has been revived. King Kai. Can you hear me? King Kai had been monitoring the situation on Namek and promptly responded through telepathy. I hear you, Gohan. Wonderful. So Uncle Piccolo has returned as well? Gohan asked with concern. Piccolo, gripping King Kai's shoulder, replied, Gohan, I have been revived. You have grown stronger. I deeply regret not being able to fight alongside you. Frieza's power, even in my prime, would have been futile against him. Gohan, do you have a plan? Gohan nodded earnestly, responding, with Uncle Piccolo revived. The Supreme Kai must also be back. King Kai, please contact the Supreme Kai immediately. Use Earth's Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekians who fell to Frieza and Vegeta. In doing so, the Grand Elder will also be revived. Then, let's make the final wish with the Namekian dragon to return us all to Earth. Gohan articulated his thoughts. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, yes. If that happens, not only will the Namekians be revived, but we will all be saved. Gohan, you truly have a plan. The North Kai swiftly responded, I understand. I will contact the deities of Earth immediately. You must hold on. Piccolo concluded, hang in there, Gohan. Indeed. Gohan's gaze was fixed ahead, where he could distinctly observe the fierce battle between Frieza and Goku. The fleeting crimson aura enveloping Goku was barely sufficient. Even with the use of the Kaioken times 10, Krillin remarked, to be honest, I can no longer see Goku and Frieza. Their speed is astonishing, and their powers exist on entirely different planes. Gohan remained silent, still bewildered by Vegeta's departure. This prompted him to revisit the memories of the interloper, recalling that Vegeta on planet Namek indeed mirrored his current behavior. In his recollection, Piccolo attempted to flee during his battle with Frieza, but was intercepted. Furthermore, their relationship was still tenuous. They could easily become adversaries at any moment. With clarity restored, Gohan ceased to concern himself with Vegeta and focused intently on the figures ahead. Goku's attire was tattered, revealing his blue undershirt beneath. Super Saiyan. Is my power insufficient if I concentrate my strength in my back? Gohan attempted an alternative transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet it proved futile. In a flash, Frieza and Goku distanced themselves, facing one another. Frieza appeared somewhat disheveled, nursing his wounds, while Goku bore even more severe injuries. Frieza brushed off the dust from his attire and remarked, You are quite capable, aren't you? Besides my father, you are the first to soil me. This is the first time in my life that I feel this exhilarated. I never expected to encounter a scion of your caliber, so different from those foolish ones of the past. It would be a pity to kill you. What do you say? Care to join us? I shall overlook the Dragon Ball affairs. Frieza extended an invitation to Goku. Goku felt a surge of adrenaline and smiled faintly. I'm afraid that's impossible. This is the first time I've faced such a formidable opponent. It exhilarates me. Frieza retorted, You truly lack awareness of your situation, don't you, Goku? I will allow you to use both hands against me. Consider it a special offer. With a calm demeanor, Frieza placed his hands behind his back, his tail swaying gently, striking the ground with a resonant sound. Goku assumed a battle stance, weighing the pros and cons. In their previous skirmish, he discerned that Frieza did not perceive energy in the same way they did. Is that so? The outcome is still uncertain. If you insist, I shall not hold back. In an instant, Goku halted. The ground beneath him caved in under the immense force of his power as he charged toward Frieza. Frieza, hands still behind him, leaped backward, his feet and tail colliding with Goku's fists and kicks, producing a cacophony of rapid strikes. Soon, Frieza seized upon a flaw, ensnaring Goku's neck with his tail and constricting it tightly. With a fierce grip, Sun Wukong clutched Frieza's tail, desperately attempting to free himself while emitting anguished cries. Frieza, observing the struggling Wukong, let out a triumphant laugh. Chapter 28. 20-fold Kaioken, curse it. Why can't I break free? Wukong roared in frustration, biting down hard on Frisia's tail. Suddenly, Frisia shuddered in pain, as if jolted by electricity, hastily retracting his tail and blowing on the bite mark left behind. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Frisia's face, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes that left Frisia momentarily unable to defend himself. Frisia retaliated with a fierce blow that sent Wukong flying, landing on the ground ahead, panting slightly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wukong smirked. Did we not agree not to use both hands? Hee hee. The time for leniency has come to an end, Frisia declared, his crimson eyes fixed on Wukong. Unperturbed, Wukong replied. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. You are overly confident in your own strength. Your entire being is riddled with vulnerabilities, and that is your downfall. Frisia's expression darkened, his pride wounded by Wukong's words. Although he appeared to smile, fury simmered beneath the surface. I appreciate your advice. You are indeed formidable, a rarity among your kind. However, I have grown weary of this battle. It is time to conclude this. I will ask you one last time. Would you care to serve under me? Killing you would be a regrettable loss. Wukong remained resolute, responding, That is impossible, Frisia. I shall never engage in such heinous acts. I anticipated your response. You are more stubborn than those scions. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. You now have but one path before you, death. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Wukong's black hair to flutter. Unmoved by Frisia's threats, he retorted, You speak too soon. I have yet to be defeated by you. Even if you still retain some strength, even considering your previous techniques, as long as I unleash 50% of my power, you shall be reduced to cosmic dust, Frisia proclaimed, extending his 5 fingers towards Wukong. Sweat beaded on Wukong's forehead as he chuckled. You truly overestimate yourself. If you wish to deceive, at least provide a reasonable basis. Frisia spread his arms wide, his tail arched backward, feet positioned in a stance of dominance, head lowered slightly. Eyes wide open, embodying the essence of a descending monarch. Let us await the outcome. To be honest, I have not exerted myself like this in quite some time. With a resounding roar, a crimson aura enveloped Wukong as he instantly activated the 10-fold Kaioken, colliding with Frisia and launching them from the ground into the sky, and then crashing down onto the surface of the sea. Frisia's speed and strength were astonishingly rapid, mercilessly overwhelming Goku, leaving him defenseless. With a sudden strike, Goku found himself slammed to the ground, battered by a relentless barrage of energy blasts that fell like torrential rain. Even with the 10-fold Kaioken, he had no opportunity to retaliate, being thoroughly dominated. As Goku unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, the crimson aura surged wildly, causing Frisia's energy blasts to be repelled in an instant. What? Frisia's astonished gaze fell upon Goku, who had positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist. The energy blasts, sent flying by Goku, scattered across Namek, forcing Gohan and the others, who were in hiding, to quickly dodge. Bulma screamed sharply as Gohan lifted her, her eyes wide with terror at the continuous rumbling surrounding them. Once they reached a safe location, Bulma remained shaken. The proximity to the explosive mushroom cloud instilling profound fear in her, an ordinary person. Is it not over yet? I truly cannot bear to remain here any longer. Bulma whimpered, turning to Gohan for reassurance. Gohan shook his head, replying, Collecting the Dragon Balls requires some time. If all goes well, it should be dark soon. And the Namekians have yet to be revived. We must wait a little longer. Krillin and Den soon returned, narrowly escaping the scattered energy blasts that had nearly cost them their lives. Uncle Krillin, Den, please protect Aunt Bulma. My father is at a disadvantage. I need to assist him. Gohan sensed Goku's energy swelling again, likely having activated the 20-fold Kaioken, foreshadowing even greater troubles ahead. I want to go too. Although my power is inferior to yours, I believe I can still be of assistance, Krillin declared, clenching his fists in frustration. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan nodded, saying, Very well, Uncle Krillin, let us proceed together. Then, keep Aunt Bulma safe. With that, Gohan and Krillin soared away, leaving Den and the frightened Bulma behind. Goku glared at Frisia, fury igniting within him as he concentrated a blue energy wave in his palm. For Gohan, for Chi-Chi, for Earth, and for the future of all Namekians, I refuse to be defeated by you. With a resounding roar, he maximized his energy, fully unleashing the 20-fold Kaioken. Regardless of whether you possess half your strength or if you speak truthfully or deceitfully, I will bring you down. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave surged towards Frieza with incredible speed and an expansive range, leaving no possibility for evasion. Frieza's palm pressed down firmly against the Kamehameha. His expression contorted in strain, accompanied by a furious roar, clearly indicating the challenge he faced. Explosive sparks erupted, consuming even the light, and the violent tremors nearly sent Krillin flying, fortunately stabilized by Gohan's grip. The 20-fold Kaioken proved to be a considerable challenge for Sun Wukong, pushing his body to its very limits. The sparks in the air dissipated, while Frieza's palm, having endured the Kamehameha wave, bore burn marks and numerous wounds. Sun Wukong's recent 20-fold Kaioken Kamehameha had only inflicted minor injuries upon Frieza. Astonishingly, he had indeed been truthful, having exerted merely half of his power. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong felt his vitality waning and his breathing becoming erratic. Frieza, inwardly acknowledging the close call, contemplated the source of such formidable strength emanating from this scion, cursing him in frustration. In a flash, Frieza appeared before Sun Wukong, seething with rage. That last attack was quite painful, you insolent creature. With a sudden burst of speed, Frieza lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Trembling, Sun Wukong managed to rise unsteadily. What do I do now? The 20-fold Kaioken has truly exhausted my physical capabilities. It seems I have no choice but to resort to the Spirit Bomb. Raising his hand slowly, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and focused on Frieza as he began to gather the Spirit Bomb. Frieza halted, observing Sun Wukong's gesture, and inquired, "What are you attempting to do?" Chapter 29. Gathering the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb is a technique passed down from the North Kao, allowing one to absorb the energy of all living things, plants, insects, humans, and animals, into a singular energy sphere, which can then be used as a weapon. However, the process of gathering this energy is time-consuming, leaving Sun Wukong vulnerable, as he inadvertently exposed his weaknesses to Frieza. Absorbing energy solely from this planet would not suffice to defeat Frieza. Thus, he needed to expand his range of absorption. I will draw energy from the nearby planets of Namek. Share your life force with me. Realizing that the energy absorbed from Namek was insufficient, Sun Wukong widened his scope. Frieza, unable to sense the energy, observed Sun Wukong's raised hands and remarked, "Do you harbor some peculiar intentions? However, given your precarious state, I doubt you can achieve anything further." With a sudden force, Frieza charged at Sun Wukong, the ground beneath him shattering as his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a swift figure dashed forward, and Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying. "What?" Frieza exclaimed as he flipped in midair and landed on the ground. Glaring at Gohan, "It is you, little brat. You were the one who thwarted my plans before. Gohan, what are you doing here? You must leave. You are no match for him." Sun Wukong shouted anxiously, utterly drained. Gohan responded with determination, "Father, leave this to me for now." With a surge of energy, disregarding Sun Wukong's warnings, Gohan unleashed his full power and charged at Frieza. "Ah, so your name is Son Gohan, and you are indeed his son." Frieza observed Son Gohan with keen interest, effortlessly evading each of Gohan's formidable strikes as he leisurely stepped back. With a resounding thud, a knee strike landed brutally against Gohan's chest, causing blood to erupt from his mouth and nose, leaving him with the agonizing sensation of several fractured ribs, rendering his consciousness momentarily hazy. "Stay strong, Gohan," Piccolo instinctively called out from King Kai's planet, having kept a vigilant watch. Yet, through sheer determination, Gohan managed to grasp Frieza's knee, blood dripping onto the ground, mingling with the red dust like a dreamlike blood rose. Well, little one, you are quite resilient. I shall relish tormenting you in front of your father," Frieza taunted, casting a sidelong glance at Goku, who was filled with fury, relishing the moment. With a mighty strike, Frieza's palm crashed down on Gohan's head, sending him sprawling to the ground, leaving a long trail of crimson on the earth. "Is that all you've got? Damn it. Move faster. You must hasten, share your energy with me." Goku roared inwardly, desperate to rush to their aid. Gohan, struggling to stand, placed his palms at his waist, gathering a deep green energy, his gaze unwavering and resolute, unafraid of Frieza. Frieza strolled towards Gohan, amused by his stubbornness. "You truly have no idea of the terror that I, Frieza, embody." "I know, more than anyone else," Gohan replied, his youthful voice laced with determination. Frieza paused, momentarily taken aback by Gohan's fierce gaze, which evoked memories of a time before he obliterated planet Vegeta, when King Vegeta and all the elite warriors had dared to defy him. The reason for King Vegeta's audacity was rooted in a legend that spoke of Frisia's fear of united Saiyans. The irony was almost nauseating when confronted. King Vegeta and his warriors had been filled with terror, their eyes reflecting fear as they witnessed their annihilation. Even Vegeta himself had succumbed to that dread. "I detest the look in your eyes." Frieza snapped back to reality, dismayed at not seeing the fear he so desired in Goku and Gohan. "I fear you not." Upon arriving on Namek, I prepared myself for this moment. "I fear no one, not even you, Frieza, despite your golden skin. Prepare yourself for my ultimate technique." The universal cataclysmic palm. With a fierce battle cry, Gohan concentrated 2 streams of deep green energy in his hands, ensnaring Frieza within their grasp. The flickering arcs of energy relentlessly struck Frieza, eliciting anguished cries from him. "Let me go, you wretched brat!" Frieza howled in torment. Ensnared in the air by Gohan's formidable technique. The remarkable technique known as the Universal Shocking Palm, bestowed by Master Roshi, truly astonishes. One would never have anticipated that Gohan had mastered this move. Son Goku beamed with satisfaction, intensifying his absorption as the spirit bomb swelled in size. Seizing the moment to concentrate its energy. On King Kai's planet, Yamcha, alongside Piccolo, Tien, and Kairatsu, placed their hands on the North Kai's shoulder, observing the unfolding events on Namek. How splendid! This is Master Matato's Universal Shocking Palm. Gohan and Yamcha were intimately familiar with this technique, having witnessed it during their first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament when Master Roshi, under the alias of Chung Long, demonstrated it against Goku. "Well done, Gohan." Piccolo couldn't contain the smile that spread across his face. Tien exclaimed, "This is incredible. And look, Krillin has joined the fray as well." On Namek, Frieza struggled desperately against his restraints, emitting anguished cries, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of madness after Gohan had dealt him a significant blow. "Krillin, act swiftly." Gohan shouted urgently. Clad in the same orange gi as Goku, Krillin stood atop a peak, his palm raised high, as a golden ring materialized, its edges adorned with tiny serrations, spinning at a rapid pace. "Well done, Gohan. Prepare to receive this." Krillin hurled the spirit slash towards Frieza, ensnared within the Universal Shocking Palm. "Curse it, do not overstep your bounds." Frieza's body swelled in an instant, his aura surging violently, causing Goku to falter momentarily. Is this Frieza's full power? Quickly, evade, Gohan. Though Gohan sensed the impending danger, it was too late. Frieza, unleashing his full might, broke free from the Universal Shocking Palm in the blink of an eye, conjuring a beam of death energy that obliterated Krillin's spirit slash and pierced through his right chest with merciless precision. Caught off guard, Krillin clutched his blood-soaked chest, collapsing to the ground. Though he survived, the severity of his wounds rendered him defenseless. At that very moment, Frieza seized Gohan by his hair, lifting him with a painful cry, his inflated form contracting once more. "You wretched creature, how dare you inflict such pain upon me? Child, reciprocity is only fair. This is my response to you." A faint crimson energy sphere enveloped Gohan, immobilizing him entirely with Frieza's oppressive technique. "This is dire. Cease at once, Frieza," Goku implored, having experienced this attack firsthand. At Gohan's current strength, escaping such a binding was implausible. Chapter 30. The Malevolence of Frieza. Frieza cast a fleeting glance at Goku, regarding him as one would a mere toy, his gaze filled with amusement as he observed Gohan's futile struggles within the translucent crimson sphere. With a resounding thud, his tail swung forcefully, striking Gohan's head like an iron rod, sending him hurtling away, consciousness momentarily shattered. Frieza moved with astonishing speed, intercepting Gohan just as he was about to land, delivering a devastating elbow strike to Gohan's lower back. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Gohan succumbed to excruciating pain. Losing consciousness, Frieza had shattered his vertebrae, and his body fell uncontrollably, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground, while the oppressive force that had bound Gohan dissipated. Goku, filled with fury, glared at Frieza, almost breathing fire. On King Kai's planet, Yamcha seethed with frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, I can't bear to watch. Gohan and Goku are battling on Namek, while we..." Meanwhile, Piccolo clenched his remaining fist until it bled, gritting his teeth in anguish. King Kai was equally anxious, questioning when the Supreme Kai and others would arrive. If they delay any longer, Gohan will be killed by Frieza. On the ground, Gohan, overwhelmed by pain, slipped into unconsciousness. I will first deal with you, little monkey, and then finish off your father, Frieza declared, raising a finger to conjure a searing explosive orb at its tip, ascending slowly. This technique had once annihilated planet Vegeta. Goku, filled with surprise, lifted his head. The enormous spirit bomb shimmered, drawing Frieza's instinctive attention upward. What is that? Frieza trembled as he beheld the massive spirit bomb, its diameter exceeding 50 kilometers. Suddenly, Krillin shouted, having miraculously healed from the gaping wound in his chest. With Den's assistance, they lifted Gohan and swiftly fled. Thank you, Krillin, Den, Gohan uttered, though curiosity flickered in Den's mind regarding Krillin's sudden recovery. However, there was no time for inquiries as Goku hurled the spirit bomb with all his might toward Frieza. Frieza's emotions surged like a roller coaster. Before he could recover from the shock of the enormous spirit bomb, he saw a rejuvenated Krillin. Above him, the colossal spirit bomb was hurtling toward him. The explosive orb, capable of obliterating planets, collided with Frieza's own destructive orb, resulting in an overwhelming explosion that left no room for resistance, crashing mercilessly into Frieza. Damn it! Frieza roared as he was engulfed by the spirit bomb's fury. The ocean surged violently from the impact, waves repelling in all directions, while crabs scuttled in disarray. Goku immediately dropped to the ground, and without time to treat Gohan, Den pressed down on him to shield him. Krillin instinctively protected Bulma. A thunderous explosion resounded throughout the heavens, plunging the world into darkness as seawater and debris were thrust into the air by the tremendous shockwave. Goku and his companions had underestimated the destructive power of the spirit bomb's detonation. They were swept away uncontrollably by the ensuing chaos, as rain, dust, and water droplets pelted their bodies with painful intensity. After an indeterminate period, the radiant light returned to Namek. At the center of the once mighty ocean, a vast, gaping chasm had formed, with water continually surging in, as if the recent events were merely a figment of a dream. The ground was blanketed in dust and soil, seemingly concealing everything. In a swift current, Krillin and Dandy, with the unconscious Gohan in tow, managed to reach the shore. That was truly perilous. Dandy, please, tend to Gohan. His breath is exceedingly faint. If we do not act soon, he may perish, Krillin urged with urgency. I understand, Dandy replied, placing his hands upon Gohan's chest. The antennae-like appendages of the two Namekians glimmered with a gentle light, enveloping Gohan in a soothing aura. Meanwhile, Bulma emerged from a mound of sand, feeling as though her body might disintegrate. Why must I, a mere domestic lady, endure such torment? She lamented, brushing the sand from her clothing with evident disdain, her face smeared with dirt. Suddenly, Bulma noticed something partially exposed in the sand, a glimpse of an orange martial arts uniform. Goku. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma rushed over, using her delicate hands to clear the debris, ultimately revealing the exhausted Goku, who was at his limit. Cough, cough. Bulma? Goku sputtered, expelling sand as he recalled the fierce battle with Frieza, which had not only drained his energy, but inflicted significant wounds. As Bulma helped him to his feet, her previously frantic heart found solace in his presence. Wonderful. Goku, you are truly remarkable. You defeated the terrifying Frieza, she exclaimed with joy. Hee. Frieza was indeed a formidable adversary. Bulma, have you seen Gohan? Goku asked, his concern palpable. Earlier, Gohan had been gravely injured by Frieza and subsequently hurled away by the impact of a spirit bomb. Dad. The tender yet familiar call brought a smile to Goku's previously tense visage. Gohan. Goku exclaimed, his heart soaring as he looked up to see the healed Gohan, along with Krillin and Dandy, approaching him in flight. Upon landing, Krillin exclaimed, Goku, Bulma, thank goodness. Everyone is safe. Thank you, Dandy. Indeed. Dandy nodded emphatically, stepping forward to extend his palm towards Goku and commencing his healing. As a wave of comfort swept through his body, Goku expressed his delight. So that was it. You healed me, Krillin. Thank you. It's nothing. We finally vanquished that wicked villain. Thank you for avenging our fallen Namekians, Dandy replied, filled with excitement. Unlike Krillin, Bulma, and the others, Gohan remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. After his near-death experience and subsequent revival, he sensed a considerable enhancement in his strength. However, as he attempted to concentrate his energy for transformation, he found himself incapable of changing form, indicating that he still lacked sufficient power. Suddenly, a familiar yet intense sense of oppression enveloped them. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Son Gohan turned their heads, only to behold Frieza standing atop a protruding hillock, his tail severed by the recent energy blast, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Bulma, upon turning around and seeing that Frieza was still alive, felt a deep plunge of despair within her heart and cried out in terror. With a low hum, Frieza slowly raised his finger, and in an instant, a deadly beam pierced through Dandy's skull. "Stop it, Frieza!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, witnessing Dandy's immediate demise before his very eyes, fury surging through his chest. A profound sense of unwillingness overwhelming him, for even his final technique, the energy blast, had failed to vanquish Frieza. "Ha ha ha. Now, you shall have no further chances. I will relish in tormenting you slowly. You're next, little bald one." Frieza's gaze fell upon the nearly heartbroken Krillin, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Chapter 31, Super Saiyan. Be careful. Son Gohan pushed Krillin aside with force, as the frail figure succumbed completely to Frieza's control. "Why rush to your demise, little one?" Frieza sneered through clenched teeth, glaring at Son Gohan with fury. "Gohan, stop. Frieza, please stop." A chilling wave coursed through Sun Wukong's entire being, filled with rage, unwillingness, and impotence. He could only stand helplessly as Frieza claimed one life after another before him. "Daddy!" Frieza clenched his palm tightly, and in an instant, the suspended Son Gohan was obliterated, his blood splattering onto Sun Wukong's face, still warm. Krillin, witnessing Son Gohan's direct annihilation at Frieza's hands, was paralyzed with fear. His body numb, consumed with rage and helplessness, loathing his own perceived weakness. Bulma's face turned ashen. Moments ago, she had been conversing with Dandy and Son Gohan, and now they lay lifeless before her eyes. The fading of life plunged her heart into a dark abyss. "Little bald one, your turn has come." Frieza's triumphant laughter echoed as he pointed his finger at Krillin. "Unforgivable! Unforgivable! How could you kill Gohan, you monster?" As the heavens themselves trembled and thunder converged, the surrounding debris began to levitate under Sun Wukong's wrath. His hair and eyes shifted dramatically, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart. With a final roar akin to that of a wild beast, Sun Wukong underwent a profound transformation. His once dark hair turned to gold, his emerald eyes ablaze with fury, destruction, and a primal urge to annihilate everything in his path, culminating in the emergence of the Super Saiyan. Krillin and Bulma stood in stunned silence, gazing at Sun Wukong's transformed visage, the flickering golden aura indelibly etched in their minds. Filled with deep hatred, Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon Frieza and urgently instructed Krillin, "Krillin, while I still possess my reason, take Bulma and hide quickly." "Wukong," Krillin called out, dazed, while Bulma, whose trembling form had found tranquility, could not forget the image of Sun Wukong, now a Super Saiyan, descending like a celestial warrior. "Krillin, I urge you to hasten your departure. Do you hear me? I can no longer restrain myself." Son Goku's furious roar snapped Krillin and Bulma back to reality. Understanding his urgency, Krillin lifted Bulma and soared into the sky, distancing themselves from the chaos. Bulma's gaze remained fixed upon Son Goku, her lively eyes shimmering with a hint of emotion. "Impossible. Aren't Saiyans only capable of transforming into giant apes? What is happening?" Frieza furrowed his brow, feeling a deep sense of unease at Goku's transformation. Krillin was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. The moment Gohan had pushed him away lingered in his mind, leaving him in tears, his heart aching. How infuriating! "Gohan, why did you save such a worthless person like me?" In a fit of despair, Krillin gently set Bulma down on solid ground, far from Goku and Frieza's confrontation. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Bulma's home, Chi-Chi shuddered as a wave of anxiety washed over her. In that instant, it felt as if her heart had exploded, causing her to drop her coffee onto the floor. "Mrs. Goku, what troubles you? Is the coffee not to your taste?" Mrs. Brief inquired, noticing Chi-Chi's tear-streaked face. Chi-Chi, with glistening eyes, lamented, "Gohan is in trouble. Something has happened to Gohan." Ox King consoled her. "Chi-Chi, Goku has already reached Namek. They will surely return safely." The turtle hermit quickly added, "Indeed, indeed. Chi-Chi, Goku, and the others will come back. On King Kai's planet, Witnessing Dandy and Gohan perish at Frisia's hands filled King Kai with sorrow. Gohan is gone? King Kai, why has Goku's hair turned golden? Yamcha, overwhelmed with sadness, noticed Goku's transformation and immediately inquired. King Kai explained, there is no doubt. He has become a Super Saiyan. Goku has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo stared in astonishment at King Kai. With excitement, King Kai affirmed, indeed, Goku has achieved the Super Saiyan form. And perhaps Frieza will not stand a chance against him now. Piccolo, his eyes wide with urgency, interjected, more importantly, we must inform the Supreme Kai to amend his wish. Now that Gohan has perished, let the wish be changed to resurrect those slain by Vegeta and Frieza. Yes, I will contact the Supreme Kai on Earth immediately to alter the wish. King Kai replied swiftly, redirecting his attention from Namek to Earth, briefing the Supreme Kai and Bubbles about the situation on Namek. I am truly enraged. Frieza, on Namek, transformed into a Super Saiyan, Son Goku glared at Frieza with fury. Consumed by anger and instinct, all he desired was to eliminate Frieza. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath him shattered as Goku moved with incredible speed, charging at Frieza before he could react, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. In the air, Frieza was propelled backwards, and in an instant, Sun Wukong appeared above him, his fists clenched tightly as he forcefully struck Frieza into the ground, creating a massive crater that caused the earth to crack and splinter. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed, sparks soaring into the sky as Frieza erupted from the pit, hovering defiantly before Sun Wukong. Scion, are you here to accuse me of indiscriminate slaughter? He taunted, is it not true that your race has killed countless innocents? That is precisely why you faced annihilation. At this moment, Sun Wukong's demeanor was eerily calm, his emerald eyes devoid of any emotion, cold and unfeeling. Hearing Sun Wukong's response, Frieza let out a series of mocking laughs. Ha ha ha. I wiped them out because I found that bunch of monkeys intolerable. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong's fists tightened, his deep voice laced with a palpable killing intent. Now, it is my turn to bring you to justice. Ha ha ha. Justice from you, Frieza? The wild monkey's arrogance knows no bounds. You cannot defeat me. Even if you truly transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza's words elicited a sinister smile from Sun Wukong. Oh my, as flames coalesced in his palms. Frieza unleashed a relentless barrage of fire towards Sun Wukong. Frieza's energy began to wane, his breath becoming labored. The pressure from Sun Wukong had become overwhelming, shattering his earlier composure. Chapter 32, Death and Resurrection transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Frieza, unwittingly traversing numerous locations as the battle raged on. The dilapidated homes of the Namekians bore witness to their conflict, and as time elapsed, Frieza's mental state began to unravel. Who on earth are you? He trembled, directing his question at Sun Wukong. With a stern expression, Sun Wukong replied, have you not recognized me long ago? I am a Saiyan raised on Earth, journeying here solely to defeat you. Once possessing a heart that yearned for peace, I have now awakened as the legendary warrior. The Super Saiyan, fueled by wrath. His voice crescendoed almost into a roar as the landscape of Namek transformed under the weight of their clash. Though Vegeta had absconded with the spaceship Sun Wukong had brought, diminishing their opportunity for discourse, the fury that had ignited Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan made him embrace his Saiyan heritage. He resolved to use this newfound power to vanquish Frieza. The battle was fierce, and Krillin's mind incessantly replayed the harrowing scene of Gohan sacrificing himself to save him. At that moment, Bulma had shed her fear. The image of Sun Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan out of rage lingered vividly in her mind, an indelible mark. She suddenly felt that Namek, millions of light years away from Earth, was not so detestable after all. Suddenly, a cataclysmic shift occurred. Magma erupted violently as Frieza seized an opportunity to devastate the core of Namek. However, fearing the repercussions of his own destruction, he refrained from obliterating the planet outright. The 5-minute countdown to the explosion on Namek, which once existed solely in the realms of film and literature amidst apocalyptic scenarios, now vividly unfolds before our eyes. Krillin, accompanied by Bulma, seeks refuge as the Earth begins to spew molten lava, flowing onto the surface and into rivers, while the sea surges ominously. Many of the primitive creatures on Namek, some succumb to despair, yet the majority flee in terror, But where can they escape to? As the cataclysmic battle rages on Namek. Back on Earth, Bobo finally gathers all 7 Dragon Balls. With the invocation of the incantation, the eternal dragon of Earth emerges at last. On Earth, the once bright daytime sky suddenly darkens, and Master Roshi, along with Bulma at West City, immediately realizes that someone has summoned the dragon after gathering the Dragon Balls. Even Chi-Chi, who had been engulfed in sorrow, halts her tears upon witnessing the ominous sky. The emergence of the dragon signifies that Goku and his companions have succeeded, eliciting a joyful exclamation from Master Roshi. Ox King remarks, "Indeed, Chi-Chi, look. The dragon has been summoned, which means Piccolo has been revived. Goku and the others have truly succeeded." Chi-Chi, with her swollen eyes shimmering with emotion, sends her thoughts of longing and blessings for her family into the vast expanse of the starry sky. The nebulous darkness seems endless, and a familiar voice echoes in her ears. Is this hell? It feels so dark, and the sensation of death is unsettling. However, altering Uncle Krillin's second demise is somewhat reassuring. I wonder if Dad has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan, Gohan, wake up. The call becomes increasingly distinct. Son Gohan suddenly opens his eyes wide, and in his line of sight, Dandy and Karu express their delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Gohan, you've finally awakened." Gohan rises with a swift motion, surveying his surroundings, a scene filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. With a lush green meadow beneath his feet, and the familiar blue sky adorned with white clouds, rendering him momentarily dazed. Are we in heaven? Gohan, still lost between death and reality, feels a gentle breeze that invigorates his spirit, turning to Dandy and Karu. Karu hastily clarifies, "No, no, Gohan. You have returned to life. Not just you. We all have returned. We have succeeded." Dandy, appearing anxious, affirms, "That's right. We are on Earth now, and we are safe." Suddenly, a bright light dazzles his eyes, resembling a mirror. Upon closer inspection, Gohan realizes it is Krillin, who, along with Bulma, rushes towards him. Krillin, overwhelmed with emotion, embraces Gohan tightly, weeping with joy. "Thank goodness, you have returned. Thank you for saving me. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, is this Earth? Have I truly come back to life?" Gohan senses a profound isolation, a painful yet enlightening experience after traversing the threshold of death, leading to a peculiar understanding of mortality. "Child, cough, cough. Your condition is not good." The Grand Elder, with the assistance of Elder Muley and others, approached, sensing the unusual state of Son Gohan, and promptly spoke. Krillin released Son Gohan, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Could something be amiss with Gohan? I am not in good condition, Grand Elder," Gohan admitted. "After my demise, I felt an overwhelming tranquility, a profound stillness, an absence of awareness. Moreover, I sensed a significant enhancement in my abilities, resurrected from the brink of death. I cannot help but wonder if, upon dying once more and returning to life, I might grow even stronger." The Grand Elder, perceptive of Gohan's thoughts, intended to guide him before his final breath. He could not bear to witness a child brimming with potential veering towards self-destruction. "All things possess a spirit, my child," he cautioned. "You are still too young." Cough, cough. Such thoughts are perilous. With his last breath, the Grand Elder imparted his wisdom to Gohan. Gohan nodded, albeit somewhat incomprehensibly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. "What of my father? How is he? And Frieza?" After a moment of contemplation, Bulma proceeded to explain the situation. Gohan had been engulfed in death, drifting into unconsciousness, entirely unaware of the events unfolding around him. Now awakened, he found all to be concluded. Goku had altered his wish. He remained on Namek, battling alongside Frieza until the end. However, there were notable differences. Goku had located the spherical spaceship left by the Ginyu Force, and, under the watchful eye of King Kai and others, escaped from Namek, soaring into the cosmos. King Kai was vigilantly monitoring Goku's condition. Gohan sighed in relief. It seemed a joyous outcome. All the Namekians who had perished were revived, and Vegeta had pilfered Goku's spaceship, likely to arrive on Earth in a few days. Yet, a shadow of sorrow loomed. The Grand Elder had passed away, and Elder Muley was to succeed him. A somber atmosphere enveloped the Namekians, with Dandy and Karu weeping inconsolably. Gohan, too, shed tears, mourning the Grand Elder's departure. Despite his advanced age, the Grand Elder departed with a smile, knowing the Namekians had been preserved. Chapter 33. The pursuit of knowledge on King Kai's planet. Piccolo emulated the former Son Goku, departing from King Kai's realm and embarking on Snake Way to return. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu remained on King Kai's planet to train in the interim. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and others found themselves in an unfamiliar location. Bulma had re-established contact with her father, brief, and he would soon arrive. Ah, indeed, Earth is the best. Moreover, the Dragon Balls of Namek can revive someone repeatedly. Even Kaiatsu can be brought back. Bulma yawned, reflecting on her experiences on Namek, feeling as if it were all a dream. The terrifying visage of Frieza still haunted her thoughts. Gohan, clad in tattered purple martial arts attire, walked the streets, resembling a beggar as he conversed with Dandi and Karoo. Haha, I was unaware that I had been resurrected by Shenlong. Had I known, I would have eagerly wished to witness my father delivering a sound thrashing to Frieza, as well as the furious visage of Gohan. Karoo remarked, on Namek, a year comprises only 130 days. By that time, not only will your father return, Gohan, but others will also be resurrected. Gohan pondered, ah, even Kaiatsu can be revived. However, his gaze sharpened as he recalled Vegeta, who, contrary to the memories of the traveler, had seized the opportunity to steal a spaceship and flee. The future Vegeta may change, but for now, he remains a villain. Gohan found himself questioning whether the Vegeta from the traveler's memories was the same as the one before him. He could scarcely fathom that this same Vegeta would eventually marry Bulma and have children. Fate is indeed unpredictable, Gohan mused. Vegeta will certainly come to Earth. With my father currently on Yardrat, if I can transform into a Super Saiyan before Vegeta arrives, he shall not pose a challenge. I refuse to believe that this princely warrior can ascend to the heavens. Suddenly, a resonant sound disrupted the sky as a large orange spacecraft soared through the air. Bulma exclaimed with delight, "It's my father and the others." Elder Muley chuckled, "I apologize for the inconvenience caused to Miss Bulma during this time." As the aircraft descended, a voice filled with emotion echoed, "Gohan, my Gohan." Chi-Chi sprinted toward her son. Gohan, lowering his gaze, exchanged glances with Krillin, Bulma, Dandy, and Elder Muley, quickly shaking his head to convey a silent plea, "Do not reveal the fact that he had been slain by Frieza, especially not to his mother, Chi-Chi." Having previously agreed upon this, everyone nodded gently, affirming their discretion. Given Chi-Chi's current demeanor, the news of Gohan's demise would likely render her faint. A mother's worry knows no bounds. Gohan, at merely 5 years of age, had been away for over a month. And this journey extended far beyond mere miles. It had taken him into the cosmos. Upon seeing Gohan's appearance, Chi-Chi burst into tears, exclaiming, "Oh, how did your clothes become so tattered? Who have you been fighting? My Gohan is turning into a delinquent." "Ha ha ha, mother, I'm fine. See, I'm perfectly all right," Gohan reassured her. "By the way, mother, I would like to introduce you to my good friends I met on Namek, Dandy and Karoo." Gently freeing himself from Chi-Chi's embrace, he continued with a smile. After releasing Gohan, Chi-Chi stood and turned to face Dandy and Karoo, who appeared somewhat shy, as if they were children visiting a friend's home and encountering their parents. "Hello, Gohan's mother. My name is Dandy," one introduced. "I am Karoo," the other added. Chi-Chi's expression darkened slightly as she glanced around at the Namekians, murmuring, "Two little Piccolos, and a whole host of Piccolos. Mother, do not be afraid. The Namekians are like celestial beings, a race that seeks friendship and embodies kindness and peace." Gohan quickly reassured her, while Dandy and Karoo appeared utterly bewildered. The echoes of the devastation wrought by the demon King Piccolo, who once nearly obliterated the surface of the earth, still lingered vividly in memory. How could Satan, the consummate deceiver, have succeeded so remarkably? During the confrontation with the Demon King, humanity had exhausted all means at its disposal: military forces, advanced weaponry, poison, and more, yet found itself utterly helpless, enveloped in despair. Following Chi-Chi, Gohan and the Ox King returned to the peaceful embrace of their home on Baozi Mountain. Once inside, Gohan changed into a fresh purple martial arts uniform. "Gohan, you've been away for over a month. The amount of schoolwork you've missed is overwhelming. You must catch up during this time. While I do not oppose your martial arts training with Goku, you must not neglect your studies," Chi-Chi stated, holding a towering stack of learning materials. Gohan, preparing for training, weakly replied, "But I've already completed my junior high curriculum." Chi-Chi smiled and explained, "Much of this knowledge cannot be acquired in school. It was provided by Bulma's mother." "Bulma's mother?" Gohan inquired, intrigued by the assortment of books. Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, were renowned inventors, so surely the materials they possessed would be anything but simple. Concepts such as dimensional space, astronomical phenomena, physical definitions of time, and particle computation formulas were entirely different from what he had previously encountered, leaving Gohan astonished as he looked at Chi-Chi. With a gentle and sweet smile, Chi-Chi remarked, "Gohan, to be honest, I do not wish for you to learn martial arts solely for the purpose of fighting. However, since you have chosen this path, I shall not hinder you. By blending martial arts with scholarship, I believe our Gohan will undoubtedly become an extraordinary literary martial artist. Indeed, I will. Thank you, Mother." Gohan exclaimed, excitedly placing the books in his room, unable to part with the volume on dimensional space, which he began to peruse. Dimensional space is the form of material existence relative to time, encompassing the infinite and finite aspects of spatial relationships. No. Gohan, who had been engrossed in his reading, suddenly snapped back to reality, tossing the book onto the bed. Now is the time to focus on training and strive to become a Super Saiyan. That's right. Vegeta could arrive on Earth at any moment. There is no time for this now. Shaking his head, Gohan dashed out of his room. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi sat in the living room, watching television, while her father, the Ox King, was out hunting. Gohan, whose appetite was as hearty as Goku's, had a voracious hunger. "Oh, Gohan, you're out. Are you going to pick flowers? There is a restroom in your room," Chi-Chi observed, puzzled, as Gohan hurriedly put on his shoes. No. That rascal Vegeta has pilfered the spaceship my father took, and I am uncertain when he will arrive on Earth. I must prepare for my training in advance. I shall return before dinner." After Gohan stepped outside, he soared into the sky and, under Chi-Chi's gaze, vanished into the distant horizon, arriving at the place where he once trained alongside his uncle Piccolo. Chapter 34. Vegeta, why are you wearing Goku's clothes? Beneath the azure sky lay a landscape of valleys and mountains, reminiscent of Namek. At the tender age of 4, Gohan was taken by Piccolo, and he trained here for an extended period. His transformation began in this very place, where he first battled the Saiyans. Suddenly, a deep and steady voice resonated behind him, instinctively causing Gohan to distance himself. As he turned to look, he gathered energy in the form of a ki blast in his palm. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed with surprise, dissipating the ki blast in his hand. "You've become stronger, surpassing me entirely," Piccolo remarked, retracting his fist. He had just tested Gohan, and the boy's reaction pleased him greatly. "How did you come to be here, Gohan?" Piccolo inquired with curiosity. Gohan, feeling despondent, explained, "Uncle Piccolo, during our journey to Namek, I became painfully aware of my own weakness. I do not wish for my father, mother, or you, Uncle Piccolo, to vanish from my sight. Thus, I must grow stronger. I want to become a Super Saiyan like my father." Piccolo felt a sense of pride in Gohan's development, whereas before he needed to motivate him. Gohan now pursued his training independently. "I witnessed everything that transpired on Namek from King Kai's planet. Gohan, as long as you are willing to train with your innate talent, I am confident that no one will stand against you in the future, not even me or Goku." Piccolo offered sincere encouragement, acknowledging the potential he had seen in Gohan. "Hee," Gohan said bashfully, scratching his head. Piccolo then assumed a combat stance, and the two landed steadily upon a mountain peak, preparing for battle. "Gohan, allow me to see the progress you have made during this time." "All right, Uncle Piccolo, you better be cautious." With a swift motion, Gohan halted and instantly appeared behind Piccolo, executing a flying kick aimed at Piccolo's shoulder. Impressive speed. Piccolo's pupils dilated as he extended his arm, catching Gohan's leg. "Huh!" Gohan shouted, and as Piccolo grasped him, he utilized Piccolo's leverage to strike with his other foot toward Piccolo's chest. Whoa! Piccolo was sent flying several hundred steps, crashing heavily to the ground. As Gohan landed, he again pushed off the ground, charging toward Piccolo with seamless fluidity. The coordinated sequence of movements he executed was something he could not have accomplished previously. His experience from the Namekian journey had filled the gaps in his training. In the past, he would have been incapable of such a seamless display. Piccolo displayed a sinister smile, stabilizing his body before executing a high kick aimed at Gohan. Due to Gohan's smaller stature, he became a more elusive target, especially as he advanced through the air. Whoosh! Gohan's figure vanished like an illusion, leaving Piccolo's pupils trembling in astonishment. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch at the nape of his neck, Gohan's hand lightly resting there. Ha ha ha. Uncle Piccolo, it appears I've won. Gohan exclaimed joyfully, descending from the air and landing on the ground. In their past training sessions, he had never once triumphed over Piccolo, yet in mere seconds, he had managed to defeat him now. Impressive, Gohan. It seems your strength is not your only asset, Piccolo remarked, turning to gently touch the back of his neck. A smile gracing his lips as he bowed his head slightly towards Gohan. Of course, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, hands on his hips, exuding pride. Suddenly, Piccolo's fist came crashing towards Gohan, but Gohan anticipated the move, lightly leaping back. With his feet apart, he grasped Piccolo's arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending Piccolo sprawling onto the ground. I knew you'd try that move, Uncle Piccolo. I want to fall for it again. I've been waiting for you. Gohan extended his hand to help Piccolo up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. That's the spirit. You must always maintain this discipline, Gohan. Do not allow yourself to become complacent, Piccolo smiled, advising him. Hee, I could never abandon my training. Likewise, I will not forsake my studies, Gohan said resolutely. After witnessing the memories of the time travelers, Gohan could no longer allow his father, Goku, to face dangers alone. He could not merely hide behind Goku's protection. The most arduous challenges on Namek had been overcome, and now, regarding future threats like Cell, Majin Buu, and the God of Destruction, he needed to intensify his training. Having returned from Namek nearly a week prior, Gohan was training with Piccolo and Krillin when he suddenly sensed a familiar, yet powerful energy emanating from the cosmos. It's Vegeta. He has truly come to Earth, Krillin exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. Though Gohan had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan in recent days, he was not one to be easily subdued by Vegeta. He was on the brink of achieving his full potential. Piccolo turned to Gohan and inquired, Gohan, do you think you can handle Vegeta? Quite easily, though we must not underestimate him. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, let us go together, Gohan replied. All right. With that, Gohan took to the skies, followed closely by Piccolo and Krillin, as they soared towards Bulma's residence in West City. A spherical spaceship pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, gradually descending towards the surface. As the speed diminished, the Namekians residing at Bulma's home instinctively looked up, their fists clenched in dissatisfaction at the familiar presence. For some among them had perished at Vegeta's hands. Bulma was left utterly astounded. Indeed, this spaceship signified that Vegeta had truly arrived on Earth. Mrs. Brief, tending to her flowers with a watering can, exclaimed with a melodious tone, Ah, the spaceship thief is coming. As the spacecraft descended, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin hastened to the scene. Upon witnessing Gohan's arrival, Bulma and the others felt a surge of confidence. The other Namekians smiled and waved at Gohan. Piccolo and Nail exchanged glances, their resemblance striking. Due to Gohan's presence, Nail had not assimilated with Piccolo as per his previous memories, and he was still alive. He looks just like Brother Nail, exclaimed Dend and Carlin, glancing around in surprise. Buzz, the spaceship landed, and the hatch slowly opened, revealing a figure that left Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin utterly speechless. Bulma, in disbelief, remarked, Vegeta, why are you wearing Goku's clothes? Vegeta, equally astonished by the crowd, felt a wave of confusion. Weren't these individuals supposed to have been killed by Frieza on Namek? How could they possibly be on Earth? More importantly, he was mortified that his attire had been seen. Chapter 35. The Hunted Woman. Vegeta's choice to don Goku's attire stemmed from the deplorable state of his battle suit, which had nearly disintegrated to the point of resembling a bikini. Furthermore, Goku's outfit was a complete set gifted by King Kai, all identical in design. Vegeta had initially intended to find suitable clothing upon arriving on Earth. However, he never anticipated that Gohan and the others would return, witnessing his current predicament. What a mortifying experience. Krillin couldn't contain his laughter, followed by Bulma, Mr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, and Gohan, who erupted into hearty laughter. Eventually, as if caught in an infectious wave, the other Namekians joined in, and even Piccolo displayed a faint smile. Stop laughing, you fools. No one is allowed to laugh. Vegeta bellowed in exasperation. Regret washed over him. He thought it was bad enough to wear tattered clothing, but to be seen in Kakarote's garb by his acquaintances was unbearable. He wished he could vanish into the ground. Bulma laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks, waving her hand gently. So, Wandering Prince, what brings you to Earth? Is it for the Dragon Balls? Vegeta glanced around and saw the Namekians he had slain. inquiring, "How did you return? How is it that Frieza did not kill you?" Gohan replied earnestly, "Naturally. We were revived through the Dragon Balls on Earth. As for Frieza, he has been defeated by my father." "What did you say?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Vegeta's voice nearly erupted as he approached Gohan. Bulma, visibly displeased, retorted, "Humph, what do you know, you wretch? Wukong currently resides on the planet Yardrat. Yet, alas, you, the petty thief, missed witnessing the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan." "What did you say? Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan? You, Earth woman, must be jesting. Do you even comprehend what a Super Saiyan is? Among 1,000, there may be but one with the potential. How could Kakarot, that lowly warrior, possibly achieve such a transformation?" Vegeta, pointing his thumb at himself with an air of arrogance, declared, "If anyone were to become a Super Saiyan, it ought to be me, the prince of all Saiyans." "Huh, how could a mere thief of a spaceship ever compare to Wukong? Currently, a single finger from Wukong could defeat you. Even that vile Frieza was vanquished by him." The thought of that moment on Namek, when Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, caused Bulma's heart to flutter. She had dreamt of it countless times, a sensation akin to a drowning person spotting the shore, or a desperate soul glimpsing the dawn. Upon seeing Vegeta still belittling Wukong in disbelief, Bulma raised her middle finger at him, filled with contempt. The notion of Kakarot becoming a Super Saiyan was a bitter pill for Vegeta to swallow. He believed Bulma's words, for otherwise, Frieza would not have shown mercy. Yet, he struggled to accept it. After a lengthy silence, Vegeta turned to Gohan and inquired, "What does a Super Saiyan look like?" Krillin stepped forward to elucidate: golden hair, emerald eyes, and an uncontrollable rage. Gohan, unaware of Krillin's explanation, knew that it was an unforgettable moment. "Vegeta, do you still seek the Dragon Balls? I must inform you. It is futile. They are currently in a cooling period and will not be usable for another year. However, if you wish to battle, I am more than willing to oblige." Gohan unleashed his full power. Having risen from the dead, his strength surpassed that of his time on Namek, marking a significant leap in his abilities. Vegeta's expression shifted, begrudgingly unable to accept Gohan's current prowess. "Humph, I have no desire to fight you. But should you wish to engage, I shall not shy away, Kakarot's son." The atmosphere grew tense as Vegeta fixed his gaze on Gohan. Neither party genuinely wished to engage in combat. Ultimately, it was Bulma who shattered the tension, exclaiming, "You ought to take off Wukong's clothes. It feels quite unsettling to see you wearing them." Vegeta, infuriated by Bulma's words, erupted in anger. "Silence, you wretched Earth woman. Do you think I desire to wear Kakarot's attire? Had my battle suit not been nearly destroyed in my fight with the Ginyu Force, I would never don his garments. And how is it that Kakarot possesses but that one outfit? It is utterly infuriating." Vegeta has temporarily chosen to remain, although he does not reside at Bulma's home. Each time Bulma gazes upon him, she is reminded of the moment he donned Goku's attire, prompting her to laugh uncontrollably. Now, with a dark expression, Vegeta clutches a universal capsule house and a few sets of clothing, seeking a secluded place on Earth to train. Many days have elapsed since then. He is currently clad in an entire ensemble of black casual wear, which appears rather fashionable. With a pair of sunglasses, he would undoubtedly resemble the quintessential Saiyan Elder. Vegeta has yet to discover the gravity chamber aboard the spaceship. Otherwise, he would not be training in the outskirts of North City. The area is rife with softly undulating mountains and desolate wilderness, and he has been training here for many days without encountering another soul. This secluded environment has become his sanctuary, as he temporarily opts to remain on Earth, leading a solitary yet proud life befitting a Saiyan. Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan has left Vegeta momentarily bewildered. The long-sought goal of defeating Frieza has been achieved. Yet he feels a mix of resentment and elation at Kakarot's newfound power. Frieza has ultimately fallen at the hands of their race. Humph. If Kakarot can ascend to a Super Saiyan, then I, the prince of all Saiyans, shall not be outdone. I must observe what distinguishes this planet. Upon learning of the wish granted by Dandy, Vegeta has lost interest in enhancing his strength through the Dragon Balls. It is evident that, even without the guidance of the Dragon Balls, Gohan and Goku would reach comparable heights in subsequent battles. The Grand Elder merely wished to be cautious by granting such a second wish. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle interrupts Vegeta's thoughts. How curious that anyone would venture into such a remote locale. His gaze sharpens as he ascends to the mountaintop, surveying the source of the commotion below. A striking young woman with short purple hair is riding a motorcycle in a frantic escape, clad in a green short-sleeved shirt and orange denim pants. She exudes an air of competence, her hands adorned with red, fingerless gloves. Hot on her trail are 3 purple metallic robots, their abdomens emblazoned with a red emblem of overlapping triangles, within which lie the characters R in white. The young woman's expression is one of desperation. Impossible. The Red Ribbon Army should have been dismantled by that tailed brat. How is it possible that they still possess the capability to pursue me after all this time? Chapter 36. The Vengeful Undead, the Red Ribbon Army. Even a somewhat oblivious Goku would not forget this notorious name. The relentless robots emit mechanical sounds, targeting Violet. Locking on. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns unleash a hail of bullets. This woman, known as Violet, was once a colonel of the Red Ribbon Army. During the time Goku dismantled their headquarters, she absconded with the army's treasury and seized the opportunity to flee. Violet, at that time, had ascended to the rank of colonel. Her prowess undoubtedly among the finest of humanity. With a twist of the throttle, she accelerated with all her might, deftly maneuvering around mountains as a barrage of bullets struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. The robotic adversary soared above, its engines belching forth twin tongues of fire in relentless pursuit. Observing this spectacle, Vegeta maintained a cold demeanor, showing no inclination to offer assistance. With a series of rapid gunfire, Violet drew her pistol, aiming at the pursuing automaton, yet each shot merely ricocheted harmlessly off its exterior. With a dismissive motion, she holstered her weapon and surged forward. Suddenly, one of the robot's cannons opened, launching a missile aimed directly at Violet, who was riding her motorcycle. Panic surged within her as she accelerated, narrowly evading the missile's explosion, but the shockwave from the detonation sent her tumbling to the ground, her arms scraping against the unforgiving terrain, leaving behind a trail of blood. As she struggled to regain her footing, a shadow loomed overhead. The immense silhouette of the purple robot, standing imposingly before her. Abruptly, a portion of its glass canopy retracted, revealing that the cockpit had been operating autonomously, controlled by a computer. A familiar voice echoed, "Long time no see, Colonel Violet," sending a shiver down her spine. "It was you, Dr. Gero. Unexpectedly, after all these years. You still remember me?" The computer's voice resonated with a sense of nostalgia. Violet swallowed hard, rising to her feet while clutching her injured arm. "Dr. Gero, why are you pursuing me? If this is about my escape, I have nothing to say. You fled as well, didn't you? Or is it money you seek?" "Oh, I am not here for that, Colonel Violet," Gero replied with an inviting tone. "I require your skills to rejoin the Red Ribbon Army." Violet's surprise was palpable as she questioned, "The Red Ribbon Army still exists? I thought it had crumbled after Goku destroyed its base." Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's name, felt a flicker of interest, eavesdropping in the shadows, unexpectedly gleaning information about Kakarot. Gero's voice dripped with hatred and madness as he declared, "The current incarnation of the Red Ribbon Army has risen from the ashes, driven solely by the desire for vengeance against Goku." Vengeance. Violet's countenance paled as memories flooded back of the young boy with the tail, wielding a red staff, single-handedly dismantling their once mighty army of millions. Though she had departed with grace, recalling that moment filled her with dread. Why does such extraordinary power exist in this world? No, absolutely not, Dr. Glow. What kind of joke is this? Seeking vengeance from Sun Wukong? I shall not consent, Violet firmly rejected, her expression one of defiance. Anticipating her reaction, Dr. Glow's voice turned icy. "Since you refuse, your only outcome is death, Violet. You possess too many secrets of the Red Ribbon Army. You must perish. It is preferable to stand against you than to face that monster, Sun Wukong." In a swift motion, Violet retrieved a grenade from her pocket, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the cockpit just as the glass dome was about to seal. She quickly shielded her head with her arms and crouched on the ground at a distance. Boom. The fortress, though robust, was often compromised from within first. The control system of the purple robot was obliterated in an instant, the glass dome shattered, leaving behind only a smoldering shell crumpled on the ground. Panting heavily, Violet gazed at the heap of scrap metal that was once a robot, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Suddenly, she realized her peril was not yet over. As long as she lived, Dr. Glow would relentlessly pursue her. What should I do? That old man Glow will not spare me. I know so many internal matters of the Red Ribbon Army, but to oppose Sun Wukong, she mused, steadying her motorcycle. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing the dreadful thought. Of course, I could seek out Sun Wukong for protection. He has defeated the demon King Piccolo. I heard in the news recently that he also vanquished the aliens that invaded Earth. A smile broke across Violet's previously troubled face. As long as I share the situation regarding the Red Ribbon Army with him, he will undoubtedly protect me. Yes, that shall be my course of action. But how would she find Sun Wukong? She pondered for some time before an epiphany struck her. That's right. Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation in West City, is a friend of Sun Wukong. If I locate her, I shall surely find him. Just as Violet revved her motorcycle, preparing to head toward West City, a key blast whizzed past her, striking a massive rock. Crash! The rubble exploded, and Violet's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. Instinctively, she drew her gun, flicked off the safety, and in less than 2 seconds spun around to aim at her target. Vegeta smirked devilishly. Hey there, Grenade Woman. Were you just seeking Kakarot's protection? Infuriated by Vegeta's mocking tone, Violet gritted her teeth, her gun steadfastly aimed at him. Though panic began to creep into her heart, her exterior betrayed no fear. You insufferable punk. You've been eavesdropping from the very start. You're not one of the aliens who invaded Earth, are you? And who is Kakarot? I speak of Sun Wukong. Indeed, Sun Wukong. Violet recognized Vegeta through the television news. That extraordinary prowess she had once glimpsed made her instantly aware of her predicament. Yet, surrendering gracefully was utterly out of the question. Put away your toys, grenade-wielding woman. I am not to be compared with this scrap metal. Vegeta, arms crossed protectively over his chest, exuded an air of haughty arrogance. Upon hearing Violet's intent to seek Kakarot, he acted without hesitation. Chapter 37. Resurrection. Violet secured her firearm, her azure eyes fixated on Vegeta with unwavering intensity. No, you were supposed to have been defeated by Sun Wukong. Her accusation seemed to pierce Vegeta's heart, inflicting a wound that felt all too real. That Kakarot fellow, I will surely defeat him. He may transform into a Super Saiyan, but as the Prince of Saiyans, I too possess that capability. What do you, a mere grenade-wielding woman, know? Unable to best Sun Wukong, and now you take your frustrations out on a weak woman? You, alien, can do as you please. Violet found Vegeta's sudden fury perplexing, yet it quickly dawned on her that she had struck a nerve. However, she had no intention of offering an apology. Vegeta felt another stab of irritation. Why was it that everyone seemed to revolve around Kakarot? That shameless woman, and this grenade-wielding one as well. Returning to the matter at hand, why had he felt compelled to intervene with this grenade-wielding woman? Pondering this, Vegeta realized that the mention of Sun Wukong had clouded his usual rationality. Even during his time on Namek, he had been similarly affected. After much contemplation, Vegeta looked at Violet earnestly and declared, "Do not seek Kakarot. Allow me to protect you, grenade-wielding woman. I am the Prince of Saiyans, and one day I shall surpass that lowly warrior, Kakarot." Violet, feeling as though struck by lightning, crossed her arms defensively, her eyes filled with wariness. Are you jesting, alien? One moment you wish to blow me up, and now you offer protection? I do not require it. Compared to you, I feel far safer with Sun Wukong. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, and, in a fit of fury, he unleashed a ki blast upon a distant mountain. Under Violet's astonished gaze, a tremendous explosion erupted, obliterating the mountain and causing the ground to tremble violently. Grenade-wielding woman, I have warned you not to pursue Kakarot. I will protect you. Violet nodded like a chick pecking at grains, her eyes devoid of life and sparkle. Her mind conjured a plethora of grim scenarios, akin to those found in cinematic tales. Envisioning a future filled with despair, she felt tears welling up inside her. Little did she know that escaping the clutches of Dr. Gero would lead her to be abducted by an alien instead. Oh, how I wish for death rather than endure a fate worse than torture. With a heart full of trepidation, Violet transformed her motorcycle back into a universal capsule and followed Vegeta away. Should she sense anything amiss, she resolved to take her own life without hesitation, ensuring that Vegeta would gain nothing from her. She was not narcissistic, though not the delicate, pampered type. She undoubtedly belonged to the realm of beauty. Meanwhile, the god, who had been observing from the temple, was left utterly dumbfounded upon seeing Vegeta accompanied by Violet, a sight that shocked him to his core after a year of contemplation. Was that truly Vegeta? The god murmured in disbelief. As the 130th day arrived, Gohan, Chi-Chi, the Ox King, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Pure all gathered at Bulma's home in West City, with Vegeta and Violet arriving shortly thereafter. In the initial days, Violet felt quite anxious, but eventually discovered that aside from his somewhat aloof demeanor, Vegeta did not treat her poorly. Gradually, she settled into living with him, especially since her culinary skills improved their diet, making Vegeta's perception of her far superior to that of Bulma, who often mocked him. Who was that woman? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Has Vegeta found himself a wife? She's incredibly beautiful. Shouldn't I also consider marriage? Krillin remarked, envy evident in his tone. Goodness, what a mess. Gohan exclaimed, having unconsciously picked up this phrase from the memories of a time traveler. Grasping his head in frustration, he lamented the chaos, according to the traveler's memories. Vegeta should have been with Bulma. Who was this suddenly appearing woman with violet hair? Upon returning home, Gohan resolved to meticulously organize the traveler's memories, as he had only skimmed the crucial plot points, leaving many details forgotten. Hello, everyone. I am Violet. She greeted politely. Greetings, Gohan, Krillin, and the rest. They replied in kind. Under Dandy's summoning, the once bright sky darkened abruptly, and Shenron soared into the heavens. For my first wish, I wish for Goku to return to Earth, Dandy articulated in Namekian to Shenron, but the wish failed, as Goku rejected the call. This outcome left everyone astounded, with the exception of Gohan, who had already known, while Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. Although the Yardertons possessed lower combat prowess, they wielded remarkable abilities. Vegeta felt an urge to leave Earth, contemplating the modified spherical spaceship before him, his thoughts shifting. What on earth is Goku up to? Chi-Chi expressed her discontent. Master Roshi jested. I understand now. Goku must be too afraid of his wife to return. Who would have thought a Super Saiyan could fear his spouse? Shut up. You perverted old man. Chi-Chi retorted, delivering a sharp elbow to Master Roshi's head. Elder Muli commented, in that case, we can await the next summoning opportunity. Let us revive your companions this time. Thank you so much, Elder Muli said gratefully, a smile illuminating Bulma's face. Subsequently, the three wishes were granted, reviving Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. After a heartfelt reunion, the Dragon Balls vanished, and the sky regained its former brilliance. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the air as a spherical spaceship ascended slowly, eventually breaking free from the atmosphere and venturing into the cosmos. Bulma, infuriated, exclaimed, that thief has stolen the spaceship once more. Violet stood dumbfounded, gazing at the now empty sky. I didn't even board. I haven't gotten on yet. Wasn't he promised that I would be protected? And now the prince simply abandons me. Bulma, intrigued, inquired, Miss Violet, may I ask how you came to know Vegeta? Sighing deeply, Violet responded, that is a long story. But when will Son Goku return? There are matters I must discuss with him. However, she shifted to the pressing issue at hand. Chi-Chi, with a wary expression, questioned, what do you need to speak to my Goku about? Violet, having no ulterior motives regarding Son Goku, merely felt a sense of security in his presence. I have information concerning the Red Ribbon Army that I need to share with Son Goku. However, since you are all his friends, I can confide in you as well. But before I do, you must ensure my safety. The names of the Red Ribbon Army, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Krillin, Oolong, Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Bulma, were called out, revealing that, apart from Gohan and Chi-Chi, the others had all faced the Red Ribbon Army directly. Chapter 38. The departure of the Namekians in Bulma's home, Mrs. Brief smiled as she poured coffee and refreshments for everyone. Violet recounted her encounter with Vegeta and the reasons behind being pursued by Dr. Gero. Once a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army, Violet possessed extensive insider knowledge, leaving Gohan somewhat bewildered. Upon sifting through his memories, he recalled information concerning Violet, realizing that had it not been for Vegeta's training in North City, Violet might have very well been silenced by Dr. Gero. Krillin asked, is the research on the androids still ongoing? Piccolo, scrutinizing, remarked, androids, huh? No matter how advanced the work of a human might be, can it truly rival Frieza? Bulma wholeheartedly agreed, stating, exactly. Goku has transformed into a Super Saiyan, defeating even the cosmic overlord Frieza. The Red Ribbon Army has long since become a relic of the past. Violet thought back to the sight of Vegeta training and compared it to the androids, particularly Android 8, and felt a considerable sense of reassurance. Gohan then inquired, Aunt Violet, do you know where Dr. Gero's research facility is hidden? The term aunt struck Violet like a dagger, a poignant reminder that she was no longer young. In an unspecified location within the northern metropolis, Following the obliteration of the Red Ribbon Army by Sun Wukong, Dr. Gero sought to amass research funding through the pages of scientific journals. Violet responded thoughtfully. Gohan, lost in contemplation, initially intended to swiftly vanquish Dr. Gero and resolve the impending crisis, but he soon relinquished this notion. His current strength was inadequate. The androids, 17 and 18, had likely already been developed by this juncture. Moreover, he felt an inner yearning for battle. The circumstances with Frieza were markedly different from the present. Feeling his heart ablaze with fervor, Gohan fixed an intense gaze upon Piccolo and implored, Uncle Piccolo, please guide me in my training. I aspire to attain the form of a Super Saiyan before my father's return. Very well, Gohan. Piccolo replied with a reassuring smile. Secretly pleased with Gohan's progress during their training sessions together, Kiki, about to voice her thoughts, ultimately sighed in resignation. As a mother, she truly wished for her son to avoid a life of conflict. Nevertheless, Gohan understood the balance. He diligently pursued his studies alongside his training. Make sure to return before dinner, Gohan. Kiki gently patted his shoulder, her smile warm and tender. Yes, I know. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, everyone is welcome to join. Gohan enthusiastically invited. Tien and Kairatsu exchanged glances before Tien remarked, Not right now, Gohan. We should head back to review some things. Yamcha added, I've been away for quite some time. Although I would love to train with you, I have much to discuss with Bulma. Krillin, appearing somewhat bashful, finally confessed, I'm sorry, Gohan, Piccolo, but I probably won't be able to train with you anymore. I have a date. His voice dwindled at the end. Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, What? A date, Krillin? You actually have a girlfriend? Tien, Kiki, and others looked at Krillin in astonishment. Indeed, after the events on Namek, I decided I wanted to marry. I met a lovely girl through a matchmaking service, and although we are not yet wed, Krillin, blushing like a bashful maiden, epitomized innocence in his admission. Yamcha laughed heartily. Embracing Krillin, that's wonderful, Krillin. When the wedding comes, don't forget to invite us. I, Yamcha, shall surely lend my support. Thank you, Krillin expressed gratefully. Congratulations flowed from Kiki, Gohan, Tien, Kairatsu, Dandy, and the others, all smiling at Krillin. Only Gohan felt a peculiar sensation within, while Piccolo remained as stoic as ever, showing no reaction. After escorting his mother Kiki home, Gohan ventured forth with Piccolo to continue their training. Along the way, Gohan pondered Krillin's newfound girlfriend, particularly the unsettling notion of having met her in the matchmaking market, which sent a shiver down his spine. This sensation was something he perceived from the memories of the traveler, and even though that individual had completely vanished, Son Gohan could still sense the disdain for Krillin's current girlfriend lingering within those memories. Another 130 days passed, and at Bulma's residence, the dragon Shenron soared once more into the sky, with Son Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma gathered there. Dandy inquired of Son Gohan, Gohan, do you have any wishes to convey to Shenron? There were 3 wishes in total, and as long as we reserved the final wish for ourselves, it would suffice. We are immensely grateful, Dandy. Please tell Shenron that we all wish for good health. Son Gohan quickly responded, having been deeply concerned about his father, Son Goku, who was suffering from a viral heart disease. Good health. Krillin remarked curiously, dressed sharply in a suit, clearly basking in the joys of romance. Son Gohan nodded earnestly, expressing, Indeed, I worry about how father is faring on that alien planet, and also about mother, who had a cold not long ago. Understanding Son Gohan's intentions, everyone exchanged reassuring smiles. Dandy conveyed Son Gohan's wish to Shenron in the Namekian language. After a brief silence, Shenron spoke. One wish can only grant one person good health. What? Is it really that rigid? It's not like we're asking to resurrect the dead. Krillin exclaimed, perplexed, having grown weary of the Namekian dragon's limitations. Elder Mu Li stepped forward and suggested to Son Gohan, In that case, Gohan, let your first and second wishes be for your father and mother to obtain good health. As for us, we are fine. Krillin raised his sturdy arm, smiling. I've never fallen ill, so it's no problem, Gohan. Thank you all, Dandy. I appreciate your help. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude politely. Dandy then made the first and second wishes to Shenron, and for the third wish, they wished for a planet suitable for the Namekians to inhabit. With tears in their eyes, Dandy and Karu bid farewell to Son Gohan and Krillin. The Namekians departed from Earth, embarking on their journey to their new homeland. Son Gohan commenced his rigorous training to become a Super Saiyan. determined to achieve this transformation before his father, Son Goku, returned. Chapter 39. The catalyst of transformation training continued, and in addition to his rigorous regimen, Son Gohan dedicated a small portion of his time to reading, a task that could be described as tedious and monotonous. Day after day, he persevered. Having glimpsed a future through the memories of the traveler, Son Gohan was resolute in not remaining complacent, enjoying peace while neglecting his training and relying solely on his father, Son Goku. One day, after awakening and finishing breakfast, he assisted Chi-Chi in clearing the dishes. Then, Son Gohan picked up the book on dimensional space and settled onto the sofa. Suddenly, he felt a constricting sensation and instinctively sat up, glancing behind him to discover that his tail had once again grown back. Gohan, grasping his fluffy tail, suddenly had a thought. It was as if a light had flickered in his mind. He yearned to experience something in the future, and even if it were merely a fantasy, he believed that keeping his tail would not be a loss. Just then, Chi-Chi returned to the hall and was taken aback by the scene before her. Your tail, Gohan. It has grown back. Shouldn't you consider removing it? It might be quite inconvenient for school, she remarked, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. Gohan shook his head, wrapping the tail around his waist. This is a part of my body. I think I shall keep it. Didn't T-Dad have a tail when he was young? Just like me? Indeed. If you are reluctant to part with it, then we shall leave it be. After regaining her health, Chi-Chi's wrinkles vanished, and her skin appeared as delicate as that of a newborn. Furthermore, the notion of a healthy body surpassed Gohan's expectations. For instance, if he accidentally sustained a cut that bled, it would heal swiftly. Gohan was exceedingly curious about his father, Goku's, condition. The book Dimensional Space inspired Gohan greatly. Whenever he found himself with leisure time, he would embrace the book and read. As time passed, he placed the book in his room, flew out, and commenced training with Piccolo, returning only at dusk. Anger was merely a precursor. However, without guidance and opportunity, Gohan could not possibly harbor the profound, despairing rage akin to that of Goku on Namek. About half a month passed in this manner, and on this day, Yamcha, Tien, Kairatsu, and Krillin gathered to train together. The cerulean sky was adorned with gently drifting white clouds. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a small boy with a tail soared through the sky, enveloped in a translucent white aura, followed closely by 4 others, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha, who teamed up against Gohan. As Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha coordinated to restrain Gohan, Tien, hovering above, shaped his hands into a funnel and shouted, unleashing a Kikaho towards Gohan below. Anticipating this, Yamcha and the others scattered. Gohan faced the full brunt of Tien's Kikaho, which propelled him into the ground, creating a massive crater. As dust swirled around him, Gohan rose, his hands and feet adorned with red rings, weights specially prepared by Piccolo, each weighing a ton. Yamcha then conjured 2 energy balls, a technique of his own invention, which later found its way into the repertoire of Goku and Krillin. With mastery, he directed the 2 energy orbs towards Gohan. Whoosh, whoosh. As Gohan emerged from the crater, he swiftly darted away, while Yamcha's energy balls detonated in the crater, erupting in a magnificent display of sparks. The Sun Fist had long awaited Krillin's intervention on Gohan's behalf. Suddenly, Krillin stood before Gohan, a blinding light compelling Gohan to instinctively shut his eyes. The searing pain that coursed through him elicited a sharp intake of breath. In an instant, Piccolo arrived, unleashing a powerful energy wave that engulfed Gohan and sent him hurtling away. Gohan emitted a pained wail as he collided with several mountains before finally coming to a halt. His purple martial arts uniform tattered and his body scarred and battered. Impressive. With a weight of 4 tons, you managed to endure our relentless assault for so long, Tien Shinhan praised. Wiping the blood from his lips, Gohan floated before them, smiling as he remarked, Uncle Tien, had this been a real battle, I would have perished long ago. Just like earlier, if Uncle Piccolo had unleashed the special beam cannon, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Understanding oneself is essential for growth. Making mistakes is not frightening, but stubbornly clinging to them without change is. Gohan grasped the importance of self-reflection, having matured significantly in the 6 months since the events on planet Namek. Piccolo cast a spell, relieving Gohan of his burdens. Ah, this feels much lighter, Gohan sighed, stretching his limbs after the intense battle while carrying such a heavy load. I want to try again, Gohan declared as he began to descend from the sky, with Piccolo and the others following closely. Krillin inquired, Gohan, are you aiming to transform into a Super Saiyan? Gohan nodded, a bright smile illuminating his face. Indeed, this time, I will concentrate my power in my back and unleash it through sheer fury. Suddenly, the surrounding debris began to levitate, responding to Gohan's rising energy. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. During the events on Namek, he had witnessed Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, and Gohan now mirrored that very moment. With a voice filled with rage, both desolate and haunting, Gohan unleashed a primal roar. His aura erupted, scattering the dust and stones around him. His hair, tail, and brow transformed into a brilliant gold, while his emerald eyes gleamed with a chilling detachment, devoid of emotion. He had succeeded. Through relentless training and exploration, Gohan had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. So, this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. Truly formidable. It feels as if I can control everything. Gohan's malevolent grin sent shivers down the spines of Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and even the observing Kairatsu. Yamcha swallowed nervously, observing the drastic change in Gohan. Is this truly what a Super Saiyan is? Why has Gohan changed so significantly? Gohan subdued the tumultuous wrath within himself. The elevation of his power brought about a rather unsettling mindset. It was akin to a beggar winning the lottery, yearning for the entire world to be aware of his fortune, reminiscent of Vegeta upon his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Presently, Gohan shared a semblance of that mentality, which starkly contrasted with Goku's humility. Nevertheless, Gohan recognized the folly of such a mindset, bolstered by the memories of a time traveler, allowing him to resist the euphoric surge within and maintain clarity despite his newfound strength. Gradually acclimating to the state of a Super Saiyan, Gohan reverted to his usual base form. In Chapter 40, Revenge, after enduring arduous and monotonous training, Gohan successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. He found himself reminiscing about his yet-to-be-born brother, Goten, feeling a pang of envy that someone so inexperienced could attain such power, while his own training regimen appeared disordered. Nevertheless, even after achieving Super Saiyan status, Gohan remained diligent in his training, as time continued to pass inexorably. A year had elapsed since the events on Namek. At this moment, Bulma was gathered with Oolong, Yamchu, Puar, and Violet at her residence. Bulma sported a voluminous, explosive hairstyle and donned a chic red plaid bodycon dress. Exuding a sense of style, Yamcha sipped on a refreshing juice, feeling rejuvenated in the sweltering heat. Ah, how delightful it was to enjoy peaceful days. Bulma glanced at Violet and remarked, Vegeta has left you all alone. How irresponsible. He promised to protect you, but has been absent for over half a year. Violet managed a strained smile and replied, I sincerely apologize for being such a burden during this time and for the job you've given me, allowing me to stay here. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, chuckling, not at all. Appointing you as the security chief for our Capsule Corporation is hardly a burden. Nonsense, Bulma, you are far too kind. I must express my gratitude for ensuring I was not hunted by Dr. Gero. Violet and Bulma shared a close bond akin to sisterhood. In her past, Violet had been a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army, commanding hundreds of thousands, hence Bulma's remark on her new position being a slight. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a sound of rushing wind as a spherical spaceship descended from the heavens, landing gracefully on the ground. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, Vegeta has returned. He must have ventured into space to pursue Goku. I wonder if he found him? Bulma scoffed. He probably returned because his fuel is nearly depleted. Ha ha ha. As the hatch opened, Vegeta emerged, pausing briefly to regard Violet before shifting his gaze to Yamcha and the others, inquiring, has Kakarot returned? Bulma, astonished, responded, did you not find him? Vegeta remained silent, gazing at his hands, feeling a tinge of disappointment upon learning that Goku had not returned. However, Yamcha's subsequent words stirred tumultuous waves within him once more. By the way, Vegeta, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan? Yamcha inquired. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, retorting, if that lowly warrior Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, then, as the prince of all Saiyans, I too shall achieve this transformation. Once I attain Super Saiyan status, I will undoubtedly surpass that inferior warrior Kakarot. Upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, Yamcha expressed his disappointment. So you have yet to become a Super Saiyan? Gohan, during your absence from Earth, has transformed into a Super Saiyan, succeeding Goku. Vegeta's pupils widened in shock, his voice rising as he interrogated Yamcha, What did you say? You mean Kakarote's son, Gohan, has also become a Super Saiyan? Impossible. Yamcha, feigning innocence with his hands raised, admitted he had deliberately provoked Vegeta to witness his flustered reaction. After all, he had been slain by the vegetable creature, leaving behind a world-renowned painting. A small act of retribution seemed justifiable. I was there with Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu when Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. His personality underwent a complete transformation. If you don't believe me, you can ask Gohan himself. He should be at home studying right now. Anger surged within him. The rivalry he felt towards Kakarote intensified as he learned that even Gohan had surpassed him. You've been wearing those clothes for quite some time. They must be quite stale. Hurry and take a shower, and change your outfit. Violet suddenly approached Vegeta, pointing at his attire. Her call brought Vegeta back from his thoughts. Observing the earnestness in Violet's eyes, he fell silent and followed her, his previously tumultuous emotions seemingly pacified. Bulma, Yamcha, and others watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Vegeta and Violet interacted, questioning if they were witnessing a mirage. Oolong exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. That guy Vegeta is actually obeying." Puer remarked, "It seems there is indeed a connection. Vegeta and Violet appear far more dependable than Krillin. We've tried to persuade him endlessly, hoping Krillin can awaken to reality. That woman gives Yamcha the chills. He feels utterly uncomfortable." Initially, the first encounter was manageable, but upon reflection, one must realize that Krillin's girlfriend has significant issues. Bulma expressed her discontent, saying, "That fool Krillin, no matter how we advise him, he remains obstinate and even grew angry with us. Perhaps he will finally awaken when he suffers a harsh blow." At Bowsy Mountain, during the noon hour, Gohan was engrossed in his studies. A closer inspection would reveal that he was currently studying material typically covered in middle school, as the 6-year-old Gohan had already embarked on his academic journey into junior high subjects. The books that Chi-Chi brought back from Bulma's house proved to be quite beneficial for him. However, many of the concepts were still beyond Sun Wukong's comprehension due to his insufficient study time. He recognized that to truly grasp the knowledge, he needed to blend scholarly pursuits with martial arts, a commitment he took seriously rather than casually expressing. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended upon him, causing the books in his hands to tumble to the ground. Frieza had indeed survived, and the other presence was that of King Cold, the father of Frieza, as remembered by the time traveler. Sun Wukong had no time to retrieve his books. He hurriedly returned to his room to don his purple martial arts uniform, not even pausing to inform Chi-Chi before soaring out of the window towards his intended destination. Was it already time for this? Frieza had returned to Earth with his father to seek vengeance. Sun Wukong pondered whether Trunks would appear, uncertain of what other changes might unfold. As he flew at high speed, he soon spotted Krillin, clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Krillin appeared somewhat haggard, his smile strained, lacking the joy he once radiated in love. "Wukong, you've arrived," Krillin remarked upon noticing Sun Wukong, emanating an aura of exhaustion. "Is everything all right, Uncle Krillin?" Sun Wukong began to inquire, aware of the underlying reasons for Krillin's demeanor, yet recognizing that Krillin was ensnared in his own turmoil. "I'm fine, really." Krillin managed a forced smile, and together they soared through the air, joining forces with others along the way. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Girl upon reuniting with the group. Sun Wukong was taken aback to see Vegeta. Humph! Vegeta, dressed in a pink short-sleeved shirt and yellow trousers, glanced at Sun Wukong with a scoff, saying nothing further, though he did express mild surprise at the sight of Sun Wukong's newly regrown tail. After being severed by Yajirobe, it had never regrown, leading Vegeta to suspect that the rotund figure had perhaps meddled with it, sealing it away. Yamcha soon arrived with Bulma. Upon landing, he set her down and maintained a distance, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Sun Wukong stared at them in astonishment, asking, "Uncle Yamcha, Aunt Bulma, what brings you here?" "After my revival, we amicably parted ways," Yamcha replied with a calm demeanor. Bulma nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, that is correct. Even when we were together, we lived separately. Rather than being entangled in such complexities, it was better to separate." Yamcha remained silent, recognizing that since their breakup, Bulma had changed, while he remained the same. Fully aware of the reasons behind her transformation, a sense of chaos enveloped Gohan as he clutched his head, overwhelmed by a multitude of events that diverged from the memories of a traveler. The once inconsequential figure of Violet had resurfaced, now entangled in an inexplicable connection with Vegeta. A sudden exclamation from Piccolo snapped everyone back to reality as a colossal circular spacecraft pierced the atmosphere, gradually descending. Indeed, it is Frieza. Gohan, how do you feel? Are you capable of confronting him? Gohan, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded affirmatively. Uncle Piccolo, I am untroubled. Neither Frieza nor this unfamiliar energy poses a threat to me. The reassurance in Gohan's words instilled confidence in the others, urging them to advance. Vegeta cast a lingering glance at Gohan. His fists clenched in frustration over his own perceived weakness. He seethed at the thought that he, the Prince of the Saiyans, had been surpassed by Goku and his offspring. As the spacecraft's hatch opened, a massive figure emerged, followed closely by Frieza and a horde of small soldiers equipped with scanners. So this is Earth? Frieza's imposing form loomed as he lowered his gaze. Towering above, he resembled Frieza's second form, with a bull-like head and a physique exceeding 2 meters. This is where my father, the Super Saiyan, resides. I shall annihilate every inhabitant of this planet, rendering him tormented upon his return. How delightful that would be. Frieza's voice dripped with malice. The individual referred to as father was named Cold, Frieza's progenitor. This time, the duo had come to Earth seeking vengeance against Goku. Cold, crossing his arms with intrigue, surveyed the terrestrial landscape. This planet appears quite lovely. It could fetch a handsome price. Frieza, having undergone a transformation since the explosion on Namek, bore numerous mechanical enhancements where flesh had failed him, a mere shadow of his former self. You too, spare no one. Eliminate every soul on this planet. Yes, Lord Frieza. The two soldiers, their faces twisted into bloodthirsty grins, set off. In a flash, a blinding light swept across the scene, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, the two soldiers were swiftly dispatched, their bodies severed before they even comprehended their demise. The crisp sound of a sword being sheathed resonated as a strikingly elegant young woman materialized before Frieza and his entourage. With neck-length black hair and piercing blue eyes, she exuded an icy demeanor. Dressed in a red vest over a purple ensemble and purple jeans that accentuated her figure, she carried a sword upon her back. Who are you? Frieza inquired, taken aback. Who I am matters not. What is of consequence is that you intended to exterminate all humanity on this planet, correct? The girl's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated. Indeed, that is accurate, yet it appears you are not particularly astute, Frieza retorted, irritation evident in his tone. The girl scoffed. Are you referring to yourself? Reduced to this humiliating state, you dare to come to Earth seeking your demise? I am well aware of your affairs, Frieza, and Kurd. Frieza chuckled, somewhat taken aback. Oh, what an honor. I never imagined my name would reach such a remote place. However, it seems you are unaware of the terror that is Frieza. I know that you will meet your demise here. You shall perish at my hands, Frieza. No matter how you alter your appearance, death remains your inevitable fate. A wicked smile graced the girl's lips as her aura surged, causing the devices carried by the minions to explode. This is impossible. Could you also be a Saiyan? Frieza stared in astonishment at the girl's transformation. The scene reminiscent of that on Namek. Cold sweat trickled down Kurd's face, while the minions trembled in fear. Simultaneously, Gohan and his companions, who were flying toward this location, sensed the sudden surge of energy. This energy is reminiscent of that from Namek. Could Goku have returned? Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Gohan quickly shook his head. No, that's impossible. Although it is Super Saiyan energy, its potency far exceeds my own. Piccolo gritted his teeth. We must approach and ascertain the situation. Everyone, be cautious and conceal your energy. We do not yet know who we are dealing with. Acknowledging this, the group nodded, masking their energy as they descended to the ground, moving stealthily to avoid detection. At this moment, the girl's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Her golden hair stood on end, and her emerald eyes coldly regarded the stunned Frieza and his entourage. Devoid of any emotion, the overwhelming aura around her crackled with electric energy. Though I need not transform into Super Saiyan second grade to deal with you. This is the only way for you to comprehend your own foolishness. Super Saiyan second grade. Frieza was utterly dumbfounded by the girl's unleashed power. While Kurd felt weak and was tempted to flee, the girl slowly drew a sword from her back, its blade enveloped in a golden aura. Super Saiyan second grade. An advancement upon the Super Saiyan form. Now, which method of demise do you prefer? Chapter 42. The same sword, damn it. What is this Super Saiyan second grade nonsense? I am the Cosmic Emperor, the true sovereign of this universe. Do you understand, you wretched creature? Frieza bellowed, pointing at the girl and shouting at his minions, "Attack! Slay this detestable creature." The small soldiers mechanically stared at Frisia, their hearts trembling with fear as they implored, "Lord Frisia, please let us advance." Frisia, spitting with rage, bellowed in response. Reluctantly, the soldiers pressed forward, each consumed by dread. The blade in the young girl's hand glimmered with an ominous emerald light, pulsating with terrifying arcs of electricity. With a graceful flick, she unleashed the green energy arc towards her target. Universal shockwave. A thunderous boom resonated as the emerald energy erupted, engulfing a multitude of soldiers in its wake. The acrid scent of charred flesh forced Frisia and Kurd to instinctively recoil, unable to emit a cry of despair as the soldiers were incinerated into cinders by the girl's devastating technique, dissipating like black snowflakes in the wind. "Oh!" Frisia and Kurd roared in fury, charging at the girl. "Die!" Frisia's fingers coalesced into a beam of lethal energy, relentlessly bombarding the girl's form. However, the golden aura surrounding her shattered Frisia's assault effortlessly. Just as the girl prepared to retaliate, a ki blast suddenly pierced through Frisia's chest, leaving her momentarily stunned as Kurd executed a surprise attack. "Father!" Frisia, caught off guard by this treachery, turned mechanically to face Kurd, whose gaze bore a cruel intent. A tempest of rage surged within him. He could not fathom being slain by his own progeny. The girl remained silent, her emerald eyes coldly observing the brutal spectacle of Frisia and Kurd turning upon one another. With a resounding explosion, Frisia's body was obliterated by Kurd's assault, a feat that would have been impossible had it not been for the ambush. Kurd fell to his knees before the girl, bowing deeply, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. "I beg your forgiveness. My unworthy child has angered you, and I have dealt with him. Please pardon my transgressions, my lord." The chilling indifference in her demeanor was unsettling, and the murderous intent in her eyes deepened, revealing that Kurd posed a greater threat than Frisia ever did. The sword in her hand was tossed into the air as she elegantly sidestepped, sheathing it with a crisp sound. Kurd felt a wave of relief wash over him. He yearned to escape this place, vowing never to return, and to resume his carefree existence as a supreme ruler. Inwardly, he cursed Frisia, lamenting that his desire for vengeance had led him back to this desolate locale. With a swift motion, the girl raised her hands, uttering no further words. Just as Kurd relaxed, he was suddenly enveloped by a formidable golden ki wave. "No!" Kurd's anguished cries pierced the air as the magical flash reduced him to ashes, then relentlessly struck the disc-shaped spaceship, the ensuing cacophony shattering it into fragments. A powerful shock swept through the air, lifting the golden locks of the young girl standing tall. From the onset of battle to the resolution concerning the Kurds, scarcely a minute had elapsed. As the dust settled, the girl reverted to her original form, her breath returning to a serene state, and her once piercing blue eyes softened as they gazed at the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. What was it? Suddenly, Gohan, Piccolo, and the others, who were advancing, sensed a vast energy dissipate. "What has transpired?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead and instinctively quickened his pace, yearning to uncover the truth. If it were indeed Trunks, as per the memories of the traveler, he could not possibly be this formidable. The situation had begun to deviate significantly, and as the group arrived one by one, they beheld the startling truth. Yamcha widened his eyes, pointing toward the black-haired, blue-eyed girl. Who is that girl? Did she defeat Frisia and his cohorts? Is she a Scion as well? Tien inquired gravely. Vegeta immediately countered, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Scion race consists solely of me, Kakarot, and the half-breed Gohan. There are no other Scions left." Gohan, at the tender age of 6, was utterly bewildered, grappling with the reality that it was not Trunks before him, but an unknown girl, who, like Trunks, bore a sword, yet was immensely more powerful. Suddenly, Gohan's gaze was drawn to the sword the girl carried on her back, and a jolt of recognition surged through his mind. "Piccolo, look. The sword she carries is the very one you gifted me." Back then, Gohan was merely a tearful child, witnessing the demise of Goku and Raditz, and training on King Kai's planet. His transformation was due to Piccolo's influence. Clad in the same orange attire as Goku, yet adorned with the character for Demon, he embarked on his journey of survival, eventually training alongside Piccolo. He had preserved that sword as a memento, and the one the girl bore was strikingly identical to his own. In that moment, Gohan was filled with doubt regarding the identity of the black-haired girl before him. Piccolo, too, gaped in astonishment, recognizing the truth. Who could she possibly be? Yamcha felt an eerie familiarity about the girl and suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a bold thought crossed his mind. However, without confirmation, he hesitated to voice it, fearing he might be mistaken, for the resemblance was uncanny. Could it truly be? Yamcha mused internally. Krillin asserted, regardless of her identity, her Saiyan lineage is undeniable. The energy she just unleashed is reminiscent of Goku and Gohan transforming into Super Saiyans. I shall never forget it. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration upon hearing Krillin's resolute response, his heart brimming with resentment. First, Goku and his son had both transformed into Super Saiyans, and now, an unknown Saiyan girl had suddenly appeared. More importantly, she too possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was already disgruntled by his own inadequacies, and the emergence of someone surpassing him only intensified his discontent. Chapter 43. The girl's name amidst the towering peaks. A gentle breeze caressed the long hair of the girl. No need to hide any longer. I've known about you all along. Come out, she called, her gaze directed toward Gohan and the others. Waving amicably with a friendly demeanor that starkly contrasted her previous encounters with Frieza and Cooler. Startled at being discovered, Gohan, Piccolo, and the others felt a sudden tension. How had they been found? They had suppressed their energy signatures. Krillin turned to Piccolo and Gohan, asking, "What should we do? Should we reveal ourselves?" Gohan shrugged, expressing his resignation. "It doesn't seem like she's trying to deceive us. That girl is far beyond our strength, whatever her intentions are. We wouldn't be able to stop her." The girl playfully waved her hand, saying, "Everyone, come with me. I know you have many questions. Once Mr. Goku returns, I will clarify everything for you." With that, she soared into the sky, moving at a leisurely pace, seemingly inviting Gohan and the others to follow. "What should we do?" "She wants us to follow her," Krillin inquired anxiously. Vegeta, still gnashing his teeth in discontent, trailed behind, followed closely by Gohan, Piccolo, and then Tien, with a reluctant Krillin bringing up the rear. Just as Yamcha prepared to take flight, Bulma tightly wrapped her arms around him. "Hey, I want to go too." "Yamcha, don't leave your ex-girlfriend behind." Yamcha, perplexed, replied, "What are you doing here?" "Quickly, they're leaving," Bulma urged. Reluctantly, Yamcha wrapped his arm around Bulma's shoulders, lifting them both into the air, feeling somewhat uneasy. Stealing a glance at Bulma only solidified his suspicions. Surely not, he thought uncertainly. The group landed in an open area strewn with rocky debris. After descending, the girl retrieved a box from her red vest and produced a universal capsule. Tossing it to the ground, a refrigerator filled with beverages materialized before them. The girl gestured toward it with a smile, saying, "Everyone, there's still some time before Mr. Goku returns. Please feel free to enjoy the drinks." At the mention of Goku, she lightly coughed, appearing slightly awkward. "Well, I won't hold back," Bulma declared confidently, striding over with her hands on her hips. "Sigh, there is someone I admire, and I too wish to partake." Upon spotting his favored beverage, Sun Wukong hurriedly approached, completely oblivious to the gaze of the young girl upon him. "Thank you, sister," Sun Wukong exclaimed as he retrieved his cherished drink, which he seldom had the chance to enjoy at home, for his mother, Chi-Chi, often admonished him about the adverse effects of sugary beverages. Suddenly, the girl, hearing the address, inadvertently sprayed her drink onto Bulma's face, erupting into a fit of coughs that rendered her cheeks a shade of crimson, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "Hey, that's quite unsightly. How could a girl behave so crudely?" Bulma retorted, retrieving a handkerchief to dab her face, clearly displeased. Unfazed by Bulma's complaint, the girl lowered her gaze to the bewildered Sun Wukong and remarked, "Perhaps you should refrain from calling me sister. I see that your tail has already sprouted." Realizing his blunder, Sun Wukong smiled and replied, "Indeed, it has. You too are a Saiyan. Where is your tail?" The girl gently shook her head, responding, "It is different for me. Although I possess Saiyan blood, I was born without a tail, unlike you." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong pondered, recalling the Saiyans of Universe 6, who also lacked tails. Soon thereafter, Tien, Krillin, and Kairatsu arrived, while only Piccolo and Vegeta stood aloof, arms crossed, observing everything in silence. Bulma noticed the girl's red vest and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards her. "Have we met before? And why are you so cold towards me?" Bulma asked curiously, adjusting her damp clothing. You will know when Mr. Goku returns. The girl replied coldly, casting a disinterested glance at Bulma before crouching down to converse with Sun Wukong. With wide eyes, the girl asked in astonishment, "Can you transform into a Super Saiyan already?" Sun Wukong nodded emphatically, smiling, "Indeed. Though I am not as formidable as you, the energy you unleashed earlier far surpasses my own." The girl beamed and said, "Your potential exceeds mine by leaps and bounds. It is merely a matter of time before you surpass me." Vegeta strode forward, hands on his hips, and in a commanding tone inquired, "Who are you, and how do you possess such immense power?" "The Saiyans should only consist of myself, Kakarot, and this half-breed, Gohan. There are none other than us, so you cannot be a Saiyan. Who exactly are you?" The girl, appearing somewhat troubled, stood and glanced at Vegeta with her striking blue eyes. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback, including Sun Wukong, who turned mechanically to look. Vegeta, too, felt a chill run down his spine, sweat pouring down his brow. The girl had appeared behind him without his notice, her voice light and melodious, laced with mockery, her calm eyes betraying no hint of emotion. "Uncle Vegeta, why are you so impatient? Did I not mention that I would inform you all once Mr. Goku returns? When did you become so fast?" Vegeta shuddered. The girl had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet her power utterly overwhelmed him. How far remained before he could break through the barrier to become a Super Saiyan himself? Sensing the wary gazes of those around her, the girl let out a soft sigh, releasing Vegeta and retracting the refrigerator. "As for my origins, I will share them once Mr. Goku returns. However, I can tell you my name now. I am Bra, 16 years old. My aspiration is to become the strongest Saiyan girl in the universe. I enjoy training and playing with teddy bears. As for the person I admire most, I cannot disclose that for now." Upon hearing the girl introduce herself, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, a storm of emotions swirling within him. His mind struggled to comprehend. Was this not the daughter of Vegeta and Bulma from the memories of a time traveler? But why did Bra have black hair now? What had transpired? Chapter 44. The return of Goku. All were awaiting the return of Sun Wukong. The recent clash between Bra and Vegeta had temporarily subsided. Vegeta sat alone on a stone, contemplating. Had it not been for waiting for Sun Wukong, he would have likely abandoned his training by now. Sun Wukong lay on a large rock, gazing at the sky, lost in thought, still reeling from the impact of Bra's presence. It was only after hearing her name that he noticed her striking resemblance to Bulma, particularly her large eyes. Yet why did she have black hair? Where had the error occurred? If Trunks was gone, had this girl come here due to the future androids? Gohan. Piccolo's voice snapped Sun Wukong back to reality. Startled, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet and asked, "What is it, Uncle Piccolo? You seem troubled. Is it because of Bra?" Though Piccolo appeared aloof, he was evidently concerned about Sun Wukong's state. Sun Wukong nodded heavily, glancing at Bra, who was perched gracefully on a stone over a meter high, her legs gently swinging as she watched him intently. Upon meeting his gaze, she flashed a sweet smile and waved lightly. Yet, for reasons unknown, Sun Wukong found her smile unsettling, as if it could devour him whole. He nodded mechanically, now certain that Bra was indeed Bulma's daughter. The resemblance in her eyes and face was striking, yet he could not fathom why she seemed so indifferent towards her mother. Suddenly, a sound like the tearing of the sky echoed, prompting everyone to look up. It was the wrath of his father that had returned. Son Gohan exclaimed with a face full of surprise. Suddenly, a spherical spacecraft descended from the heavens, soaring above their heads before crashing heavily to the ground. Unleashing a deafening roar, dust swirled around them as the ever-eager Son Gohan dashed forward, unable to contain his excitement, followed closely by Krillin and the others. "Wait for me. Take me with you," Bulma shouted anxiously, then reluctantly ran after them alone. Beneath the deep pit, the spherical spacecraft resembled the smaller vessels used by Frieza and his cohorts. During the explosion of planet Namek, Son Goku had seized the opportunity to escape aboard a ship left behind by the Ginyu Force. As the hatch slowly opened, Son Goku emerged, having not been seen for a year, clad in a white shirt, black armor, and a white cord around his waist, with red trousers adorning his lower half. Upon seeing the jubilant crowd, he too was taken aback. "Why are all of you here?" Son Gohan could hardly contain his enthusiasm, nearly jumping with joy. "Welcome back, Dad." Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsa cheered excitedly, exclaiming, "This is great. Goku has really returned." Son Goku took flight, hovering in the air, before gently descending, perplexed as he inquired, "How did you all know I was coming back?" Bulma introduced the girl to Son Goku, saying, "It was this girl who informed us you would land here. Who is she?" Son Goku slowly floated to the edge of the pit, preparing to descend. Having never encountered the girl before, Bra looked up with a gentle smile and said, "Daddy, welcome back." Silence fell. Everyone, except for Yamcha, was rendered speechless by Bra's address, their eyes widening in shock, including Vegeta and Piccolo. Son Goku, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his senses, shivering in disbelief, and plummeted from the air, landing in the pit with a thud against the spacecraft, soiling his clothes in the process. Leaning against the ship, he pointed at Bra, incredulous, and asked, "What did you just call me?" Bra smiled sweetly, unbothered by her appearance, and replied, "Daddy, some matters are better kept hidden, and I will gradually explain everything to everyone." With that, she concealed her smile. Although Bra stood before them, her presence was entirely undetectable. Suddenly, under the astonished gazes of Son Gohan and the others, Bra's hair, eyebrows, and eyes transformed to a striking purple, standing upright like a Super Saiyan, radiating an eerie energy wave. Her gaze sharpened, exuding an overwhelming pressure despite being undetectable. This was Bra's self-destructive transformation, which bore some differences compared to Vegeta's in the comics. While Vegeta's transformation resulted in the disappearance of his eyebrows and a face akin to Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Bra's appearance resembled that of a Super Saiyan. However, none of this was present in the memories of Son Gohan, the time traveler. The recollections of the traveler concluded with the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. Beyond that, Gohan was oblivious to the events involving Moro. "Destroy the protective barrier," Bra exclaimed, raising her palm high, as a violet energy shield rapidly expanded, enveloping everyone. Once everything was settled, Bra lightly clapped her hands and smiled, saying, "Now we need not worry about any unsavory characters eavesdropping." With that, Bra turned her gaze towards Gohan and teased, "I am your little sister, not your big sister." Gohan nodded stiffly, pondering whether something was amiss with Bra. Although he could not sense her current power, it was evident that she far surpassed Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Yet, how could Bra have become so powerful? And why had she traversed time and space to arrive here? Suddenly, Goku emerged from a deep pit and gazed at Bra in astonishment. "You are my child? That cannot be. I only have Gohan with Chi-Chi." He then inquired, "By the way, did you just defeat Frieza and the others?" "I suspected it was Gohan." Piccolo and Vegeta perked up, their curiosity piqued. Bra, with her purple hair standing upright, clarified, "I come from over 20 years in the future, piloting a time machine created by my mother, Dad." Apart from the already familiar Gohan, the revelation left Piccolo, Vegeta, and Goku utterly astonished. Krillin suddenly snapped back to reality, as if he had uncovered a blind spot, and asked, "Wait, Bra, your mother made the time machine?" "Your mother must be." Bra nodded, glancing at Bulma, and replied, "Indeed. My father is Goku, and my mother is Bulma. I will be born in about 4 years." At that moment, Bulma and Goku appeared utterly petrified. Yamcha silently nodded, chuckling. "I knew it. I suspected as much. Who would have thought Bulma would end up with Goku?" Gohan, wearing a look of distress, felt tears welling in his eyes. He looked up at his father, Goku, with a quivering voice, lamenting, "How could this be? How can Dad be having an affair with Aunt Bulma? Has Dad truly become a scoundrel?" Chapter 45. The astonishing transformation of the future Gohan was on the verge of tears, prompting Goku to regain his composure. "No. This isn't possible. Gohan, please don't cry. There's no way your father would do such a thing. Chi-Chi would surely be furious if she found out. This cannot be true." Goku quickly crouched down to wipe Gohan's tears away. Inside, he was equally baffled. What on earth was happening? A girl named Bra had suddenly appeared, claiming to be from the future and asserting that she was his and Bulma's daughter. How could he have a child with Bulma when he only had Gohan with Chi-Chi? "Oni-chan," Bulma's sweet call sent shivers down Gohan's spine. "What are you planning to do?" Gohan protectively shielded Goku behind him, resembling a hen guarding her chicks, his demeanor full of vigilance as he regarded Bulma with a hint of disdain. He could no longer affectionately address her as Aunt Bulma, for she was the woman who had taken his father away from him. Bulma, burdened with her own turmoil, harbored deep feelings for Goku. The image of him transforming into a Super Saiyan lingered in her mind, growing more profound like a snowball rolling downhill. Yet, at this moment, Bulma felt both startled and fearful due to Bra's sudden intrusion. Wait, Bra, since I am your mother in the future, why are you treating me with such coldness? Bulma questioned, her eyes glistening with a touch of grievance. Bra, taken aback, responded, Am I? Mom, am I really being cold to you? Yes, you are. Bulma retorted with irritation. Bra smiled gently, I apologize, Mom. I was just startled by Oni-chan calling me sister. I'm sorry. Krillin, observing Bulma, Goku, Bra, and Gohan, whispered. This atmosphere feels quite strange. Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha nodded in agreement. Piccolo inquired, Bra, you mentioned you traveled from the future using a time machine. If that is the case, why reveal your identity now? If Goku and Bulma had never been together, wouldn't your existence be jeopardized? Hearing Piccolo's question, Gohan too turned to Bra. Indeed, in the memories of the time traveler Trunks, he had always been cautious, fearing exposure of his identity. How could Bra so boldly reveal hers? Bra rested her chin on her thumb and explained, Time has a multiverse nature. The fact that my parents in this timeline are not together does not affect my existence, as we do not inhabit the same timeline. Bulma pondered, Is this a time paradox? Bra, if that is the case, what compels you to traverse time to this world? Tears welled in Bra's large, glistening eyes, silencing the group and filling their hearts with an inexplicable heaviness. The universe is vast, encompassing 12 realms, and we reside in the 7th. The revelation of such astounding information left Goku, Vegeta, and others momentarily speechless, while Gohan was astonished that Bra, having come from the future, possessed such knowledge. What had transpired in the future? Bra continued, At the pinnacle of the 12 universes stands the Omni King. One day, the Omni King obliterated 8 universes, leaving only the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th. This destruction eradicated any hope of resurrecting you, and the Dragon Balls vanished from the Omni King's grasp. As she recounted these events, tears streamed down Bra's face, and she collapsed into Goku's arms, weeping inconsolably. The sound of the girl's weeping tugged at the heartstrings, causing an involuntary tightening within the hearts of all present. No one harbored doubts about Bra's identity, especially Son Gohan, who had gleaned from the memories of the traveler that the Omni King harbored thoughts of annihilating 8 universes. According to the traveler's recollections, were it not for his father, Son Goku, the Omni King would have swiftly taken action. At that moment, Son Goku felt a profound pang of anguish, as Bra's tears had soaked his shoulder. He gently patted her shoulder. With the hope of resurrection utterly extinguished, Gohan inquired, What is happening to Bra? Is it true that in the future, we shall all perish? Bra rose from Son Goku's embrace, delicately wiping her tears, and explained to Gohan, In 10 years, Onaikin will be ambushed and slain by an android known as Android 21, who will also steal your powers. Following that, both Dad and Uncle Vegeta will meet their demise, and eventually, everyone will fall victim to Android 21. Even the Dragon Balls on New Namek will be destroyed. Android 21? What is the meaning of this? Gohan was certain that the traveler's memories contained no mention of any Android 21, leading him to wonder if this was an unforeseen alteration. Bra nodded gently and addressed the group. Android 21 is a creation of Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army. 3 years from now, he will unleash 2 androids on a small island in the south, wreaking havoc and absorbing life energy to feed a being known as Cell. This is utter chaos. My mind cannot grasp it, Krillin lamented, clutching his head in exasperation. Son Goku, astonished, asked, The Red Ribbon Army, the same one I vanquished? Vegeta recalled Violet's words. And Tien, Piccolo, and others shared similar sentiments, realizing they had not fully comprehended the situation. Bra sighed, Uncle Krillin, perhaps I have made matters too convoluted. Allow me to elaborate. Although my father dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, one of its central figures, Dr. Gero, survived and escaped at that time. Driven by a desire for revenge against my father, he clandestinely continued his research on androids. Among his creations, the ultimate android, Cell, is a product of multiple gene recombinations. Possessing the cells of my father, Onaikin, Uncle Tien, Uncle Piccolo, and Uncle Vegeta. 3 years hence, on a small island in the south, one of the 2 androids will be Dr. Gero himself, who, in pursuit of immortality, has transformed into an android. He will commence large-scale destruction to provide Cell with life energy to consume. Faced with Onaikin's overwhelming strength, Cell will transform into his complete form, proving utterly incapable of contending with us. We managed to defeat the Red Ribbon Army, ushering in 7 years of peace. As Bra recounted this, bitterness and fury coursed through her, an intense loathing for the relentless specter of Dr. Gero burning within her. At that moment, none of them were aware that Dr. Gero had a contingency plan in place, the newly conceived Android 21. Consequently, events unfolded as I previously narrated. Android 21 was indeed one of the catalysts for the complete obliteration of hope. Chapter 46. The departure of the maiden Bra paused, allowing everyone to fully absorb the revelations she had just shared. Each piece of information detonated in their minds like a bomb, including Son Gohan, who possessed the memories of a time traveler. Gohan was certain that there were no records pertaining to Android 21, thus marking her as an unknown entity. However, the mention of Majin by Bra evoked thoughts of Majin Buu. Could there be a connection between the two? As Gohan pondered this, he suddenly found himself lifted into the air against his will. Bra embraced him, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, her excitement palpable, and her breath quickening. Hee. I never realized how adorable you were as a child, plump and delightful. I truly miss you all. Let me hold you. I can't breathe. Whoa. Gohan struggled desperately. At merely 6 years of age, he was oblivious to why Krillin looked at him with envy. At that moment, he felt as though he was nearing suffocation. Bra. Let go of Gohan. He seems to be in distress, Goku interjected. Hearing this, Bra glanced at the squirming Gohan in her arms, playfully sticking out her tongue before releasing him. Once on the ground, Gohan gasped for air, nearly experiencing a near-fatal incident. Bra was indeed exceedingly mischievous. He had previously felt sympathy for this future sister, only to now feel as if she intended to smother him. Apologies, big brother. I was just too excited. But you probably don't comprehend this yet, hee. Seeing Bra poised to pounce again, Gohan quickly hid behind Goku and Piccolo. He couldn't confront her, nor could he evade her. Piccolo raised his head, having grasped the implications of Bra's words. He understood the necessity of the protective barrier, likely established to guard against the lurking Dr. Gero. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something and exclaimed, wait. If we find Dr. Gero first and eliminate him, wouldn't that resolve the android dilemma entirely? Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. Humph, no one is to act on that. In 3 years. If you lack confidence in your strength, then don't bother showing up. Kakarot, you're included in that, right? Goku nodded with a smile. Indeed. I too am curious about the androids of the future. I thought after Frieza, there would be no more formidable foes. My blood is boiling with anticipation. I feel the same. See you at the destination in 3 years. Tien declared, brimming with combat spirit. Bulma felt exasperated. You all, how can you be like this? Didn't you hear Bra? This is a catastrophic crisis. Bra gently patted Bulma's shoulder and addressed everyone. Mother, I advise you against this course of action. Dr. Gero possesses the formidable androids 16, 17, and 18, who have been sealed away due to their immense power, which far exceeds your current capabilities. They are frozen and confined not because they are weak, but because they are beyond Dr. Gero's control. Goku appeared taken aback and inquired with surprise. Are they really that strong? Bra nodded emphatically, stating, indeed, they are powerful beyond your current strength. Even if you were to join forces, you would struggle to contend with even one of them. Instead, focus on enhancing your abilities during this time. On May 12th, 3 years from now, at around 10 a.m., on a small island southwest of South City, you must thwart Dr. Gero's transformation into Android 19 and Android 20. How fascinating. Truly intriguing. Vegeta clenched his fists, laughter escaping his lips. I never expected there to be such beings on this planet. Kakarot, what do you think? I too yearn for the challenge of battling them. Bra, what can you tell us about Android 21? Goku replied, a subtle smile adorning his face, though he remained mindful of the pressing matters at hand. Bra explained, initially, Android 21 is not in her Majin state. She is an ultimate fusion android surpassing cell, capable of preying on life forms to absorb energy and grow indefinitely, much like us humans. However, after consuming a cell from a being known as Majin Buu, her once gentle nature became tainted, giving rise to a terrifying evil persona, Majin Android 21. At that time, my ability to defeat Majin Android 21 was largely due to her own assistance, which allowed me to barely vanquish her. Bra then turned to Gohan, who was hiding behind Goku and Piccolo, and remarked, at that time, Majin Android 21's strength was not even a match for Oni-chan and father. She was merely slightly stronger than Uncle Vegeta. As long as you remain vigilant, You will be just fine. Vegeta, feeling frustrated, muttered to himself, "This is certainly Kakarot's child. This family is infuriating. I can't believe I've been unwittingly compared to them." With her hands clasped behind her back and a cheerful demeanor, Bra continued, "I have said all that I needed to say. Father, Oni-chan, mother, and all the esteemed uncles, I must take my leave. Traveling through time is generally forbidden, and it is only through Master Kessa's intercession that I have been granted this exceptional opportunity to pilot the time machine and arrive here." "Kess Master?" Gohan momentarily faltered, unable to place the name, resolving to explore the memories of the time traveler later, as there were many details he had not scrutinized closely. Bra produced a universal capsule and tossed it down, revealing a spherical glass-covered spacecraft equipped with 4 cannon-like energy pods. Indeed, the time machine she arrived in. As Bra deactivated the purple protective shield, returning it to its original form, she climbed into the cockpit through the now-open glass dome. Through the glass dome, Bra gazed at the crowd waving at her, tears welling up once more, her heart heavy with reluctance. "Father, Oniakan, mother, even with my warnings about the formidable android 21, the Omni King shall still obliterate 8 universes. The god of destruction of Universe 7 is yet another incompetent being." Sighing with a sense of finality, Bra piloted the time machine out of sight, burdened by the weight of her emotions. The future, where the Omni King resides at the pinnacle of the 12 universes, threatens to annihilate 8 inferior realms, with Universe 7 ranked second to last. Thus, as Bra departed, her heart was laden with sorrow. The others remained in a daze for quite some time. Eventually, Piccolo, arms crossed protectively over his chest, addressed the group. "Those lacking confidence should refrain from showing up in 3 years. It would be detrimental to everyone if they lag behind." "Huh? Are you referring to yourself?" Vegeta scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he stared defiantly at Piccolo. Tien Shinhan proposed, "Let us gather around 10 o'clock on May 12th in 3 years. We can wait for them an hour in advance." "Agreed. I feel the adrenaline coursing through me. Everyone, let us give it our all." Yamcha, still fervently pursuing his martial arts, radiated enthusiasm. Only Krillin felt a twinge of fear, his thoughts echoing Bulma's desire for stability. However, upon hearing Bra mention the even more terrifying androids 16, 17, and 18, he abandoned that notion. 3 years later, androids, huh? Gohan mused inwardly, his face alight with anticipation. Like Vegeta and Goku, he felt his blood ignite with the thirst for battle, especially after transforming into a Super Saiyan, amplifying his longing. Chapter 47. The Art of Driving. It turned out that the memories of the traveler revealed that Trunks had transformed into Bra, leaving everyone in awe. Unable to recover from the shock she had instigated, Vegeta, hands in pockets, turned to Goku and asked, "Kakarot, surely you must have learned some formidable techniques from Planet Yardrat. It's unlikely you returned empty-handed. While their combat power may be lacking, they possess many extraordinary abilities. Indeed, unfortunately, due to time constraints, I couldn't learn more techniques. As it stands, I have mastered instant transmission," Goku informed the group. Instant transmission, a technique he had acquired on Yardrat, required setting a location beforehand and focusing on a target's energy. It could not be used to reach unoccupied spaces. Goku then demonstrated instant transmission, vanishing after locking onto Master Roshi's energy, returning with the old man's sunglasses, leaving Tien, Yamcha, and others utterly astonished. What a practical technique. Gohan recalled a book on dimensional space, beginning to delve into his own martial arts studies. The master opens the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Whether it be Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, or others, each began to explore their unique martial paths after achieving significant progress. For instance, Krillin's energy wave, Yamcha's spirit ball, and originally, Tien Shinhan's techniques from the Crane School, which later evolved into the solar flare, the four-way fist, and the Kamehameha. As for his father, Son Goku, surely no one believes him to be merely a brutish fighter. In the memories of the time traveler, he had forsaken martial arts training due to academic pursuits. But he is no longer the same now. "Krillin, upon returning, please return this item to Master Roshi," Goku said with a smile as he handed the sunglasses to Krillin. "Understood," Krillin replied, donning the sunglasses with a cool demeanor and flashing a victory sign at Gohan, which, combined with his bald head, elicited a hint of skepticism. Bulma quietly shrank back like an ostrich, casting furtive glances at Goku before quickly averting her gaze. Bra's abrupt arrival and candid revelation made her instinctively wish to avoid Goku. Having been married to Chi-Chi for a long time and with children, she felt like an intruder in someone else's family, perhaps even a third party, and found it hard to face Chi-Chi. As the group dispersed, Goku invited Piccolo. "Hey Piccolo, would you like to train with Gohan and me? I need someone equally strong to spar with to progress faster." "Sure, but don't underestimate Gohan. He's become a Super Saiyan now." Piccolo's words astonished Goku, who exclaimed, "That's incredible, Gohan. You can transform into a Super Saiyan at will." "Yes, Dad. I owe it all to Uncle Piccolo and everyone who helped me train. It's thanks to their support that I broke my limits and became a Super Saiyan," Gohan replied. Scratching his head with a grin, Goku asked, "That's wonderful, Gohan. How have you all fared during my absence?" "Everyone is doing well, Dad. How about you? Have you noticed any changes in your body?" "I wished for your health and Mom's health from the Namekian dragon," Gohan said, his face brimming with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Goku nodded. "I see. I've indeed felt more invigorated and comfortable lately. Thank you, Gohan. As long as you, Mom, and everyone are safe. That's all that matters," Gohan joyfully replied. Upon returning home, the moment Chi-Chi laid eyes on Goku, she was overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down her face as they embraced, a scene filled with warmth. However, upon hearing about the androids 3 years later, Chi-Chi looked despondent and glanced at Gohan. Gohan quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I won't fall behind in my studies. As you've seen, aside from literature and personal interpretation, I've scored perfect marks in everything else." With a gentle smile, Chi-Chi remarked, "Mom knows Gohan is exceptional and has done well." However, her gaze shifted towards Goku, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, she questioned, "Why do our enemies persist endlessly? Why can't our family live in peace? Why?" Her voice, almost a lament, brimmed with resentment. Goku replied calmly, "Chi-Chi, there is no alternative. I'm sorry, but I will prevail. Once this is over, we can all go to the beach together." "Really? Dad, are you truly taking us along?" Gohan asked eagerly, lifting his head in anticipation. "Indeed, it's settled," Goku declared with a victorious gesture, smiling. Chi-Chi, her hands cradling her chin in delight, exclaimed, "How wonderful. Our family driving together, enjoying the scenery along the way, reaching the beach. Goku, you should learn to drive. What do you think?" "Well, flying would certainly be faster, wouldn't it?" Goku replied. 3 years later, Goku playfully scratched his head and chuckled. Chi-Chi, somewhat indignantly, retorted, "That's not the point. You haven't seen that couple on the nearby hill, driving so happily. I envy them. In this society, those without a driver's license are few. And it seems you are one of them, Goku." Goku turned to look at Piccolo, who was leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Observing the exchange, "Piccolo doesn't have one either." Caught off guard, Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief, "Why would I need that?" Chi-Chi turned to both Goku and Piccolo, stating, "So, neither of you will be signing up for driving lessons in the city tomorrow. I believe this is a splendid opportunity for you both to learn societal norms." "What?" Piccolo was baffled as to why he was being implicated in this. He had come to train with Goku. Goku quickly waved his hands. "Wait a moment. Chi-Chi, why the sudden urgency?" Chi-Chi crossed her arms defiantly. "In any case, starting tomorrow, you both shall set aside your training to obtain your driver's licenses. I will contact Bulma to assist us in expediting the process. If you do not comply, I shall refrain from cooking for you, understood?" Her final words, raised in authority, showcased her role as the matriarch, leaving Piccolo startled, and both he and Goku nodded stiffly in agreement. Chapter 48, Driving School. "Wait a minute, Mom, you mentioned Bulma," Gohan began, but was swiftly cut off by Chi-Chi's stern admonition. "Gohan, didn't I instruct you to be polite? You should address her as Aunt Bulma. It is quite disrespectful to call her by her first name. Do you realize how much Aunt Bulma has helped you? From providing you with books to assisting in your studies. How else could you manage to train in martial arts while keeping up with your education?" Son Gohan wished to express his desire to sever ties with Bulma. Yet upon witnessing Chi-Chi's disappointed expression, he swallowed his words. His heart brimmed with unspoken sentiments, ultimately condensed into a single phrase. "I am sorry, Mother. There will be no next time." Chi-Chi's face softened into a relieved smile, embodying the wisdom that acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a noble endeavor. "I shall contact Bulma immediately to discuss Goku and Piccolo's driving school arrangements." With that, Chi-Chi hummed softly as she retreated indoors, engaging in a lengthy phone conversation with Bulma. For there exists an ineffable camaraderie among women. On the other end, Bulma had just returned home and was startled by Chi-Chi's call. The thrill of the forbidden made her heart race, especially upon seeing Bra, evoking a mixture of resistance and inexplicable anticipation within her. However, when she learned that Goku and Piccolo were seeking to obtain their driver's licenses, her interest piqued. She envisioned the two of them navigating the process with utmost caution, certain it would be a chaotic affair. The following day, Goku donned a vibrant red short-sleeve shirt paired with blue trousers, while Piccolo was fully geared in a yellow top, deep blue pants, and purple arm sleeves, donning a sun hat to conceal his identity. As Goku surveyed the expansive driving test site, complete with a dedicated asphalt lane, he curiously remarked, "Is this the driving school Chi-Chi spoke of? It's quite vast, yet rather desolate." Piccolo, slightly irked, retorted, "Honestly, being your training partner is quite the misfortune. This has nothing to do with me." Goku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, apologizing, "My bad. Chi-Chi's personality is just like that. Let us focus on passing the test, then we can return to training." Piccolo chuckled, "That seems to be our only option." However, the Earthling capable of silencing a Super Saiyan possesses considerable strength. "Hey, Kakarot," Vegeta interjected, clad in a black tank top and trousers that showcased his muscular physique. Goku's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Vegeta, what are you doing here?" "Humph, that shameless woman Bulma was blabbering about your driving test, so I decided to come." "I never imagined you would engage in such a frivolous endeavor," Vegeta scoffed, hands on his hips, a smirk plastered across his face. Goku chuckled, "What can I say? Heh, Vegeta, your outfit." Snapping back to reality, Goku observed Vegeta, who, despite being in training attire, seemed different. With a sly grin, Vegeta declared, "Like you, I am here for the driving test, Kakarot. Let us see who can get their license faster, shall we?" Piccolo sighed in exasperation, pondering the peculiar competitive spirit of this Saiyan prince. "Oh fine, bring it on, Vegeta. I can feel the adrenaline surging through me. Let us settle this." Sun Wukong possessed an intense desire for victory and suddenly found himself intrigued by the upcoming training. Shortly thereafter, Bulma, Brief Bo, Mrs. Brief, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Yamcha, Violet, Oolong, Pur, and others arrived, with even Tien and Kairatsu showing keen interest. Pointing at the gathering, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "Chi-Chi, Gohan, Master Roshi, why is everyone here?" At that moment, Chi-Chi, adorned in a graceful red chi-pao, exuded elegance. Her long hair, which was typically tied up, cascaded down in soft waves, revealing her fresh, unadorned visage. Despite lacking any cosmetic enhancement, her pure and pristine aura rivaled that of the city's beauty, Bulma. The ability to soar on the flying nimbus with Sun Wukong was a quality Bulma could never possess. Master Roshi, donning sunglasses, chuckled, "Heard you were here to take your driving test, so I came to check it out." Krillin's bald head gleamed under the sunlight, and he remarked with amusement, "Wukong, I never imagined you'd take up this challenge." Sun Wukong smiled and inquired, "Is Krillin joining us too?" "I'll pass. I already have my license." Krillin scratched his head and laughed. Bulma introduced the venue to everyone. "This driving school is the finest in West City. Many prominent figures have trained here, and the instructors provide exceptional service. I've reserved the entire place for you, Wukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta. You can relax here." Gohan distanced himself from Bulma, wishing to avoid her presence altogether. At the tender age of 6, he understood the nuances of right and wrong and felt that the involvement of a third party was inherently wrong. Once, he affectionately called her Aunt Bulma, but now his disdain for her was palpable. Bulma sensed Gohan's aversion and felt a pang of helplessness, unable to articulate her feelings. She wrestled with her impulsive thoughts regarding Sun Wukong and was conflicted about how to proceed. The sound of footsteps approached, and 3 graceful female instructors made their entrance, causing Master Roshi and Oolong to gaze in awe. One of the ladies, clad in a white chiffon mini-skirt and a red t-shirt, boasted fair skin and rosy cheeks, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Her long, slender legs were adorned with black stockings, exuding an alluring charm. "Mr. Piccolo, my name is Baigia, and I will be your driving instructor, guiding you through this period of learning. I look forward to working with you." The other 2 ladies stood before Sun Wukong and Vegeta, respectively. The instructor assigned to Vegeta radiated youthful exuberance, her voluptuous figure accentuated by a slim waist, cascading waves of burgundy hair, and a captivating aura. Clad in a light-colored short-sleeve top and a matching mini-skirt with black stockings, she smiled gently, revealing a pair of charming dimples. Mr. Vegeta, I am Yu Hui, and I will be your driving instructor, responsible for your training during this time. I look forward to your guidance. Before Sun Wukong stood an instructor who was truly a vision of beauty, possessing the finest physique, with curves that captivated the eye. Every subtle movement was akin to a delicate dance. Her face, shaped like a slender melon, radiated a porcelain-like brilliance, her thin lips exuding a gentle demeanor. Her enchanting autumnal eyes, shrouded in a veil of mystery, evoked deep affection. Greetings, Mr. Sun Wukong. My name is Fu Xiaozhu, the esteemed driving instructor here, and I shall do my utmost to assist you in mastering the art of driving. I look forward to your guidance. Hello, I eagerly await your instruction. Sun Wukong, in stark contrast to the aloofness of Vegeta and Piccolo, responded politely to Fu Xiaozhu. Outside, Son Gohan rested his chin on his hand, marveling. So, you truly are here to learn how to drive? Chapter 49. The results of 2.5 years of training. The resonant roar of the engine filled the air as, under the instructor's guidance, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta commenced their official driving venture. With the immaculate instruction from Coach Bai Jia, Piccolo learned rapidly, his mind sharp and agile, swiftly taking to the controls and accelerating confidently, casting a proud glance towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. How absurd! Vegeta scoffed, accelerating with all his might. Under the panicked gaze of Yu Hui, he pressed the pedal to the metal, pursuing at breakneck speed. No. Vegeta, step on the brakes. Step on the brakes. I can't take this anymore. It's too fast. Yu Hui, strapped in her seatbelt, trembled at the sight of Vegeta. Ugh. The incessant chatter of women, Vegeta muttered, puzzled. Isn't it supposed to be the brake pedal? Opening the car door, he planted one foot firmly on the asphalt, leaving a long, deep mark on the road as Yu Hui watched in horror, frozen in shock. Mr. Wukong, quickly, turn the steering wheel. Fu Xiaozhu, seated in the passenger seat, could no longer maintain her usual calm demeanor and exclaimed urgently. Sun Wukong gazed at Fu Xiaozhu, incredulous. You want me to turn the steering wheel? Really? Indeed. Hurry, Wukong, we are about to crash. Fu Xiaozhu implored, her urgency palpable. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he concentrated, gathering energy in his palms. Under Fu Xiaozhu's astounded stare, he swiftly sliced the steering wheel, playfully handing it over to her. It's done. Fu Xiaozhu and Sun Wukong locked eyes, their vehicle racing at breakneck speed, ultimately colliding with Vegeta's car, which had come to a halt. The shoe that Vegeta had used to brake was now worn thin at the sole. As he unfastened his seatbelt, preparing to inquire, he was unexpectedly propelled out of the car, his head spinning. In the fleeting moment before landing, he managed to pivot, bracing himself with his palm against the ground, executing a perfect backflip to land gracefully. Bravo, Mr. Vegeta! Yu Hui exclaimed, having remained buckled in and thus spared from the same fate. Clapping her hands at the impressive display, Vegeta, upon landing, turned with fury, shouting at the rear-ending Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched the back of his head and uttered, My apologies, Vegeta, truly, I am sorry. Oh, your shoe. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's attention was drawn to one of Vegeta's shoes, stifling a chuckle. How dare you comment on me? Vegeta bellowed, pointing at the steering wheel in Sun Wukong's hands. Fu Xiaozhu, still recovering from her shock, appeared somewhat disheveled and trembled as she remarked, Mr. Wukong, with your driving skills, you will need to wait another 3 years to obtain a license. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong quickly turned to Fu Xiaozhu, exclaiming, That won't do. I don't have that much time. I must continue my training to enhance my strength for the androids that will appear in 3 years. Fu Xiaozhu tilted her head, resting her chin on her left hand, her mind filled with questions as she pondered, training? Androids? Oh, is that it? Are we filming a movie? Piccolo, confidently maneuvering the vehicle past Vegeta and Sun Wukong, drove steadily and swiftly under Bai Jia's guidance. Huh, two fools. Bai Jia applauded, exclaiming, Excellent. Just like that, Mr. Piccolo, I am confident you will soon acquire your driver's license. Vegeta clenched his fists, visibly agitated. The onlookers in the distance expressed astonishment, with Chi-Chi and Videl showing concern. While Bulma sighed, I knew this would happen. Thankfully, I reserved the venue in advance. As time elapsed, Vegeta and Sun Wukong gradually honed their driving skills under their instructor's guidance, eventually transforming their driving practice into a thrilling race with Piccolo. Ultimately, the three of them obtained their licenses, marking the conclusion of their driving lessons, and the tedious routine of training resumed once more. 2.5 years passed, with everyone diligently honing their skills. One day at the Bowsy Mountain, a young boy with light golden hair, clad in a purple martial arts uniform, sat quietly on a chair, engrossed in a book. The atmosphere was serene and tranquil, and his typically sharp, light green eyes appeared less acute. This boy was none other than Son Gohan, who cautiously extended a finger to turn the fragile pages, fearful that too much pressure would ruin them. Be careful, be careful. I must be even more cautious. Son Gohan nervously swallowed and gently turned the page. Gohan, come out, it's time for dinner. Chi-Chi's call made Son Gohan's heart race, and in a moment of distraction, he lost control of his strength. Oh no, he exclaimed as he looked at the book he had inadvertently torn in half. Tears threatened to spill as he lamented. Controlling the power of a Super Saiyan in a normal state is truly challenging. Gently, Son Gohan placed the torn book on his bed, which bore numerous patches of tape, balancing his studies and martial arts. Gohan, dinner is ready. Chi-Chi gently knocked on the door and called out again. I'm coming, Mom. The door isn't locked. Son Gohan carefully descended from his chair, moving normally. As Chi-Chi pushed open the door, she beheld a book torn in half on the bed. Observing the light golden hair of Sun Wukong, she let out a resigned sigh. Alas, you've accidentally damaged the book again. Wufan, it's all right. Mama will help you mend it shortly. Come, it's time for dinner. I'm sorry. I will be more careful in the future, Wufan quickly apologized. In the dining hall, the family of three enjoyed breakfast together. Sun Wukong still sported his characteristic black hair resembling a crab, while Wufan had now surpassed his father in strength, embodying the state of a Super Saiyan at full power. The book was fragile, and Wufan struggled to control his strength, leading to its unfortunate tearing. The bowls and chopsticks, however, were different. Wukong's hearty appetite consumed most of the lavish breakfast laid out before them. As Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi washed the dishes, he turned to glance at Wufan, who was seated on the sofa, and chuckled. Wufan, you have already surpassed me. Hee, but don't think I'll fall behind too much. Remain diligent in your training, or I might just catch up to you. No way. Absolutely not. Just don't let me surpass you by too much. Father, I will grow even stronger. So don't be left too far behind. Wufan playfully scratched his nose and smiled. Chi-Chi looked at Wufan and said, Wufan, your current state of being is to better control your power for daily life. Given this, why not take the opportunity to relax outside? For over 2 years, you have been training with Goku and Piccolo, or buried in books. You haven't truly relaxed, have you? Chapter 50. The resurgence of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wufan pondered and nodded, realizing that his mother Chi-Chi was indeed correct. He had spent so much time training with Sun Wukong and Piccolo, or studying. Even in his Super Saiyan full power state, most of his time was still spent reading. He had indeed not taken the chance to enjoy himself. Since that's the case, Wufan, let us all go out together today and have some fun. Sun Wukong suggested with a smile. Sure, but where shall we go? Wufan contemplated. Suddenly, the television broadcasted news. The long-dormant World Martial Arts Tournament will be reinstated, with martial artists from around the globe gathering once more. The champion will receive a prize of 5 million. Is the World Martial Arts Tournament really making a comeback? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Chi-Chi, blushing and covering her face, reminisced, I remember those times so fondly. I can't believe the tournament is being held again. Wufan understood well what his mother meant. It was at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament that his parents, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, had first met in the arena. His mother, Chi-Chi, had fought her way into the top 8, a stark contrast to that shameless and cunning contestant, Lan Fong. Time was of the essence, and by then, the androids had already emerged to stir up trouble. Father, Mother, why not take me to witness the scene? I am quite curious about the place where you two first fell in love, Son Gohan inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Oh dear, what are you saying, Gohan? Chi-Chi covered her face, feeling bashful. Each time she recalled that moment, a mix of boldness and embarrassment washed over her, especially recalling how Son Goku treated their marriage as if it were a delectable treat. He chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. A decision is a decision. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament is still quite distant, and with that, the family of three soared together on the Nimbus cloud towards their destination. The yellow cloud glided through the sky, with Gohan nestled in Goku's embrace and Chi-Chi holding onto Goku's arm. The harmonious family descended from the Nimbus upon sighting the tournament grounds. This was the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, resuming after the previous one had been interrupted due to the chaos caused by Piccolo. How nostalgic. I never imagined it would grow this large. Goku marveled, his gaze lingering on a magnificent tree, recalling their reunion in the rain, a moment that felt like ages ago. Are you Goku? Suddenly, an exclamation drew their attention. They turned to see a golden-haired man, donned in sunglasses and a suit, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Goku. Ah, it's you. Goku recognized the man after a moment's contemplation. He was the charismatic host from the previous tournaments. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, I never expected to see you all again. Mr. Goku, are you here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Goku scratched his head and replied, I'm afraid I cannot participate, as I must engage in battle with some extraordinarily powerful androids. Androids? Are they akin to that fiend, Demon King Piccolo? The host asked. Anxiety etched across his face. Goku pondered for a moment before responding, I suppose so. However, Piccolo has since reformed. I've yet to encounter these androids, so I cannot ascertain their nature, but they are formidable opponents. We have been diligently training to prepare for the fight. Upon hearing Goku's words, the host felt reassured and turned his gaze towards Chi-Chi and Gohan. Ah, is this your child, Mr. Goku? Has he dyed his hair? Gohan shot a speechless look at Chi-Chi, who was stifling a laugh. His mother had previously remarked that his appearance resembled that of a delinquent, and now this golden-haired host echoed the sentiment. Moreover, what kind of sunglasses could still reveal the color of his hair? Goku chuckled and shook his head, understanding Gohan's plight. With a surge of energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the surrounding golden aura captivating the host. This is a Super Saiyan, a transformation of ours. This is my child with Chi-Chi. His name is Son Gohan. Upon returning to his usual state, Son Wukong introduced himself to the golden-haired host. Hello, uncle. Son Gohan politely responded. Greetings, Gohan. The golden-haired host regained his composure and smiled courteously. Given the extraordinary events that unfold around you, I would not be surprised by anything. It is truly unfortunate that there has not been another tournament since Piccolo's uproar at the Martial Arts Conference. I had hoped to see you all compete again. Miss Kiki, Mr. Wukong, and Mr. Gohan, let us have lunch together. It's on me. Rest assured, it will be ample. The host affectionately addressed Son Gohan as Mr., without regard for his age. Really? Thank you very much, host. Gohan exclaimed, the food here is absolutely delightful. Thank you, uncle. Dad, mom, may I explore other places for a while? Gohan gazed around with eager anticipation. Having spent most of his time at home, either reading or training, the 9-year-old still retained the essence of a child. Kiki smiled and nodded, saying, Of course, but do be cautious, and do not forget about lunch with your uncle. I won't forget. I'll be back soon. Gohan replied as he dashed away. Without his father or mother by his side, he felt liberated, spreading his arms wide as he sprinted down the street. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was still hosted in the city, not as grand in scale as it appeared in the memories of the Buu saga. The asphalt roads were sparsely populated with pedestrians and vehicles. Gohan observed the towering buildings around him, but gradually lost interest, his earlier playful mood dissipating. Suddenly, he sensed an impending collision ahead. A man with an explosive hairstyle, his eyes wide with fright, appeared in his path. Just as the man was about to speak, Gohan, maintaining his speed, executed a somersault and leaped over his head. As he ran, Gohan turned back and smiled, saying, I'm sorry for startling you. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye. The man replied mechanically, sporting an explosive hairstyle, a beard, and dressed in a brown martial arts uniform with white trousers. The World Martial Arts Tournament is indeed teeming with talent. I didn't expect that child, who is about the same age as Videl, to be so agile. Haha. This is splendid. It seems my training is still lacking. Satan, I must secure the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The man clenched his fists, motivating himself. Chapter 51. Gathering Son Gohan continued his run, planning to wander a bit before returning. How strange. That man with the explosive hair seems so familiar. Could he be a contestant in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Distracted and dismissive of the man's weakness, Gohan had not recognized Satan earlier. Unconsciously, he slowed his pace, observing the desolate surroundings. Although the prestigious martial arts tournament had resumed, it paled in comparison to its illustrious predecessors. Following the turmoil caused by the Demon King Piccolo, Many exceptional martial artists chose to retreat from the world, allowing individuals like Satan to claim victory, a feat that would have been inconceivable in earlier years, where he likely wouldn't have even reached the top 8. The sky was a brilliant azure, and the weather today was indeed splendid. Son Gohan had lost track of time as he wandered into a spacious park. Here, numerous children of his age played joyfully, some accompanied by their parents. This is undoubtedly the life my mother, Chi-Chi, dreams for us, Gohan reflected, understanding his mother's wish for a peaceful and harmonious family life. Suddenly, he noticed a couple painting on the lawn, dressed elegantly in tailored suits. Intrigued, Gohan approached them. The husband was capturing his wife's likeness against a backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. The wife, with her cascading waves of chestnut hair and clad in a soft yellow gown, paused momentarily upon noticing Gohan. What a remarkable painting. It looks as if she has stepped right out of the canvas. Gohan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The man exuded an air of refinement and intellect. The wife, looking at Gohan with curiosity, inquired, "Are you here alone, little one?" Gohan shook his head, replying, "No, my dad and mom are chatting with some uncles. I just came out to play." "How could your parents be so irresponsible as to let such a young child wander alone?" The wife responded, a hint of irritation in her voice. Gohan, earnest in his defense, replied, "No, not at all. My dad and mom are the best in the world." The couple exchanged glances and smiled. "My release," the man said, "if we have a boy one day, perhaps he will resemble him, strong and sturdy." "Humph, you and your whimsical thoughts. There are children around us. We finally have a moment to relax, so why indulge in such talk?" The wife playfully chided her husband. The man wrapped his arm around his wife's slender waist, suggesting, "If it's a girl, we shall name her Pelesse. How does that sound?" Gohan, tilting his head, couldn't quite grasp the conversation at his tender age of 9. He glanced up at the sky and realized much time had passed. "Apologies for intruding, uncle and auntie, but I must return home for dinner," he politely informed the couple. "Is your home nearby?" the man asked, leaning down to look at Gohan. "No, uncle. My home is in Baozi Mountain, which is quite far. Goodbye," Gohan exclaimed, taking off into the sky, leaving the couple in astonished silence, disappearing into the distant horizon. Did I just imagine that? Did he truly fly? Myralise questioned her husband, Betis. Betis shook his head, affirming, "No, it wasn't an illusion. That child is certainly no ordinary boy." My wife, Miras, inquired, "Could it be that he is participating in the prestigious martial arts tournament?" "Perhaps, indeed. This world is replete with extraordinary individuals. Take, for instance, the legendary Son Goku, who once vanquished the world-threatening Demon King Piccolo, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. That child likely shares the mystique of those reclusive masters." Betis, a man of some discernment, responded, "It is indeed true." "My goodness, Betis. I had no idea such remarkable beings existed. What a pity I did not obtain a means to contact him," he lamented. Miras reassured him. "Isn't our Betis group a significant sponsor of this tournament? That golden-haired boy must be competing. We will have the opportunity to meet him in due time." "Well, I suppose that will have to suffice," Betis remarked with a gentle smile, gazing in the direction where Son Gohan had departed. At that moment, Son Gohan remained blissfully unaware of the musings of the onlookers. Meanwhile, monumental changes were unfolding in various corners of the world. The golden-haired host, fully aware of Son Goku's appetite, ensured that the trio enjoyed a delightful meal. Before parting ways, Son Goku and the host exchanged contact information, after which the family soared homeward on the flying Nimbus. As for the affectionate couple, Son Gohan had long since forgotten them, considering them merely chance acquaintances. This family outing had proven immensely beneficial, calming Son Gohan's previously restless heart. Seated in his room, he perused his books with a sense of tranquility as everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Before long, the anticipated day arrived. Upon waking, Son Goku and Chi-Chi, while washing up, noticed the absence of Son Gohan's shoes at the entrance. "What's this?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, rushing to Son Gohan's room, forgetting to knock in her haste. The bedding was neatly folded, still retaining its crisp shape, and the bed was already cool, while the purple martial arts GI in the wardrobe had vanished, indicating that Son Gohan had departed early. Gohan is missing," Chi-Chi expressed her concern. Goku, bare-chested, displaying his well-defined muscles, furrowed his brow. After sensing Son Gohan's energy, he relaxed. "Chi-Chi, Gohan is outside warming up. He will be back shortly." "Is that so?" Goku, you must fetch Gohan immediately. It's time for breakfast. Soon. You both will face those nefarious androids. How can you fight effectively on an empty stomach? Chi-Chi insisted, visibly displeased. All right, I will be right back, Goku declared, instantly teleporting to find Son Gohan. Son Gohan had awakened early, excitement coursing through him at the thought of the impending battle against the androids. Troubled thoughts had kept him from sleeping, rendering even his reading futile, compelling him to venture outside for some exercise. Upon returning, I briefly explained the situation, took a shower, and after breakfast, departed alongside Sun Wukong and Piccolo, soaring towards the southern city. On a small island outside the southern city, the Z warriors gathered atop a mountain peak. Each had undergone rigorous training over the past 3 years in preparation for the impending battle against the androids. Chapter 52. The Breathless Androids. Before reaching the valley, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Krillin had already been waiting. Observing Krillin's troubled expression, Sun Wukong inquired, Krillin, why do you look so drained upon our first meeting? We are about to confront unknown monsters. How can one feel cheerful in such circumstances? Besides, I am not a Super Saiyan like you all. Krillin's voice was tinged with resignation, feeling increasingly overshadowed by Sun Wukong and Gohan, who had far surpassed him. At that moment, Gohan's tail emerged, having previously been coiled around his waist to avoid complications. The hue of his tail mirrored his hair, a soft golden color. Gohan, are you also a Super Saiyan? Tien Shinhan asked, astonished. Yamcha remarked, I can't sense any of the ferocious energy typically associated with a Super Saiyan. Gohan smiled and nodded, saying, indeed. This is the form of a Super Saiyan. I have learned to control its power at will. With that, Gohan transformed back to his ordinary black-haired, black-eyed appearance, exhibiting a calm demeanor. Even as he shifted between Super Saiyan and his normal state, there was no ripple of disturbance, as noted by Krillin and Yamcha. Impressive, Gohan, Krillin remarked with a bittersweet smile, aware that Gohan's current strength rendered the transformation indistinguishable from his normal state. The difficulty of mastering such control was well understood by these seasoned warriors. Sun Wukong added, while I can maintain my Super Saiyan form regularly, I cannot reach the level Gohan has achieved. He has surpassed me long ago. I'm still learning so much. Had it not been for Uncle Piccolo and my father, my progress would not have come so swiftly, Gohan said, scratching the back of his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noticed something amiss and asked, strange. Where is Vegeta? With his temperament, he would never miss this. Yamcha chuckled and replied, Vegeta will be here shortly. You all might not know, but he is with Bulma now, and they have even had a son named Trunks. Can you believe they are together? I'm envious. I wish to find a partner who is neither too beautiful nor too plain, someone sincere to marry. Krillin lamented, his expression reflecting the weariness of past heartbreaks. He had harbored deep feelings for Marin, yet their relationship had left him feeling used and unfulfilled, having worked tirelessly without reciprocation. Similarly, Krillin came to understand a profound truth. Those who are overly devoted often meet unfortunate fates, as genuine feelings are perpetually toyed with, leaving only oneself as a reliable confidant. Gohan smiled at Krillin, reassuring him, do not worry, Uncle Krillin. In the future, you will surely find a girlfriend far better than that Marin. Your future spouse will undoubtedly be both beautiful and gentle. As Gohan mentioned gentleness, he found himself contemplating Android 18. Despite his tender age of 9, and his naivety regarding matters of the heart, he recalled the many admirers Android 18 had, as revealed in the memories of the time traveler. Although she may not fit the mold of gentle and lovely, the multitude of those who envied Krillin suggested that she must possess admirable qualities. Krillin observed Gohan's earnest demeanor, his youthful innocence reminiscent of a scene from Planet Namek that lingered in his mind. Gohan, when you grow a bit older, you will come to understand my worries. You are still too young to grasp the complexities of the adult world. It is best to grow up joyfully, free from troubles. Free from troubles, Gohan mused, recalling the chaotic memories of the time traveler. How could one be free from worries? There were countless tumultuous matters to contend with, and unless one became powerful enough to dictate outcomes, threats would loom ever present. Suddenly, the sound of a flying vehicle echoed through the sky. Yajirobe had arrived, piloting a craft laden with senzu beans. Gohan had indeed inquired beforehand. Over the past 3 years, the senzu beans accumulated by Karin had finally been delivered. After a brief conversation with the others, Yajirobe departed, as his strength and disposition would not permit him to engage in direct combat. Piccolo, Tien, and the others stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the city below. It's strange, the time has clearly passed, yet we have not detected any formidable energy. Yamcha remarked with a hint of confusion. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of energy struck Yajirobe's vehicle. At that moment, silence enveloped the gathering. Gohan pointed towards the sky, exclaiming, "Look! Over there!" The two figures in the air cast a glance at them before descending into the city, devoid of any detectable energy, leaving them unable to discern their appearance. Krillin, standing at the edge, was drenched in cold sweat as he peered down at the city. Upon sensing Yajirobe's energy, Goku felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, Yajirobe was unharmed. Since we cannot sense them through energy, let us rely on our eyes, Piccolo suggested. Goku tucked the Senzu beans into his clothing and stated firmly, "All right. Everyone split up to search, but do not engage in combat. Upon discovery, notify the group immediately. Krillin, you should check on Yajirobe. He should still be alive." Krillin nodded vigorously in agreement. With a swift motion, the group dispersed throughout the city. However, after separating, Gohan concealed his energy and stealthily followed behind Yamcha. The androids lack breath and are entirely imperceptible. Son Gohan recalls from the memories of a time traveler that Yamcha had been ambushed by the androids, which is why he discreetly followed Yamcha. On a stretch of asphalt road, two figures moved with a mechanical precision. One, a diminutive and portly individual adorned with golden earrings and a cap emblazoned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army, possessed an eerily pale complexion and wielded circular rings capable of absorbing energy. This was Android 19. The other, an elderly man with skin resembling dry wood, also wore golden earrings and a black long hat marked with the same emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. Android 19 gazed at the passers-by with a sinister grin. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. Yamcha, who had been exploring the vicinity, abruptly halted in his tracks. Son Gohan, who had been stealthily following him while concealing his presence, also heard the cry. Someone is screaming. Yamcha hurried towards the source, with Son Gohan shadowing him, poised to act. Chapter 53. Confrontation. Having just slain several individuals and absorbed their life energy, Android 20's computer detected an approaching unknown energy signature. 19. There is a human with an exceptionally high energy level heading our way. Android 19 replied, I have also detected the same energy source. This individual has surpassed human limits. And there is another human as well. The elderly Android 20, his face devoid of expression, remarked, it appears to be a policeman. The one who has transcended human boundaries seems to be our target, Son Goku. As Yamcha rushed forward, he arrived to find the streets littered with the lifeless bodies of dozens of humans. This must be the work of the androids. How infuriating. Where could they be? Yamcha scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of his adversaries. From a distance atop a high building, Androids 19 and 20 observed Yamcha with cold detachment. No, this is not Son Goku, Android 19 stated. This individual does not match the data. There is a 96% likelihood that he is Yamcha, regardless of his identity. We can still harvest more energy. Shall we engage? Android 20 inquired. Suddenly, their computer registered a powerful energy response, approaching at an alarming speed. The target's energy signature far exceeds that of Yamcha. Android 19 exclaimed, astonished. It's coming towards us at great speed. It's already here. In Android 20's line of sight, a golden silhouette raced towards them. Meanwhile, Yamcha, still searching the area, suddenly froze. This energy signature. It's Gohan. Is he coming this way? On the rooftop, Android 19 and Android 20 leapt into the air, transforming into the ethereal form of the Super Saiyan, Gohan, gradually vanishing from the sight of their companions, Yamcha included. What was that? They had vanished. Yamcha also noticed the two figures flying above. How could they have disappeared? Android 19, perplexed by Gohan's ghostly image, inquired. 19. Be cautious. Quickly evade. The target is behind you. Android 20 shouted. Seizing the moment after deceiving his enemies with the afterimage technique, Gohan unleashed a sudden assault. Golden energy enveloping him. With a powerful kick, Gohan struck fiercely at the corpulent form of Android 19. Boom. The explosion resonated through the skies, leaving Yamcha and Android 20 utterly astonished. At that moment, the other Z fighters also sensed the commotion and the surging energy of Gohan in the air, quickly gathering in response. Android 19 was obliterated by Gohan's strike, instantly vanquished. The surrounding energy dissipated as Gohan's golden hair stood upright. His light green eyes sharp and focused, exhibiting no waste of power, even in his Super Saiyan form. Impossible. He killed 19 in an instant. Android 20's disbelief was palpable, his expression vividly contrasting with his earlier stoicism. You must be Dr. Gero. I have seen your photograph in magazines, so? The so-called androids have finally revealed themselves, Gohan stated, gazing intently at Android 20. Android 20, momentarily taken aback, replied, "How peculiar. How did you learn of our identities as androids? Moreover, it appears you anticipated our arrival here. Although the traitor, Violet, knew certain secrets of the Red Ribbon Army, it is inconceivable that she could have discerned our movements. Pray tell, why is that? If you wish to know, then inquire with your strength, Dr. Gero." Gohan retorted coldly. Dr. Gero has long since perished. What remains is Android 20, the embodiment of his vengeful spirit, immortal and unyielding, Android 20 declared. In a swift motion, Yamcha soared into the air, joining Gohan at his side. Before Yamcha could speak, Gohan preemptively asked, "Uncle Yamcha, did you hear the shrieks that drew you here?" "Yes. But how did you detect their presence, Gohan?" Yamcha inquired, puzzled. "As I approached, I deliberately concealed my energy. I spotted their insignia from the Red Ribbon Army, prompting my sudden attack," Gohan explained. Though his words were crafted with precision, devoid of any flaws, he had indeed learned to lie with unblinking eyes and steady heart. Casting a glance at the city below, Gohan positioned his palms toward Android 20, stating, "Fighting here could endanger the residents. We must relocate to an uninhabited area for battle." A sudden exclamation resonated through the clear sky as Son Gohan unleashed his energy, his palms creating a powerful vortex of wind that surged from all directions, sending Android 20 soaring into the air. Yamcha struggled to maintain his balance against the forceful gust, while other Z fighters hurriedly steadied themselves. "Wow, is that Gohan? What is he doing?" Son Goku gritted his teeth, managing to resist the tempest. In the city, pedestrians were caught off guard by the fierce winds, which stirred up clouds of dust. Girls in skirts instinctively clutched their hems to avoid any embarrassment. Atop the mountain, Krillin supported Yajirobe as they beheld the astonishing spectacle below. The entire city seemed to ripple like an ocean under the influence of Gohan's energy. Has Gohan discovered the androids? Krillin pondered, concerned for his friends gnawing at him. After conferring with Yajirobe, he dashed towards Gohan's position once the wind subsided. As the gusts calmed, Gohan advanced rapidly. The technique he had just employed, known as the Ki Cannon, was not particularly lethal but effectively manipulated the air currents to propel his target away. Yamcha, still suspended in the air, marveled, "Incredible. He blew that android away. Truly, he is Goku's son." With the winds now stilled, the others rushed to join Gohan, Krillin being the last to arrive. Piccolo sensed Gohan's energy ahead and inquired of Yamcha. "That was Gohan's doing, wasn't it? What transpired?" Yamcha replied, smiling. "Gohan was concerned about the battle affecting the city, so he blew the enemy away. By the way, he has already defeated one android." "Is that so? We can't let Gohan handle everything alone. Let's hurry and ensure he leaves one for us." Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared towards Gohan. "Goku, wait for us." Krillin and Yamcha followed closely behind, with Piccolo and Tien Shinhan also racing forward. Chapter 54. Energy exchange in a misty twilight where the azure skies met the rain. A young man clad in a purple martial arts uniform suddenly materialized on a desolate island, standing tall and resolute. His golden hair stood on end without a hint of turbulence, his sharp, light green eyes gazing skyward. A fierce sea breeze swept in, accompanied by towering waves that surged with ferocity. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Android 20 was hurled towards him by the tempest, crashing heavily before Gohan with a resounding thud. The waves cascaded like raindrops upon the island, and the airborne droplets formed a shimmering rainbow under the sunlight. Ripped and tattered, Android 20 rose from the crater, his heart racing with dread as he faced Son Gohan. Raindrops scattered, and a part from the rainbow reflected in the sky. The entire island returned to tranquility once more. Number 20, filled with resentment, roared, with a resemblance of 97% to the data, "You are Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku." How infuriating. A surge of energy erupted, the droplets clinging to his body cascading down. Son Gohan paused, leaving a footprint on the ground. and charged towards number 20 without uttering unnecessary words. Do not underestimate the androids. Number 20's eyes glowed crimson, and yellow beams shot forth from them. With a swift motion, the grass beneath him quivered, leaving a faint footprint behind. The yellow beam from number 20 missed its target, striking the distant sea instead. The colossal wave, towering thousands of meters, erupted, cascading skyward. At that moment, Son Gohan, having evaded number 20's attack, propelled himself forward using the ground beneath him, instantly closing the distance to confront number 20. What? With that thought, number 20 was struck squarely in the face by Son Gohan's fist, leaving a deep imprint on his visage. Had he been an ordinary person, that blow would have shattered bones. As number 20 crashed onto a nearby hillock, dust erupted, and the splashing waves fell back into stillness. Son Gohan gazed at his hands, reflecting on his fluid adaptability. Had it been in the past, he would have likely endured that strike directly or attempted an evasive maneuver in the air. This was the fruit of his training. His combat experience had vastly improved. For instance, even if he returned to face the Ginyu Force now, he would perform far better, no longer being helpless against their onslaught. Number 20's face revealed mechanical circuitry, his exterior shattered by Son Gohan's strike, exposing flickering arcs of electricity that rendered him grotesque and terrifying, devoid of any semblance of pain. The sea breeze tousled Son Gohan's hair. Humph, Son Gohan, have you not realized yet? I have absorbed your power. Number 20 lightly touched the injured area of his face. Son Gohan clenched his fists at his waist, adopting a poised combat stance. Even if you have absorbed my strength, to me, it is but a mere trifle. You are number 20, correct? Speaking of which, the one you killed earlier was number 19. What other abilities do you possess? Unleash them all. Do not let me end your life so easily. Prepare yourself. Number 20 bellowed in defiance, unleashing a torrent of energy waves from his palm, surging towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan thrust his palm forward, conjuring a transparent energy bubble that absorbed the vast energy waves from number 20 as if they were drawn into a vortex. What? My attack was absorbed. Number 20 exclaimed in astonishment, staggering back a few steps. Son Gohan gazed at the transparent energy bubble in his hand, which shimmered with golden volatile energy, forming tiny whirlpools that compressed within. His sharp, light green eyes slowly turned to regard number 20. Experience the sensation of being struck by your own assault. The energy sphere in Gohan's hand was hurled towards Android 20, with his palm extended forward. Android 20 aimed to absorb Gohan's attack with the core energy absorption device in his grasp. Just as the energy sphere was about to make contact, Gohan's pale green, piercing eyes flickered with a spark of insight. The energy sphere unraveled, and the absorbed Kamehameha wave rapidly expanded, surging into the sky and enveloping the startled Android 20. The world dimmed as the vast Kamehameha wave cloaked the heavens, leaving Goku and his companions, who were approaching in the distance, agape with astonishment. What is that? Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the Kamehameha wave spread like a tsunami. Had he been caught within it, he would have been obliterated. Piccolo wore a satisfied smile and remarked, Gohan's energy remains relatively unchanged, yet this attack appears to be the enemy's doing. Such boundless force cannot be Gohan's own technique. It seems he has truly devised that move. That move? Could it be that Gohan has created a formidable technique? Yamcha asked Piccolo with wide eyes. Goku chuckled, saying, he did it. Gohan's self-invented technique, energy exchange, allows him to create energy spheres using his own energy, successfully absorbing the opponent's attack, converting it into his own energy, and returning it with double the force. I never imagined he would actually succeed. Gohan has truly blended scholarship with martial arts. Incredible. Is this truly achievable? Gohan has indeed become an exceptional martial artist. Tien, astonished, reflected on Goku at the same age, who had yet to emerge from the Capsule Corporation training. Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others could hardly fathom the heights Gohan might reach in the future. Let us hurry, Goku exclaimed, dashing forward with great speed, prompting the others to follow closely towards Gohan's location. At that moment, Gohan stood poised and composed, his golden hair billowing in the sea breeze, gazing at the now disheveled Android 20. The android's exoskeleton was tattered in many areas, exposing the metallic framework beneath. His hat lay destroyed, and through a layer of dark green glass, Gohan could see the exposed brainstem, creating a bizarre sight. The inception of Gohan's energy exchange technique was entirely a foresight for the future, anticipating the emergence of peculiar powers and self-destructive adversaries intent on mutual annihilation. Developing this technique was no easy feat for Gohan, as the energy conversion required precise rotation and expansion. The energy spheres designed to absorb attacks needed to be robust enough to withstand strikes, but not so thick as to resemble mere Kamehameha blasts. From a practical standpoint, the results were highly satisfactory. However, there were drawbacks. While absorbing an opponent's technique, Gohan found himself in a state of stasis, unable to attack or move, effectively rendering himself a live target. Moreover, should the opponent possess overwhelming strength, the energy sphere would fail to endure their onslaught. However, perfection is an elusive concept. Son Gohan finds himself quite content with the present circumstances. The energy absorption device of Android 20 evidently has its limitations. He was unable to fully absorb the retaliatory force, resulting in his current disheveled state. Chapter 55. The Awakening Command. With a swift motion, Piccolo, Tien, Goku, and others soon arrived, landing gracefully on the ground. Son Gohan's gaze softened as he smiled and remarked, "You're all so slow." "Apologies, Gohan. May I leave this android to your father?" Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, responded with a playful grin. Though the remark suggested a delay, it had only been a minute since Son Gohan commenced his battle with Android 20. Android 20's eyes were filled with loathing, all directed at Goku, who had shattered the Red Ribbon Army's ambition to conquer the world. Dr. Gero's ultimate aim was to exact revenge on Goku and reclaim dominion over the planet. "Is this what an android looks like? How dreadful!" Yamcha exclaimed, recalling Android 20's previous condition, where his skin was marred and his brainstem exposed. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared in an instant, clad in a blue battle suit. He had been observing from the shadows. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Son Gohan had surpassed him significantly while he was making strides. Gohan was advancing at an astonishing rate. Vegeta, Goku, and Krillin were taken aback upon witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk as he declared, "Kakarot, it appears that it is not only you and your son who can achieve this transformation." With a thunderous roar, the clouds above scattered, and a massive crater formed beneath Vegeta's feet. His golden hair and green eyes gleamed as he, too, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Krillin, in disbelief, stammered, "It can't be. Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan as well." A golden aura enveloped Vegeta, his demeanor starkly contrasting with Gohan's calmness. Vegeta's Super Saiyan form radiated fierce aggression. "Kakarot, I can hardly contain my excitement. The moment to defeat you and reclaim my title as Prince of the Saiyans is drawing near." Goku smiled and replied, "Indeed, Vegeta, I will fight you. But not just yet. Once these troubles are resolved, feel free to challenge me as you wish." With a disdainful huff, Vegeta's wild eyes fixated on Android 20, who had already been reduced to scrap by Gohan, yet dared to remain standing. Vegeta paused, then charged at Android 20, his Super Saiyan form brimming with fervor, driven by the primal Saiyan blood coursing through him that yearned for battle. "Hey Vegeta, that target is mine," Goku exclaimed, bewildered. Son Gohan gently shook his head, his own aura calm and restrained, and said, "Father, let Uncle Vegeta handle this." According to Bra's descriptions, there are even more formidable androids yet to come, including the enigmatic Android 21, whose existence eludes even the memories of time travelers. Within his heart, Son Gohan mused that, according to Bra's description, the adversary had absorbed the formidable powers of Majin Buu, possessing abilities akin to those of the Fiend. Yet, even in the absence of Majin Buu's strength, it was likely that this foe surpassed Cell in prowess. As Bra had conveyed, Android 21 was a fusion-based ultimate creation, derived from the very essence of Cell. Strangely, rather than fear, Son Gohan felt an exhilarating rush of excitement at the prospect of confronting this enigmatic Android 21. He yearned for a battle against the unknown, motivating himself to grow stronger. The clash between Vegeta and Android 20 swiftly approached its conclusion. Previously battered by Son Gohan, Android 20 found himself at a disadvantage after Vegeta seized the moment to shatter his energy-absorbing device. In a decisive explosion, Android 20 was obliterated into fragments, the creation of Dr. Gero meeting its demise at Vegeta's hands. In that fleeting moment before the explosion, Android 20's eyes blazed crimson as his internal computer transmitted a final directive, unnoticed by those present. Meanwhile, in an obscure laboratory beyond North City, a petri dish held a chunk of flesh that began to swell at an alarming rate as conduits relentlessly infused it with energy. Gradually, an unidentified life form resembling an insect took shape, adorned with mottled black spots. Its visage bore a faint resemblance to that of a human, complete with a pair of wings and a tail. Finally, upon absorbing the totality of the energy, this unknown entity opened its eyes. With a resounding bang, the creature's fist struck the glass of the petri dish, shattering it and scattering glass shards alongside the nourishing liquid. Still insufficient, it pondered. Why have I awakened before achieving full transformation? More energy is required. Did something happen with androids 19 and 20? This unknown life form was none other than the ultimate fusion android, Cell. Aware of his impending demise, Android 20 had utilized his internal computer to issue a last command. Liberating all androids. A quest for vengeance against Goku? Perhaps, but then again, it could serve as a life's purpose. A life devoid of ambition would be exceedingly dull. Cell gazed at his hands, the fluid from the petri dish dripping slowly to the ground. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from above, startling him. Is that 17 and 18? It appears Android 20 truly encountered a mishap, awakening these beings as well. As Cell scrutinized his hands, which bore a rugged appearance, a sinister smile crept across his face as a thought dawned upon him. Indeed, 17 and 18 are androids modified from humans, designed for infinite energy. If I absorb one of them now, I shall evolve into my perfect form. Sheru gazed excitedly at his hands, initially contemplating a direct assault, when he suddenly sensed numerous powerful presences approaching from afar. These formidable energies were likely those of Sun Wukong and his companions. It appeared that a frontal confrontation was inadvisable. He could not afford to absorb the two androids and would have to resort to stealthy predation instead. Consequently, Sheru abandoned the idea of consuming androids 17 and 18. Recognizing his need for energy while remaining clear-headed amidst the unfolding chaos, he understood the necessity of strategic choices and concealed himself in the shadows, methodically seeking to prey upon the scattered humans. Above, two hibernation pods marked with the numbers 17 and 18 were forcefully opened, and a male and female figure emerged. Android 17, a youth with long black hair and a scarf draped around his neck, adorned with golden earrings, surveyed his surroundings with indifferent blue eyes. Android 18, a girl with similarly long hair, donned a blue vest, a black and white checkered long coat, and blue jeans, emanating an aura of cold detachment, her demeanor rejecting any approach. As she surveyed the area, she received directives from a computer, comprehending the circumstances. That old fool Dr. Gero is finally dead. It seems we are free now, she remarked. Chapter 56. Android 17 and 18 with a resounding boom. Android 18's lovely face contorted in disdain as she unleashed a key blast, obliterating the laboratory in a shower of sparks, reducing the entire valley to ruins. With a swift motion, Androids 17 and 18 landed upon a hill, where the destroyed laboratory released towering plumes of black smoke. You are far too volatile, 18, remarked 17, hands on his hips, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The mountain may have collapsed, but it poses no threat to us. Now that bastard Dr. Gero is finally dead, we are free. What are your plans, 17? Android 18 lightly dusted off her clothing, displeased by the dirt that had clung to her. After a moment of contemplation, 17 replied, upon gaining our freedom, we must establish a goal, otherwise, life would be rather dull. As androids, we ought to have a purpose. How about eliminating Sun Wukong? You don't intend to follow that old fool Dr. Gero's orders, do you? 18 questioned coldly, her disdain for Dr. Gero palpable. 17 shook his head gently. It's merely a goal. Aren't you curious about the nature of the loathed figure Dr. Gero so despised? What manner of being was he? Indeed, I am quite curious. But do you know where Sun Wukong resides? 18 retorted. 17 rubbed his forehead, observing the ruins of the laboratory that 18 had obliterated, the cavernous mountain now a wreck. You see, you are far too impulsive, 18. Dr. Gero sought revenge against Sun Wukong and had dispatched insectoid robots to monitor his every move, gathering extensive information about him. Among those records, there must be details regarding his residence. I wonder if we could still locate that information. I prefer not to dirty my clothes. So let us proceed to wreak havoc upon the city and eliminate a few individuals. Surely, Sun Wukong will arrive soon after. The dense black smoke lingers stubbornly in the air, utterly ravaged by number 18, who is quite fastidious about cleanliness and has other suggestions. Number 17 nodded resignedly and said, "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Number 18 responded, "It seems someone is approaching." She gazed into the distance, where several energy signatures soared towards the horizon. "Oh, have we been discovered? Does this mean Sun Wukong is on his way as well? How delightful. I need not waste time searching for him. I wonder what sort of man he is. According to the data, he appears to possess a tail." Number 18 gently swept her golden neck-length hair aside. Styled in a charming asymmetrical cut, intrigued by the Sun Wukong that Dr. Gero despises so vehemently. A gentle breeze tousled number 17's dark locks. Much time has passed, and Sun Wukong has likely changed from the records. Yet it must be incredibly satisfying to eliminate someone so loathed by the cantankerous old doctor. After dealing with numbers 19 and 20, the group flew towards the North City, the air growing increasingly frigid, prompting Krillin to shiver. "It is indeed cold up north," he remarked. "Hang in there," Tianjin Fan replied. "I feel very cold as well, but we are almost there." Piccolo scoffed. "Humans are indeed troublesome." Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, how far is Dr. Gero's laboratory that Violet mentioned?" "I do not know," Vegeta replied. Violet only indicated that it lies somewhere in a valley outside North City, but she was unaware of the exact location. Gohan, with a gentle smile, added, "Now that Dr. Gero is dead, we can take our time searching for those androids left in the lab and eliminate them." "Humph, Gohan. I absolutely will not permit you to do that," Vegeta interjected sharply. Gohan regarded Vegeta in silence, while Sun Wukong concurred, "I share your sentiment. It would feel regretful not to battle formidable foes. Besides, they have not committed any egregious acts. To kill them so indiscriminately seems unjust." "I understand, Father. I would not indiscriminately slay them. Perhaps, without Dr. Gero's control, those androids might not be as malevolent as numbers 19 and 20, Gohan replied, casting a furtive glance at Krillin. Vegeta seemed to have an epiphany as he looked at Gohan with a sly grin, asking, "Hey, Gohan, are you perhaps intimidated by the so-called Android 21? It's understandable. After all, you are still just a child under 10 years old." Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Yamcha, and the others turned their attention to Gohan, realizing for the first time the significance of his tender age. Sun Wufan did not refute this. Every life harbors an instinctive fear and wariness towards the unknown. The memories of the time traveler contained no information regarding Android 21, which rendered Sun Wufan exceedingly vigilant. Moreover, he recalled that Bulma had traversed dimensions to caution them. Fear was indeed present, yet he was not utterly terrified. "I wish to confront and personally defeat the potential threat posed by Android 21, Sun Wufan replied earnestly. Suddenly, Yamcha pointed towards a rising plume of black smoke in the distance. "That is in the mountainous region," Piccolo remarked gravely. Krillin speculated, could it be the laboratory of Dr. Gero? Have the androids awakened? Awakening would be preferable. Allow me, Super Vegeta, to shatter those heaps of scrap metal, and then it's your turn, Kakarot. Vegeta said with a wicked grin, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Piccolo gestured towards a mountain peak. "Look over there. There are two individuals." "Who could they be?" Sun Wufan exclaimed, taken aback. He had never seen them before. They were androids 17 and 18. Where is android 16? According to the time traveler's memories, shouldn't T16, 17, and 18 be together? Sun Wufan pondered, momentarily caught off guard, sensing that the situation diverged from his expectations. Unable to detect the energy of these two, it was evident they were indeed androids. Yet, he wondered if they were the ones Bulma had mentioned. "Let us descend and inquire. We shall learn their identities, and perhaps they possess information regarding Android 21, Sun Wukong suggested, casting a worried glance at Sun Wufan. Indeed. Recovering his composure, Sun Wufan nodded and, together with the others, descended to stand before androids 17 and 18. Chapter 57. A divergent temporal trajectory at last. You have arrived. Android 18 said, lightly brushing her golden locks, her gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong, while the others were completely disregarded. Android 17 echoed her sentiment, stating, "He appears to be quite appealing, does he not?" Android 18, without a doubt, it is Sun Wukong, with a compatibility rate of 99% to the records. Android 18's voice was alluring, light, and melodious as she remarked, 99% is indeed impressive. Dr. Gero's old man has truly gathered comprehensive data. Pointing at them, Sun Wukong inquired, Android 18, are you truly Android 17 and 18? Taken aback, 17 and 18 exchanged surprised glances. Oh, it is indeed an honor. The illustrious Sun Wukong recognizes us, Android 18 said, crossing her arms defiantly. Sun Wufan stepped forward and asked, 17, 18, are you the only two here? Where are Android 16 and Android 21? Are they not with you? 16, 21? Android 17 and 18 looked at Sun Wufan, their expressions filled with confusion. On the 16th, I was indeed aware, but what of the 21st? Have you heard anything about the 18th? Inquired the 17th with a hint of confusion. The 18th replied nonchalantly, I know nothing of the 21st. Dr. Gero has never mentioned it. Has he truly created a new model of Android? And where is the 16th? Was he not with you? Sun Gohan felt an urgent need to uncover the truth. According to the memories of the time traveler, the Android 16 should have been alongside the 17th and 18th, yet the current circumstances seem to tell a different tale. Child, you are quite perplexing. The data indicates a 95 similarity. You must be Sun Gohan. Why would the 16th wish to be with us? The 17th retorted. Sun Gohan was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the situation. He began to suspect that perhaps his presence had caused a significant deviation in their timeline. However, Piccolo and the others harbored no doubts. They recalled that Bulma had mentioned the trio of 16th, 17th, and 18th together. Piccolo placed a reassuring hand on Sun Gohan's shoulder and said gravely, it seems that due to Bulma's actions, the timeline has diverged, resulting in the disappearance of the 16th. In that instant, Sun Gohan experienced a moment of clarity. Forgive him. At 9 years of age, he had truly done his utmost. Also considering the feelings of the 18th and Krillin, which had hindered his response. With Piccolo's prompt, he understood that it was not a severe deviation of time and space, but rather that the realm he inhabited was the true primary timeline as remembered by the traveler. What is the true primary timeline? It is akin to the sequence of events in the traveler's recollections. The bleak future of Trunks represents the genuine developmental trajectory, where Goku succumbs to a viral heart disease, while the 16th, brought into existence by Trunks, belongs to a parallel timeline. Presently, Sun Gohan sensed a malevolent aura emanating from the 17th and 18th, reminiscent of a destructive nature reveling in chaos. In the timeline where Bulma previously existed, the 16th, 17th, and 18th were born together, and their developmental path was likely altered by Trunks in the traveler's memories. These intersecting timelines prompted Sun Gohan to cast a sympathetic glance at Krillin. The wicked 18th might not be someone he could be with after all. As for the timeline where Bulma resided, it might still be progressing normally. The 18th noticed the tail sprouting from behind Sun Gohan, and, with a playful demeanor and a faint smile, remarked, Ah, you have a tail, Sun Gohan. Quite charming. What of yours, Goku? My tail? I removed it long ago. Goku replied, perplexed. The 18th, undeniably beautiful, had an odd quality about her. What a pity. You could have been an even more captivating man. However, it is the act of slaying you that will bring me greater satisfaction, she laughed, her smile growing increasingly sinister, sending shivers down Krillin and Yamcha's spines. On the 18th, a peculiar individual emerged. Yamcha and Krillin shared a unified sentiment towards Android 18. Vegeta, observing Androids 17 and 18 who had entirely disregarded him, felt the veins on his forehead bulging, his fists clenched tightly, and an aura of power surged within him. Stepping forward, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and, with a cold smirk, proclaimed, Ah, I see. You intend to eliminate Kakarot, do you? Android 17, slightly intrigued, responded, Your demeanor has shifted. According to the data, there is a 91 similarity to Vegeta. Huh, it is not merely my demeanor. You shall not be able to kill Kakarot, for you will first meet your demise at my hands. I am now Super Vegeta, Vegeta declared, clenching his left fist and then pointing his thumb at himself with a somewhat smug smile. Android 17 and 18 exchanged faint smiles, with his hands on his hips. Android 17 remarked, It appears that excessive pride is a trait of the Saiyans. Is Goku the same? Those who lack the ability, yet strive to play the hero, typically do not live long. Silence. You mere scrap metal dare speak to me thus? Kakarot, Do not interfere. I shall ensure they meet a gruesome end. Which of you will perish first, the arrogant brat or the woman? Or shall I eliminate you all in one swift motion? Vegeta seethed with anger, his fists tightening at 17's words. Despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan like Goku and Gohan, these androids continued to dismiss him, fixating on Goku. Gohan's expression shifted as he recognized, thanks to Piccolo's warning, that androids 17 and 18 were indeed malevolent and capable of murder. He quickly interjected, Uncle Vegeta. These androids are not right. They are completely different from the previous 19 and 20. Vegeta interrupted coldly, Be silent, Gohan. This is my battle. Even if I fall, it is not your concern. Who dares to come first? Is it that insufferable brat, or the woman? Or shall I annihilate you all in one breath? How amusing. A fool who overestimates himself. Allow me to handle this. By the way, that child named Gohan, can you also transform into this dazzling form? Will that fluffy tail of yours turn golden as well? Android 18 stepped forward, playfully flipping her bangs, showing disinterest towards Vegeta. Gohan took a step back, visibly frightened, covering his tail behind him. Why do you keep staring at my tail, you woman? Humph. If you wish to turn me into a woman, I would be quite amenable. Android 18 teased, lightly laughing as she provoked Gohan. She then rose onto her toes and, with a sudden burst of speed, charged towards Vegeta, initiating the battle. Chapter 58. The Cold and Ruthless Android 18. What fierce and predatory words. Yamcha and Krillin felt a chill run down their spines. This Android 18 was truly malevolent. Swish. Swish. The sound of fists and feet clashing echoed through the air as the battle between Android 18 and Vegeta soared from the ground to the skies. Vegeta's assault was fierce and unrelenting. Likewise, Android 18's strikes were even more brutal, aimed squarely at delivering a fatal blow. The onlookers, including Gohan, followed the intense exchange with rapt attention. With a thunderous roar, a mountain peak shattered, causing Vegeta and 18 to briefly separate and fix their gazes upon one another. With a contemptuous spittle, Vegeta coughed up blood, crimson staining the corner of his mouth. He had been bested in a single exchange, struck squarely on the jaw by 18's uppercut. Had he been an ordinary man, he would have surely perished on the spot. In stark contrast, 18 appeared utterly unscathed, her cold and impassive expression igniting a spark of fury within Vegeta. Now that I've warmed up, let me make one thing clear. I shall not show mercy simply because you are a woman. Moreover, you are hardly a woman. You are merely a heap of scrap metal, he declared, as a golden aura enveloped him, amplifying his power to its zenith. With a sudden burst, he lunged towards 18. In an instant, 18 vanished, reappearing behind him to seize his arms, her knee driving forcefully into his back, forcing him to the ground with a pained cry. You call me scrap metal? Huh. I am not like the 19 you encountered before. I am different from 17 as well. And even if I spread my legs, do you think you could penetrate my defenses? Her smile twisted into a wicked grin as she pressed down harder, gripping his wrists with the intent to tear him apart. Agonizing pain surged through Vegeta, his light green eyes blazing with fury. Final flash. Huh. Centered within a maelstrom of energy, his aura swelled and radiated outward. An intense light threatening to engulf everything. Everyone scatter. Goku and the others quickly dispersed. After dodging the explosion's radius, 17 remarked, Vegeta's strength far exceeds the records. But this is where it ends. A brilliant beam shot skyward, obliterating the surrounding valleys and leaving a desolate expanse in its wake. The citizens of North City witnessed the spectacle, left utterly dumbfounded. As the sparks settled and dust began to clear, Vegeta gasped for breath. His icy green eyes locked on 18. Although she remained unharmed, her attire was in tatters. Her purple vest lay in shreds, revealing the black and white checkered shirt beneath, along with her jeans, now riddled with gaping holes, exposing her fair skin in an unintentional display. You wretched being, was that your full strength just now? How dare you soil my clothes? With a sudden swiftness, 18 vanished from his sight. To Vegeta's shock, she reappeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick to his left arm. Aya! Blood mixed with saliva erupted from his mouth as Android 18 shattered his left arm. The break grotesquely unnatural for a living being. The confrontation escalated when Android 18 ruthlessly struck Vegeta's left eye, rendering it completely blind. His body, now out of control, collapsed to the ground, his aura dissipating as he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. Goku and the others were left in shock. their eyes wide as they prepared to rush to Vegeta's aid, only to be halted by Android 17. With a mocking tone, 17 remarked, "Just now, Vegeta mentioned that if you intervened, I would join the fray, Goku." Android 18, her stunning visage twisted by fury, bent slightly as her delicate hands gripped Vegeta's head with an ironclad hold. Her fingers dug into his skin, and amidst Vegeta's anguished cries, she effortlessly lifted him. Hee. Vegeta, the Prince of Science, I shall gradually crush your skull. If your indomitable spirit persists, you may yet witness your own brain matter, akin to bloodied tofu, she taunted, her sinister laughter sending shivers down the spines of those present. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's pitiful state, instinctively covered his head, horrified by the prospect of this woman intending to shatter Vegeta's skull. Truly, a demon from the depths of hell. "Stop this," shouted Gohan, his hair, eyebrows, and tail transforming to a brilliant gold. His pale green eyes gleamed with a newfound coldness as he launched a powerful kick, sending 17 flying. Utilizing the momentum, he teleported directly before Android 18, delivering a heavy blow to her face. The impact deformed her exquisite features as she was sent hurtling back, crashing into the remnants of shattered earth and creating a massive crater. At that very moment, Goku ascended to his Super Saiyan form, tossing a Senzu bean to Krillin before teleporting in front of 17. Though he remained silent, Krillin understood immediately, racing forward at high speed. Vegeta, in his hazy consciousness, glimpsed the small golden figure and recognized him at once, feeling a mix of annoyance and complexity. Had Gohan not intervened, he would have undoubtedly faced a gruesome fate at the hands of 18, his pride shattered once more, suppressing the discomfort and fear that 18 had instilled in them. Krillin and the others quickly reached Vegeta, feeding him the Senzu bean. As he chewed and swallowed, all his injuries healed, and his strength returned. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he glared at the now standing Android 18, begrudgingly muttering, "Tish, how infuriating, relying on such things again." Piccolo, feeling increasingly diminished in power as he observed Gohan and Goku, resolved to make an important decision. He raised his gaze to the sky, acknowledging that it was time to reclaim his full potential. Android 18 gently rubbed the scars on her face, knowing Gohan would show no mercy. At just 9 years old, he had yet to fully mature, devoid of any hesitation as he aimed another kick at 18's face. "Son Gohan, did your parents never inform you that one should not strike a lady?" Ignorant of their intentions and disinterested in understanding these individuals, Gohan perceived a stark contrast between them and the 17th and 18th he was familiar with. He resolved to show no mercy, vowing to unleash his full power to annihilate them without affording any opportunity for survival. Previously, Son Gohan had maintained a watchful stance regarding 18, reluctant to disrupt the bond between Krillin and her, despite being aware of her cruel nature. However, the recent display of 18's demeanor was a far cry from the 18 he remembered who had married and borne children with Krillin. Now, free from internal conflict, Gohan was determined to eliminate her with utmost force. Chapter 59. The City of Vanished Humanity. It was cold, exceedingly cold. Although the region experienced the 4 seasons, most of the time was engulfed in frigid air. A gust swept past 18, ruffling Gohan's golden hair. "Oh, your fluffy tail has turned golden as well. You appear far more formidable than Vegeta," 18 teased, playfully tossing her long golden locks as if she had discovered something amusing. Gohan's gaze sharpened, devoid of unnecessary words. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself towards 18. How swift! 18's beautiful eyes narrowed. By the time she processed his movement, Gohan's fist struck her abdomen with tremendous force, sending waves of excruciating pain throughout her body, contorting her features as blood mingled with saliva spilled from her mouth. And her nose bled. The enhancements of her android physiology allowed 18 to recover swiftly. She was not immediately incapacitated by Gohan's blow, though pain still coursed through her. Her blue eyes turned crimson, reflecting her rising fury. After retreating a few steps to create distance, she gathered energy in her palm, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Gohan. Swish, whoosh, whoosh. Gohan's figure darted through the rain of energy orbs, inching closer to 18 and forcing her to retreat continuously. "That wretched little brat," 18 exclaimed, leaping backwards as the energy blasts rained down upon her. With an inexhaustible supply of energy, she paid little heed to the depletion of her reserves, likening herself to an unyielding machine gun. Seizing the moment of her pause, Gohan pushed off the ground with tremendous force, leaving distinct footprints in the shattered earth as dust erupted around him. He leapt, closing the gap to 18's rear. Boom. His fist connected with the small of her back, the immense force propelling her forward, blood spilling from her lips. Gohan, now fully aware that this 18 was not the one he once knew, resolved to end her life. Understanding the existence of Cell and the necessity to conserve his strength for that confrontation, Gohan aimed to eliminate 18 with minimal expenditure of his own energy. Knowing that Senzu beans were a precious resource to be preserved, with a resounding crash, Android 18 landed heavily on the ground, creating a vast and deep crater. Gohan raised his palm high, channeling a golden aura as he forcefully hurled the special beam cannon. As the dust settled, Android 18, who had just regained her senses and had yet to rise, was struck directly by Gohan's attack. The might of the special beam cannon far surpassed that of an ordinary energy blast, igniting brilliant sparks that stirred a cloud of dust. A mushroom cloud ascended, piercing through the white clouds above, accompanied by a thunderous roar that caused the very earth to tremble. After consuming a Senzu bean, Vegeta, who had been observing the battle, gaped in astonishment. Gohan, that little rascal, has greatly improved his combat experience since the days on Namek. Vegeta held a favorable view of Gohan, recognizing his potential, enhanced by the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. As for Goku, he remained the opponent Vegeta had long desired to challenge. Gohan, with his hands positioned in a flower-like formation at his waist, gazed at the trembling Android 18, gathering a blue aura. Just as he prepared to unleash the Kamehameha wave to obliterate her, Goku suddenly appeared before Gohan through instant transmission, momentarily startling him. Goku, fully adapted to his Super Saiyan form, might have been slightly weaker than Gohan at that moment, yet his age and accumulated combat experience rendered him a formidable force. Unless there was a significant disparity in their powers, it was difficult to ascertain who was stronger. Defeated by Goku, Android 17 bore a youthful demeanor that had lost its earlier vigor, reduced to a pitiful state after his complete defeat. Had Goku not held back, he would have perished. The energy Gohan had amassed for the Kamehameha wave remained unspent, while Android 18, lying in the deep crater, appeared utterly drained, her crimson eyes returning to their original blue. Gritting her teeth, she trembled as she gazed up at Goku and Gohan, looking even more pitiable than 17. "Dad, why are you stopping me?" Gohan asked, his voice steady, his light green eyes devoid of any emotion. "TCH, that Kakarot. I knew this would happen," Vegeta muttered, hands on his hips, casting his gaze elsewhere. Krillin glanced at Piccolo and Vegeta before quietly remarking to Tien and Yamcha, "Everyone, it seems that 17 and 18 might also turn out to be good. Just like Piccolo and Vegeta." Yamcha nodded in agreement, recalling how they had all started as adversaries before becoming friends. It was conceivable that these two androids could follow a similar path. Tien, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the city, emptying his mind to focus entirely on the energy within North City. He sensed a multitude of life forces gradually fading, their auras diminishing in number, which drew his attention. "Piccolo, Krillin, have you all noticed? There are numerous energies in the city that are slowly disappearing." "What?" Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo turned their gazes towards the atmosphere of North City, sensing its presence. Yamcha, drenched in disbelief, broke out in a cold sweat as the chilling wind swept past him, causing him to shudder. "No, it cannot be. How could such a vast city as North City be represented by only these individuals? What exactly has transpired?" Tien Jinhan spoke solemnly. "I do not know, but it is likely that it is profoundly related to the androids." The mention of the androids sent a shiver down Krillin's spine. He did not need to ponder deeply to realize that Dr. Gero's intent was to eliminate Son Goku. This obsession of Dr. Gero's had persisted since the creation of Android 8, as each subsequent android was engineered with the sole purpose of eradicating Goku. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo remarked, "It is infuriating. Although I am loath to admit it, our strength is insufficient to intervene in this conflict. Let us wait until Gohan and Goku resolve their disputes before we proceed." Vegeta remained motionless, his fists clenched in frustration, refraining from uttering unnecessary words. He transformed into a radiant flash and soared into the sky. Having suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Android 18, he found himself considerably calmer, yearning for a place to find solitude. Krillin and Piccolo gazed blankly in the direction where Vegeta had vanished. Piccolo suggested, "Allow him some time to gather himself." The pride of the Scion Prince has been shattered by Android 18. In the air, both Gohan and Goku were in their Super Saiyan forms. In response to Gohan's inquiry, Goku smiled and replied, "They have not committed any wrongdoings, Gohan. I apologize for intervening. Let us grant them an opportunity for redemption." Chapter 60, The Shadowy Cell Dad. The prerequisite for redemption is that they must possess humanity, Gohan exclaimed, growing anxious. In the memories of the time traveler, Trunks' future world had descended into a hell on Earth due to the actions of androids 17 and 18. The cruel and tyrannical demeanor of Android 18 was far removed from the image Gohan had grown fond of. He harbored doubts about the present Android 18 truly being with Krillin. He feared that if she were to lose a game or become displeased, she might crush Krillin's head just as she had done to Vegeta before. "Gohan, I apologize. Let us give them a chance. Androids 17 and 18 are not like the others. They were once human, transformed by Dr. Gero into what they are now. They too are victims. If they truly commit evil, I will take action," Goku stated earnestly, his serious demeanor fixed on Gohan. Android 18, trembling, stood up with gritted teeth. Although Goku's words stirred a ripple of emotion within her, she stubbornly declared, "Goku, do as you will, but do not play the hero. Android 17 and I have bombs implanted within us. Should I amplify the bomb's power to its maximum, none of you shall survive." The word bomb sent shockwaves of fear through Piccolo, Krillin, and the others, leaving them in a state of alarm. With a light chuckle, Gohan dissipated the Kamehameha energy he had been gathering, gently descending before Android 18. Following him, Goku landed on the ground, his expression one of resignation. "You saw it, Dad. They have no regard for your mercy. The most effective solution to this predicament is to eliminate the enemy." Gohan recalled the words of a figure from the memories of a traveler, a person he found both cool and admirable, and directed his words toward his father, Goku. He concentrated, forming a transparent bubble of energy in his palm, aimed at 18. Should she self-destruct, his technique would allow him to absorb the energy generated in an instant. Android 17 approached, hands on his hips, his demeanor unperturbed. 18, cease this. We have just escaped from that old coot, Dr. Gero. Now that we are free, I have no desire to end my life just yet. I have yet to truly savor this world. Android 18 remained silent, observing Gohan's icy demeanor. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his aura had shifted dramatically. Had Goku not intervened, Gohan's prepared Kamehameha would have undoubtedly obliterated her. With a dismissive huff, 18 expressed her mild displeasure, turning away to indicate her agreement with Goku's words. Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan form to his normal state, reassuring Gohan. Gohan, see? 18 has agreed not to destroy the city, so let us give her a chance. All right, I'll trust your judgment, Dad. Gohan let the transparent bubble dissipate, reverting to his youthful appearance, exuding an air of innocence. He seemed entirely different from the Super Saiyan Gohan moments prior, as his demeanor returned to its usual self. Noticing the resolution of the conflict, Piccolo quickly interjected, Goku, Gohan, we just sensed a massive amount of energy vanishing in the city of North Capital. The situation is far from resolved, and unknown androids are wreaking havoc. Gohan and Goku shifted their focus to the distant city, soon feeling a chill run down their spines. Impossible. This energy. In a vast city like North Capital, there should be millions residing here. What is happening? Goku had previously focused solely on androids 17 and 18, and only now did he realize the severity of the situation. Gohan felt the biting cold sweep through him, a chill surging from his feet to his core, anxious as he exclaimed, "Is it 21 or Cell? Which android is it? Dad, Uncle Piccolo, we must hurry. If we delay, the people in the city might be slaughtered." With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and raced toward North Capital with utmost urgency. "Gohan, wait. We're worried about you," Piccolo called out, while Goku accelerated, transforming into a Super Saiyan, momentarily disregarding androids 17 and 18. Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin followed closely behind. Android 18 tilted her head, a blend of curiosity and confusion evident on her face. "Are we really being let go just like that? Who, pray tell? Is this enigmatic individual known as number 21? There is scarcely any record of such an artificial being, and as for Cell, their appearance hardly suggests they are mere fakes." Number 17, with a hint of nonchalance, remarked, "I do not know. That Son Gohan, with his anxious demeanor, seems excessively concerned about number 21. He must be of considerable significance." Number 18, have you recuperated? Number 18 responded, we possess an infinite source of energy. The recent exertion merely drained our stamina. But after a brief respite, I feel considerably revitalized. What do you intend to do? Number 17. Naturally, I wish to observe. Given their tense expressions, that individual in the city must be formidable. What do you think? Number 18. Number 17 inquired with a faint smile. Number 18 crossed her arms protectively and questioned, do you still wish to assist them? Humph, that little brat, Son Gohan, seemed intent on eliminating us. Do you still wish to aid them? With hands on his hips. Number 17 replied with a chuckle. I simply believe that accompanying them would be quite entertaining. Furthermore, if Son Goku and the others were to be slain, we would no longer be bound by any constraints, would we? Humph, even in death, Son Goku should perish at our hands. Number 17. Let us proceed and discern the true nature of our adversaries. Together, Number 18 and Number 17 soared through the skies, trailing behind the group as they ventured towards North City. The sun shone brightly, yet the atmosphere of North City was chillingly desolate. After the destruction of Dr. Gero's laboratory by Numbers 17 and 18, Cell had stealthily escaped to North City, while Son Gohan, Son Goku, and the others confronted Numbers 17 and 18. Cell took advantage of the chaos, roaming the vast metropolis and preying upon its inhabitants. His agile tail siphoned life after life, and as a result, 3/4 of North City's populace had vanished. What once appeared grotesque and crude was now evolving into something increasingly refined, approaching the form of his perfect state. Sensing the aura emanating from Son Gohan and Son Goku, Cell felt justified in his actions. He suppressed his insatiable hunger, allowing Numbers 17 and 18 to divert attention while he moved in the shadows. Even upon achieving his perfect form, he recognized that facing either Son Goku or his son individually would yield a chance, but encountering them simultaneously was an entirely different matter. It seemed that the strength of his perfect form alone was insufficient. Cell calculated his power and reaffirmed his singular objective, to eliminate Son Goku, the very reason for his creation. Suddenly, he heard the sound of an approaching vehicle, a truck. Possessing the cells of Piccolo, his hearing was remarkably acute. Why are there so many clothes strewn across the highway? And where are all the vehicles, shops, and plazas? What on earth is happening? Something feels amiss. We should depart quickly, Sino warned. Chapter 61. Former friends. A procurement truck, filled with the hopes of villagers, arrived in North City to gather supplies. Given the great distance, each journey into the city proved challenging. Thus, the villagers would compile a list of necessities to hand to the village chief, who would then procure everything in one trip back. In the back of a truck, a man known as Aba, robust and imposing, donned a blue padded coat, his face marred by a scar. Despite his intimidating presence, when he smiled, he exuded a simplicity and warmth. Beside him, a girl named Sinuo possessed striking red hair that cascaded down her back, her delicate features framed by large, beautiful eyes filled with terror as she surveyed the desolate roads of Baidu. Clad in a bright yellow down jacket, the eerie stillness of the streets rendered her pale with fear. Aba made a sharp turn at an intersection, maneuvering the truck as he prepared to depart from the city of Baidu. Suddenly, with a jolt, he slammed on the brakes. The truck, though not particularly large, responded well to the sudden stop. Sinuo, despite being buckled in, lurched forward, her head colliding with the windshield. Ouch! Aba, why did you brake so suddenly? She exclaimed, cradling her now swollen forehead, tears welling in her eyes, her expression one of distress. Aba's gaze turned serious as he spotted their obstructor ahead, Shalu. The creature's unusual form sent waves of dread through Sinuo. What is that monster? She thought, feeling as though she had plunged into a frozen abyss. Despite the air conditioning in the truck, after briefly assessing Sinuo, Shalu's attention shifted to Aba, observing the two with a glint of interest. I never expected you, an outdated model of android, to still be alive. Aba froze, astonished to hear such a designation from the creature's lips. In disbelief, he asked Shalu, are you also an android? Sinuo, momentarily shaken from her fear, stared at Shalu in astonishment. An android? Impossible. Didn't Wukong destroy the Red Ribbon Army? How could there still be androids? From your words, it seems you are also a friend of Sun Wukong. However, I have no records of you, Aba. I intend to absorb the life force of this lovely girl. Will you attempt to stop me? Shalu replied, his tone laced with mockery, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Aba positioned Sinuo protectively behind him, his demeanor resolute as he faced Shalu. "You're the one responsible for the chaos in the city. If you want to harm Sinuo, you'll have to get through me first." "Humph. What can an obsolete android like you possibly do?" Shala taunted, his feet pounding against the asphalt as he approached, each step resonating like a deadly rhythm, captivating and chilling. Sinuo, hidden behind Aba, felt a cold sweat trickle down her brow. Her hands, tucked into her pockets, gradually clenched into fists. The sound of Shala's footsteps made her heart race, as if it might leap from her chest. As Shala's tail began to sway, closing the distance, Sinuo shouted urgently, "Aba, bend down." Aba was momentarily taken aback, yet he promptly obeyed Sino's call and bent down as if bowing. In the astonished gaze of Shalu, Sino raised a handful of lime powder and unceremoniously threw it into Shalu's eyes. The intense burning sensation forced Shalu to cry out in agony, covering his eyes. "It hurts. My eyes. You filthy beast, you despicable bastard. How dare you throw lime powder into my eyes? What a sinister trick. That wretched woman, indeed. None of Sun Wukong's friends are simpletons. Your name is Sino, is it? Just wait. I will not let you off the hook." Shalu, overly confident, had dismissed Sino as a mere nuisance with a fighting power of only 5, focusing all his attention on Aba. He intended to eliminate Aba first and then absorb Sino. But unexpectedly, he suffered a significant setback. The lime powder in his eyes felt as if they were being burned away. Bam! Temporarily blinded, Shalu collided with a street lamp, aimlessly stumbling around in search of water, completely ignoring Sino and Aba. As Sino drew out a handgun for self-defense, Aba quickly grabbed her arm and urged, "He is not an opponent we can handle with a gun, Sino. We must flee." Understanding the urgency, Aba and Sino hurriedly jumped into a truck, accelerating down the asphalt road towards the outskirts of the city. Both were terrified, their hearts racing at the prospect of facing Shalu. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Shalu forcefully burst into a clothing store, sending the people inside into a frenzy of screams. "A monster has entered. Morty! The monster is here. Run!" The cacophony of panic heightened Shalu's fury, having just suffered a significant loss at Sino's hands. The patrons of the clothing store became his targets for release. Whoosh! Whoosh! Though he could not see, Shalu could hear and sense the beams released from fingers, claiming one life after another until only 2 remained. Achoo! Shalu heard the sound of a sneeze, followed by a barrage of bullets aimed at him. Bang! 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 "You monster, get out of my way." Shalu intended to eliminate this person, but halted upon sensing a sudden shift in aura and the recent sneeze. "Though I cannot see you now, a sneeze changes everything. You must be Lan Chi, as recorded in the data." Haha. I never expected to encounter another friend of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? You actually know him? Who are you? A woman clad in work attire, brandishing a handgun seemingly pulled from nowhere, with flowing golden waves of hair and a strikingly composed face, showed no hint of fear. "Who am I, you ask?" Haha. My name is Shalu. I was created by Dr. Jero to eliminate Sun Wukong, the ultimate android. Sharu, exuding an air of arrogance, kept his eyes tightly shut, his palm pressed against the wall, with traces of white lime still clinging to the area around his eyes. Jean Falanchi, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "The androids are impossible. Wasn't the Red Ribbon Army destroyed by Goku? How could they possibly still exist?" Sharu had already entered the restroom, turning on the faucet to rinse his eyes, his thoughts swirling. Jean Falanchi swiftly grabbed the paralyzed owner of the Motite shop, where she worked. "Boss, come with me." After darting out of the shop, she tossed a universal capsule, which vanished in a cloud of dust, revealing a high-powered flying motorcycle. Jean Falanchi hurriedly mounted it and started the engine. The Motite owner settled in behind her. His shop had been shattered by Sharu, requiring extensive renovations. But his life was far more precious than those concerns. His other employees had perished at Sharu's hands. "Where are we going, Lanchi?" he inquired. "Of course. We must find Goku and inform him about Sharu. Someone is out to kill him." The motorcycle roared down the asphalt road, Jean Falanchi speeding toward the outskirts of the city with the Motite owner in tow. Chapter 62. Reunion with an old friend with a resounding crash. Sharu's fist smashed the faucet, a powerful stream of water gushing directly into his eyes, accompanied by a searing sensation mingled with tears. The lime was blinding, and he knew he must not rub his eyes, for the intense corrosiveness would burn them. The urgent remedy was to wash his eyes thoroughly with copious amounts of water. Many people, unaware that they should not wash their eyes with water, have delayed their treatment, resulting in irreparable damage. By the time they reach the hospital, it is often too late. However, Cheru, being an ultimate fusion-type biochemical android, required no further treatment. After about 10 minutes of water flowing over his eyes, the burning sensation began to recede. He raised his head to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. As droplets cascaded down, Cheru extended his hand to sweep aside the water on the mirror, revealing a visage increasingly reminiscent of a human. His eyes, moist and bloodshot, reflected the chaos of the water streaming down his body, rendering him somewhat disheveled. That damned woman. The mere thought of that moment intensified his fury, and his fists involuntarily clenched. Sinnoh, I will surely tear you apart. Cheru exited the shop and stepped onto the street, with Son Goku as his primary target, followed closely by Sinnoh, his rage boiling over. As he prepared to pursue at full speed, Cheru sensed a large group of energies approaching the city, causing him to pause. What is this? Goku and the others are actually coming here? Have 17 and 18 been killed? After weighing the pros and cons, Cheru realized that exposing his current strength before them would only lead to his demise, especially considering Goku and Gohan's formidable powers. Abandoning the notion of eliminating Cell, he swiftly maneuvered toward the coast of the northern city, plunging into the sea to avoid detection by Goku and his companions. Engaging them head-on was not an option at this moment. He needed to relocate to another city to continue his hunt. Meanwhile, Gohan and his group raced towards northern city, guided by Bra's account of the ultimate bioengineered being, Cell, which starkly contrasted with the memories of the traveler. In the traveler's recollections, Cell required the consumption of Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve his perfect form, whereas Bra described a Cell who could attain completeness merely by absorbing sufficient life energy. A being of immense expectation from Dr. Gero. With so many people vanishing from Northern City, Gohan surmised that Cell was likely responsible. Yet, his greater concern lay in locating Android 21. The unknown was the most distressing and terrifying. The mere existence of 21 left Gohan in a state of unease, especially considering Bra's ominous revelation that he had perished at her hands. Piccolo, with heightened sensory awareness, suddenly took note of the situation below. A medium-sized cargo truck was accompanied by a rapidly moving hover motorcycle. The occupants were evidently in a frantic rush, suggesting they were fleeing from something. Having previously learned to drive with Goku and Vegeta at the driving school, Piccolo possessed a fair understanding of vehicular speed. The others followed his gaze, and upon recognizing the familiar figure on the motorcycle, a shiver ran through all but Gohan. It's Launch. It truly is her. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Yamcha, glancing at the speechless and sorrowful Tien, remarked, how could she be in Northern City? We must descend at once. Their encounter with Launch harked back to the time when Goku and Krillin trained under Master Roshi. The Master had stipulated a peculiar condition for their acceptance, bringing back an adorable girl from the outside world. After much ado, Goku, dragging Krillin along, had flown on the Nimbus with Launch to Master Roshi's abode. Following the battle against the Scionts, with Tien and Kaiatsu having perished, a heartbroken Launch had wandered aimlessly, eventually arriving in the frigid city of Northern City. Launch, Launch. The calls from above resonated, and the blonde-haired Launch, still riding her hover motorcycle, found the voices strikingly familiar. Despite the passage of many years, she could not forget those voices. Goku, Tien. Tien is alive. Piccolo is alive. No, wait. Piccolo died. The Dragon Balls should have vanished. Am I dreaming? Overwhelmed with emotion, Launch leaped off her motorcycle, landing on the solid asphalt, exuberantly raising her arms in celebration. Meanwhile, the stunned Motite, seated behind her, could hardly comprehend how a person could fly, and was left speechless as he watched Launch jump from the vehicle. I have not yet disembarked. I have not exited the vehicle. Motite emitted a piercing cry, as he, along with the vehicle, hurtled towards the roadside barrier, his body uncontrollably flinging itself into the deep ditch by the road, leaving only the extinguished hover motorcycle lingering beside the barrier. On the truck, Abba and Sinua also heard that familiar cry. Abba leaned out of the window and beheld the descending Z warrior in the air, one figure evoking an overwhelming sense of nostalgia within him, a memory that, despite the passage of many years, he could never forget. Wukong. Sinua, it is Wukong. Abba exclaimed with excitement. Wukong, where is he? Upon hearing that name, which haunted her thoughts, Sinua momentarily cast aside the hatred brought on by Shalu. her previously dim eyes now sparkling with brightness. He is flying through the air. Although he has grown, I could never forget him. Abba parked the truck by the roadside, and, once unbuckled, the two hurriedly exited the vehicle, standing on the asphalt road and cheering loudly. Wukong! Wukong! We are here. Sinua jumped with exhilaration, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just moments ago, facing the life-and-death confrontation with Shalu, she had not shed a single tear. Hearing the shouts, Sun Wukong turned his gaze, his pupils widening in astonishment as he waved back joyfully. It's Abba and Sinua. Hi, Sinua. Abba. Son Gohan. Momentarily taken aback, pondered who these two were. The approaching figures of Android 17 and 18 were equally astonished, unable to believe their eyes. That is definitely Android 8. The records indicate he was destroyed along with Miss Ruta by Sun Wukong. Android 18 exclaimed. Sun Wukong turned back, clarifying, not at all. After Abba and I rescued the village chief, Abba remained in the village to live alongside the residents. Live together? Android 18 gazed down, observing Abba's fierce and rugged exterior, now softened by a genuine smile, his bright blue eyes reflecting a different light as they focused on Sun Wukong's orange-hued silhouette. The once malevolent visage now appeared gentler, and at that moment, Sun Wukong's figure seemed to be infinitely magnified in her eyes. Chapter 63. The Unchanging World. Upon hearing Android 18's words, Son Gohan finally recognized these two figures from the memories of the travelers. Realizing the connection to that remote village amid the long-standing cold climate, he was surprised that, aside from Lan Chi, he could encounter them again. Sinua pulled out a silk handkerchief, hurriedly wiping the lime from her hands, her excitement propelling her towards them. As they descended, the golden-haired Lan Chi, like a swallow returning to its nest, embraced Tianjin Fan. It's not a dream. It truly is not a dream. You have come back to life. How wonderful. Tianjin Fan. Everyone is still alive. Tears from golden-haired Lan Chi dampened Tianjin Fan's attire. In Tianjin, a myriad of emotions surged within him. A warm current that spread from his chest to his limbs, compelling him to embrace the golden-haired Lan Chi. I'm sorry, Lan Chi. After shedding tears for a while, Lan Chi distanced herself from Tianjin's embrace. Glancing at Yamcha and Piccolo, she inquired with confusion, how have you survived? Wasn't the Dragon Ball supposed to vanish along with Piccolo's demise? Tianjin cast a glance at Son Goku and Son Gohan, letting out a gentle sigh, laden with an ineffable sense of helplessness and regret. Ah, Lan Chi, after our demise, Gohan, Krillin, and Goku encountered numerous trials, and I shall recount them to you in due time. Time is indeed an ominous force. Once, a young girl in the midst of a frigid landscape rescued a boy on the brink of freezing, who bore a tale. With great effort, she brought the near-frozen boy back to her home, saving him from the clutches of death. Though the hot water and bread were modest, the boy relished them. Acutely aware of the girl's humble circumstances, and thus consumed far less than before, the malevolent figures in the tower abducted their village chief. Upon learning of this, the boy grasped his magic staff and rushed forth to the tower, determined to rescue the chief. Yet, he returned shivering from the cold, clad in warm garments. Armed with his staff, he bravely stormed the tower, vanquishing the outdated androids, the terrifying creatures that feared the cold, and a playful ninja in purple attire. Ultimately, he gained a companion and rescued the chief, bringing the tower to ruin. As the boy bid farewell to his companions and embarked on a new journey, he remained blissfully unaware of the indelible impression he had left on the heart of that youthful girl. Even after the passage of time, she had not forgotten him, rejecting the advances of others in the village, and continued to wait, even beyond the age of marriage. The girl longed to see the boy once more, to convey her feelings to him. After a lengthy separation, they were reunited, yet the world had changed. The boy had now become a father. This long-hidden affection, which had endured for years, came to an unceremonious end. Though Sinnoh felt a pang of sorrow within, she maintained a smile, engaging in conversation with Goku and the others. Despite having grown, Goku's essence remained unchanged. He was still the boy she had once known. I can't believe you're married now, Goku. Your appetite must be substantial. Your wife must find it quite challenging. Chi-Chi indeed has it tough. She dislikes me and Gohan fighting with others. I've never set a good example for Gohan. Goku lowered his head, looking at his son Gohan with a smile. Sinnoh harbored feelings for Goku, a sentiment not lost on Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, and even the 9-year-old Gohan. whose eyes sparkled with recognition, akin to Bulma's. Gohan was taken aback to discover that, beyond Bulma, there was another who cherished his father, Goku. The gaze one holds for another is distinctly unique. Son Gohan's eyes shifted towards Android 18, who was engaged in conversation with Android 17 and the old model Android 8. Their curiosity about Android 8 was palpable, with their dialogues predominantly revolving around Goku. Gohan perceptively sensed that 18 occasionally directed her gaze towards his father, Goku, her eyes mirroring those of Sinnoh. What has transpired? I am terribly sorry, Uncle Krillin, for I have disrupted your romantic fate. Gohan lamented inwardly, tears welling up within him. A profound sadness enveloped him. He yearned to weep, feeling utterly shattered. What had he done wrong? The timeline had diverged drastically from what Bulla had described. The butterfly effect was undeniably immense. Oblivious to Gohan's turmoil, Krillin had recently ended his relationship with his ex-girlfriend Marin and sought a compassionate, gentle, and understanding partner. As for appearance, he merely hoped she would not be unattractive. Initially intrigued by Sinnoh, he soon quelled his affections upon realizing her fondness for Goku, which left a bitter taste in his heart. The thought of his former girlfriend Marin, who could be so frivolous, only deepened his envy. Why do all these gentle, beautiful, and caring girls gravitate towards Goku? When will I meet someone like that? Krillin sighed, filled with envy for Goku's romantic fortune, conveniently excluding Bulma and 18 from his considerations, focusing instead on Chi-Chi and the present Sinnoh. After reminiscing, Sinnoh and the blonde Lan Chi elucidated the situation in the city. Lan Chi further cautioned Goku to beware of Cell, a bioengineered android preying on the populace, from whom they had narrowly escaped. Gohan promptly inquired, Lan Chi, aside from Cell, have you encountered anyone else? Lan Chi shook her head. Only that one monster. However, when I saw him, he kept his eyes closed and had lime powder around his eyes. Lime powder? Gohan tilted his head, his youthful mind momentarily unable to grasp the implication, and the others shared his confusion. Sinnoh produced a small bag containing lime powder from her pocket and addressed everyone. That monster attempted to devour me, but while he was distracted, I sprinkled lime powder into his eyes. It was hydrated lime, enough to incapacitate him. Then, Android 8 and I hastily left the city and found you. The unexpected tactic of using lime powder astounded Gohan and the other Z fighters, leaving them momentarily speechless. Although none had yet seen Cell, with Android 17 and 18 setting a precedent, they estimated Cell's strength to be formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of Frieza. Sinnoh, seemingly a frail woman with little combat prowess, was, according to Raditz, a mere trash with a fighting power of 5. Suddenly, Gohan recalled words spoken by a character he admired from the memories of his past life. Those who underestimate the power of women will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 64, Gohan's Decision. At this moment, Gohan felt a profound sense of regret. Why did he not bring some lime when he ventured to Namek? Even Cell was deceived. Frieza, though weaker, was similarly arrogant and lacked the ability to sense energy during battle. He truly learned a valuable lesson. Even the seemingly insignificant ant can bite when provoked. Gohan recalled the memories of the traveler, remembering how Sinnoh dared to walk alone in the icy wilderness and even brought back a strange boy with an odd tail. Who else would have the audacity to do such a thing? Take Bulma and Goku's first encounter. For instance, she fired without hesitation. Had Goku not been exceptionally resilient, he might have perished from the car crash and gunfire. Gohan held Sinnoh in high regard, finding her far superior to Bulma and Android 18. Even though she admired his father, Goku, Gohan harbored no animosity. She was gracious, beautiful, and decisive in her actions, apart from her family's modest means. She possessed almost no flaws. Gohan, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, and Android 17 and 18 soared into the city. Goku, Sinnoh, A8, Launch, and Tien had much to discuss. Should any trouble arise, they would elevate their energy to the maximum, and Goku would instantly teleport to their side. Android 18 initially hesitated to join, but her clothing had been nearly destroyed during her earlier battle with Gohan. Upon arriving in the city, she found an unoccupied shop and changed into a new outfit, a white short-sleeve top paired with a black vest, a pearl necklace adorning her neck, black gloves on her hands, and dark denim jeans. Her fashion sense was quite commendable, reminiscent of the traveler's memories of a new outfit. And 17 had also donned a fresh ensemble. The group dispersed in search of clues, and Yamcha inadvertently stumbled upon a shop ravaged by Cell, where bloodied corpses lay amidst overflowing water in the restroom and punctured concrete walls. Meanwhile, Krillin gathered information regarding Cell from a survivor in the northern city, learning that Cell had fled by jumping into the sea. Upon receiving this news, Krillin quickly relayed Cell's escape to the others, gathering everyone to explain the situation before reuniting with Goku, Tien, and the others outside the city. This is truly unfortunate, Goku remarked with a wry smile. Scratching the back of his head, Android 18 stood by the roadside, hands in her pockets, when she suddenly noticed something. A man was trembling as he crawled out of a deep ditch. With a raised brow, 18 observed that Goku and the others were still engaged in discussions about Cell. Feeling playful, she lightly lifted her foot and, unnoticed by the group, leaped back to kick the man on the head. As the man lifted his head, he was met with a foot advancing towards him. After a strenuous effort to climb out of the drainage ditch, he was swiftly rendered unconscious by a kick from number 18, only to slide back down the slope into the depths of the waterway once more. With her objective achieved, number 18 stifled a laugh while concealing her face, continuing to stand nonchalantly with her hands in her pockets, as if nothing had transpired, oblivious to the events unfolding around her. After all, no one had witnessed the incident. Raising his gaze, Sun Wukong proclaimed his decision to the gathered crowd, stating, "Father, I intend to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for further training." What? Sun Wukong and Krillin were momentarily taken aback. Tien Jinhan, bewildered, inquired, "The hyperbolic time chamber, what is that?" Sun Wukong elaborated for the group. The hyperbolic time chamber is a unique alternate space that overlaps with our reality, where time flows differently. 1 year spent inside equates to merely 1 day in the outside world. Yamcha's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a place exists? Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Before our journey to Namek, I entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Master Roshi. At that time, I was far too weak to remain there for long. Earth is vast, and with Cell hiding, we would be unable to find him. His intent, much like number 18's, is to eliminate my father. So he will not reveal himself until he possesses absolute confidence in his strength. Upon hearing Sun Wukong mention her again, number 18 pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. But upon observing that Sun Wukong remained unfazed, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Krillin, looking utterly perplexed, said, "Are we really going to allow him to wreak havoc out there? He must be sensing the energies of Wukong and Wukong, which is why he is reluctant to engage directly. However, he is unaware that we have the hyperbolic time chamber. Once he emerges, he will be confronted by Wukong and Wukong, who will have completed their training within. As for those who have fallen, we can resurrect them using the Dragon Balls once Cell is dealt with." Piccolo, with clarity of thought, quickly assessed the situation following Sun Wukong's decision to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, with Wukong possessing the memories of a time traveler as a reference. A direct comparison between the two sides was entirely untenable. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo is correct. Cell would only dare to expose himself if his strength surpassed that of my father and me. Father, let us train together in the hyperbolic time chamber. I wish to become stronger, and we must both surpass Super Saiyan, ensuring that Cell can no longer act with impunity. All right, Wukong. But before we head to the hyperbolic time chamber, we must inform your mother, or else Chi-Chi will worry, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Understood, Father, Sun Wukong responded. ABA looked at Sinnoh with concern. Before he could speak, Sinnoh interjected, "Goku, do your best. I believe you will defeat that monster. If you win, you must come back and tell us in the village." "Yes, we will. Farewell, Sinnoh." Abba Sun Wukong did not grasp the meaning behind Sinnoh's words and summoned the Nimbus Cloud, allowing the golden-haired Lanchi to take her place upon it, soaring into the boundless sky, disappearing into the distant horizon. On the vast, empty asphalt road, the young girl's gaze lingered, lost in thought, while the young boy remained as carefree as ever. Abba stood silently beside her, not uttering a word. After a while, a faint smile graced the girl's lips. "Abba, let us depart. Since Sheru has left, we should return and gather our belongings." Heading back to the village, Abba took his place at the helm, glancing at Sinnoh, and remarked, "Sinnoh, you witnessed that monster. He will not let you go easily. Your safety lies in remaining close to Wukong and the others." Sinnoh gently shook her head, her bright eyes filled with resolve. "Abba, you heard it too. Once Wukong and the others defeat Sheru, they will use the Dragon Balls to revive those who were slain. Accompanying them would only create chaos and serve no purpose. I might even become a hostage. As long as Wukong and the others vanquish Sheru, everything will be all right. I have faith in them. Sinuo did not wish to burden Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, diverting their attention to care for her. That was not her desire. Chapter 65. Stifled Emotions Under the Dusky Sunset. A picturesque scene unfolded in the sky as the group journeyed homeward. Piccolo soared ahead towards the heavenly temple, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan took Lan Shi back to the Kame house, heading in the same direction as Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Krillin cast a lingering glance backward. Sinuo's every movement tugged at his heartstrings. She was beautiful and charming, devoted, gentle, considerate, and understanding. Though her attire was somewhat bulky, he estimated her figure was not dissimilar to that of his former girlfriend. This was the kind of girl he desired, and apart from her modest background, she seemed devoid of any flaws. She epitomized the qualities he yearned for in a future spouse. Alas, such a girl had already captured someone else's heart. Stop staring, Krillin. She is already far away. If you truly like her, then pursue her. If you remain silent, how will she ever know your feelings? Yamcha advised Krillin. Sun Gohan perked up his ears, carefully listening. As for the memories of the time traveler, he had long since grown numb. With Android 16 gone and the non-existent Android 21, he decided to let matters unfold as they would, focusing instead on becoming stronger to face any challenges that arose. Krillin wore a wry smile and said, "Who wouldn't he be drawn to such a girl? Yamcha, don't you feel the same?" "Of course I do," Yamcha replied. "But Sinuo is not comparable to the girls I have encountered before." Since their breakup, Yamcha had shed all reservations, frequently visiting vibrant districts, engaging with various women. However, he would not pursue a girl like Sinuo, who embodied the essence of a home-loving, principled individual. That would truly be the mark of a scoundrel. Sun Gohan glanced at his father, Sun Wukong, and remarked, "Aunt Sinuo has dealt Sheru a significant blow. He will undoubtedly seek retribution against her." What? In a moment of clarity, Sun Wukong realized the danger posed by Sinuo and Aba, recalling their intentions through a gentle reminder. Yamcha remarked, "Indeed, Wukong, you have failed to perceive it. Sinuo wishes not to burden you or distract your focus. Therefore, she has instructed us to eliminate self first, allowing you to seek her afterwards. Wukong, do not forget this." Acknowledging the weight of her intentions, Wukong nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, perched upon the Nimbus cloud, the golden-haired Lan Shi let out a sneeze. Along with her personality, her appearance transformed, revealing the gentle blue-haired Lan Shi. "Ah, this is Nimbus Cloud. Wukong. Tianjin fan, it has been so long since we last met." The blue-haired Lan Shi cheerfully greeted everyone, sitting comfortably on the cloud. Sun Gohan, filled with curiosity, witnessed the astonishing transformation between the two Lankies. How could such a change occur with a mere sneeze? The golden-haired Lan Shi exuded fiery exuberance, while the blue-haired Lan Shi radiated serene grace. Upon reaching a fork in their path, Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong, and the others bid farewell, swiftly soaring towards Baozi Mountain, while the rest headed to Kame House. The soft tendrils of smoke wafted in the air as Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan descended at their doorstep. "Hee, Gohan. Are you hungry? Chi-Chi has prepared a meal for us." "Yes," Sun Gohan replied, clutching his stomach. After a long day filled with events, from the southern capital to the northern capital, they were finally home as the sun began to set. After dinner, they still needed to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. As the door swung open, Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron and beaming with joy. "Welcome back. You must be famished. Bulma, Wukong, Gohan, they're back." At the mention of Bulma's name, Sun Gohan's expression shifted dramatically, his previously gentle gaze now sharpened with intensity. Bulma, also donned in an apron, stepped out of the kitchen, wielding a spatula, and greeted them. "Everyone, welcome back. Gohan, Wukong, have you resolved the issues with the androids?" With a stoic demeanor, Sun Gohan remained silent, floating into the bathroom to freshen up, ignoring Bulma entirely. The matter concerning the androids was not yet fully resolved. One, in particular, Cell, was still lurking, causing havoc unbeknownst to them. "Bulma, what brings you to my home?" Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I came over to learn how to cook with Chi-Chi." Bulma replied with a smile. "By the way, what do those androids look like? I'm quite curious. I initially intended to see them, but this morning I suddenly felt inspired to learn cooking with Chi-Chi instead." Emerging from the bathroom, Sun Gohan, visibly displeased, questioned, "Aunt Bulma, why would you want to follow them?" Do you wish for those ruthless and cruel androids to kill you? Or perhaps you want them to capture you as a hostage to threaten us? With a sigh, Gohan and Chi-Chi and Goku was taken aback, surprised by Gohan's sudden outburst of anger. Bulma, observing Gohan's serious demeanor, teased, "Gohan, I was merely speaking casually. Please do not take it to heart. At this rate, you might find it difficult to attract a girl in the future. Who cares about that?" Gohan retorted, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his voice booming, causing Bulma's heart to momentarily skip a beat. His pale green eyes glinted coldly at Bulma, and around him, the air crackled with the intensity of his fury. What of girls? Are they so exceptional that they can create trouble at will? Can they act thoughtlessly, disregarding the occasion and time, and impose their moral superiority upon me? Bulma, is it that girls can do as they please? Goku's gaze sharpened, and a smile of understanding spread across his face as he sensed Gohan's power surging in that fleeting moment. However, it was evident that Gohan was on the verge of transcending even the Super Saiyan form. Those androids could not perceive their energy, and one could emerge at any time. There was also the unknown android 21, who threatened to destroy me, you, everyone, obliterating Earth, Namek, 8 universes, and everything. Tears welled in Gohan's eyes as he turned away, leaving everyone with a fleeting silhouette. Father, I can train alone now. With Cell lurking outside, we cannot both enter the hyperbolic time chamber at the same time. I shall go first. Gohan slipped back into his shoes. Gohan, wait. Chi-Chi called out, you haven't eaten yet. Let's have a meal first. Mother, I'm not hungry. You all eat. I must go to the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan pushed the door open, his cold gaze fixated on the dazed Bulma, and coldly remarked, Bulma, you are even more insufferable than Android 18. People like you, born into wealth, inherently believing themselves superior, think everyone should adore you. In reality, those who admire you do so only for their own gain. With a resounding slam of the door, Gohan remained in his Super Saiyan state, swiftly flying towards the Otherworld's temple, flickering arcs of electricity dancing around him. Chapter 66, re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber as the heavy door closed. The trio regained their senses. It was the first time Bulma had encountered someone speaking to her in such a manner throughout her life. Goku, still astonished by Gohan's growth, which seemed poised to break through, turned to Bulma and said, I apologize, Bulma. Gohan has been under immense pressure lately, especially after learning about Android 21, and he has been dedicating more time to his training. Bulma gently shook her head. Had it been in her youth, she would have undoubtedly engaged in a spirited debate with Gohan, insisting on her point even in the face of unreasonable opposition. Whenever the men around her learned of her identity and beauty, they invariably wore expressions of eager excitement. Reflecting on this, Bulma turned her gaze towards Goku, who was utterly different from the rest. Now, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. With a look of concern, Chi-Chi remarked, ever since that bra traveled back from the future, Gohan has been perpetually anxious. It truly worries me. Gohan soon arrived at the temple, and to his surprise, besides Piccolo and Buu, androids 17 and 18 were also present. Piccolo inquired, Gohan, why have you come alone? Where's Goku? Gohan, still in his Super Saiyan form, yet lacking the previous ferocity, replied, Dad and I cannot enter simultaneously. If Cell were to make a sudden move, it would be disastrous. This was indeed a prudent consideration. That cunning creature, Cell, often concealed himself, and it was because of your vigilance, Gohan. Are you heading into the hyperbolic time chamber now? Piccolo asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Indeed, but where has the Supreme Kai gone? I hope your energy hasn't waned, Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, noticing Buu's dejected demeanor and expressing disbelief at his fusion. During Gohan's absence, Piccolo had merged with the Supreme Kai. Piccolo stated, even if I revert to my original form, my strength would only be comparable to that of Android 17. I fear I am still far inferior to Cell. As for the Dragon Balls, there is no need for concern. I have already discussed with Buu the plan for when Goku arrives. He will use instant transmission to find a Namekian capable of crafting the Dragon Balls to assume the role of Supreme Kai. Following the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls on Earth reverted to their original stone forms, and Piccolo contemplated preparations against Cell. Standing at the edge of the temple, Android 18 gazed at the drifting clouds, unable to see anything, and curiously asked, how does that person named Buu observe what happens below? All I see are clouds. Buu explained to Android 18. Only those who inherit the position of Supreme Kai can observe the affairs of the lower realm from the temple. What is it you wish to see? Did the Supreme Kai ever detect Cell? Gohan, returning to his normal state, softened his expression and curiously directed his question at Piccolo. Piccolo shook his head, stating, "The Supreme Kai noticed anomalies in the north, but Cell has consistently concealed his energy. Unless he chooses to expose himself, we cannot locate him." "Is that so?" Gohan replied. "How about we enter the hyperbolic time chamber together, with you guiding me? I believe we would progress more swiftly." Gohan looked hopeful, while he could train alone. Having a companion would provide mutual support and accelerate their growth. Piccolo smiled slightly and said, "Very well, Gohan, but do not underestimate me." As Gohan absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head, he followed Piccolo towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, Android 18 wore a regretful expression, a sickly flush adorning her cheeks, as she playfully remarked, "What a pity. It must be evening by now. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of Goku's home here. Perhaps even a live broadcast." Gohan mechanically turned his head, his small frame appearing feeble as Piccolo effortlessly lifted him. "Evil android, what are you planning? What do you intend to do to my father?" "I knew it. You still wish to kill him. Stay away from my dad." "Uncle Piccolo, let me go. I want to teach her a lesson. Dad only said not to kill her. He never said I couldn't hit her. This wicked android lacks humanity, shamelessly spying on my father." "All right, Gohan, enough of this," Piccolo sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation as he opened the door to the time chamber. He turned to face the giggling Android 18. "And you, 18, stop sulking and be mindful of your actions. Uncle Piccolo, let go of me. I want to hit her. This wicked android, devoid of humanity, let me at her." Gohan protested vehemently. With a resigned look, Piccolo dragged the squirming Gohan, who resembled a restless monkey, into the chamber. Android 18 let out a melodious laugh, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "How adorable. That fluffy tail is so lively. I wonder if I can fit in after stretching my legs." "Gohan." As Gohan instinctively distanced himself, a cold sweat broke out upon hearing 18's words. "Evil. Devoid of humanity. This 18 is truly sinister," he thought, feeling a surge of fear as he glanced at the nonchalant Android 17, who stood with his hands in his pockets. Meanwhile, at Goku's home in Mount Pozu, after a satisfying meal, Goku felt an overwhelming drowsiness and lay down on his bed, falling asleep as Chi-Chi and Bulma stood nearby. Bulma held a special petri dish, her face resolute. Chi-Chi gently urged, "Bulma, are you truly set on this? From the moment your child is born, there will be no father." "Indeed, I've made my decision. I won't interfere with your family. This is my choice. I will nurture Bra to be an extraordinary warrior." Just like Gohan, Bulma declared, opting for artificial genetic cultivation, a path of no return. Gohan would not accept her, neither would Chi-Chi, and Goku would never betray her. She would wait. Her determination and feelings could only be validated by the passage of time. Initially opposed, Chi-Chi now felt a twinge of sympathy for Bulma, realizing the fate of Bra, who traversed time from the future. Perhaps it was fortunate for her that she acted swiftly to secure Goku. Wukong once expressed his fondness for Bulma. Although it was a verbal trap, it could be considered an agreement. Just then, Gohan was absent. "Bulma, I must ask you one final time. Have you truly made this decision?" "I have resolved it and will not regret it," Bulma replied with unwavering determination. Chapter 67. The new Namek awakening. In the early morning, Son Wukong felt a sense of drowsiness. As he attempted to rise, he realized a soft figure was nestled in his embrace. At that moment, Chi-Chi, with her disheveled hair, appeared both gentle and radiant, her eyes slightly opening in a dreamy gaze. "Good morning, Wukong," Chi-Chi greeted. "Good morning, Chi-Chi. How did I sleep so soundly?" Wukong murmured, rubbing his head. "You were too exhausted, Wukong. The ordeal with the androids has worn you out. Please wait a moment. I will prepare breakfast for you." Chi-Chi rose, planting a tender kiss on Wukong's lips before departing. Having been married for quite some time, Wukong couldn't help but smile faintly as he got up. Gohan had been in the hyperbolic time chamber for quite a while now. He must have surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan by now. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan clenched his fists, channeling his energy to its maximum. His golden hair and green eyes transformed as he became a Super Saiyan, his aura pulsating and expanding. Arcane sparks danced around him, and his slender frame swelled with intensity. His golden hair grew longer, and the fur on his golden tail stood on end. Clad in a purple martial arts uniform that exuded ferocity and madness. "Humph," Gohan smirked coldly examining his hands. His current form was an advanced stage of Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan 2. Piccolo had long since removed his weighted gear. Observing Gohan, he shook his head and remarked, "Gohan, in this state, you are still unprepared. To wield the power of this stage, you have much to learn. You are still young and lack sufficient experience." Gohan reverted to his normal state. Not long after entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he had attained Super Saiyan 2, but he could not yet control this power freely. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he became notably cold, often overwhelmed by the negative effects accompanying this transformation. The transformation brought forth an intense exhilaration, putting the Saiyan in an agitated state. And the Super Saiyan 2 form was even more frenzied. Ultimately, his youth and lack of experience necessitated further training and discipline. "Uncle Piccolo, let us continue our training." Gohan took a deep breath, calming his earlier emotions. He was determined to train until he could transform into Super Saiyan 2 at will. "All right, Gohan, I'm coming." Piccolo responded, pleased with Gohan's determination and smiling as they resumed their training. Sun Wukong arrived at the Heavenly Temple via instant transmission. Upon his arrival, Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien had already settled everything and were waiting for him. "Alas, 17 and 18, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong inquired, astonished. 18, playfully tossing her golden locks, replied, "What, are we not welcome?" "Not at all, it's just rather peculiar." "Ah, you've changed your attire." Sun Wukong observed that the clothing worn by 17 and 18 was entirely different from what he had seen before. His thoughts had been preoccupied with Aba, Sino, Lan Shi, and Cell yesterday. 18 feigned hurt, yet understanding Sun Wukong's nature, she smiled and spun gracefully before him, saying, "Ah, I changed before we parted yesterday. It seems I must show you my new outfit for you to truly appreciate it. So what do you think? It suits you well, but it feels somewhat strange." Sun Wukong remarked, his expression contemplative as he regarded 17 and 18. "What is strange? What do you find odd?" 18 asked, glancing at herself and then at 17. Unable to discern any issue, Sun Wukong, resting his chin on his thumb, pondered aloud, "It truly feels peculiar. 18, you and 17 are also androids like Aba? Yet why do you seem so different?" 18 bore a look of melancholy. 17 attentively clarified, 18 and I are different types of androids compared to 8. We were originally transformed from ordinary humans, endowed with limitless energy, age slowly, and require little sustenance, just some water. 18's captivating gaze remained fixed on Sun Wukong. Her cheeks flushed and somewhat provocative as she provocatively suggested, "Not only that, I can bear children like any normal woman. So, Sun Wukong, would you like to experiment with me? That way, you would truly understand the difference between me and Android 8. Forgive me, I misspoke. I always thought you were like Aba, a mere robot," Sun Wukong said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, choosing to overlook 18's bold proposition. Bobo then interjected, addressing Sun Wukong, "Wukong, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. The God of Heaven has now merged with Piccolo, and the Dragon Balls on Earth have reverted to stone." "What? Oh, this complicates matters. What about those who were slain by the androids?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Bobo continued, "Before merging with the God of Heaven, Piccolo had already devised a plan to journey to New Namek and find a Namekian capable of creating Dragon Balls to become our new God of Heaven. Indeed, that resolves the issue of the Dragon Balls splendidly." "Excellent, I shall search for them," Sun Wukong asserted, his demeanor turning serious. He touched his forehead with the index and middle fingers of his left hand, for instant transmission requires sensing the target's energy to reach the destination. After an extensive period under the gaze of others, Sun Wukong chuckled helplessly. "Ah, I cannot find them. The distance is far too great. And I am lost without a direction." The crowd was left in utter disbelief, their expressions a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Do not be concerned, for I shall pay a visit to Lord Kao, who undoubtedly knows the direction to the New Namek." In an instant, Goku teleported and arrived at North Kao's place. Under North Kao's guidance, Goku followed the indicated direction and, at long last, sensed the presence of the New Namek. With a similar technique, he teleported directly to the New Namek. Elder Muley looked at Goku with surprise, although they had never met. Elder Muley and the Namekians were well aware of Goku's legendary status for defeating Frieza and saving all the Namekians. After Goku introduced himself, he was warmly welcomed by the inhabitants of Namek. Goku was taken aback by their enthusiasm, as he had expected them to be more reserved like Piccolo. After a brief conversation, Goku explained to Elder Muley and the others that he was seeking a Namekian skilled in creating Dragon Balls to serve as the deity of Earth. Chapter 68. Gohan's Transformation Dandy. Elder Muley called out, drawing everyone's attention to two young Namekians of Gohan's age. Dandy and Karu, it has been a long time. Goku waved excitedly, having met Dandy and Karu during his time on Namek. Karu eagerly ran over, exclaiming, "It's been ages, Mr. Goku." Dandy appeared somewhat shy, as he was the one Elder Muley had mentioned. Elder Muley smiled and said, "Mr. Goku, I shall not elaborate further. Dandy is a good friend of your son Gohan and Mr. Krillin. Since arriving here, he has missed Earth and Gohan immensely. His talent is exceptional, and he will undoubtedly make a fine deity. How impressive! To create Dragon Balls at such a young age, I look forward to working with you, Dandy." Goku remarked. "No, I am the one who looks forward to it, Mr. Goku," Dandy replied as they shook hands. After bidding farewell to Elder Muley, Nairu, and the other Namekians, they teleported to King Kai's planet. After introducing Dandy to North Kai, they teleported back to the Earth-S temple. "Is Dandy really the new deity?" Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a faint smile, Bubbles remarked, "Indeed, he is the new deity. That's right, his name is Dandy. Do not let his small stature fool you. His abilities are remarkable." Goku introduced him to the group. Upon seeing familiar faces, Dandy excitedly said, "It's been a while. Krillin, where's Gohan? Is he not here?" Bubbles explained, "A formidable enemy has emerged on Earth, and Gohan and Piccolo have gone to train in a certain location. You will see them soon." With curiosity sparkling in her blue eyes, Android 18 asked, "Goku, is this the little Piccolo you brought from Namek? Can he really create those extraordinary Dragon Balls?" "His name is Dandy," Goku replied, scratching the back of his head with a hint of exasperation. Dandy nodded earnestly and addressed everyone. "It will take approximately 100 days to complete the Dragon Balls." 100 days? Does it truly require so long? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Dandy nodded and suddenly recalled something, his face lighting up with excitement. "Ah, if we were to resurrect the dragon model from Earth-S past, it could be done immediately. Is that truly the case?" Bobo interjected, having previously assisted the gods in crafting such a dragon model. Upon receiving confirmation, Bobo hurriedly added, "Indeed." Krillin remarked, "Excellent. If all goes well, can we, like the Dragon Balls from Namek, fulfill 3 wishes?" Yamcha then continued, "Can one wish bring many back to life? For instance, could those who were revived by the androids be included?" Dandy replied, "That would require some initial adjustments, but in doing so, we would only be able to grant 2 wishes. Tien inquired, "Is that all we can achieve?" Goku smiled and said, "Very well, Dandy, let us proceed." Bobo produced the completed dragon model and placed it on the ground, while Dandy prepared to cast the spell to recreate the dragon. At that moment, the door of the room of spirit and time creaked open, drawing everyone's attention with the sound of footsteps. "Oh, Gohan and Piccolo are out already? It's only been a little over a day," Goku remarked, a puzzled expression on his face. Tien crossed his arms, gazing at the door, commenting, "Gohan must have become significantly stronger." Android 17 approached Android 18, whispering, 18, "Gohan has always wanted to fight you. Aren't we leaving?" After his training, he will undoubtedly be much stronger, and Goku may not be able to stop him. With hands on her hips, 18 glanced at Goku, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "At most, he might just give me a good thrashing. Besides, once Gohan finishes his training, his fluffy tail will surely be more vibrant." Noting 18's demeanor, 17 chose not to say more. The door to the room of spirit and time swung open, and Piccolo and Gohan emerged in succession, subsequently closing the door behind them. Gohan had noticeably grown taller, having spent over a year inside. His black hair had lengthened past his neck, as haircuts were not an option within. Clad in matching purple martial arts attire and a red belt, he differed from Piccolo, who wore his weighted gear. "I'm back, although time outside has passed. It's been over a year since I last saw you all. Dad, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, Mr. Bobo, 17, 18, Dandy, it's been a long time." Gohan greeted everyone with a smile, leaving them momentarily stunned. 18 approached with a look of skepticism, circling around Gohan. "Strange, Gohan, you're actually greeting me? I recall you wanted to fight me before." Gohan scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful as he replied, "I'm sorry, 18. Please don't take it to heart, okay? I apologize. I was merely speaking casually. Please do not take it to heart. I sincerely regret it." Ahem. There has been a palpable transformation in Gohan, who now exhibits a maturity and composure beyond his years, evoking a sense of complexity as he navigates the pressures of his environment at merely 10 years of age. Android 18 glanced at the fluffy tail behind Gohan, refraining from her previous playful antics, her eyes sparkling with a hint of brightness as she gently tapped her fist against his chest. I may have overstepped, Gohan, my apologies. Hee hee. Gohan smiled faintly, his gaze falling upon a model of the eternal dragon encased in a glass dome, exclaiming in astonishment, Dandy, are you attempting to resurrect the eternal dragon? Indeed, Gohan. It has been a long time. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion. How has your training progressed? Have you grown stronger? Dandy inquired joyfully as they embraced. Gohan replied, certainly. I have become stronger. However, I must remain discreet. That creature, Cell, is still lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. I fear that revealing my power may prompt him to resurface. Yamcha, astonished, asked, stronger than a Super Saiyan? Excellent. We need not worry about Cell. If he dares to reveal himself, he will surely meet his demise. Meanwhile, Goku observed Piccolo with keen interest, resting his chin on his thumb in contemplation before finally speaking. God Piccolo. Piccolo's expression was one of sheer incredulity, nearly causing him to stumble at Goku's address. Just call me Piccolo. I was originally one with the Supreme Kai. Android 18 turned her gaze toward Goku, hands on her hips, remarking, how can you say that, Goku? He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, responding, I truly apologize. Now, I must seek out Vegeta. Training together in the hyperbolic time chamber will yield greater benefits. Gohan, I leave everything outside to you. Rest assured, father. Gohan replied with a calm nod. Compared to his demeanor prior to entering the chamber, the transformation in Gohan was strikingly evident. Chapter 69. Return to the laboratory. Majestic mountains and flowing waters stretched endlessly under the sky, as the howling winds tousled Vegeta's black hair. Dressed in his blue battle suit, he reminisced about the past with lingering resentment, standing motionless at the edge of a cliff, faintly sensing the future of the Super Saiyan. A complete defeat. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had reclaimed his dignity and the pride of a Saiyan prince, only to have it shattered once more by Android 18. Had it not been for Gohan's timely intervention, he might not have survived. In an instant, Goku materialized behind him. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, saying, do not disturb me, Kakarot. If you are here to mock me, feel free to laugh. Do not say that, Vegeta. I know of an excellent training location where time flows differently. A day outside equates to an entire year inside the Supreme Kai's temple, Goku informed him. Vegeta turned around, his demeanor having evolved from the initial impulsive and frantic nature typical of Saiyans to one of greater composure. He inquired, is that truly the case? Join me. I intend to train alongside you. Now that Gohan has emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he has surpassed the barriers of Super Saiyan. Training together will expedite our progress. Goku extended his hand, offering an invitation. Vegeta cast a glance at Goku, who appeared remarkably serene, his attitude markedly different from before. He remarked, having transcended the limitations of Super Saiyan, his potential has always been astonishing. Very well, Kakarot, I shall enter that chamber to train with you. But allow me to enter first. You must know, you have always been my ultimate goal. Goku replied, this adversary cannot be defeated by one alone. Besides the ever-elusive Cell, there is also the 21st android mentioned by Bulma, as well as the missing Android 16. You are aware of this, aren't you? You will surely regret this, Kakarot. Vegeta declared, gripping Goku's shoulder as they instantaneously teleported to the temple. The others in the temple were present, and after a fleeting glance at Android 18, Vegeta's gaze shifted to Gohan. Having spent over a year training in the time chamber, Gohan had grown taller and appeared more mature. Vegeta deliberately remarked, oh, Gohan. It seems you have indeed become significantly stronger. Truly commendable for a half Saiyan. I wonder, if you were to face the unknown 21st android, do you possess the confidence to defeat her now? Gohan chuckled softly. I cannot say for certain. One must truly encounter her to gauge her strength. If that moment arises, I will give it my all. Vegeta looked at Gohan with mild astonishment. In the past, Gohan would have vehemently asserted his identity as a human, likely becoming animated and insisting on his efforts to thwart Android 21. This transformation in Gohan's demeanor reflected a maturity shaped by external influences. Vegeta entered the time chamber first, and before Goku followed suit, he turned to Gohan with a smile, saying, The outside world is in your hands now, Gohan. Yes, I will handle it, Dad. Gohan nodded with a smile. As the door to the time chamber closed, Gohan turned to the others and stated, "Let us begin gathering the Dragon Balls in advance. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, Uncle Krillin, I entrust this task to you. Leave it to us, Gohan." Yamcha signaled victory with his hand. Krillin looked at Gohan, puzzled, and asked, "Gohan, do you have other matters to attend to? I, along with Uncle Piccolo, Android 17 and 18, need to revisit Dr. Gero's lab. There may still be some clues there. Oh, and Uncle Krillin, if you encounter Cell, elevate your energy to the maximum. I will teleport there in an instant." Son Gohan placed his 2 fingers on his forehead, smiling gently as he spoke. In a moment, "Gohan, have you also mastered Goku's instant transmission?" Tien Shinhan asked in astonishment. Son Gohan nodded and replied with a smile, "I have been learning this technique from Dad since before his return. But there are still many aspects I do not fully grasp, and I have been unable to calm my mind completely, which is why I have yet to master it. Androids 17 and 18, I am counting on you." The 10-year-old Son Gohan now appeared more composed and mature. With a swish, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha set off toward West City to retrieve the Dragon Radar from Bulma. Den waved his hand and called out loudly, "Be careful on your way. Krillin, everyone. The lab has long been destroyed by Android 18, and it has become a wasteland. Even if something remains, it is likely to be gone," Android 17 remarked. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Villains always have secret rooms or basements. Let us investigate the site before making any decisions. If necessary, we can always return." Androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances before following Son Gohan and Piccolo as they departed from the temple, flying toward North City. Soon, guided by androids 18 and 17, they arrived at their destination. Dr. Gero's laboratory had now turned into ruins, buried under rubble and debris. The very one responsible for this devastation, Android 18, frowned in displeasure. Hands on her hips. She had not anticipated that she had inadvertently assisted that scoundrel, Dr. Gero. Had she known the lab still held value, she would never have committed such an act. Piccolo and Son Gohan extended their palms toward the debris, their energies surging as they focused their strength. A powerful gust of wind swept through, stirring up the dust as they used their ki to disperse the remnants of the laboratory. As the dust settled, only large clumps of earth and stones remained. Too much force could inadvertently destroy any clues, creating a precarious situation. "Gohan, let us move these objects aside." "All right, Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo and Son Gohan began to shift the larger rocks and soil. Observing from the side, Android 17 reluctantly extended his hand and said, "It doesn't look very good just standing here. I'll help too." Android 18, glancing at her new outfit, wore a look of resistance. "I just changed into this. I don't want to get it dirty." Son Gohan turned around, his youthful face breaking into a smile as he said, "It's all right. You've already been a great help. If it were just Piccolo and me, it would take much longer to search." "Thank you, 18 and 17. Android 18 raised an eyebrow, hands on her hips, her striking blue eyes fixed on Son Gohan. Since he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he had changed significantly. She became increasingly curious about the nature of his training with Piccolo. Chapter 70. Clues of the androids. Number 17, Son Gohan and Piccolo were no ordinary individuals. They swiftly cleared away large stones and clumps of earth, leaving the dilapidated cryogenic chamber, computers, wiring, and nutrient solutions shattered into fragments. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Son Gohan to shiver. He had almost forgotten how frigid it was in North City. Piccolo gazed at a twisted iron ladder and door, comprehending the situation. "It seems this is indeed the underground research facility," he remarked. "It has been utterly destroyed by number 18. Gohan, you were correct. Cell's laboratory lies directly beneath this site." Son Gohan lifted a green piece of glass, stained with some liquid, a forlorn expression crossing his face. "Even the basement that nurtured Cell has been obliterated by number 18. Are we truly destined to return empty-handed?" Piccolo replied, "Let us search a bit longer. We have yet to explore many areas." Number 18 joined them in their quest, though she was hesitant to dirty her clothes, refraining from moving any stones. Eventually, her attention was captured by a ruler trapped beneath some rubble. Kneeling down, her gloved hands carefully brushed aside the dirt and stones, revealing a ruler, a pen, a compass, and, as she continued to excavate, several sheets of paper crushed beneath the debris. Her eyes brightened as she uncovered the papers, disregarding the dust that now clung to her. After clearing away the obstacles, she found a total of 6 sheets inscribed with various details. This is, come quickly. Upon hearing number 18's call, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and number 17 immediately halted their search and hurried to her side. What is it, number 18? Have you discovered something? Son Gohan, unable to see over the rubble, utilized his flight technique to hover above, joining number 17 and Piccolo in examining the blueprints in her hands. Son Gohan's eyes widened in shock. These were the design schematics for the androids. Indeed, number 18 confirmed, they depict myself, number 17, number 19, number 20, Cell, and number 16. Number 16. Son Gohan and Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Number 18 handed the design for number 16 to Son Gohan for closer inspection. The blueprint showcased a humanoid figure, devoid of color. Yet its appearance was identical to the memory of number 16 that the traveler held. The existence of number 16 was undeniable. Yet, the question lingered. Why was he not present here? Even Cell's design schematics were included. Son Gohan was perplexed. He could ascertain that the personalities of numbers 17 and 18 aligned with those from the traveler's memories of the future timeline of Trunks. But if that were the case, why did number 16 exist as well, and why was he missing, separated from numbers 17 and 18? In Piccolo's hand lay the design blueprints of Android 20. And upon glimpsing the schematics of the android, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. A multitude of complex thoughts suddenly crystallized, and he experienced a moment of epiphany. Indeed, it dawned upon him that he was beginning to grasp something significant. Curious, Gohan, along with androids 17 and 18, turned their attention towards Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, what have you realized? Gohan inquired, lifting his gaze. He chuckled softly. We have all fallen into a misconception, Gohan. Do you recall androids 19 and 20? Gohan nodded gently, responding, of course I remember. Android 20 is, in fact, Dr. Gero, who modified himself through Android 19 in pursuit of immortality, thus becoming Android 20. Piccolo continued. That is the crux of the matter. The enigmatic Android 21 is likely akin to Dr. Gero, originally an ordinary human transformed into an android. What? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged incredulous glances, equally astonished that someone beyond Dr. Gero was engaged in android research. How astute, Piccolo. Please, continue. I wish to hear more of your thoughts, urged Android 17. After handing the blueprints to Gohan, Piccolo addressed the group. We need not elaborate on Dr. Gero's intentions. Instead, let us discuss the Red Ribbon Army. Once, the Red Ribbon Army held dominion over the world, and during that era, research into androids began, exemplified by Android 8. Indeed, Gohan, 17, and 18 nodded in earnest agreement, listening intently. Piccolo elaborated, thus, at that time, the scientists of the Red Ribbon Army must have included more than just Dr. Gero. The unknown android 21 undoubtedly has connections to Dr. Gero, being a highly accomplished scientist in their own right, possibly even an assistant to Dr. Gero. In any case, this mysterious android 21 must possess profound knowledge of Dr. Gero's research, yet they likely held differing views. Differing views? Uncle Piccolo, what makes you say that? Gohan asked, puzzled. With a smile, Piccolo replied, Gohan, this is what we have overlooked. Do you remember what Bra mentioned? Android 21 was originally a kind and gentle person. Yet after absorbing a cell from a being known as Majin Buu, they developed a second persona, the malevolent Majin 21. Android 16 must have stolen the essence of Android 21 while they were still human, seizing the opportunity when Dr. Gero was distracted, and subsequently transformed themselves into an android to confront the creations of Dr. Gero. Realization washed over Gohan, as Piccolo's words stirred memories of Bra's earlier statements. He had indeed forgotten that a kind and gentle soul would harbor resentment towards Dr. Gero's actions, leading to a natural discord between them. The purpose of action, as well as the ensuing conflict, seems to align with what Uncle Piccolo has surmised, with an astonishing probability exceeding 80%. Son Gohan gazed at Piccolo with profound admiration, recognizing the immense prowess he possessed. It is no wonder that in the memories of the time traveler, Majin Buu sought to absorb Uncle Piccolo due to his intellect. As long as what Bra has foretold about the future is indeed accurate, Android 21 will not manifest before Majin Buu, and even if she does, she will not stand as our adversary. For now, our focus must solely be on confronting Cell. Gohan, Understood. Uncle Piccolo. This investigation at the research facility has yielded significant insights. With the blueprints of Android 16 and Bra's words from the future, Piccolo has managed to clarify the previously chaotic situation. After Son Gohan secured the blueprints, the group conducted a brief search for any additional items, but finding none, they proceeded to deliver the finishing blow. Once the energy blasts obliterated the area, Son Gohan utilized instant transmission to return to the temple. Chapter 71. The appearance of Cell in a flash. Upon sensing Dandy's energy, Son Gohan instantaneously transported himself along with Piccolo, Android 17, and Android 18 back to the temple. We're back, Gohan. What did you discover? Dandy inquired eagerly. Son Gohan nodded with a smile, shaking the blueprints in his hand. We made significant progress, thanks to Uncle Piccolo. Otherwise, I would still be lost, struggling to comprehend the situation. Is that so? That's incredible, Gohan. What is the current status? Please tell me. Dandy, being of the same age as Son Gohan, shared a friendly rapport with him, allowing for a more candid exchange. Son Gohan recounted Piccolo's analysis to Dandy and Bobo. Unbelievable. Mr. Piccolo is truly remarkable. Both Dandy and Son Gohan held deep admiration for Piccolo. Sensing the fervent gazes directed towards him, Piccolo cleared his throat and stated, Gohan, take the blueprints to Bulma and see if she can devise something to counter Cell. Aunt Bulma? All right, I'll head there immediately. Son Gohan felt a twinge of shyness. Prior to entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he had lost his temper with Bulma due to the turmoil surrounding Cell and Android 21, allowing his emotions to spiral out of control. After bidding farewell to Dandy, Son Gohan took the blueprints and flew out of the temple towards West City. He soon arrived at Bulma's residence. Upon landing in the courtyard, Mrs. Brief greeted him with a warm smile, saying, Ah, Gohan. It's been so long since we last met, and you've grown so much. You look stronger too. I apologize for the intrusion. Is Aunt Bulma home? I need to speak with her, Son Gohan said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Mrs. Brief's presence. Bulma? She seems to be in the laboratory. Let me take you there, Gohan. Mrs. Brief took Son Gohan's hand, guiding him towards the lab while he walked awkwardly behind her, taking small steps. Ah, Gohan, Mrs. Brief remarked with a gentle smile, her eyes narrowing in delight. I have heard that you are now bravely battling against the androids alongside everyone else. It's truly remarkable, at such a tender age. You fight those fearsome foes like an adult. Gohan managed a faint smile, yearning to withdraw his hand from her firm grasp, yet he hesitated, feeling that to do so might be impolite. Mrs. Brief continued to guide him along, saying, Thanks to your presence, we are protected, allowing me to indulge in a shopping spree. I recently discovered several exquisite garments at a newly opened department store. If I were to meet my demise, I would miss the chance to wear them. Let us go on a date, Gohan. I have matters to attend to. The crisis with the androids remains unresolved. And besides, I am merely 9 years old. Gohan thought of the year he had spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, feeling quite helpless. Mrs. Brief, still smiling with her eyes narrowed, replied, 9 years old. Indeed, such a tender age. I have never been on a date with someone so young. At long last, they arrived at the research facility, and Gohan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As Mrs. Brief departed, she waved cheerfully at him, saying, Gohan, I shall prepare you a cup of coffee. Watching her retreating figure, Gohan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that he was indeed not adept at conversing with Bulma's mother. Knock, knock, knock. Gohan politely rapped on the door, which soon swung open to reveal Bulma clad in a white lab coat, a blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes soft and clear like water. Gohan, what brings you here? The Dragon radar has already been taken by Krillin and the others, Bulma said, her expression shifting slightly as she cast her gaze elsewhere, appearing somewhat guilty. Bulma, I must apologize. I was unjustly angry with you over the previous matter, and I uttered many hurtful words, Gohan said earnestly, standing before her with his head bowed, feeling rather embarrassed. No, Gohan, I too have made significant mistakes, and you are right. I have been rather headstrong. Knowing full well the danger posed by the androids, I recklessly sought to involve myself and cause you trouble. I am the one who should be apologizing, Bulma replied with a warm smile. Gohan wished to express more humble contrition, but Bulma interrupted him. Let bygones be bygones, Gohan. I imagine Bra's words have placed considerable pressure on you. When challenges arise, we shall confront them. If Majin 21 appears, Let us train diligently to combat her. By the way, I did come here for another reason. Please take a look at these design blueprints, Gohan said, presenting the schematics to Bulma. As she examined the documents with surprise, she exclaimed, "These are designs for the androids, including number 16. Have you seen him?" He had not yet appeared. Even Cell was absent. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo, I must ask, have you devised anything to counter Cell? Bulma shook her head in resignation and replied, "Scientists are not omnipotent. I regret to inform you, Gohan. According to the schematics, Cell is a bioengineered weapon possessing multiple fusion genes, entirely distinct in structure from androids 17 and 18. If you wanted me to create a device to incapacitate or detonate 17 and 18, I could manage that, but Cell is an entirely different matter." As expected, Gohan sighed deeply, clearly disheartened. Suddenly, Gohan sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura from the south, chaotic and tangled. It was a blend of energies from Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, his father Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, and Cooler, all in disarray. At last, Cell had made his appearance. Such a unique and convoluted energy could belong to no one else. "What is it, Gohan?" Bulma inquired, observing the look of concern on his face. "Cell has finally shown himself. Aunt Bulma, I must leave immediately. Goodbye." With his finger pressed against his forehead, Gohan sensed Cell's aura and vanished before Bulma's eyes. In an instant, Gohan materialized within the city of South City, where silence reigned and the streets lay strewn with abandoned clothing, evoking an unsettling chill. Before him stood the perfect form of Cell from his memories. With a tail tucked beneath his wings, a visage reminiscent of a human, and limbs that bore a mechanical quality. His green skin was adorned with mottled black spots, and his head sported protrusions that resembled horns. "Based on the information, you must be Gohan, correct? Where is your father, Goku? Why has he not come?" Cell smiled confidently at Gohan, revealing his self-assuredness in exposing himself. Chapter 72. The power of Cell. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Gohan's energy to surge. His hair, eyebrows, and tail transformed into a radiant gold, exuding a calm and restrained aura. He had mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. "Are you, like those androids, intent on killing my father?" Gohan's gaze sharpened, yet his demeanor remained composed, devoid of any turmoil. Dr. Gero is my creator. All the androids he fashioned share a singular goal, to eliminate Goku. It seems to be Dr. Gero's obsession. All other objectives pale in comparison to this one." With a hint of self-mockery, Cell continued, "Now, could you enlighten me as to Goku's whereabouts? Why is it that I cannot sense his energy? I find it quite intriguing. It appears you harbor many secrets that Dr. Gero failed to uncover. Carry your curiosity to the depths of hell." With that, he vanished. After Son Gohan unleashed a powerful energy blast from his palm, he swiftly advanced towards his opponent. Cell, taken aback by Gohan's sudden action, attempted to swat the energy blast away with his bare hands, only to find Gohan's figure vanish before his eyes. It was an illusion technique. Cell remained unfazed, his memory banks containing similar records, and he wore a confident, nonchalant smile. In a heartbeat, Gohan reappeared behind Cell, delivering a fierce kick aimed at him. However, the expected sensation of impact was absent, as Cell had similarly employed the illusion technique to deceive Gohan. As Gohan landed and lifted his gaze, he saw Cell hovering in midair, unleashing a wave of energy directed at him. With a powerful strike of his fists, Gohan deflected the energy wave, sending it crashing into a distant skyscraper, obliterating it completely. He then lightly leaped backward to regain his footing. Suddenly, Cell launched a surprise attack from above, rapidly diving towards Gohan with a fist poised to strike. In that instant, Gohan pressed his palms against the ground, raised his leg high, and delivered a crushing kick to Cell's face, sending him flying. Gohan then executed a swift maneuver, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. As Cell landed, he floated in midair and, upon spotting Gohan charging towards him, leapt into the sky, allowing Gohan's figure to pass beneath him. Once Gohan halted, he stomped down hard on the ground, causing the earth to shatter beneath him, and propelled himself towards Cell, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows in midair. The speed at which they moved created a cacophony of shattering air and impacts, leaving Piccolo and Dundee, who were observing from the heavenly sanctuary, utterly astonished. Having taken on the role of the Supreme Kai, Dundee quickly learned to monitor the events of the lower realm, while Piccolo, fused with the Supreme Kai, remained observant. Incredible! Gohan has become immensely powerful. Is that monstrous being really Cell? He seems far more formidable than Frieza. Dondi, wide-eyed, could only perceive fleeting shadows. Recalling Frieza as his most formidable adversary, Gohan has engaged him. What does Cell even look like? 18, unable to sense any energy, stood alongside Piccolo and Dondi at the edge, still unable to discern anything. Piccolo crossed his arms and stated gravely, Cell is indeed powerful. But after his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan's strength far surpasses Cell's capabilities. Meanwhile, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin, who were searching for the Dragon Balls, paused in astonishment. I can feel Gohan's and Cell's energy, despite being so far away. It feels as though they are right beside me. How incredible! Krillin exclaimed, his mind racing with the implications of their newfound strength. Yamcha glanced at his own hands, a resigned smile forming on his lips as he felt increasingly powerless in the face of Gohan's growth. This time, he refrained from uttering any words about catching up to Goku. With each thunderous collision of fists and feet, Son Gohan's punch struck Cell's face, only for Cell to retaliate with a blow of his own. The sound echoed as Son Gohan took a heavy hit from Cell, his form plummeting from the air. In the split second before he fell, he executed a graceful spin, landing smoothly on the ground. Oh, quite impressive, Gohan. You can actually hold your ground against my perfect form, Cell remarked, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Son Gohan. The Saiyan cells within him yearned for battle. Son Gohan remained composed, unaffected by the tumult of the fight. His attire remained pristine, just like Cell's. You've been hiding all this time, avoiding confrontation with us. Yet now you boldly reveal yourself. Cell, given your confident demeanor, have you not yet unleashed your full power? Cell smirked, spreading his arms wide. Though I may be quite young, did you not sense my keen awareness? Indeed, back in North City, I detected the energy signatures of you and Goku. I realized that even in my perfect form, should you two join forces, I would not stand a chance. How fortunate you are, Gohan. You are the first to witness my ultimate power. This is the essence of my super android form. Cell clenched his fists, an aura of energy erupting around him. Under Gohan's astonished gaze, arcs of electricity flickered in the surroundings, a testament to the might of the super android, the lightning cell from the memories of travelers. How have you mastered such power? Gohan was genuinely astounded. Cell relished Gohan's expression. Scared, are we? My current strength is merely a fraction of what I am capable of. Although I could easily end your life, that is not my intention. What do you want? Gohan's eyes narrowed with determination. He was not one to be intimidated. Having trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, I wish to pose a question. Where is Goku? What is he doing, and why isn't he come? Cell's voice resonated, charged with energy. My father is training with Uncle Vegeta. Once he emerges, he will be stronger. Cell, what is it that you truly desire? Gohan's voice rose with urgency. Cell responded, training, huh? A last-minute effort? Very well, I shall grant you 10 days. I hope that when Goku emerges, he ignites my interest. I intend to host a martial arts tournament akin to the World Martial Arts Championship. However, your only opponent will be me, and it will be one-on-one. Should I win, the next will take my place, with no limit on numbers. As for the location and further details, I will broadcast them via television. The more participants, the better your chances. Gohan narrowed his eyes. That doesn't align with your usual cautious nature, Cell. Ha ha ha. I merely wish to personally eliminate Goku in the sight of the entire world, plunging humanity into fear and despair, Cell laughed, revealing that within him resided the cells of King Piccolo, inheriting not only his power, but also his malevolent spirit. Chapter 73. Heartfelt agitation, the energy radiating from Cell now astonished Piccolo, Krillin, and others. Truly, Cell is a monster. His power seems to have surged, surpassing even Gohan's. Yamcha expressed his discontent, while Tien, perplexed, remarked, it's quite strange. Gohan's strength appears unchanged. After emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, he should have made significant advancements. Shouldn't he? Krillin quickly inquired, are you suggesting? Tien nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, Gohan must be concealing his true power. We must hasten to gather the Dragon Balls, lest we linger in uncertainty. Krillin and Yamcha nodded in agreement, swiftly taking flight towards their intended destination as indicated by the Dragon Radar. In the Heavenly Palace, the overwhelming presence of Cell left Dandy and Piccolo in a state of shock. This is bad. Gohan is in danger, Dandy expressed, filled with concern. Piccolo reassured him. There is no need for alarm. Although Cell's power exceeds our expectations, he still falls short against Gohan. We shall remain here and observe. Dandy, bewildered, pondered. How can Cell possess such might, yet still be inferior to Gohan? Just how strong has Gohan become? Piccolo furrowed his brow, stating, while Gohan is indeed stronger than Cell, defeating him will not be an easy feat if things go awry. Cell may escape once more. At this moment, Gohan shared similar thoughts, fearing Cell might evade capture again. Though he surpassed Cell, he could not achieve an instantaneous victory, especially given their proximity to the ocean. In a fleeting moment, dozens of thoughts raced through Gohan's mind. Yet his exterior remained composed. Had it been the old him, he would have transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged forth. Instead, he proclaimed, Cell, we shall meet again in 10 days. But I hope you do not regret it. I will not allow you to harm my father. With a crisp sound of footsteps, Cell turned and remarked, a strong resolve, I see. Farewell. Extending his dark wings, Cell soared into the sky, no longer concealing his energy. Gohan reverted to his ordinary state, gazing at Cell's retreating figure, filled with murderous intent. Wait for it, Cell. Once my father and the others emerge, you shall have no further opportunities. Any unforeseen circumstances will lead to your demise. Utilizing instant transmission, Gohan returned to the palace, where he explained the recent events to Piccolo, Dandy, and androids 17 and 18, clarifying why he refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to confront Cell. Piccolo smiled faintly, stating, you made the right choice, Gohan. It would have been unfortunate if Cell had managed to hide again after revealing himself. In 10 days, Goku and Vegeta will have emerged. Cell can only revel in these fleeting days. Suddenly, 3 familiar auras approached. Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls and returned. Son Gohan recounted the events concerning Cell to the trio. What? Cell would actually do that? Yamcha felt utterly helpless. Tien turned to Son Gohan and inquired, Gohan, are you now stronger than Cell? If that is the case, once Goku and Vegeta emerge, you should enter the hyperbolic time chamber. With your innate talent, I am certain that when you exit once more, you will be even stronger. At that point, Cell will have no opportunity to escape from your grasp. Indeed, Gohan, Krillin exclaimed with delight, feeling less anxious upon hearing that Son Gohan was indeed stronger than Cell. Gohan scratched the back of his head and smiled. I will enter again, but it will take some time. The environment of the hyperbolic time chamber is harsh and does not allow for tranquility. His Super Saiyan 2 form had reached a plateau. Even training extensively within the chamber would be futile in this state. The surroundings greatly influence one's mindset, and Son Gohan needed a few days to relax both his body and spirit before entering the chamber. When he re-emerged, he aimed to master the full power of Super Saiyan 2, ensuring that the Swift Cell would have no chance to escape from him again. In a vast and expansive valley, Cell floated in the air, satisfied as he proclaimed, isn't this place splendid? Let us commence the construction of the arena for the martial arts tournament. It should be larger than that of the World Martial Arts Championship. With the myriad of cells within him, Cell quickly fashioned a wide and grand arena under his control. It's good, though it still lacks some embellishments. Those can be addressed later. It's time to head to the television station. Pleased with his creation, Cell soared toward the city. After bidding farewell to his companions, Son Gohan departed from the sacred world and flew toward the Buns Mountain, seeking to relax both his body and mind in the coming days. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around to find Android 18 following him. 18, why are you tagging along? He asked. What do you think? My clothes were soiled at the lab, and there's nothing for me to wear at the sacred world, she replied, arms crossed, visibly displeased. Son Gohan recalled the blueprints for the androids that 18 had found at the laboratory. Without that insight, they would never have confirmed the existence of Android 16. I'm sorry, but at home, my mother's clothes. Son Gohan glanced at Android 18, noting that her figure was not much different from that of his mother, Chi-Chi. His gaze was drawn to Android 18's prominent bosom and her exquisite, aloof visage, which captivated him unexpectedly. It was strange. Until now, Son Gohan had felt nothing. But after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he suddenly found Android 18 strikingly beautiful, alluringly cold, and he began to comprehend why Krillin, Master Roshi. This age is indeed one of curiosity about the opposite sex. Gohan, do you think I'm pretty? What? Son Gohan snapped back to reality, nearly plummeting from the air. He quickly turned his head, his heart racing, his youthful face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I was very rude, Android 18. Android 18 accelerated to Son Gohan's side, while he dared not look at her. The crimson flush on his face spreading to his neck, and even his ears. Wow, you're blushing, Gohan. Let me see. Android 18, no? I was wrong. I'm sorry. Gohan. Turn around. Let me see. Android 18, please, no? Chapter 74. Cell on television, the budding feelings within Son Gohan amused Android 18, particularly as he kept his head down, avoiding her gaze, which she found endearingly cute. Moreover, Son Gohan bore a striking resemblance to Chi-Chi, possessing a delicate yet resolute appearance. His androgynous charm was certainly not lacking. Son Gohan felt as shy as a girl, filled with guilt for his perceived impropriety. What had he done? It was terribly rude. According to the memories of the time traveler, the Android 18 before him was the same as the one from the timeline with Trunks, inhuman. How could he find someone like her so attractive? In the time traveler's memories, she had lost an arm and was brutally killed. Android 18I. Son Gohan took a moment to calm himself, intending to express his apologies. However, as he turned, he found himself face to face with Android 18, both feeling each other's breath. The fragrant scent enveloping them, causing Son Gohan's previously calm demeanor to flush crimson once more. Your face is really red. It looks like it could bleed, Gohan. What were you going to say? Android 18 teased, biting down on the gloves she wore, removing them, and gently reaching towards Son Gohan's cheek. Just as her hand was about to touch him, Son Gohan instinctively pulled away, leaving Android 18 slightly disappointed as she put her gloves back on. Thinking to herself, as expected, he still rejects me. It seems I must take it slowly. Son Gohan bowed deeply, earnestly stating, I apologize, number 18. I cannot comprehend why. But there seems to be an inexplicable charm about you. Number 18 crossed her arms, concealing her chest, and reflected that Son Gohan's reaction was not entirely unusual. After all, it is quite natural for anyone, regardless of gender, to steal a glance at a beautiful woman or a handsome man while strolling down the street. However, this was Gohan's first encounter with such a situation, especially with someone as formidable as her, an evil android. It seems necessary for me to visit your home and have a serious conversation with your mother, number 18 remarked, turning around with a wicked smile adorning her delicate features. Before she could feign departure, Gohan, unable to contain himself, grasped her wrist. Please, number 18, I implore you, do not mention this to my mother. If she finds out, she will undoubtedly be furious. My mother's wrath is truly terrifying. Even my father dares not provoke her. Gohan's face was a portrait of desperation. Number 18 wore a cunning smile, not turning back or freeing herself from his grasp, and said, Gohan, you wouldn't want your mother to discover that you are a little lecher, would you? I am not a lecher. Number 18, what do you want me to do? Gohan inquired, releasing her arm. With a cheerful demeanor, number 18 replied, I haven't decided yet. Let's just keep this in mind for now. We can discuss it further after we deal with Cell. Suddenly, Gohan recalled something important and quickly added, that's fine. But it must not involve any immoral actions against my will, and please, keep your distance from my father. Number 18 turned back, resting her chin on her hand, tilting her head to gaze at Gohan. Her seemingly aloof smile was laced with a captivating allure, her large blue eyes sparkling with mischief. I would never contravene your wishes. Gohan, you can rest assured. As for your father, Goku, even if I were willing to be his lover, a man like him would never reciprocate. In her heart, number 18 mused, as for a husband, nurturing from a young age is undoubtedly the best approach. Gohan, I will never defy your desires. Once you mature, you will perfectly embody my ideal. Gohan felt utterly confounded and helplessly thought, willing to be my father's lover? Truly, she acts on her whims, devoid of any humanity. Uncle Krillin, this is not my concern. This number 18 is utterly heartless, a stark contrast to the one you married. Upon returning home, Chi-Chi and Ox King were seated in the living room, engrossed in the television. As Gohan opened the door, both Chi-Chi and Ox King turned their attention to him. Gohan, you're back. How was your time in the hyperbolic time chamber? Have you become stronger? Chi-Chi inquired with excitement. I'm back, Mom. Grandpa, Gohan replied. Ox King, with a hearty smile, remarked. Welcome back, Gohan. You've grown taller. At that moment, number 18 entered, causing Chi-Chi and Ox King's eyes to widen in astonishment. Ox King pointed at number 18, incredulous, and asked, Gohan, who is this beautiful young lady? Could she possibly be your girlfriend? Chi-Chi possesses a unique perspective. She does not oppose the notion of Sun Wukong having a girlfriend, for she has experienced such matters herself. When it comes to emotions, she refrains from imposing restrictions upon him. However, the disparity between Sun Wukong and Android 18 is glaring, with an age difference that she cannot condone. Presently, she harbors concerns that her Wukong may be deceived by this seemingly wicked woman. Before Sun Wukong could articulate any explanation, Android 18 stepped forward to stand beside him, stating, "Mr. Oxking, please refrain from jesting. It creates distress for both Wukong and myself. I am Android 18, a synthetic being. Though we were once adversaries, we have since forged friendships with everyone. We were at Dr. Jero's lab searching for something and inadvertently soiled our clothes. Thus, I accompanied Wukong to change. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, Miss Chi-Chi." Sun Wukong lifted his gaze slightly, astonishment etched across his face as he regarded Android 18. He had anticipated chaos ensuing from her presence, and even envisioned a confrontation between her and his mother, Chi-Chi. It appeared that this malevolent android was not as terrible as he had once presumed. Perhaps his prior judgments had been overly one-sided. "I see," he said. "I apologize. It seems my father misunderstood. Android 18, you are truly beautiful. As for clothing, I have plenty, though none as fashionable as yours. If you wouldn't mind, you could temporarily wear one of my outfits. The sun is shining brightly today, and your clothes will dry quickly. Thank you, and I apologize for the disturbance." Android 18 replied graciously. "Not at all," she continued, as Chi-Chi led Android 18 towards her room. Suddenly, the television broadcasted a news channel globally, capturing attention. At that moment, Cell stood upon a stage, wearing a sinister smile, and the room fell silent. Android 18's eyes narrowed as she inquired, "Is that Cell?" "Wukong." Sun Wukong nodded, his silence betraying his focus on the television. The televised Cell bore a faint smile, addressing the world, "Good morning, everyone. I would like to take a moment of your time. I bring tidings that will enhance your lives, making them more enjoyable and exhilarating. I am Cell, the evolved form of the monster that has claimed many lives recently. I am an ultimate bioengineered being, far surpassing even King Piccolo. I owe my existence to those who provided me with life essence. However, fear not, for I no longer require it. But I present to you a game. Should you lose, I shall annihilate all of humanity on the surface." Chapter 75. Sun Wukong and Vegeta emerge from seclusion at that moment. Master Roshi at the Kame House, along with viewers worldwide, witnessed Cell's live broadcast, triggering a wave of panic. Many who had endured prior encounters recalled the terror of King Piccolo. "I am about to host a martial arts tournament for the entity known as Cell. Listen closely, for the rules of the game pertain to your very lives. The venue is a plain situated to the northwest of the central city, and the arena has been meticulously prepared. Unlike the rules of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, should a contestant be defeated, they may substitute the next participant to face me. The rules are decidedly in your favor. Even I shall grow weary after multiple bouts. The remaining regulations align closely with those of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Surrender or any part of the body touching the boundary results in a loss. Furthermore, I shall not show mercy. Thus, should you be slain during combat, that too counts as a defeat. If all participants succumb to me, as I previously stated, I shall annihilate every soul on this planet." Cell extended his palm toward the crowd, unleashing a wave of energy that shattered walls and buildings, leaving behind deep gouges in the earth. In the distance, a mountain crumbled under the force, obliterated entirely. "I shall relish in your expressions of terror while I thoroughly devastate this planet. I eagerly anticipate that day." Having said all this, those who overestimate their abilities should take heed. I trust many of you still remember the horror and despair that the great demon king Piccolo once instilled in you. Ha ha ha. Cell soared through the breach he had created, vanishing from the television station, leaving behind a wasteland and lifeless bodies. At home, Gohan let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Cell, enjoy your fleeting triumph while you can. Your demise awaits you in 10 days. Chi-Chi, filled with concern, inquired, "Gohan, you are going to battle such a dangerous foe?" "Do not worry, mother. In truth, my strength has already surpassed his. However, I fear he might escape. So I have concealed my true power. This cunning adversary would be even more elusive if he were to flee again," Gohan replied. "Very well then, I shan't press further. Gohan, please be cautious," Chi-Chi urged, gazing at her son, who, though merely around 10 years of age, bore the weight of responsibility beyond that of his peers. Chi-Chi accompanied Android 18 to her room to change clothes, while outside, Cell's proclamation instilled a profound sense of terror across humanity. Those who had once endured the reign of the great demon king recalled the dread of those times. All attempts to resist were utterly futile. The prolonged peace had led many to forget the existence of such terrifying monsters, rendering the legend of Piccolo akin to urban folklore. Many fled to remote areas, seeking refuge from Cell, embarking on a fruitless endeavor that stirred widespread chaos. Yet, reminiscent of a time long past, some remembered the youth who had once vanquished the great demon king, a savior who descended like a celestial warrior. The name of Son Goku emerged into the public consciousness, thanks to those who were aware of the past. Unbeknownst to them, Son Gohan and his companions were oblivious to the unfolding events. Android 18 had donned Chi-Chi's suit, typically reserved for when Chi-Chi entertained guests. The original attire of Android 18 had already been washed. With a tone of sincere apology, Chi-Chi remarked, "I am truly sorry, 18. This is the only outfit available for you at the moment." Android 18 gently shook her head, glancing at her hands, and replied, "It's quite all right, thank you. Aside from feeling a tad snug around the chest and hips, everything else fits well." Chi-Chi, somewhat exasperated, rubbed her forehead, saying, "It appears your figure surpasses mine slightly. But fret not, by evening, your clothes will be dry." At that moment, Son Gohan had changed into a casual outfit. Having exchanged his martial arts uniform for a more relaxed look, comfortably seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. Intrigued, Android 18 approached him with a smile, exclaiming, "Studying? Reading? Gohan, I never imagined you were such a diligent learner. How refreshing. I have always aspired to be a distinguished scholar," Gohan responded, his gaze still fixed on the pages. "However, after encountering the challenges posed by the Saiyans, I realized that danger is ever present, and I cannot remain sheltered under my father's protection." Android 18 was taken aback. Having assumed Gohan was like his father, Goku, or Yamcha, preoccupied solely with physical prowess and training. Reading won't alleviate mental and physical strain, she remarked playfully. "And Gohan, with your dedication to study, be cautious. You might end up nearsighted." Gohan was struck by her words, the book slipping from his grasp as he contemplated the implication. He had nearly forgotten about this concern. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Is everything all right?" Android 18 inquired, her lovely eyes wide with surprise. She had merely intended to offer a friendly warning. Had she said something amiss? Gohan, visibly anxious, asked, 18, if someone becomes nearsighted, isn't that rather unfavorable?" A torrent of thoughts swirled within him, yet he struggled to articulate them. According to the memories of his alternate self, he indeed would wear glasses in the future due to nearsightedness. After pondering briefly, Android 18 replied, "Some individuals develop nearsightedness for various unavoidable reasons. Nonetheless, it is paramount to maintain overall health and avoid prolonged periods of staring at a single object without blinking." Gohan obediently closed his book, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, preserving his health was of utmost importance. He must strive to avoid nearsightedness. He wished to evade the necessity of glasses, as he would not want to expose vulnerabilities during battles against foes. "Thank you, 18. I will take heed," he assured her. "But why are you so agitated?" Android 18 inquired, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity, struggling to comprehend his heightened response. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm, the doors of the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, revealing Son Goku and Vegeta after nearly 2 days of rigorous training. Goku emerged with an air of nonchalance, while Vegeta appeared somewhat displeased. Their garments were tattered, revealing their well-defined muscles. "Well, Goku, how did it go? Have you surpassed Super Saiyan yet?" Piccolo inquired, directing his question at Goku. Everything is settled. Gohan must have already reached this level, but I still lag behind him a bit." Sun Wukong responded with a smile. "Humph, Kakarot, do not be too complacent. I won't fall behind you for long. Surpassing Super Saiyan is something you, a lowly warrior, can achieve. So it is illogical for me, a Saiyan prince, to be unable to do so." Vegeta had not yet attained Super Saiyan 2 like Sun Wukong and Gohan. He was merely a step away, and now his strength had reached a point where he could calmly transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 76, The Clash of Energies next. Piccolo explained to Sun Wukong and Vegeta the current situation, including the developments with Cell and his power. Sun Wukong, in disbelief, exclaimed, "What? Cell has become that strong? Even Gohan cannot be certain of defeating him? Humph, that detestable android." Vegeta voiced his discontent. Once again, the situation had become a battleground for Gohan and Sun Wukong. Piccolo remarked, "Cell is still observing us with his previous strength, which is why he confidently reveals himself and dares to host a martial arts tournament. Gohan does not have absolute confidence in defeating him, hence he has not revealed his full power. To completely eradicate Cell? Indeed, Cell poses a far greater threat than Android 17 and 18. However, the idea of a martial arts tournament is quite intriguing." Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, recalling the numerous lives consumed by Cell, and expressed his thoughts. Android 17, with his hands in his pockets, had been staying at the temple. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, he expressed mild displeasure, saying, "What do you mean, Sun Wukong? Are you implying that I must prove my threat level surpasses that of Cell?" "Oh no, that's not what I meant. I apologize. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Humph." Android 17 turned away, ignoring Sun Wukong, clearly showing his dissatisfaction. Sun Wukong looked around, puzzled, and asked, "Where is Android 18? Why is she not here?" "Isn't she with you, 17? Yamcha," with a somewhat mischievous demeanor, replied, "Android 18 went to your house with Gohan." "Oh, she went to my house. What for?" Sun Wukong inquired, bewildered. "Because she got her clothes dirty earlier and needed to change," Yamcha grinned, his smile growing wider. Back in North City, the way Android 18 looked at Sun Wukong was unmistakable. Even Gohan, the young boy, could see it. He imagined a scenario with Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Android 18. A veritable battlefield of romantic rivalry, which would undoubtedly be electrifying. Gossip is a fundamental aspect of human nature. As a mere onlooker, Yamcha, being a former boyfriend and knowing Bulma well, occupied the lowest tier of this social hierarchy, while Android 18 held a higher position and posed a greater threat. However, he was unaware that after the Android 18 realized there was no possibility of pursuing Sun Wukong, she relinquished her ambitions and embraced a life of unrestrained freedom, devoid of humanity. This epitomizes the synthetic being from Trunks' timeline, Android 18. Vegeta turned to Sun Wukong and remarked, "To utterly annihilate him? Ha ha ha, Kakarot. This is unlike you. It seems you lack the confidence to decisively defeat Cell." Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile, "I'm uncertain. I wish to see him with my own eyes first. Let us investigate before drawing conclusions." Piccolo, his eyes wide with concern, interjected, "Hey, Wukong. Now is not the time to confront Cell directly. Do not reveal your strength. If Cell senses something amiss, he will retreat into hiding." Sun Wukong touched his brow with 2 fingers, assuring, "Do not worry, I will not transform into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from the temple, reappearing not far behind Cell, clad in an orange martial arts GI. Without turning around, Cell exuded confidence, stating, "So, it is you, Sun Wukong? What do you think of this arena, which will determine the fate of the world in 9 days? Are you satisfied?" Upon his return, Cell had adorned the corners of the arena with sharp, conical marble structures. Sun Wukong surveyed the arena and remarked, "If it is to decide fate, it seems rather confined." Cell's expression hardened as he turned to face Sun Wukong. The desire to eliminate Sun Wukong had been a fixation of Dr. Gero. He had only seen him in records before, and now he was witnessing him in person for the first time. A rumble echoed as the very fabric of the universe trembled. Even without engaging in combat, the clash of their auras generated immense upheaval, with ominous clouds crackling with terrifying lightning. Sun Wukong gazed at Cell with a steely resolve. "I will participate in the tournament, so before that, do not take any more lives, understand?" Cell regarded Sun Wukong silently, refraining from unleashing his full power. After a prolonged silence, he responded with a smile. "It appears the tournament will be more thrilling than I anticipated." "Very well. But should those foolish enough to provoke me appear with a swift motion," Sun Wukong teleported back to the Temple of the Gods, where the dark clouds dissipated, restoring tranquility as light once again graced the earth. Upon his return, Sun Wukong wore a faint smile and remarked, "I just sensed it. He has not unleashed his full strength. Cell is still concealing his power. At my current state, even if I transform into Super Saiyan 2, I may not triumph over him. No wonder Gohan feels he cannot fully overcome him." Piccolo spoke solemnly. "If even you say so, it seems this is our only opportunity. If we do not resolve the situation with Cell now, There may not be another chance. Let us utilize the room of spirit and time once more. There is still time. We must decide the order. Gohan needs to alleviate his pressure and reach a more natural state. He will enter the room of spirit and time on the 7th day. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, I shall forego it for the remaining 9 days. I will cultivate in the outside world. However, I did not expect that Gohan would wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. He reiterated his intent to train outside during this period. Vegeta, too, sensed the constraints of his progress. The environment within the time chamber, where one does nothing, imposes a significant burden on the body, rendering it impossible to surpass the Super Saiyan level. After reaching a plateau, remaining in the time chamber for training would merely result in needless suffering, which cannot be deemed genuine cultivation. This is why Gohan planned to spend some time outside before re-entering the chamber for training. With a swift motion, Vegeta soared into the sky, departing from the temple. Tien and Yamcha entered the time chamber to train, followed by Krillin. As Sun Wukong bid farewell to the others, preparing to leave via instant transmission, he was halted by number 17. Wait, Sun Wukong, are you heading home? Sun Wukong inquired. Yes, number 17. Is there something you need? Number 17 explained. Number 18 is currently at your home. Your instant transmission is quite convenient, so please take me along. Understood. Very well, number 17, place your hand on my shoulder. Sun Wukong then transported himself and number 17 back to the Capsule Mountain. Upon opening the door, he found Chi-Chi chatting animatedly with number 18 in the hall, sharing a camaraderie that seemed to reflect a long-lost sisterhood. Number 18, why are you wearing Chi-Chi's clothes? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished as he pointed at the suit adorning number 18. Chapter 77. The underwater cavern of the past. Chi-Chi gestured towards the clothesline outside, explaining, number 18's outfit got dirty and is currently being washed, so she is temporarily wearing my clothes. Sun Wukong, embarrassed, scratched the back of his head as he followed her gaze. Number 17 entered, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, and said, I apologize for intruding upon you. Number 18, somewhat surprised, asked, what brings you here, number 17? Number 17 shrugged, saying, I was bored. Staying in the temple was rather dull, so I decided to come here. The surroundings are quite pleasant, with mountains, water, and wildlife. Chi-Chi smiled warmly and said, number 17, I have heard number 18 mention you. Why not make this your home as well? Number 18 has already decided to reside here. I plan to assist like Bulma by creating a spacious house with a universal capsule. Meanwhile, Gohan sat on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation. Earlier, number 18 had warned him about his potential nearsightedness, prompting him to take measures to protect his eyesight. As for number 18 living as a neighbor at Capsule Mountain, he certainly opposed the idea. However, did his objections bear any weight? Currently, number 18 and his mother, Chi-Chi, were akin to sisters reunited after many years. When he voiced his concerns, he was met with a stern reprimand. Humph, the malevolent android, who claims to have abandoned my father. I suspect ulterior motives, and I shall not allow you to succeed. I will keep a watchful eye on you, number 18. In the depths of his thoughts, Sun Wufan quietly mused. His eyes slightly opened, filled with determination. There is no need for trouble, Kiki, replied number 18 hesitantly. Acquiring a universal capsule house is quite simple for me. Do you have money? You aren't thinking of robbing a bank, are you? Sun Wufan sat up, a cold glint in his eyes. Sun Wukong also turned to number 18. While Kiki glared angrily at Sun Wufan, but it was number 18 who spoke first. In the past, transportation was not as advanced, and maritime trade was of utmost importance. Countless treasures lay hidden beneath the sea. With my strength, such endeavors are effortless. Number 18 was not angered. Instead, she smiled at Sun Wufan, assuring him that with the restraint of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, neither she nor number 17 would engage in destructive activities in the city. The mention of underwater treasures plunged Sun Wufan into deep contemplation, as if he were recalling something significant. Things are not as simple as you suggest, number 18. Number 17 interjected, with today's advanced technology, most treasures have long been retrieved. No, wait, I've remembered. Sun Wufan exclaimed, rising with excitement. Number 18, hands on her hips and head tilted in curiosity, inquired, what have you remembered? Ignoring her, Sun Wufan gazed at his father, Sun Wukong, his eyes shimmering with hope. Father, do you recall what you once told me? When you, Aunt Bulma, and Uncle Krillin sought the Dragon Balls, You reached an underwater cave filled with vast treasures. Oh, did I tell you that? Indeed, it was true. I believe we found the 3-star Dragon Ball there, but the cave collapsed. Sun Wukong pondered for a long while before responding. Kiki exclaimed in surprise, Really? Wukong, why haven't you mentioned this to me? Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I forgot, but there truly was a wealth of gold and silver. Yes, father. With our current strength, it would be effortless to return there. After we find the treasure, mother won't have to toil as hard. And we shall no longer worry about money in the future, Sun Wufan declared, arms outstretched in eager anticipation. Kiki chimed in excitedly. Yes. Number 18's house will be settled, and we can build a new home instead of living in a universal capsule. Suddenly, Sun Wufan froze. An unexpected sense of regret washing over him. He realized that the universal capsule could be taken away at any moment. They were truly committing to living there. Number 18's eyes sparkled. This is splendid. To integrate into life, one cannot be without money. Number 17, you should join us. All right, I suppose I'm bored anyway. Number 17 replied with a resigned shake of his head. Sun Wukong suddenly connected the dots, looking at number 17 and number 18 with astonishment. So you were siblings? I thought you were a couple. Number 18 felt a wave of indignation wash over her, replying in exasperation, We look so alike. What made you think we were a couple? Scoundrel Rod, please do not address me in such a manner. I am not a scoundrel, Sun Wukong exclaimed, feeling exasperated at the label he had unexpectedly heard from Android 18. With her arms crossed protectively over her chest, 18 coldly remarked, To consider a sheltered maiden as your sibling's romantic partner, what else could that be but scoundrelly? Otherwise, how could you entertain such thoughts, Scoundrel Rot? Sun Wukong hastily waved his hands in denial. No, I had no idea you were siblings. It's not like that, 18. I truly am not a scoundrel. Chi-Chi sighed and rubbed her forehead, saying, All right, calm down, 18. My dear Wukong has always been like this. I will contact Bulma immediately. We'll share the treasure with her and enlist her assistance in transporting it. The treasure from the underwater cave had been left behind by pirates during a time when the Red Ribbon Army was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. After spending an entire morning, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and the androids 17 and 18 successfully retrieved the treasure from the depths of the sea. The gold and jewels filled over 80 chests, an amount one could only imagine. When Bulma learned of the situation from Chi-Chi, she had prepared a multitude of large chests, nearly exhausting them all. When Chi-Chi offered to share the treasure with Bulma, she declined, stating she had no need for money and preferred that Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Sun Gohan enjoyed a better life. Therefore, she took it upon herself to connect with buyers. With financial worries alleviated, on the 7th day, Sun Gohan re-entered the room of spirit and time to continue his training, as the Cell Games were only 3 days away. In the meantime, Android 18 had finalized the designs for her new duplex apartment, while Chi-Chi planned to construct a similar one for her family. Furthermore, the king had utilized the forces of the Defense Army to launch an armed assault on Cell, but the overwhelming troop strength was swiftly decimated by him, plunging the people of Earth into deeper despair, reminiscent of the helplessness experienced during the reign of King Piccolo. Simultaneously, the rebooted 24th World Martial Arts Tournament concluded without much fanfare, leaving the blonde host somewhat disappointed. Yet he continued to enthusiastically announce that Satan was the champion of this tournament. What had initially ended with little excitement was reignited by Cell's emergence, creating a profound anticipation. This excitement stemmed from the 23rd tournament champion, Sun Wukong, who had once defeated King Piccolo and saved the world. Satan was now back in the public eye. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Sun Gohan, what began as a subtle shift was now growing increasingly significant, leading to various unforeseen changes. Chapter 78. The approaching Cell Game. Sun Gohan once again entered the room of spirit and time, while outside, the annihilation of the Defense Army had plunged the populace into deeper chaos. At Bowsy Mountain, the 18th, conversing with Chi-Chi, scoffed, What a formidable Royal Defense Army. Their level of military prowess barely matches 1/10 of the former Red Ribbon Army. It's no wonder that the odious Dr. Gero has persistently sought to eliminate Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong remained silent. The vast army of hundreds of thousands had been obliterated by Cell, and the inexorable passage of life was something he could not regard with the same indifference as the 18th. On the television, the king, resembling a wolfhound with his white mustache and spectacles, addressed the world. Citizens, I am your king. As witnessed in the recent broadcast, my forces launched a full-scale assault, but suffered devastating reprisals from Cell. I take full responsibility for this calamity and sincerely apologize. At this moment, I find myself powerless. However, do not despair. The young savior who once vanquished the demon King Piccolo, Sun Wukong, I believe he will emerge once more. Let us collectively pray to the heavens. The king bowed deeply on the screen. The 17th cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong and inquired, speaking of which, there exists a legend regarding the Dragon Balls. It is said someone once wished to become king. Could it be the smut? Humph. Chi-Chi retorted with a discontented snort. What king? The climate we face now is a direct consequence of the Red Ribbon Army's actions. They merely brush off their responsibilities, claiming helplessness, and shift the blame onto our Wukong. The television channel switched to a live broadcast featuring a bespectacled host in a suit, microphone in hand. I have good news to share. Our brilliant fighter, Mr. Satan, has decided to participate in Cell's games. He has recently triumphed in the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. Let us warmly welcome our hero, Mr. Satan. Has the World Martial Arts Tournament already concluded? If this fellow named Satan secured the championship, he must possess considerable strength, Sun Wukong mused, gazing at the broadcast. Chi-Chi replied, Wukong, have you forgotten what the host mentioned? After Piccolo, many skilled fighters have long since retired. It's surprising he dares to invite our family of 3 to dinner without the slightest hint of astonishment. Suddenly, the sound of a flying vehicle echoed through the air. Chi-Chi quickly stood up and exclaimed, Bulma is here. 18th, Bulma has brought the buyers. The buyers have arrived. The 18th could no longer remain seated. As a knock resonated at the door, Chi-Chi hurried to answer it, revealing Bulma accompanied by an elegant gentleman in a suit. At last, we have the opportunity to meet. Mr. Sun Wukong. The gentleman spoke excitedly before Bulma could introduce him. Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, Do you know me? The gentleman nodded and introduced himself. My name is Batiste, founder and president of the Batiste Group. We have long-standing trade relations with Miss Bulma's Capsule Corporation, and the jewelry business is merely one of the ventures under my group. Chi-Chi exclaimed in astonishment. The Batiste Group, the globally renowned Batiste Group, as Bulma mentioned, is among the top financial conglomerates in the world, consistently ranking alongside Gayabata and Brive's Universal Capsules in the wealth standings. Batiste responded with a smile. Miss Chi-Chi, however, no matter how much wealth one possesses, the essence of life itself remains the most invaluable treasure. I have long desired to make the acquaintance of Mr. Goku, yet opportunities have eluded me. Previously, at the vicinity of the World Martial Arts Tournament, I happened to encounter your descendant, Gohan, but alas, before we could engage in meaningful conversation, he took flight. Chi-Chi lamented. Gohan has met you, yet he never mentioned it to me. At that time, he merely regarded you as an artist passing by. Without giving it much thought, the warmth exuded by Batiste left both Goku and Chi-Chi somewhat taken aback, yet it was evident that Batiste harbored intentions of aligning himself with Goku. His sponsorship of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament was indicative of this. As for the matter concerning the jewels, the outcome was predictable, for safety's sake. Upon obtaining Chi-Chi and Goku's consent, Batiste brought his wife, Melas, to Baozi Mountain. To amass a fortune that rivals that of the Universal Capsules Group is no small feat. And regarding his emotional volatility, one must consider that Cell is poised to annihilate all of humanity. In the Heavenly Palace, Gohan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. His purple martial arts uniform tattered after 3 months of rigorous training. He had finally met his objectives. Cell would not escape. Piccolo, observing Gohan from outside, noted his newfound strength and remarked, It seems Cell cannot evade his fate. So how did it go, Gohan? Your mastery of Super Saiyan 2 should have advanced significantly. Yes. Gohan stuck out his tongue, his youthful face contorted in discomfort as he complained. I never wish to return to the hyperbolic time chamber again. It is simply too arduous. Uncle Piccolo, emerging from there feels akin to stepping into paradise. Piccolo chuckled. Gohan, take the next couple of days to rest well. The game with Cell is about to commence. I believe the expressions on Cell's face will be quite remarkable. He extended his hand, using magic to bestow upon Gohan a fresh purple martial arts uniform. Well then, dandy, Uncle Piccolo. Mr. Bobo, farewell. Gohan yawned, feeling quite fatigued. Gohan, do come by to play when you have the chance. Dandy waved goodbye. Upon sensing his father Goku's energy, Gohan instantaneously teleported home. At that moment, Aside from androids 17 and 18, a woman had also arrived. Ah. The woman was startled by Gohan's sudden appearance. Who are you? How did you come to be in my home? Gohan, having failed to recognize Melas and Battis, was taken aback. Upon Melas recognizing Gohan, she appeared hurt and said, "You've forgotten me. Gohan, we met in a park outside the World Martial Arts Tournament, the one where you were painting." Suddenly, Gohan recalled and exclaimed joyfully, "It's you. Auntie, how did you come to be in my home? What about that uncle who can draw?" Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, accompanied by number 18, both donned in aprons. "Gohan, you're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. This is your Aunt Maris. Do be cautious, as she is expecting a little one," Chi-Chi gently reminded. Curious about the news of her pregnancy, son Gohan glanced at Maris's belly. Maris smiled tenderly, softly caressing her stomach. "Indeed, we've confirmed it's a girl. We've decided to name her Paris." Chapter 79. The opening of the Cell Games. Paris. What a lovely name. Gohan chuckled. After some light-hearted conversation, they became more familiar with one another. However, Gohan was intrigued by the wealth of the Betis family, particularly their prominence as jewel buyers. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Once everyone was prepared and organized, they gathered at the Heavenly Temple. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, number 17, number 18, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha swiftly flew towards the location of Cell, as the final battle was imminent. At that moment, Cell stood at the center of the arena. Sensing the energy of Goku and the others, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, unaware of the formidable challenge that awaited him. On a distant hill, a reporter hid far away, broadcasting live, stating, "With a resolve to face certain death, we are exclusively covering the Cell Games." Cell remains still, and there are less than 20 minutes until the game begins. The hero, Mr. Satan, has yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, the sound of an aircraft slicing through the sky echoed, descending slowly. The noise drew Cell's attention, as well as that of the reporter and the audience watching the live stream. What is that? The emblem of the Betis Group. The reporter immediately recognized the aircraft's logo. As it landed, dozens of burly bodyguards clad in suits emerged, and at the center stood a blond man wearing sunglasses, flanked by 3 individuals carrying cameras. Cell observed the blonde host in silence, intrigued by the audacity of this insect daring to approach him, while several onlookers cowered in the corner, trembling in fear. The blonde host stepped forward, displaying no signs of fear, and addressed Cell. "Hello, Mr. Cell. I am the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This broadcast is fully sponsored by the Betis Group, and we have received the King's permission to live stream the Cell Games for the entire world." "Oh, the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This piques my interest," Cell replied, engaging the blonde host in conversation. "You possess quite a bit of courage. Who granted you such audacity? Was it Goku?" Cell exuded a murderous intent, causing the blonde host and his imposing companions to panic, as fear was an inevitable response. The golden-haired host, despite his trepidation, mustered the courage to speak. "Mr. Cell, with your power, if you truly wish to annihilate humanity, you would not need to grant us any chance. The very reason you have orchestrated this Cell game must be to vanquish Mr. Goku and his allies. Am I correct?" Cell remained silent, his icy gaze piercing. The golden-haired host continued, "Mr. Cell, you must yearn to personally defeat Mr. Goku before the eyes of the world. Who do you believe would emerge victorious, Goku or myself?" Cell appeared intrigued, finding this host of the World Martial Arts Tournament rather amusing. Without hesitation, the golden-haired host declared, "Mr. Goku and his companions will undoubtedly prevail." The suited men behind him were left dumbfounded as Cell's expression was inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. "Hee. After I have dispatched Goku and his friends, I hope you remain just as you are now," Cell said, his palm open and slowly raised, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. With a whoosh, a ki blast soared towards a distant valley, where a reporter and his crew, who had been covertly filming, were instantly obliterated by Cell's attack, their camera reduced to fragments, buried beneath the ensuing dust. The golden-haired host turned mechanically, and even the recently arrived Satan and his companions appeared utterly stunned. One of Satan's disciples exclaimed in disbelief, "Just now, Cell unleashed a yellow blast that obliterated that mountain. Oh, yet more annoying flies have arrived, relentless and bothersome, much like that wretched woman named Sinnoh. How tiresome. Let us consider this a warm-up," Cell shouted in furious derision. Casting a cold smile towards Satan's vehicle, he unleashed a wave of ki, and at that moment, the broadcast channel connected to the golden-haired host, broadcasting the grim spectacle live to the world. Disaster. Jump from the car. Satan's eyes widened in fear. He felt the gravity of the situation and hurriedly opened the car door to leap out. However, his companions lacked his agility, and both his disciple and secretary, along with the vehicle, were annihilated. It's Mr. Satan. The golden-haired host gasped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, his mind reeling. Could it be that he had become so intoxicated by the flattery of others that he failed to comprehend the true terror of Cell? He. Let us witness a rain of blood before your arrival. Cell cackled ominously, pointing at Satan, unleashing a sinister laugh. Suddenly, Satan found himself uncontrollably levitating. A technique reminiscent of Frisia's abilities, a throwback to the birth of the Super Saiyan in the ancient rituals. Why am I floating? Stop. What are you doing? Satan cried out in terror, his heart racing as he was overtaken by dread, recalling unsettling memories of the past. His real name is Mark. In his youth, he trained at a martial arts dojo known as the City of Satan, where, aided by his considerable prowess and a stroke of fortune involving his competitors falling victim to food poisoning, he ascended to become a world champion. Consequently, he earned the moniker Mr. Satan. One fateful day, after a drunken night at the Nandu Tavern with his master, he encountered a woman named Pao Bai Bai and, in a moment of confusion, mockingly ridiculed her hairstyle. This encounter led to the tragic demise of his master at the hands of Pao Bai Bai, leaving him grievously injured. Following this harrowing event, he vowed never to engage in combat against opponents whose true identities were obscured and who possessed overwhelming strength. He now lives with his wife, a singer named Miguel. With the revival of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he participated in the grand competition not only for his wife, but also for Biddy Lee, ultimately claiming victory. This triumph momentarily lifted his spirits, causing him to forget his past wounds. Yet, in retrospect, he pondered, am I destined to follow in my master's footsteps? Am I to perish as well? I do not wish to die, Miguel. Tears streamed down his face, filled with despair as he gazed at Sheru. Sheru felt a lingering pain in his eyes. Memories of the events in Baidu resurfaced, compelling him to no longer disregard the minor nuisances. He let out a maniacal laugh. Ha, Sinor. I will employ methods far more brutal than this to eliminate you. Suddenly, Son Gohan teleported and landed before Sheru, executing a high kick aimed at him. However, lacking the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the strike lacked sufficient power, causing Sheru to slide backwards several meters on the stage. With a whoosh, Satan plummeted from the sky, and Son Gohan swiftly reached him, grasping the collar of his outfit and gently setting him down on solid ground. As Goku and others descended from the sky, the long-anticipated game with Sheru commenced. Chapter 80, Lightning Sheru and Son Gohan. I've been saved. Thank you for rescuing me. I am truly grateful, Satan exclaimed, clinging to Son Gohan's leg and weeping uncontrollably. Son Gohan's cold demeanor softened slightly, though he appeared both annoyed and helpless, wishing to shake him off. All right, calm down. Stop crying, you're getting snot all over my martial arts uniform. Let go of me. Number 18 approached with a stern expression, stating, if you do not release him, I will kill you. Satan instantly regained his composure, hastily letting go of Son Gohan's leg and standing up, trembling with fear, his eyes wide and tear-streaked as he pleaded. I understand. Please don't kill me. Son Gohan, with a look of distaste, shook his pant leg free of any remnants of Satan's grasp. Number 18. Stop scaring him. Who is scaring him? For some reason, I find him intolerable. Gohan, keep your distance from him. Number 18 regarded Satan warily, her instincts warning her to remain on guard. After Son Gohan managed to clean himself up, he sighed in relief, while the blonde host conversed with Goku and the others. Krillin remarked in astonishment, you truly are bold and dedicated. Haha, indeed, I am an exceptional professional host who will never forget my responsibilities, no matter the circumstances, said the blonde host as she adjusted her sunglasses with a smile. Son Gohan, along with Android 18 and the trembling Satan, approached. Upon seeing Cell on the arena rubbing his eyes, visibly enraged, Gohan instantly understood why Cell had resorted to violence against these ordinary individuals. Aunt Sinoa, you are truly invincible, Gohan exclaimed, admiration evident on his face. There has only been one woman he holds in such high esteem, surpassing even his mother Chi-Chi, Android 18, and Bulma, none of whom have elicited such a thumbs-up feeling from him. Cell crossed his arms, gazing down at Gohan and the others on the arena floor, with arcs of electricity flickering around him. Smirking, he taunted, "Who among you is eager to meet their demise first?" Gohan looked at his companions and declared, "Dad, everyone, allow me to take the lead. It's time to put an end to Cell's rampage." Initially, he had intended to be the first to confront the foe, but recognizing the gravity of this opponent, he conceded, "All right, I'll defer to you this time, Gohan. We'll keep an eye on our surroundings. Just focus on your battle." Vegeta, with a disdainful grunt, transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Piccolo and the others also prepared for the impending fight. Gohan approached the arena with measured steps, his golden aura swirling around him as he ascended to Super Saiyan status, facing Cell with renewed vigor. His power surged once more as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, maintaining an air of calmness, with arcs of electricity dancing around him, his golden hair elongating further. "Apologies for the wait, Cell." Gohan, donned in a purple martial arts uniform, stood firm in his Super Saiyan 2 form, his golden tail swaying gently, and his light green eyes sharpening with intensity. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "So you can now wield the power of Super Saiyan 2 with such finesse, Gohan. TCH, to think you've reached such a level." Vegeta gritted his teeth, realizing he had fully mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet Super Saiyan 2 still felt distant. While Goku could also transform into Super Saiyan 2, he did not possess the same tranquility as Gohan, for the more composed one was, the steadier their control over power became. Cell sensed Gohan's formidable aura, now on par with his own, yet he remained unafraid, adopting a combative stance. "Shall you take the stage first? Excellent. I shall save the greatest thrill for last. Gohan, prepare to experience my ultimate power, surpassing even my complete form." With a swift motion, Cell and Gohan vanished from the sight of the blonde host and the audience, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. The golden-haired host, possessing considerable experience, addressed the audience through the camera. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share something intriguing. Have you ever wondered why Cell and Gohan seem to have vanished? In truth, they have not disappeared. If you listen closely, you can still hear the sounds of their battle. The reality is that their speed is so extraordinary that our naked eyes cannot perceive their movements." How absurd. Who are you to say such nonsense? Some spectators retorted, "What do you mean we can't see them? They must be hiding somewhere." Many viewers, despite witnessing so much, could not bring themselves to believe the host's words. Unperturbed by the audience's skepticism, the golden-haired host continued. During the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd World Martial Arts Tournaments, a remarkable gathering of heroes took place. The one battling Cell with unyielding determination is none other than Goku's son, Gohan. It was that year that the evil King Piccolo was defeated by Mr. Goku, who saved us all in this world. Now, Gohan, following in his father's footsteps, finds himself embroiled in a fierce battle against Cell to safeguard our realm from impending doom. As the host mentioned King Piccolo, the enraged crowd fell silent, reluctantly accepting the truth that immense power lies hidden within this world, where beings can rise from the dead and monsters capable of cataclysmic destruction exist. Gohan, having encountered such extraordinary phenomena, was no longer astonished. The power of the lightning-fast Cell surpassed that of Goku's Super Saiyan 2, and he had been diligently honing his own strength over the past few days. However, when compared to Gohan, who could effortlessly control Super Saiyan 2, Cell's power paled in comparison, as Gohan's strength had already surpassed Cell's by a considerable margin. With a resounding impact, Gohan's figure appeared before the spectators, delivering a series of fierce blows to Cell: punches, knee strikes, flying kicks, and elbow strikes. In contrast, Cell failed to land a single hit on Gohan. With a powerful swing of his clenched fists, Gohan sent Cell crashing down to the ground, shattering the arena as the ground fractured around the point of impact. Satan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly astonished that Gohan, who was of a similar age to his daughter, could bring the formidable monster to its knees. Gohan unleashed a tremendous energy wave, propelling it toward the grounded Cell. Cell coughed up a stream of purple blood, forming a claw-like stance with his hands. Kamehameha. The robust blue energy wave collided with Gohan's energy attack, the clash causing the very fabric of the universe to dim. Both Cell and the viewers witnessing this scene through the lens were left speechless. The golden-haired host, too, stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting his commentary. The Kamehameha wave relentlessly suppressed the past, surging towards Gohan in the sky. Chapter 81, Four-Body Fist. The casually unleashed Kamehameha wave could not possibly contain the wave that Cell had charged. Whoosh! Gohan deftly maneuvered in the air, making a wide arc. And with a look of astonishment from Cell, he landed a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen. The Kamehameha dissipated, and Cell coughed up a mixture of saliva and blood, which splattered at the edge of the arena. Gohan then conjured a robust golden energy blast and propelled it forward, momentarily halting his movement before charging in. Cell's gaze sharpened. The power of the energy blast was comparable to that of a special attack, far beyond the capacity of a mere energy projectile. Straining with all his might, Cell caught the energy blast. Gritting his teeth as the veins on his body bulged from exertion, he desperately hurled the blast away. Boom! At the same moment, Gohan descended with a powerful kick, striking Cell's head mercilessly, deforming it underfoot. Had Cell been an ordinary being, he would have been crushed under Gohan's weight. In retaliation, Cell unleashed an energy wave towards Gohan. Gohan nimbly flipped backward to evade the attack and landed gracefully. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing the battle between Gohan and Cell. Compared to previous encounters, the two now seemed like entirely different beings. He chuckled softly, remarking on Gohan's significantly improved combat prowess. Cell rose to his feet, the remnants of his nearly flattened head causing the blonde host and viewers of the live broadcast to shudder in disbelief. It was truly astonishing. Despite his head being crushed, he was still alive, a scene that sent chills down one's spine. The blonde host continued to comment, his voice trembling. Cell's head suddenly reverted to its original form, displaying a grotesque grin as he laughed maniacally. Gohan, this stage that determines the fate of the world is indeed too small. In that case, boom. Cell unleashed an energy wave that obliterated the arena beneath him. Gohan, soaring in the air, evaded the destruction. As dust swirled and blinding light compelled Krillin and the others to shield their eyes instinctively, Gohan gently descended as the dust settled, arcs of electricity crackling around him, signaling the onset of the second round against Cell. Indeed, this world has become the arena for this game, Gohan. Gohan clenched his fists, uttering not a word. As his energy surged, Cell's power had reached Super Saiyan 2. The disparity in their strengths was minimal, making it no easy feat to defeat him. More crucially, Gohan could not allow Cell to escape. Cell smirked coldly, placing both hands on his forehead. Gohan, who had been intently watching, quickly closed his eyes, joined by Goku and the others, while only the blonde host, wearing sunglasses, remained unaffected. Whoosh! Upon releasing the solar flare, Cell instantly appeared behind Gohan, gathering an energy blast in his palm. As Son Gohan pivoted to the right and then stepped back, he ensnared the arm of Cell that was poised to unleash a ki blast. Subsequently, he forcefully leaned back, striking Cell with the back of his head. Cell winced in pain, and Gohan swiftly turned to deliver an elbow strike to Cell's abdomen, followed by an uppercut that sent Cell hurtling through the air. With a flourish, Son Gohan summoned the universal shockwave, his palms aglow with a deep green radiance interspersed with arcs of electricity, launching towards Cell. Just as the attack was about to connect, Cell astonishingly divided into four, encircling Gohan. It was a technique reminiscent of Tien Shinhan's own, and the golden-haired commentator, recognizing its significance, remarked that this was the four-way fist used by Tien during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, astonished that Cell could wield such a skill. The camera then shifted to Tien, whose expression was one of deep discontent, reflecting the sentiments of the audience. As he recalled the tournament, he remembered that the sponsor, Batis, had shown him nothing but disappointment, having declared the overall level of this year's competitors woefully inadequate. Satan's gaze shifted forward, observing Gohan entangled with the four manifestations of Cell, their forms barely discernible amidst the chaos. He mused that Gohan was of a similar age to Videl. If he could facilitate a union between them, it would elevate his status immensely. Moreover, having witnessed Gohan's bashful demeanor while rescuing him, he perceived him as a kind-hearted individual. The more Satan contemplated, the more elated he felt, envisioning the prospect of Gohan as his son-in-law, an exhilarating thought indeed. Suddenly, a chilling voice laced with malice interrupted his reverie, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned to see Android 18, her fists clenched, regarding him with a frosty glare. "And no, absolutely not," he stammered. "I was merely elated to be alive, nothing more." Yet, his curiosity piqued about the stunning blonde with azure eyes. What was her connection to Gohan? Was she his sister or mother? Perhaps it was best not to provoke her. He resolved to find a way to bring Videl and Gohan together. If successful, it would surely propel him to new heights. Android 18, hands on her hips, distanced herself from Satan, her disdain palpable. For reasons unknown, she found herself increasingly irritated by him, tempted to unleash a ki blast in his direction. Cell's four-way fist appeared even more adept than Tien's, prompting Tien to seethe with frustration. It's infuriating. While the four-way fist allows for the creation of four entities, the power is inevitably divided among them, Yamcha remarked. Yet it seems that Cell's power and speed have remained unchanged. Tien Shinhan responded. Though it is disheartening, Cell has mastered the four-body technique to a greater extent. With a swift motion, Cell dispersed into multiple forms, encircling Gohan, each clone executing a unique technique. Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Evil Explosion, Ki Blast. Gohan propelled himself into the sky, the collision of four energy waves beneath him creating a colossal mushroom cloud. The violent shockwave would have likely sent the golden-haired host and others flying had Goku not intervened to shield them. You can't escape. As Gohan soared above, the four cells crackled with energy arcs, pursuing him relentlessly. Gohan glanced back with a faint smile, saying, I've been waiting for you. Chapter 82. Kamehameha Magic Flash Wave. With his left hand, Gohan summoned four Kamehameha energy spheres at his fingertips, excluding his thumb, and hurled them towards the advancing Cell. Bang! 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 The Kamehameha spheres struck Cell repeatedly, causing him to plummet to the ground, where he reverted to his singular form. As Gohan unleashed a magic flash, Cell glared fiercely, gathering energy for a ki wave beneath his palm. Utilizing the recoil, he propelled himself skyward, escaping the explosion's radius. The intensity of the battle did not stir any turmoil within Gohan. Had it been the old him, faced with the seemingly insurmountable Cell, he might have felt anxious. Now, however, he remained calm, even amidst a life-and-death struggle, untouched by the exhilaration of his Saiyan blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gohan executed a rapid series of movements, closing the distance to Cell. Cell's gaze sharpened as he crossed his arms to shield his head, absorbing Gohan's flying kick against his crossed arms. The tremendous force sent tremors throughout Cell's body, causing his arms to fracture as he descended from the sky into the dust of the previous explosion. The immense impact dispersed the dust, and had Cell not blocked with his arms, Gohan's kick would have undoubtedly obliterated his head. With purple blood seeping from his mouth and nostrils, Cell's composure began to crumble, thoughts of retreat creeping into his mind. He realized that Gohan's strength far surpassed his own. Throughout their encounter, he had inflicted no harm upon Gohan. Why? Why do you possess such power? I have achieved ultimate strength that surpasses my perfect form. I am the strongest. With that, Cell gathered a golden-edged Keyblade and launched it toward Gohan, declaring, Receive my Keyblade. Gohan, moving at high speed through the air, evaded the attack as Cell's cold expression revealed his intent to control the Keyblade in pursuit of Gohan. Yamcha expressed his astonishment, saying, He even combined my Ki Blast with the Keyblade. What a formidable adversary. Piccolo, gritting his teeth, added with a tremor in his voice, This Cell is an immense threat. We cannot afford to let him escape. Wukong, I am aware. Sun Wukong's light green pupils remained fixated on the battlefield. The moment Cell attempted to flee, he would immediately transform into Super Saiyan 2 to thwart his escape. Cell smirked, raising one finger toward the sky as Frieza's infamous death beam surged forth, targeting the airborne Gohan, who was being pursued by the Keyblade. Gohan tilted his head slightly, narrowly evading Cell's initial death beam. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his light green eyes as he momentarily elevated his energy to its zenith. With a resounding roar, Gohan unleashed a golden aura that erupted forth, causing a protective energy shield to expand instantaneously, shattering both the Keyblade trailing behind him and the death beam that Cell had unleashed. What? Cell was momentarily stunned by the sheer force of Gohan's energy. Gohan concentrated a light green energy in his palm, summoning the Universal Shockwave Palm, which transformed into a sharp energy spear. This technique was an advanced iteration of the Universal Shockwave Palm, originally conceived by Master Roshi, wherein the energy was solidified from its typical palm release into a formidable projectile, yet retaining the original technique's efficacy. Catch! Gohan hurled the dark green energy spear, crackling with arcs of electricity, with tremendous force towards Cell. Thud! The projectile moved with astonishing speed, leaving Cell no time to react. In an instant, the dark green energy spear pierced through Cell's chest, anchoring him to the ground. A wretched scream of agony escaped Cell's lips as the dark green energy coursed through his body, paralyzing him with a jolt of electric shock. Witnessing this through the live broadcast, Master Roshi was left in a state of disbelief, while Oolong and Puar stared in wide-eyed amazement. Master Roshi exclaimed, "That is my universal shockwave palm." Oolong interjected, "That's the same move you used against Wukong during the World Martial Arts Tournament." Puar leaned on the table, marveling at Gohan's mastery. Incredible. Gohan is only 9 years old, yet he is even more formidable than Wukong was at that age. Finally, the battle with Cell had reached its conclusion. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Master Roshi's eyes behind his sunglasses. Cell was now immobilized by the universal shockwave palm, and it would not dissipate until the energy spear's power was fully expended. Gohan stood before Cell, his light green pupils cold and devoid of emotion, as he heightened his aura to its peak, preparing to eliminate Cell once and for all. Excellent. Marvelous, Gohan. Cell is completely immobilized now. Ha ha ha, this is simply outstanding. Wukong cheered with unbridled excitement. The golden-haired commentator exclaimed, "Fantastic. Everyone look. Cell has been restrained by Gohan's universal shockwave palm and is utterly incapacitated. We have won. We have triumphed." Whether those watching the live stream or Chi-Chi and Ox King, who had been anxiously waiting at the Baozi Mountain, they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Gohan formed a flower-like shape with his palms before him, golden energy continuously accumulating and radiating outward, enveloped by a halo of blue light. That is. Son Wukong stood in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Piccolo, with his arms crossed over his chest, looked at Son Wukong with a triumphant smile and said, "What do you think, Wukong? Surprised, aren't you? In addition to that brand new universal shocking palm, there is this technique. Gohan has combined the Demon Flash with the Kamehameha, creating a new move." With a thunderous roar, the clouds above were dispersed by the energy unleashed by Gohan. He understood that within Cell still resided a core Cell. Unless it was destroyed, Cell could not be vanquished. Thus, throughout the battle, Gohan had been searching for an opportunity to bind Cell, unleashing his full power to ensure his complete annihilation. The disparity in strength between Gohan and the lightning-infused Cell was not vast. Even with a full-force attack, missing the target would merely result in a futile expenditure of energy. The Kamehameha Demon Flash surged forth, a dazzling blue-gold energy wave that obscured the light. The Kamehameha Demon Flash struck Cell's body, and amid his furious, defiant roars, not a single cell remained. They were utterly obliterated. Yet, the assault did not cease. The Kamehameha Demon Flash continued onward, piercing through the clouds and ascending into the vastness of space, eventually escaping the solar system and settling within an unknown galaxy. The amalgamation of the Kamehameha and the Demon Flash was not merely an arithmetic addition of their powers. The sky blazed with a resplendent brilliance, visible to all who shared the hemisphere with Son Wukong and the others. The violent tremors it produced sent ripples across the earth, causing those present, including Piccolo, to break into a cold sweat. While training in the hyperbolic time chamber, the magnitude of this power had not been apparent. Now, the entire galaxy trembled. Should it strike Earth or any planet within the solar system, the repercussions would be catastrophic, potentially leading to Earth's destruction. As the dust settled, the sky regained its original hues, and Gohan stared blankly at his hands, fearful that Cell might resurrect. He had elevated his power significantly, and he had not anticipated the tremendous force generated by the fusion of the Demon Flash and the Kamehameha. To illustrate, had an individual of equal strength unleashed both the Kamehameha and the Kamehameha Demon Flash, the former would shatter a stone, while the latter could obliterate a mountain. Gohan, you have gone too far. Thankfully, your Kamehameha Demon Flash reached beyond the solar system. Otherwise, Piccolo would have been filled with dread upon arrival, he chastised. Gohan reverted to his normal state. His black hair and dark pupils softened as he lowered his head in contrition. "I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo, Dad, and everyone. I didn't foresee such immense power. Cell possesses Uncle Piccolo's cells, so I feared he could revive." Son Wukong also returned to his original form, scratching the back of his head with a smile. "It's all right, Gohan. Just be more cautious next time. You are still unfamiliar with this technique, but with practice, you will learn to focus its power." "I understand, Dad." Son Gohan obediently admitted his mistakes, his purple martial arts uniform pristine, not a speck of dust clinging to it. Throughout the battle against the lightning-themed Cell, he maintained a decisive advantage. As Gohan matured, he amassed an ever-growing reservoir of combat experience. The events on Namek, which seemed like a distant dream, were vividly etched in his memory. Many occurrences no longer aligned with the memories of the traveler, as his presence had altered numerous outcomes. For instance, in the traveler's recollections, his father, Goku, would perish due to Cell's self-detonation. Naturally, Gohan would not repeat such an error. He had even developed a technique known as energy exchange, which allowed him to send the lightning-themed Cell directly to the afterlife. Other alterations included the live broadcast, which, under the sponsorship of Battis, featured the original host of the World Martial Arts Tournament, fully exposing the battle against Cell to the public eye. As a result, Mr. Satan could no longer exploit opportunities for deception as he did in the traveler's memories. "Wow wow!" exclaimed Krillin, Goku, Yamcha, and Android 18 as they jubilantly tossed Gohan into the air in celebration of their victory. Piccolo and Android 17 stood smiling nearby, while Vegeta, arms crossed, observed the scene. This moment was meticulously documented by an insectoid surveillance device. On an unnamed island overseas, various creatures thrived amidst dense forests. Upon reaching a towering mountain, one could find a research facility nestled within a cave. Inside, a tall man with an orange pineapple-like hairstyle peered through a screen, witnessing the unfolding events. If Gohan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this imposing figure as Android 16 from the traveler's memories, though he bore no insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. With a gentle smile that exuded both authority and warmth, 16 rose from his seat and descended a staircase. Within a vast glass chamber, a graceful figure floated in a nurturing solution, her long brown hair gently swaying. She cradled her pale hands against her chest, modestly veiled. The glass container was connected by 2 tubes, and upon 16's entrance, the brown-haired woman remained tranquil, though a delicate voice resonated clearly. 16, how is the outside world? Are the androids still causing havoc? Goku and his companions have already defeated Cell, and androids 17 and 18 are no longer malevolent. Dr. Gero and Android 19 perished long ago. 16 recounted the happenings outside. Dead. Cell has been vanquished? That is splendid news. How incredible. Goku and the others are truly remarkable. But what a pity. I have yet to make my appearance, and my modifications are still incomplete. 16, I will rely on your assistance for a while longer. The young woman's voice was light and melodious, tinged with a playful tone. On the 16th, he expressed his profound gratitude to Dr. May Ai Wei Man for granting him freedom. He conveyed his love for nature and animals, emphasizing his aversion to conflict and destruction. However, he acknowledged that his very existence was a creation of Dr. Gero, intended to defeat Sun Wukong. The young girl inquired if he still harbored intentions to eliminate Sun Wukong. He shook his head and replied, "No, it is no longer feasible. According to the energy readings from the insect-type monitor, Sun Wukong's power has far surpassed mine. I shall never be able to vanquish him. My current purpose is to ensure your survival." Dr. May Ai Wei Man Dr. May Ai Wei Man smiled and said, "It is of no consequence. With Cell defeated, my existence has lost its significance. You may end my life, granting me release from this confinement. Remaining in this vessel has become quite stifling." The 16th responded, "Dr. May Ai Wei Man, you taught me that life holds meaning in its very existence. I will save you and transform you into the Android 21. Within you lies the remarkable genetic material of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Frieza, yet they conflict with one another. Dr. May Ai Wei Man, although your creation methods mirror those of Cell, you were originally human and cannot maintain cellular harmony as he does. What you currently lack is vitality. Otherwise, upon your departure from this container, the cellular discord would lead to your disintegration." Dr. May Ai Wei Man sighed. "I have been too greedy. Upon hearing the possibility of eternal youth, I chose this method of transformation, only to suffer the consequences. I long for some delicacies. Perhaps some jelly." The 16th continued, "In addition to seeking vibrant cells, there exists a second solution, the Dragon Balls. If we make a wish to the Eternal Dragon, it may resolve your predicament." Ah, the Dragon Balls. I recall that the Red Ribbon Army clashed with Sun Wukong over them. Those wondrous orbs that grant wishes when all 7 are gathered. He. In that case, 16th, please contact Sun Wukong and ask for their assistance. He is truly a good person. If we explain our situation, he will undoubtedly agree to help. Dr. Mei Ai Wei Man spoke with delight regarding Sun Wukong. However, the 16th opposed this notion, saying, I fear that is unwise, Dr. Mei Ai Wei Man. According to the Insect Monitor, Sun Wukong and his companions are aware of our situation and seek to eliminate us, especially Gohan, who has expressed a desire to kill us. I believe it is improper to engage with them. Kill us? But I have done nothing wrong. Why must they wish to slay us? Dr. Mei Ai Wei Man lamented. Appearing quite pitiful, the 16th replied, I do not know. Mavis Wyman, her voice tinged with frustration, exclaimed, Fool, fool, super fool. A chameleon monkey with an intelligence below the average. How utterly detestable. I severed ties with Dr. Gero, and to confront Cell. I even subjected myself to transformation as a test subject, and yet you still seek to eliminate me. A bunch of color-changing monkeys. In Chapter 84, titled 2 Wishes, Number 16 and the yet-to-transform Number 21 harbored a sense of wariness toward Goku, Gohan, and the others, oblivious to the unfolding events. After the ordeal with Cell concluded, Vegeta departed in silence, while Goku, Gohan, and the other Z fighters soared into the sky, leaving behind the blonde host, Satan, and the viewers watching through the screen. As they ascended toward the temple in the celestial realm. Upon their return, Dandy and Bobo erupted with excitement. Welcome back, everyone. Gohan, you were incredible. Cell had no chance against you. Dandy exclaimed joyfully. Gohan bashfully scratched the back of his head and replied, Cell wasn't he that weak. I had a tough time fighting. Thankfully, with Dad and the others supporting me, I could battle without worry. Goku suggested, let us summon the dragon and bring back those who were slain by Cell. All right, Dandy exclaimed, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls, raising his hands in anticipation. Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish. With a thunderous roar, the sky darkened ominously, and a magnificent green dragon soared into the air, emerging from the shimmering Dragon Balls, its crimson eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Number 17 looked up and remarked, Is this the legendary wish-granting dragon? It looks rather impressive. The dragon's hollow voice resonated through the heavens, slowly proclaiming, Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Regardless of its nature, I can fulfill 3 of your desires. Goku quickly interjected, 3? Dragon, please, revive those who were killed by the androids. After a moment of silence, the dragon replied, Reviving a large number of individuals will require 2 wishes. Would you like to proceed with this wish? Indeed, it has turned into 2 wishes. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise. Goku nodded, smiling, Please, dragon, let it be so. The dragon's scarlet eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. After a prolonged pause, it spoke. Your first wish has been granted. Now, state your second wish. A second wish? The group exchanged glances, with Goku inquiring, Does anyone have any wishes? Gohan curiously glanced at Krillin and asked, Uncle Krillin, don't you have a wish to make? A wish? None at all. Ha ha ha, Gohan, why do you ask? Krillin responded. Surprised by Gohan's inquiry, noting that Gohan had grown to nearly his height, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. No. Father, what wishes do you have? Just speak. Sun Wukong quickly shook his head. He had already come to terms with everything. It was different, and now the situation was utterly transformed. As long as one's strength was formidable, nothing else mattered. Then I shall make my second wish, Sun Wukong said with a bright smile, raising his head. Dragon. For my second wish, please remove the bombs from within androids 17 and 18. Cough, cough, cough. Son Gohan's eyes bulged in disbelief. He instantly strained his back, gasping for breath, and erupted into violent coughs, leaving others in shock. Both androids 17 and 18, who had been mere spectators, were taken aback by Sun Wukong's unexpected wish. 17 raised his hands in disbelief and asked, Are you serious, Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong turned around, his smile unwavering. When we first met, we fought, and at that time, 18 intended to detonate the bomb inside her. I felt the presence of such a device within me, which did not sit well with me. Hee. Let us live well together on Earth from now on. Sighing, Son Gohan patted Krillin's back lightly, who wore a perplexed expression. Gohan, what's wrong? Krillin inquired. Nothing. I just wanted to ask Uncle Krillin and everyone what plans they have for the future. I suddenly had an idea that I wish to share shortly, Son Gohan explained. At that moment, Android 18 buried her face in her hands, her cheeks flushed. It was impossible not to feel touched. She was shy and uttered not a word. She liked him, yet she felt she had no chance to be his partner. How wonderful it would have been if I had met you earlier. She lamented internally. shifting her affections away from Sun Wukong to someone else. She had missed the first opportunity and did not wish to let the second slip away. Yamcha glanced at Sun Wukong, Android 18, and Sun Gohan, perceiving the intricate dynamics at play, and felt a tumult of emotions within. He mused, goodness. This is a real-life ethical drama. If I can't be your lover, perhaps I could be your son-in-law? Such a tragic twist. The dragon's eyes gleamed with a crimson light. After the second wish was granted, the 7 Dragon Balls soared through the sky. Son Gohan leaped into the air and retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball, while the remaining 6 scattered across every corner of the earth. The 4-star Dragon Ball in Son Gohan's hand had become a smooth stone, and he smiled. Father, this is the 4-star Dragon Ball. Ah, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Thank you, Gohan. Sun Wukong replied, receiving it with gratitude. The 4-star Dragon Ball held profound significance for him, a cherished reminder of his grandfather. Piccolo chuckled, this is good, with the 4-star Dragon Ball in your possession. Anyone seeking to gather the Dragon Balls will surely come to you. If they are wicked, you and Gohan will be able to thwart them. Having fused with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo's thoughts had evolved. The old him would never have uttered such words. Krillin then asked, Gohan, you mentioned you had something on your mind to share with us. What is it? All eyes converged on Gohan, eagerly awaiting his response. Gohan addressed the assembly. Money, while not omnipotent, is essential. Without it, nothing can be achieved. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, and even my father, we are not like Uncle Piccolo or Android 17. We have basic needs for sustenance and rest. Currently, the blonde host is broadcasting our confrontation with Cell live to the entire globe. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Krillin, and Uncle Tien could seize this opportunity to establish a martial arts dojo. I believe many would come seeking their expertise. Open a dojo? Tien pondered thoughtfully. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances, realizing Gohan's words resonated deeply within them. They were no longer the carefree youths of the past. They had responsibilities for their daily lives. I will consider it, Gohan. Thank you. I must take my leave now. Din and Launch must be worried about me. Tien bid farewell before departing the heavenly palace. Yamcha gazed earnestly at Gohan and remarked, this indeed is a promising outcome. I shall contemplate it, Gohan. Farewell, everyone. Krillin nodded in agreement, affirming that it was time to reflect. Goodbye, everyone. I too must leave for some peace and quiet. One by one, they soared into the skies. Gohan approached Piccolo and inquired, Uncle Piccolo, will you be residing here in the future? Piccolo replied, yes, that is indeed my plan. Gohan, brimming with anticipation, asked, then may I come to visit you here? Of course, Piccolo responded, his tone softening considerably. Den, Mr. Bu, farewell. Gohan clasped Den's hands, exchanging farewells. Gohan, do visit often. Den, merely 9 years old, had been brought to Earth by Goku and had become a guardian deity. Here, his friends were limited to Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma, making parting particularly poignant. Bu nodded in agreement as Gohan, Goku, Android 18, and Android 17 soared together, intending to return directly to the lookout. Suddenly, Goku remembered Shin and suggested they detour to North City. Money can indeed move mountains, and within mere days, 2 duplex apartments were constructed. Android 18 decided to reside there, becoming neighbors. However, Chi-Chi remained unaware that 18 had initially set her sights on her husband before turning her affections towards her son. One can only imagine her reaction if she were to find out. Android 18 required minimal sustenance, merely a small amount of water. So Chi-Chi frequently stocked her home with jellies, beverages, and snacks, leading to a close bond between the 2 women, nearly akin to sisters. After the Cell Games, over a month had passed, and life on Earth returned to its prior tranquility. However, at the lookout, there was an air of unrest. Mr. Goku, are you truly not considering this? As long as you agree, the Baddest Group will grant you annual dividends exceeding 100 million. It is money bestowed upon you without cost. Why would you refuse such an offer? At this moment, Baddest's face flushed with frustration. Sun Wukong shook his head with a smile and replied, I apologize, but I am not suited for the world of business. Baddest quickly interjected, no, Mr. Wukong. This represents 23% of the Baddest Group S shares. You need not do anything. As long as the Baddest Group endures, you shall forever enjoy such benefits. Why do you still refuse? Chi-Chi chimed in, I'm sorry, Mr. Baddest, but we truly cannot accept. We are already immensely grateful for your purchase of our jewels. Sighing, Baddest expressed his indignation. Just a month has passed, and some have begun to forget their wounds, questioning whether the past was mere hype. while others are eager to undermine it. It is truly despicable. Mr. Wukong, you have saved our world more than once. And the king, huh? He accepted it all without a word of acknowledgement or commendation, intending to let time erase the past. What a bunch of scoundrels. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and chuckled. If everyone forgets, that would be even better. It would spare us much trouble. At that moment, number 17, seated on the sofa, remarked, among humanity, there will always be self-righteous fools. Their limited perspective prevents them from seeing beyond their immediate surroundings. Suddenly, Chi-Chi recalled something, her eyes narrowing. Although she smiled, an air of danger surrounded her as she asked, Wukong, speaking of which, I haven't asked you yet. After defeating Cell, did you visit Sino? What did she say to you? No, Chi-Chi, absolutely not. We are merely friends. I have shared everything with you. There is nothing I have concealed. Sun Wukong replied, his lips twitching with a hint of unease. After defeating Cell, he had indeed visited Sino on his way home, where she confessed her long-hidden feelings. Naturally, he had turned her down, and when Chi-Chi inquired afterward, he recounted the entire affair. Battis observed Sun Wukong with a knowing smile, understanding that an exceptional man invariably attracts admirers. By the way, where's Gohan? Is he not home? Chi-Chi responded, Gohan is currently out with number 18. She needed assistance while shopping, so he is helping her. Battis's expression shifted, filled with sympathy. I hadn't realized that Gohan, so young, must already grapple with the pains of adulthood. Meanwhile, in the city, number 18 donned a form-fitting blue dress, complemented by a blue jacket and a white blouse, her high heels accentuating her captivating elegance. Gohan, clad in a suit, his finest attire, typically reserved for special outings, appeared neat and polished, his tail wrapped around his thigh, concealing any signs of his true identity. To his surprise, Android 18 asked him to help carry her belongings. Gohan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He had been worried that the unpredictable Android 18 might engage in some unreasonable antics. What did you just call me? Android 18 turned around, a cold smile gracing her lips as her penetrating gaze fixed firmly on Gohan. Startled, he took a moment to ponder before responding, 18. The chill on her face dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile as she gently grasped Gohan's hand. That's right, Gohan. Let us go. Where to? Gohan inquired, bewildered. Android 18 tugged at his hand as they began to jog, her high heels seemingly not hindering her at all. It's far too early for shopping. You've been cooped up at Capsule Corp, training and studying. You deserve some relaxation. Let's enjoy ourselves for a bit before hitting the mall. Enjoy ourselves? Wait, didn't we say we would head back after shopping? Gohan questioned, yet he made no move to refuse. At home, he was either training with his father, Goku, or studying under Chi-Chi's watchful eye. Whenever he had some free time, he would visit the lookout to spend time with Dende and Piccolo. It was true, he had little experience with leisurely outings. A tall, elegant blonde with striking blue eyes and a dark-haired youth appeared to be akin to siblings. Yet the stunningly beautiful woman harbored different thoughts. Android 18 mentally flashed a victory sign, thinking, I have not gone against your wishes, Gohan. Let us create an unforgettable date together. Chapter 86. The martial arts tournament of the underworld at the amusement park. They indulged in roller coasters, haunted houses, and movie screenings. When the heat became unbearable, they shared ice cream from a nearby stand. Upon noticing whipped cream adorning Android 18's face, Gohan struggled to suppress his laughter. He handed her a napkin and pointed to his own cheek. Without a hint of emotion, 18 peeled off the cream and lightly tapped her ice cream cone against Gohan's face. He froze, watching her stifled laughter, feeling somewhat displeased. What are you doing? With a playful smile, Android 18 grasped Gohan's arm and gently wiped the cream from his cheek with a napkin. Hold still. I'm sorry. Don't be upset, Gohan. Let me help you clean that up. I'm not upset, Android 18. When are we heading home? The sun is nearly setting, and we haven't even shopped yet. Gohan pointed to the sky, where the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. Indeed, it is getting late. Let us go buy some clothes, she said. By the time they returned home, darkness had enveloped the sky. Android 18 carried 2 shopping bags, while Gohan struggled with over 20 in his hands. Among her purchases were not only casual and sleepwear, but also a bikini, causing Gohan to blush profusely. In her hand, number 18 held a set of clothes she had purchased for Gohan. Curiously, Gohan inquired, why don't we simply use instant transmission to return home? Number 18 replied, Oh Gohan, You possess not a shred of understanding regarding poetic romance. Just look at us, soaring through the skies, witnessing the breathtaking descent of the evening glow. Is it not beautiful? Despite her words, her gaze remained fixated on Gohan. No matter how enchanting the scenery around her, it paled in comparison to Gohan's allure. Especially after witnessing Goku's rejection of Sinnoh, which had left her entirely disillusioned with Goku and wholly devoted to Gohan. As the sunset painted the sky crimson, Gohan felt a profound tranquility wash over him. The twilight sky was indeed exquisite, a beauty he had not truly appreciated in some time. Number 18 continued, alas, the moon has vanished. By the way, Gohan, why do you still keep your tail? She remarked, once Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta lose their tails, they never seem to think of regrowing them. Besides, having a tail must be somewhat inconvenient in daily life. Why do you still retain yours? Number 18 glanced at Gohan's back, where his tail was coiled around his thigh, thus hidden from view. Gohan had long prepared his response, anticipating someone would inquire about it. Though he did not expect number 18 to be the first to ask, he chuckled and explained, actually, ever since I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I have harbored a thought. What would it be like if I became a great ape after transforming into a Super Saiyan? The power boost from becoming a great ape is tenfold, and I believe merging the two transformations would result in a significant evolution. Gohan's mind wandered to the memories of Super Saiyan 4, which explained his reason for keeping his tail. Ultimately, the intensity of transformation depended on one's foundational strength. Thus, Gohan regarded Super Saiyan 4 merely as a means of transformation, with true power rooted in one's original abilities. Number 18 made a face of disdain and coldly stated, if you were to transform into that hideous creature, I would undoubtedly cut off your tail. Startled, Gohan instinctively distanced himself from her, exclaiming, I merely mentioned it as a form of transformation. Number 18 scoffed, yet inwardly, she imagined Gohan as a great ape, his clothes torn and disheveled, which sent a thrill through her. However, she chose to conceal her excitement, recognizing that Gohan was still young and required time to develop. As Gohan, capable of riding the flying Nimbus, soared through the skies, number 18 struggled to suppress her desire to taint his innocence. Upon returning home, Gohan noticed it was quite late, the sky nearly dark. He discovered his father, Goku, had changed back into his orange martial arts GI. Dad, why are you wearing that outfit again? Is there an enemy? Gohan asked, filled with confusion. Son Wukong chuckled and said, no, Gohan, just now Lord Kai informed me that the Underworld will be hosting a martial arts tournament, and many skilled fighters will participate. The Underworld Martial Arts Tournament? Father, can the living enter the Underworld? Gohan asked, his face a picture of astonishment. Son Wukong nodded with a smile. Indeed, Lord Kai and the great Lord Kai have agreed to allow me to stay in the Underworld for 6 months. Hee, Gohan, you have been somewhat lax in your training lately. When I return, I will surely surpass you. But Mom is pregnant now. She needs someone to take care of her. Gohan protested. Before he could finish, Android 18, dressed casually, emerged from the room alongside Chi-Chi and interrupted him. I will take care of Chi-Chi. Your mother has already explained the situation to me. Chi-Chi caressed her belly, her face radiating warmth as she said, Wukong, take care of yourself. Son Wukong smiled gently and replied, I apologize, Chi-Chi. You have always been accommodating. Rest assured, I will become stronger in 6 months and will quietly watch our child's birth. Yes, you must return safely, Wukong. Chi-Chi nodded with a smile. In an instant, Son Wukong teleported to North Kai's realm, vanishing from the room. During the 6-month period, Gohan contemplated his father's other form, Super Saiyan 3. Currently, Son Wukong had achieved Super Saiyan 2, and it was conceivable that after 6 months of training in the Underworld, he might experience some fortuitous events and attain Super Saiyan 3. Even if he were to be surpassed, Gohan would feel nothing but joy for his father. However, he could not remain stagnant with the impending threat of Majin Buu 7 years later and the ominous mention of Majin 21 by Future Bra. Mastering Super Saiyan 4 was imperative. Gohan resolved to experiment with the knowledge Future Bra had shared. He could not allow her predictions to come to fruition. If he were to reach the mysterious state described in the memories of the time traveler and then transform into Super Saiyan 4 based on that power, Gohan was certain that even Jiren from the Tournament of Power would not stand a chance against him. With this determination, Gohan pondered how to maintain his composure during the transformation into a great ape. His father had previously mentioned his laxity in training, which was the reason behind this concern. Perhaps he should consult with Uncle Piccolo and the others. They might have some solutions. Gohan recalled the mental barrier that the elder Namekian had taught him and decided to collaborate with Piccolo to explore the path to Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 87. Journey to King Kai's planet. The next morning, after breakfast, Gohan explained the situation to his mother Chi-Chi and his grandfather Ox King before soaring towards the Heavenly Palace. Accompanied by androids 17 and 18. What brings you both here? Gohan asked, tilting his head as he regarded the two flying behind him. Android 17 replied, I would like to ask Dandy to help me find something. I have a fondness for landscapes and animals. It is time for me to leave. What? Son Gohan remarked in astonishment. You are leaving? Why is that? To which Android 17 gently shook his head and replied, I too must carve out my own existence. I cannot remain with you all indefinitely. As Goku once said, living together with everyone is quite wonderful. Moreover, I owe him countless debts of gratitude that I can never repay. Once I find my place, I shall return to inform you. After all, there is a significant possibility that you all may become my family. He mused inwardly, casting his gaze over Android 18 and Son Gohan. He was acutely aware of 18's sentiments, and he silently concurred, feeling that becoming a family with Goku would not be a bad prospect at all. Suddenly, 17 recalled something and exclaimed, By the way, Gohan, may I take your gaming consoles with me? Gohan responded, Of course, those were gifts from my grandfather, the Ox King. But my mother has never allowed me to touch them. His expression fell. Ever since his grandfather had gifted them to him, he had never laid a finger on them, as his mother Chi-Chi had scolded both his grandfather and his father Goku for it. With a smile in her eyes, 18 imagined the scene and flashed an attractive grin, saying, How unfortunate, Gohan, your childhood has indeed been quite tragic. Gohan gazed at his own hands, reflecting on his childhood. At the tender age of 4, he had accompanied Uncle Piccolo in the wilderness to learn survival skills, followed by rigorous training with him. By 5, he had engaged in battles alongside others against the Saiyans. And then there were the harrowing events on Namek, which had persisted until now. With his head lowered, Gohan lamented the chaos of his childhood. Setting aside the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was merely 9 years old. Soon, the trio arrived at the temple, where Dandy cheerfully exclaimed, Gohan, 17, 18. Welcome. Dandy is here. Gohan and Dandy embraced warmly. Gohan, clad in a white weighted cloak, had his arms crossed protectively over his chest. With a smile, Gohan raised his head to greet Uncle Piccolo. Seizing the opportunity, 17 requested Dandy's assistance, while 18 observed with curiosity, particularly intrigued by what the fusion of Super Saiyan and Great Ape would entail. Gohan expressed his intentions to Piccolo, who glanced at Gohan's tail in astonishment and said, Combining the Great Ape transformation with Super Saiyan, Gohan, aren't you being a bit reckless? Indeed, I wish to seek your guidance, Uncle Piccolo. Is there any method or technique that would allow me to retain my consciousness while transformed into a great ape? Gohan inquired. Regardless of the truth behind the Super Saiyan 4, he was eager to experiment. If successful, he would feel more confident in confronting the future threat of Majin 21. Piccolo shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid I lack the ability or technique for that, Gohan. What led you to entertain such thoughts? Gohan swished his tail and replied. Ever since it regrew, I have harbored this desire. However, upon transforming into a great ape, I lose my rationality, which is why I have refrained from attempting it. After pondering for a moment, Piccolo stated, We cannot conduct experiments on Earth. If things spiral out of control, it would be disastrous. Where shall we go? Perhaps we could experiment on King Kai's planet. Gohan, resting his chin on his left hand, considered the first location that came to mind. Indeed, Gohan, let us proceed there. I shall accompany you. After merging with the Supreme Kai, I now know how to reach that place. Let us depart at once. Piccolo was also eager to witness the fusion of Gohan's Super Saiyan form and the Great Ape transformation. Android 18 approached, resting her finger on her chin, and inquired, Could I join you? I believe I can be of assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Piccolo replied, Very well, let's proceed with this plan. With 18's help to keep you in check, I can take the opportunity to destroy the artificial moon you create. We mustn't delay. Let us go now. Now, Uncle Piccolo, may I return to inform my mother? I am uncertain how long I will be gone, and she will undoubtedly worry. No, your mother will never consent to your departure. By the way, Gohan, could you visit Bulma's house and inform her? If Bulma speaks with your mother, it will simplify matters. Piccolo had a sudden realization. Women tend to have endless conversations, and if 18 were to join them, Bulma's involvement would be unnecessary. Understood. I will go at once. Gohan swiftly departed, heading towards West City, and soon arrived at Bulma's residence. Bulma had been at home during this time, and upon hearing the situation, she readily agreed without hesitation, as she had not seen Chi-Chi in quite some time. Sensing Piccolo's energy, Gohan used instant transmission to return to the sacred world of the Kais. Under Piccolo's guidance, the three departed together, arriving in the other world, and then swiftly traversed the Snake Way. With the combined strength of Gohan, Piccolo, and 18, they quickly flew over Snake Way, reaching King Kai's planet. The gravity on King Kai's planet was over 10 times that of Earth. Yet none of the three felt much discomfort. 18 looked around, puzzled, and remarked, "Is this King Kai's planet? Why is it so small?" Piccolo opened the door to King Kai's chamber, only to find it empty. Even King Kai's two pets, Bubbles and Gregory, were absent. Oh. It appears King Kai has taken Goku to participate in the Otherworld tournament, Piccolo concluded. Gohan hesitated, expressing, "Is this really all right? Uncle Piccolo, should we not wait for King Kai to return and seek his permission before proceeding?" "There's no need for that, Gohan. Quickly attempt to transform into a great ape. It may take half a year for King Kai to return. We must begin our training." Piccolo urged Gohan to start, while 18 maintained her distance, aware that Gohan, once transformed into a great ape, would lack reason. If anything went awry, she would need to intervene swiftly to destroy the artificial moon. Son Gohan harnessed his energy to create an artificial moon, adorned in attire meticulously prepared for him by Bulma, akin in nature to his battle garb. Chapter 88. The primitive figure under the illumination of the fabricated full moon. Son Gohan's physique underwent a dramatic transformation, his ebony hair shimmering into a golden hue, and his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity. "You've transformed into gold," exclaimed Piccolo in astonishment. Android 18 observed Son Gohan with heightened vigilance. With a feral roar, Son Gohan, now a golden great ape, pounded his chest, clad in a blue combat uniform, having long since discarded his original clothing. The overwhelming aura he emitted instilled a profound sense of pressure within Piccolo. "He's lost control, 18. Piccolo shouted as he swiftly evaded. Without hesitation, Android 18 approached the golden great ape, placing her palms upon her forehead. Solar flare. A blinding light compelled the golden great ape to shield its eyes, coinciding with Piccolo's destruction of the aerial artificial moon. As Son Gohan reverted to his human form, he collapsed onto the ground, realizing the futility of his situation. He could not maintain rationality like Vegeta during his transformation into a golden great ape. His father, Son Goku, had faced immense trials in his memories of traversing this path before achieving success. The road ahead is arduous, Son Gohan reflected somberly. "Gohan, are you alright?" Android 18 inquired anxiously, as Piccolo rushed to his side, expressing concern. Son Gohan gently shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine, Uncle Piccolo, 18. I apologize. I lost control again, unable to govern my actions completely." Android 18, usually overflowing with worry, cautioned, "Gohan, if it becomes too perilous, perhaps you should abandon the attempt. Losing control is dangerous and could harm you." Piccolo added, "The recent transformation indeed exhibited a unique change. However, such power devoid of reason is akin to that of a beast." Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, Son Gohan replied, "Uncle Piccolo, our distinction from beasts lies in our ability to exercise rational control. When I regained my senses, I had not fully reverted. During that moment, I sensed a connection. Uncle Piccolo, 18, I implore you. I believe I can master the power of the golden great ape, but I cannot do this alone. I need your assistance. There is still an unknown entity, Android 21, on Earth, and I refuse to remain idle." Moved by Son Gohan's earnest plea, Piccolo relented. Though both he and Android 18 harbored reservations regarding the potential repercussions on Gohan's body. "Gohan, what do you mean by that connection?" Android 18 asked, her expression grave as she mimicked a scissor gesture with her hands. "If not, do not blame me for severing your tail." Startled, Son Gohan quickly shielded his tail with his hands. Son Wukong hurriedly expressed his recent sensations, stating, "I felt an overwhelming excitement, as if my very blood were ablaze. When I transformed into a great ape before, I never experienced such a feeling. Super Saiyan 4 is indeed real, What I just described was a genuine emotion. This fills me with anticipation, yet I realize I cannot achieve this alone. Losing control renders me utterly incapable of governing myself, akin to a wild beast. Piccolo sighed. Very well, this time, 18 and I will withdraw from King Kai's planet and head to Snake Way. Gohan, you must expend more energy to create an artificial full moon. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan comprehended his uncle's intent. He needed to deplete a considerable amount of energy to maintain the golden great ape form for an extended period. Should any complications arise, Piccolo and 18 would be able to manage it, unlike the previous instance when his artificial full moon was destroyed. Be cautious, Gohan. 18 followed Piccolo as they flew away to the distant Snake Way, leaving Gohan alone on King Kai's planet. As the artificial moon rose, the golden great ape, clad in a blue battle suit, reappeared. One could only wonder how King Kai would feel upon returning to find his home in such ruin. Thus, 2.5 months passed. On Earth, Chi-Chi was consumed with worry, recalling that even during the previous Namek incident, they had not been absent for such an extended period. Bulma had been keeping Chi-Chi company during these days, and their bellies were both noticeably growing. Chi-Chi, Gohan is making plans for us, Bulma said affectionately, stroking her belly. Future Brahm mentioned that Majin 21 would turn this world upside down, and we would all perish, whether it be Goku or Gohan. They have been striving for our sake. Chi-Chi rested her chin on her left hand, gazing longingly into the distance, pondering why danger perpetually shadowed her family. Her heart yearned for Goku and Gohan to live safely, for their family of 3 to lead a normal life. Why must it be this way? Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, 18 and Piccolo soared through the air, their garments somewhat tattered and appearing rather disheveled. Behind them, a golden great ape in a blue battle suit relentlessly pursued them. 18's knees, elbows, and pant legs bore multiple tears, and her face was covered in dust. Piccolo had long since removed his weighted gear, and the two were continuously evading the golden great ape, each step causing violent tremors. King Kai's planet was riddled with craters. The lush green grass, straight pathways, grand trees, and houses were all obliterated, leaving only a landscape of uneven, dusty terrain. Having expended an immense amount of energy, Gohan's combat prowess as the golden great ape had significantly diminished, making the situation manageable for the two. 18 brushed the dust from her face and inquired. It has been over 2 months. Despite expending so much energy, how is it that this transformation has persisted for so long? Piccolo glanced at the artificial full moon hanging in the sky and remarked, the artificial moon created by Gohan has yet to be completely consumed. It will take almost another month to dissipate. If the artificial moon fades and Gohan is still not himself, we shall return. Suddenly, the thunderous vibrations ceased. Android 18 and Piccolo also came to a halt, turning to behold the golden great ape, which had stopped in its tracks, its crimson eyes flickering with a trace of awareness. With a resounding crash, arcs of energy crackled around the golden giant. The ferocity that once emanated from it had vanished. Could it be that Super Saiyan 2 was awakening? Had Gohan regained consciousness? Piccolo gazed at the golden great ape in astonishment and spoke. Boom. The sky darkened abruptly as the enormous form of the golden great ape began to shrink, shimmering with golden light. As the darkness receded, a silhouette with black hair and a red outfit emerged before the two. At that very moment, Goku, participating in the martial arts tournament in the other world, along with Krillin, Vegeta, and others on Earth, sensed the powerful aura radiating from Gohan. Haha, Gohan smiled with satisfaction. But then his vision faded to black as he lost consciousness, reverting to his original state. He had finally succeeded. Chapter 89, Vegeta's Transformation in the Cosmos. Within a realm known as the Kais Domain, a silver-haired man with pointed ears, clad in divine robes, and possessing lavender-hued skin, observed with concern. Adorning his ears were a pair of light yellow patera earrings. Such a powerful aura, impossible. A being of such terrifying strength exists in the mortal realm, and it has reached the Kais Domain. I wonder what manner of being this is, if it resembles Majin Buu. The speaker was the East Kaishin, Shin, who stood beside a tall figure named Kibito, his long silver hair cascading freely, dressed in a flowing red robe, his skin resembling molten lava, and wearing dark green earrings. Kibito respectfully suggested, Lord Kaishin, let us descend to the lower realm. If that mortal is not a wicked villain, perhaps he could assist us in combating Majin Buu. Indeed, it has vanished, East Kaioshin Shin remarked gravely. The formidable aura had manifested for mere seconds before abruptly dissipating. Kibito, it seems we must investigate. Perhaps, as you say, this individual can aid us against Majin Buu. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. On the Kaioshin planet, just as Gohan was about to collapse, Android 18 swiftly teleported to him, catching him and cradling him in her embrace. Was that a success? She asked in bewilderment. With long black hair, her body was covered in red fur except for her head, the area at her chest, and her hands. Her eyes had turned a deep crimson. While she wore purple pants cinched with a blue belt, her appearance strikingly mature, as if she had grown up. Piccolo raised his gaze to the enduring artificial full moon above and unleashed a ki blast to obliterate it. Success. I have just felt that powerful aura, undeniably strong. After 2.5 months, I have finally succeeded in merging the Super Saiyan with the Great Ape. Android 18, with a playful lift of her brow, chuckled and inquired, what do we call Gohan's transformation just now? Could it be termed Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo, with a slow smile, replied, one could certainly say that. Let us return with Gohan. As 18 surveyed the desolate landscape of King Kai's planet, devoid of any intact area, she tilted her head in confusion and asked, are we really leaving it like this? Piccolo chuckled lightly. That old fool King Kai has left his home in such disarray. It would be remiss not to leave some form of compensation. After leaving behind a universal capsule, Piccolo and 18 departed King Kai's planet, traversing the Snake Way to leave the underworld. Gohan was utterly exhausted, having expended an immense amount of energy to create an artificial full moon for the second time, yet still transforming into a golden Great Ape for 2.5 months. From a once hazy consciousness, he regained clarity. After mastering the golden Great Ape form, he further ascended to Super Saiyan 2, triggering a qualitative transformation with his Great Ape physique. Upon returning to the Celestial Temple, Dandy promptly treated Gohan's wounds, healing them completely. However, the overwhelming fatigue from over 2 months without rest plunged Gohan into a profound slumber. He slept soundly, and Piccolo, smiling, reached out to change Gohan's battle attire back to his original purple martial arts uniform. How adorable! Android 18 exclaimed, holding Gohan tenderly, her delicate fingers gently poking his slightly childish face. Reflecting on the earlier scene at King Kai's planet, she couldn't help but fantasize. Gohan had grown tall and handsome. She resolved firmly that she must not let him slip away, nor allow any other vixen to take him from her. Having missed the first opportunity, she was determined not to miss the second. Suddenly, a figure soared through the sky. Vegeta, clad in his blue battle suit, surveyed the group and set his gaze upon Gohan cradled in 18's arms. What is happening? Was that immense energy Gohan's? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. He was diligently training to achieve Super Saiyan 2. The aura Gohan had just exhibited overwhelmed him with an intense sense of pressure. Piccolo spoke in a serious tone, indeed. With the assistance of 18 and myself, Gohan has finally merged the transformations of Super Saiyan 2 and Great Ape after 2.5 months, resulting in a new qualitative transformation. None among them doubted Gohan. They attributed this feat to his bold imagination. The Great Ape and Super Saiyan, both transformations of the Saiyans, combined in a manner that surpassed even Vegeta's expectations. Vegeta recalled his tail, which had never regrown after being severed by Yajirobe. And with the emergence of the Super Saiyan form, he had forgotten all about the Great Ape transformation. Vegeta gazed at Gohan, feeling no trace of the jealousy he once harbored. Instead, a profound sense of unfulfilled ambition consumed him. He had witnessed Gohan's extraordinary talent and regarded him as an exceptionally gifted junior. However, Kakarot remained a rival he yearned to surpass and defeat. Despite his reluctance to accept it, he acknowledged that Goku's abilities eclipsed his own, even as a Saiyan prince. Yet, he refused to concede defeat. Must he transform into Super Saiyan 2 and merge with the Great Ape to invoke such a change? Vegeta inquired of Piccolo and Android 18. Piccolo responded affirmatively, adding that it would be best to master the transformation at will. Thank you. With a swift motion, Vegeta departed the temple, leaving Android 18, Dandy, and Bobo in stunned silence. Piccolo, too, was taken aback, grappling with disbelief at what he had just heard. Did Vegeta truly express gratitude? Android 18, cradling Gohan in a princess carry, addressed the others. It has been quite some time. Chi-Chi must be worried. I shall take Gohan home now. Once he awakens, I will persuade him to embrace his transformation. Farewell. Goodbye, 18. Please take good care of Gohan. Dandy exclaimed, waving fervently. At her words, 18's gaze shifted to the unconscious Gohan, who appeared utterly defenseless. A delicate flush adorned her lovely face, and her dreamy eyes sparkled with enchantment, while her slender, shapely legs felt taut. How adorable, truly delightful. I long to take you to a place where no one can find us. To bind you with iron chains so that you remain hidden. Gohan, our patience is nearing its limit, yet you need not worry. I have always respected your wishes and never acted against your will. Like a thief, she lightly adorned Gohan's cheek with a gentle touch. In his slumber, Gohan felt a slight itch on his face and instinctively furrowed his brow, curling up slightly as he continued to sleep peacefully. 18 sighed with relief. If Gohan were to awaken, she would be at a loss for words, as she still wished to savor this moment without disturbing his rest.